耶耶耶！好，仲有4分幾鐘。升高少少先。盡咗力㗎啦，琴日我盡量唔俾自己瞓㗎，你都知，我而家好盡力唔俾自己瞓，可惜最後都係不敵呢個地雷。應該點叫你啊？叫你阿叻 ，LAC 嘅叻叻。我2分幾鐘，我買唔切嘢食喎，好 sad 喎。你改咗名，咁你係邊個？咁你係邊個？你係邊個？你係邊個？你係邊個？究竟你係邊個？你係邊個？哇！你個頭像咁細，認唔到喎，芝芝。分幾鐘？
This is the moment where the great get separated from the good.
They want to prove the rest of the world that they belong in the main stage.
It is time.
應該仲要講嘢，我講落去先。
Many players here from many countries and much on the line.
It is do or die. It is win or go home.
Oh, no! That was a double stick!
This has been the moment they've all been looking forward to.
Let's go, dude! The element is gonna do it!
I cannot believe what I just saw.
That nine! Nine! What? You gotta be kidding me! Will they do the unthinkable?
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. We are here with day 2 of the ALGS Championships of 2022.
Here comes the push. It's going to be MC Fried from Team Burger. Oh, I love this play from Hal. He gets high ground. Hal finds a way to Pal in a 1v1 for the bread.
Oh, Verhulst is right there now. Oh, here though. He got to get the mid-fire on the flat DSF.
And the crowd goes crazy.
Only one I can count on. Be myself and my rifle. I did it for my own folks, my own sake, but I paid road. Let's go.
Optic Gaming with the Soul Survivor here.
Yeah. Go. 1 to the 2 to the 3. Every step of the way you count on me.
Backing up to go for a quick reset. Now it's Onmu's turn. Tag, you're it here. And 100 Thieves take game number 3.
Look at that little smile, getting away with it. They're out of there.
Flashing, shoot, stick to the tactics, never fall back. Doing it just like you practice. No pressure, pragmatic. Count on me, that's magic. Fourth quarter, no lagging. I'm stacking, no question. Go. You can count on me. Every step, you can count on me. Every step, you can follow me. Every step, you can count on me. Every step,
They've already won one game. They're looking for a second, and they find it. 100 Thieves.
Be myself and my rifle. I did it for my own folks, my own sake, but I paid road. Let's go, ready.
As now the Q is used by Hackis. He sends in the black hole. They destroy it just in time, but Rico's taking damage. Sutaraku on the back foot now. Yuki gets the opener and Alliance breakthrough. Deki gets the first knock in this team fight. Dogma boots the ball down and says, I want to come in here, boys. I'm going to start singing. Oh! Could this happen? Will this happen? Fights and Yuki sent in to do the damage. And damage they will do. It's all on to Bin now. He gets taken down as well. Gets the heal off. No! Oh, God, fire!
Jumping into our final game.
Let's go. Get hyped. It is day 3 bracket stages here at the ALGS Championships for 2022. We are here at the PNC Arena in Raleigh, North Carolina. And the big thing to note is somebody is going to the finals. Somebody's going home. It is high stakes today, and it's the only way we love to showcase Apex on our screens and yours at home watching. Welcome to the broadcast. Of course, I am Rain Day, and I am joined by 2 of the best. My friends here, Genome and, of course, Glitter Explosion, Kel Morton, Lauren Lara Quinte. How are you both feeling? It was a busy day 2, but day 3, it's going to be even busier.
Oh, it's a little sad to see those 10 teams go home, but that's what makes this tournament so exciting. There's stuff on the line, and you have to be ready to pull through if you want to make it to Championship Sunday.
And now we get to start with the winners bracket stuff, and that's going to be even crazier than what we've seen over the last 2 days. I am so excited to get into everything.
It's really one of those things that I think when you look at the format, people coming from haven't seen Apex in maybe catching up now, getting excited, have to pay attention to, because today is the day we decide it all. Finals is tomorrow. That's all we're playing. So they've got to go through the gauntlet, as I'm calling it. 8 games in the winners bracket. The 10 teams who make it in the top 10 will go to finals and await the players who can make it through the run from the losers bracket and the losers round 2. It is going to be exciting. We are going to go probably pretty late here at the PNC Arena. We're prepared for it, but it's all kicking off right now. Winners bracket will be first on your screen. Then we will obviously go into the losers bracket around 6:15 p.m. Eastern time, and then the finals, that's at 5 p.m. as well. Star-studded kind of situation here, and obviously a star-studded lineup.
It's a phenomenal lobby, isn't it? I mean, this is going to be the highest skill level Apex that we have seen in the ALGS. I mean, everyone has been showing up, at least these top 20 teams. That's why they're in the winners bracket right now, and I think it's just going to be a phenomenal day.
Yeah. Some teams, Lauren, that, I mean, we haven't talked too much about. Team Singularity, they're here. We get to see them on display.
And I'm actually really excited that we get to talk about and watch Team Singularity because they have been one of those teams that we haven't really gotten to highlight too much. However, they've been wildly consistent throughout all of their group stages. I mean, they had 53, 50, and 49 points coming into today. And that type of consistency could really push them far into this tournament.
I wonder what they've been doing. I mean, maybe they've been playing a little bit on their phone in between games for Apex Mobile. Staying fresh, of course, all of you know we have Apex Mobile just dropping last couple of months. If you haven't played it, go play it right now. But there's also new content available coming up. We're teasing more tomorrow. You've seen Rhapsody. There's a new battle pass, a new season. It's going to be a fun time in Apex Mobile. So make sure to download that right now on your phones. Okay, we've obviously got 20 teams in the winners bracket. That's how this action is going to start. But 3 have caught our eye, and we're going to talk about them right now. All right, let's kick it off with you, Genome. Why have you made this choice?
Okay, well, 100 Thieves. That is the first team I want to look at today.
Some
Okay,
fans will agree with you.
North American team. We've got Screw, Vaxilon, Onmu. Now, these guys have been playing, not Gibraltar. They've thrown him out and gone for Newcastle and Watson, in addition to, of course, the ever-present Valkyrie. And this clip is a fantastic showcase of why they've been doing so well. In the third series, they absolutely cleaned up. Didn't have a placing lower than 5th. And it's because you can play spots like that no one else can. You've got your own walls.
All right, well then, for me, we've got to talk about AD, okay? They were the #1 APAC North team coming into this event, and they have just been someone that's constantly on our radar. Their aggression is insane. They're kind of like the super team of their region, and they've been wildly consistent. You see here in these clips, they have not been afraid to switch the fights. I've really enjoyed what they've put up so far for the APAC region, and I'm very excited to see what they continue to do.
And then the last team I want to look at today, Team Burger! the Burger Brigade, bigger than ever. I'm seeing signs all over the stadium today. Now, these guys, they started the tournament off a little bit slow. They were actually sitting at 21st outside that winners bracket coming into the second day of play, and they knew what they had to do. They upped the aggression. They started pulling out more and more kills going into that third series, and that easily netted them a winners bracket berth.
Well, winners, they're all winners in this lobby of 23. Of course, have been specified by our analysts to be a one to watch out for, and we hope that they add up to what you have given them as high stakes to play for. Of course, we've just got too many things happening. Some of those clips I found really interesting. Not only the lineups that they were playing, the Seer and the Horizon that was being run by AD. We saw the Newcastle and the Watson. Kind of an interesting combination. James mentioned it the other day. He felt it was a little passive. But when we head into today, what is the story that you're seeing? Is it Legends? Is it teams? What's kind of catching your eye as we head into our winners bracket?
Yeah, it has been fascinating to see how the meta's developed throughout this tournament. If you were watching just before the show started, we actually had some graphics showing the Legend pick percentages so far. Valk almost at 100%. Then you've got some Gibraltar. Caustic still doing very well. Teams definitely, especially on World's Edge, is still a very strong pick. It's the pick that we saw dominate Sweden, but we do have some Seer and, as you were mentioning, Newcastle, Watson, these kind of legends eating away at that dominance that Caustic had.
Well, we've got talent predictions, which is who we obviously focus on when we think this is going to be a day for a team to pay attention to. Let's bring them up on the screen because I think right now I'm sticking with my guns. Furia has been a team that has kind of pioneered Seer. I'm very, very excited about them. But Lauren, What do you think? EXO caught your eye.
Not alone in that either. We've got
no.
Bardoff and Gaskin agreeing with me here. I mean, EXO,
Great guess.
a team that was second overall after our group stage, and they have just been so solid. It is hard to ignore them. I mean, we came into this event kind of expecting some of the typical names at the top, and instead you've got Furia, you've got EXO up there, and that's what we love to see.
Singularity running in number 4 in terms of total points for qualifying. This has been an amazing event so far, and it is just getting started. We've got 8 games of our winners bracket. 10 teams will move forward into the finals tomorrow and watch the rest through the grueling losers bracket round 2 to see if they can somehow find a way at glory tomorrow. But we obviously have to get it started first, and they've got to battle through those 8. And to begin it all, we've got some of my best friends over there. They're split. One thinks EXO, one thinks TSM is going to take it all today. So let's go ahead and hear a little bit more about that. It's Onset. It's Gaskin to kick it off.
Thank you so much, Rain Day, and I tell you what, I cannot wait to get these games underway today. The winners bracket is here. The opportunity for the teams that have performed the best so far in this tournament to really start flexing their muscles.
And we get to start on Storm Point as well, which is basically where we've lived for the last 2 days. I think this will be 14 matches in a row on Storm Point.
True.
I have to be a specialist right now. But a lot of these teams, they've learned what the lobbies are doing, how aggressive you have to be, the compositions you may have to change. And I think we're going to see some slightly different strategies as we go into today.
Well, this is going to be the map schedule, as you can see in front of you. We'll be taking you through those 4 games of Storm Point before all of the teams jump on a ship and go over to World's Edge to close out this winners bracket group. And I've got to be honest with you, looking at some of the teams who've got in here, Dan, you saw some of those big hitters, the big names, the teams who really performed. And also, you got that man on your screen right now. His name's Monsoon.
Was that a nene, a whip? That was something that the kids do nowadays, but either way. Put it as an emote, put it in the game, and I will buy it. That's for sure. But yeah, we're going to see a lot of teams now trying to apply the same pressures that they were in the group stages, because remember, this is still winners bracket play. This is still a chance to get into that grand finals. Points are everything. Wins, of course, will help towards those points, but we don't think about match point just yet. It's all about those points totals.
And the thing to keep your eye on, the most important thing out of everything that's about to go down right now is those top 10 placements. When these 8 games are finished, if you're in that top 10, we will see you on the main stage tomorrow.
So we should be talking about the teams that had success on Storm Point in those group stages. Who were the ones who were popping off? You've got the likes of Optic, you've got the likes of Furia, EXO, 100 Thieves, Singularity. They all made Storm Point their home. And if they can find that same success, they will start today in a very emphatic fashion.
Well, you said it's time to start today. It's time to start today, everybody. It's the 3rd day of the ALGS Championships. And I tell you what, this feels like the highest crowd we've had so far here in Raleigh.
And you had to turn up because it's day 3, it's Saturday, it's the weekend, it's time to have some fun. And what a lobby we have in front of us as well. The biggest and best teams in Apex Legends, all going to be duking it out to try and be in that top 10, try and progress to those grand finals.
We got the likes of 100 Thieves, you've got C9 in here, you've got AD, you've got Furia, what a performance they've had over the last couple of days. NRG are in there as well. You've got Scars, you've got Optic, you've got all the big dogs, including TSM as well. It's time to get the action underway as we see our first circle on your screen.
And you can just keep going. And as we look at where everyone's dropping, there was a potential contest that could have been happening. I know Luminosity and Dreamfire are arguing, and Dreamfire have gone elsewhere. They've avoided, and they've landed on Liquid. This could have happened, and Liquid have already lost 1, lost 2.
Well, Team Liquid and Fun not having fun right now. What a start that is for them. Not what you want to see. The drop spot that you've established, that you've worked so hard to call your own. And all of a sudden, you've got some unfriendly neighbors moving in and taking over. So Fun is going to try and escape for now, but Dreamfire just dominating that early fight.
Well, I know Dreamfire wanted to go fish farms. Luminosity Gaming said, hey, look, we've been dropping there all tournament long. Please just leave it for us. And unfortunately, Liquid are the ones who had to battle against Dreamfire here. And Dreamfire now get some KP to work with. A fantastic little momentum booster to kick off today on Saturday. As for Liquid, they're going to have to just try and survive, try and rat out. We have seen a lot of rat strategies be successful so far, even with the amount of Seers in the lobby. So we'll see whether they can get some points.
And let me tell you, the crowd here in Raleigh, they loved the rat yesterday. If there was one player alive, he was the most popular person in the lobby. And we'll Sure, they're going to be behind them as well. Team Liquid and Fun might have the opportunity to make some big plays, or maybe he's going to have to recover those banners. But for now, Space Station Gaming, another name. And you're completely right. I was listing off a few of the big names, but every single team in this lobby is a big name, Dan. And every single one, 20 of these teams, probably thinks that we should be in the grand finals.
I'm excited to see Space Station today. I didn't get to see as much of them in the group stages because of the groups they played in. They were offering on the Bravo stream. But I do think that they showed a lot in scrims. They showed a lot of potential, and I think they certainly opened a lot of people's eyes to the kind of ability that these three guys have when they get on any map, let alone Storm Point. But we have a little bit of an overview on where that circle is going to be going. It is slightly west of Storm Point, but it is going to be somewhat central. It's not going to be as easy for these teams to be predicting. So a lot of the early rotators and teams who do like to get into position in the early stages, they might struggle a little bit to try and find a home place.
And it's interesting that you talk about that, right? Because there's a couple of teams we wanted to highlight coming into this lobby, or you, more specifically, I should say, wanted to highlight because of the play styles that they've been adapting and how they have differed. Those two teams, you have Fury on one side, and on the other, you have Optic.
Well, Fury have just dominated when it comes to kills. 61 of their points from yesterday on Storm Point were purely from kills, but only 19 points were from placement. They were just getting aggressive. They were just running at fights. Their biggest game was a 15-kill game. That's how threatening they are in this lobby. So you are constantly going to be worried that you are going to be pushed. They are going to be the aggressors. You have to keep a kind of keen eye out to make sure you're not going to be pushed on too successfully. On the other side, you've got a team like Optic Gaming who were very firmly playing for that rotation, and it was really hit or miss. Sometimes their Trident plays didn't work. But when they did, and when they did get into those positions, Optic Gaming, they were winning games, they were finishing top 3, we saw back-to-back wins on Storm Point, so it's really a hit or miss as to whether that rotation is successful for them.
And it almost makes it more interesting, doesn't it, if Optic don't find themselves in an early god spot position, how they approach the rest of that game. But for now, Dreamfire are taking out 100 Thieves, and what a start this has been for Dreamfire. 3 kills to the name of Bolin already, and tell you what, he's probably just thinking, anybody else want some? I'm down to throw hands.
Well, they've taken out Liquid, or the majority of Liquid, and now they take down 100 Thieves as well. Dreamfire looking like they're here to play. Remember, in group stages, they were often winning the first map of the match. And they're looking to try and do the same. Here is the rotation I was talking about. Optic Gaming, they love to rotate early and get a position. They are so good when it comes to analyzing these circles, trying to find those endgame positions. And if they do find the same success that they did yesterday, they can have some high scoring point games. The biggest one we saw from them was a first place with 15 kills. It was a mammoth game.
Well, let's go on board with Team Burger. Burger Town is certainly making some noise in the crowd today. Don't worry about that. And there they are once again. A lot of support here for Team Burger, understandably so, with their performances over the last few days. And at the moment, they're just holding things down here. A couple of 30 shots into the sky. It's just to warn a team off. And this will be Burger Town, as you say, not just in the crowd, but here on the map as well.
Yeah, Team Burger, I think that we heard it from Genome on the desk. They had a slow day one, and considering the amount of consistency they had throughout the entirety of the ALGS Split 2, it was an anomaly. We weren't really expecting this, but then as day 2 came into it and they realized they had to play a little bit more aggressive, then suddenly they found that same consistency we've seen online.
Well, one of the teams in the MEA region is going to be Zeta Division. Not a lot of talk about them so far today.
Which is
one
crazy.
Of the teams, exactly, that's just the thing. We've only got so much time when we get to discussing teams and who can do what. And I mean, this lineup, if you're from North America, maybe you haven't caught a lot of the EMEA region and what they can do. These three here, especially Taskmaster and Sunset, some of the most disgusting aims you will see in Apex Legends. I remember we did an interview with 9 Impulse, who's their IGL, and just saying, oh, my job is just to get them into positions to kill everyone, because they won't miss, and we usually wipe those teams. Speaking of which, we got a replay from Dreamfire, and this is how 100 Thieves fell.
Oh no, they literally got shot out of the sky, and it's so painful when you try and Valkyrie up and then you get shut down because you are just easy pickings once you arrive down to the floor. And that's the danger of Dreamfire. They just seem to hit those shots when you least expect it. And unfortunately for 100 Thieves, they're just going to have to watch this game play out. But Zeta Division are still in a position where they could be taking this fight, and you're completely right. Taskmaster, in my opinion, one of the most individually skilled players we have in Apex Legend Global Series, so I'm excited to see what he can do on the main stage today.
At the moment, it looks like they're under a little bit of pressure. Maybe we'll get an opportunity to see some of that individual skill and raw aim on display for everyone here in the crowd. But for now, it's just a little bit of a poke battle, as you can see. Burger up on the high ground here at Barometer. NRG moved in underneath them. And just in the background there, to the right-hand side, you can also see Invictus Gaming making their move.
Invictus Gaming had a great set of group stages, especially considering the change they've had to make. RKN coming in and being added to that team. I'm excited to see what they can do today as well. But at the moment, Zeta Division, they are kind of cautious about this push. They've seen a couple of teams around them, but they're well aware if they do get too aggressive here, it just starts a chain link effect where the third party comes in and you can very much be punished for it.
Well, here's a skyward dive coming in from Invictus. They will be safe for now. They've decided this building is where they want to set up. They get there's Watson fences down, and even though Bryn did take a little bit of damage from the team, which is Team Burger, up on the high ground at the top of Barometer, they're safe for now. Everyone survives. Bryn's going to have plenty of time to get those shields back.
Yeah, a lot of the teams are starting to rotate towards Barometer now because that's where they've got the information on the beacon. There are still a lot of teams outside of the initial circle. E6, for example, Optic Gaming still haven't rotated. It's whether the Optic Gaming rotation is going to be that hit or miss that we speak about, right? Are they going to go for a big Trident play? Are they going to go for a big skyward dive? And will they be caught out when they do so?
Interesting to see if Optic kind of repeat what we saw from them yesterday. And here's your answer, right? We saw this a lot from Optic yesterday, taking a deep southern rotation into the zone, taking some damage, crafting some medkits to survive, and then approaching the very deep part of the zone, that southern tip where they think there's going to be pulling as those teams start to collapse on each other and kind of surprising some people coming out of the zone.
And quite often Optic Gaming, they ran into FA Kitties when they were playing in the group stages, but FA Kitties being down in the lower bracket, it means they don't have to worry about that so much. But it was a very similar rotation where they went down southward and they ended up at Barometer and they were able to just squeeze themselves through without anyone really noticing them, and then suddenly they became a problem. They were shooting people in the back, and if Optic Gaming can find that same success, they are going to be a huge threat here in this circle.
Question is, are teams going to start to be more wary of this rotation coming in from Optic? Are they going to be checking the zone just a little bit longer? Because as we know, there's a lot of analysts, there's a lot of coaches who'll be watching all of the games back. But speaking of games, maybe there's one about to go down in this bubble. 90 chunk coming in here from Slayers with that Peacekeeper damage, though, all over the place. Arc Stars all over the place. And at the moment, Slayers is going to go down as AD are going to be the team who move in. As Alpha Draft is now left on his own to try and pick the pieces up for his team.
Very much going to pick him off the floor as well. Just a slither of health. Can you escape? Can you get away? Unfortunately not. Element 6 eliminated, and it's AD once more showing why they were such a powerful force in the group stages.
Smiles on the faces as well of AD, understandably so, managed to dominate that fight. It was clean as a whistle, and that's exactly the kind of fight that you want, right? Get on the main stage, first game of the day, it's winner's bracket. You know confidence and momentum is going to be so important today. If you can take a straight 3v3 that's isolated and come out of it with that level of success, that breathes confidence to you for the rest of the games.
And quite often, because of how Apex Legends works and drop spots are going to be, if not the same every single game, but very similar, you are going to be running into the same teams during your rotations when the circles start to move. So not only have you been able to win that fight and give yourself that belief, you put the doubt in the mind of your opponents who are going to be running into you, and maybe they won't take that rotation next time. So that might give you a far clearer path to that next circle, depending on where it moves in the next map.
Well, it looks like everybody's kind of starting to at least make a journey down to where they believe that end circle is going to be. TSM are kind of holding down a choke at the moment. Furia on the edge of zone trying to hunt teams down. And one of those teams might be Space Station Gaming, as we have our map overhead in front of us. They're looking pretty close to each other at the moment. But TSM, like I mentioned, just holding down the chokes for the moment, trying to chip away damage and maybe level up those Evos.
Yeah, there's the information that we thought, and that's what the players, I think, are believing as well, that it is heading down towards Barometer. A lot of people are going to be just holding that place, and there's plenty of building to work with. A lot of high ground, a lot of different ways you can take fights and also avoid fights at the same time. So this is going to be a very exciting final circle. But for those teams who haven't arrived yet, suddenly that real estate is starting to disappear. It's not going to be a comfortable rotation the later you arrive here.
And for TSM, this is an interesting game plan as well, because you think Barometer, loads of teams stacked up upon each other, but if it shifts away a little bit to one of those bridge finishes that we've seen just out in the open, then if you're one of the teams like TSM who is approaching a little bit later, all the other teams can do the damage. All the other teams have to vacate that huge POI, and there's going to be opportunity to pick up KP and move in pretty comfortably.
Dreamfire are going to be the last team to arrive into this first circle. AD are also one of the later rotators out of this group of 20, which has now been reduced down to 18 teams, but Dreamfire are very far out. It's whether they're going to be able to actually get into the circle without being held. I think that Fnatic are going to be another team nearby them on their rotation, so we'll see what happens elsewhere. But right now, Dreamfire are still progressing, and they are still looking to try and find another team to continue this domination in the early stages. I mean, 5 kills to work with, that certainly is going to look nice on their total as we get towards the end of the game.
It certainly is. If they can get a decent placement, this will be a great start here for Dreamfire, a team who have impressed every single person who's been watching over the last couple of days. They have got some way to go, though. Like you mentioned, they've got you know, still another 400 meters. That's a complete guess, by the way. 400 meters or so until they get to that next zone. One team who is inside of the zone is going to be Cloud9, though, as they make sure they've got plenty of med kits to work with. The first time we've seen these three gentlemen on our screens today, and I tell you what, they started to warm up a little bit on that day one. It started slow, but towards the end of the day, they found that form.
Cloud9 are so far out, they weren't even on my map screen. I couldn't even see them. That's how far they have to traverse here. They're going to have to get a res, and they're going to have to get in this Trident. This is going to be a long old game for C9.
Mazer moment. Is that the first one of the day? Sorry, Zach. It's all good. You're back on your feet. Nobody saw it here. Nobody saw it. You're not on stream. Trust me.
Team Liquid were eliminated as well whilst all that commotion was happening near the Trident, so eventually that final player got taken down, and that means we've only got 17 squads now remaining, as Cloud9 finally are going to make their way towards this circle. So they're going to be coming from the east side of the map, but I wouldn't be surprised if they go down south and they try and do a similar strategy to what Optic are going to do and arrive at the southern side of this circle below Barometer.
And we're going to see a lot of teams start to stack up as C9 at the moment just cruising down the streets in that Trident. And now you're going to see where they do try and approach and what the play is going to be. Speaking of what the play is going to be, we've got the opportunity to jump into the comms now with Cloud9, so let's do so.
I don't get it off. You get it off, you get it off there. I do. But you two need to go hit it. Yeah. You're going to have to dome him. Come on, Audie. I'm coming. Oh. I'm here, baby. Hit that shit. I'm going to have this syringe. Nice. We just go for right here, right now. Let's go. I'll start bringing the car around. We don't really have white meds to go through zone again, but we have to because they're hiding or camping on our hill. Like, do you think I just boost this to here? Like, what do I do? That's super blind. I mean, we don't have a choice. You have no med kits. Go, boost them. I don't know, dome for 10. There's Watson Penza. Get out here. Just get out here. I'm right here for a second. Not safe, but it's temporary. Can we clear this? I sort of barrel fences. Want me to clear it? There's fences in it. I hear shots and barrels. It's definitely not clear. Do you want to just pull Falco and look underneath to get over here? They're in there. Bro, just look to go right. They just shot me. Right. Yeah, that is open. We can go there. Okay, well, no, I see people. I see people in the right building.
So Cloud9 managed to just sneak their way into zone, but it's looking like, as you could hear in the comms, a temporary position, maybe one that is a little bit more uncomfortable than they would possibly wish.
And also the downside of the Valk Gibby Caustic composition, which has been the most popular. 41% of the teams have selected it throughout this tournament, but they couldn't scout out where anyone was close to them. They didn't have any scans, they didn't have any information from Seer, and closest to them was Optic Gaming. So Cloud9, if they don't get away, might struggle to get past Optic. They may have to go for a skyward dive, but Team Burger are going to be in an engagement here.
Going to be in an engagement, as you say, and this is right at the top of Barometer. This is a really important position for them to try and hold down, but it looks like they're actually going to give this one up for now and try and hold the team out as the zone starts to close in around 25 seconds. So you might be thinking, hey, why haven't they taken that fight? But keep an eye on the top left of your screen. The zone is going to force the team above them to maybe move towards them, and they get some easy shots.
I'll tell you why they've not taken it, because Optic Gaming are there, NRG are there, Dreamfire are there. There's several teams in that vicinity. You just can't afford to do so. Dropped gets a knock onto his Watson, though. Furia look like they might be in trouble. Because it's a charge rifle, they may be able to get back up.
Here comes NRG then. Sweet and Rock up. Still on white armors, which shows how quickly they rotate in, but Nathan is leveling his up. With that Rampage getting all kinds of revved up. NRG take the high ground here at Barometer.
Skittlecakes just got knocked as well in the kill feed. So a couple of teams starting to lose a player here or there from those who have the high ground, those who have the distance weapons to be able to put those shots in. It is really a case of being the last team to enter some of these fights right now. Everyone's just desperately trying to hide behind whatever they have, wait for this circle to go in, and then try and pick up some KP once all these fights start to unfold.
Here comes NRG. The problem for NRG is just those armors. You can see that they don't really want to take a straight 3v3. They don't want to engage, and they're going to drop down. T-Burger hold the line for now.
Well, burgers often do make me gassy, but they're trying to put some gas on the board. Now Fury are getting involved in a fight, and they're against SSG.
And this is going to be a turnaround of fortunes. We mentioned how Nox got that first knock. Well, it's been turned on its head as Space Station will be eliminated here by Furia. They managed to get his Watson back up, but that zone is closing quickly behind them.
And that zone was tanking them as well. Team Burger in a spot of bother, a lot of damage they've taken. Optic Gaming down to just 2, but they're trying to hold their own here as a 2. Skittlecakes and Duplex, they've got the bubble to work with, and they've got a Mastiff.
Yeah, Mastiff could be the difference maker here. He's chunking away. Duplex doing what he can, but he'll go down. And now it all falls onto the shoulders of Skittlecakes here. He's got the caustic barrels to play with. He's going to have to reload that R301 if he wants to get some more damage down, but he's also got that zone to worry about here behind him.
I've seen enough tournaments with Skittlecakes that I know he can do a 1v3, so I wouldn't be too worried just yet if you are Optic Gaming. He very much could stay alive and do some damage, and at the moment it looks like he's been able to keep EXO back. But EXO, there are two. It's not out of the realms of possibility here for Skittlecakes. He just needs to play this one carefully.
Yeah, the man just has an ability to do things that others just can't or don't even think about doing. For now, though, Zia Division are going to go down. As Jim Burton picks up that final kill, and it looks like Dark Zero, even though they've lost a couple of players, they're going to have Zero still standing. Here comes the push now. Optic done. Optic Gaming eliminated. Dark Zero also out as we're down to 12.
Everyone just trying to jet up into the skies and do what they can to avoid these fights that are happening on the edge of the circles right now. Not much real estate to work with in that next circle, and only 40 seconds before we start to get even closer between these teams. Look at TSM. Bang, center of that circle, arguably one of the best positions, but Singularity are holding the building with them. So if this fight does unfold, this could be really who decides who wins this game.
Yeah, it should be a gentleman's agreement here between TSM and Singularity, saying, look, we can both get to endgame here. We can both get guaranteed placement points if we just don't aggro each other too much. That's where those teams are stacked up at the moment. What a rotation this has been from TSM. I mentioned how it might have been better for them to see how the lay of the land developed. They waited, they took that opportunity, but maybe they're going to be joined by NRG.
Well, NRG looking to make that late rotation and try and ruin someone's day, but they have been spotted out. LG are also very close to them as well. This is not going to be comfortable whatsoever. The same for Fnatic. You've just got to dive somewhere with a little bit of room to work with, a little bit of objects that you can hide behind, but it looks like Fnatic, all they can do is use these rocks.
Found somewhere, but there is a member of Darkfire still in the vicinity as well. And Darkfire are actually on top of them, so Fnatic, the defensive bombardment comes down, which is going to force Darkfire, Dreamfire, excuse me, down for a few seconds. Now we've got all teams on a similar level, but Bolin is going to be able to use those Valkyrie jets, but is he going to be able to rejoin the fight in time? Yes, he is! Oh my god, he's shredding them!
Fnatic eliminated. Dreamfire carry on pummeling through this lobby, and now they have this entire area to themselves. And they've got plenty of objects to hide behind, as Invictus now are also going to be holding this area, but they're going to have to move in a little bit. Team Burger eliminated, as well as EXO. Two big hitters taken out at top 10.
Luminosity still in this game as well. Here's AD though. This is the building that is prime position to hold down. TSM inside. Also Singularity sharing that building, so all three levels will be taken. Here's Luminosity though. You can see them on your screens right now, all dressed in red. They're going to be ready to fight here.
Scar's also still alive and also in one of the better places in this building. A quiet day one for Scars, but they slowly went about their business and found themselves in the winner's bracket with some incredible performances. But look at all the teams that are left here on set. You've got some of the biggest hitters, some of the best IGLs, and you're going to need them to step up to make these calls because there is a lot of difficult decisions to make in these next 45 seconds.
Well, AD are the team who control the height. And they're just trying to hold these teams out. You can see the likes of Luminosity, likes of C9 still involved as well. Look at Albrelli's going to be forced to use the bubble right down at the bottom of your screen, which means that C9 should be able to reset. But it was Invictus Gaming, you can see just kind of with those Watson fences at the bottom of the screen as well, who is just raining down bullets onto them. We need to jump over to that battle right now. AD's still overwatching everything that's going down.
Yeah, AD are going to be comfortable, as are TSM, but the likes of Scars, the likes of LG, the likes of NRG, they need to move a little bit into that circle. It looks like NRG have made the move first, actually, and IG are going to be the latest to arrive, but IG are well aware that Cloud9 are close to them, and if IG try and traverse over towards that circle, Cloud9 could just drill them in the side, so it's such a tough decision.
Scars also still alive in this situation. 9 squads remaining here, everyone. And they've all found somewhere to call home for now, but that's going to change in around 35 seconds or so as all these teams will be forced into battle by that ring.
Circle starting to close slowly and surely. And look at all the teams just trying to posture up against each other, doing damage, making themselves look big before they do push it.
NRG, throw down that Nox gas just to try and hold the line. RPR just commanding the troops here for Scars. AD just watching all of this carnage unfold around them. They're going to be very happy to see these teams being forced to fight. One of those is going to be Cloud9 on the edge of zone, trying to creep in, but they're being held out as well by Dreamfire. They've got moves to make now, and C9 are going to make those moves as we jump on board with Luminosity. Monsoon trying to survive.
And LG knew they had to move, so did Scars, and they both lost players. Scars go down, NRG still alive, as well as TSM still holding central here.
Singularity still alive as well. TSM bang in the center of zone. NRG still there as well. Monsoon still alive as well as NRG start to get a little bit more adventurous as the R9 is going to shred some shields here.
IG and Luminosity have been eliminated. Dreamfire still managed to stay alive on the rocks on the edge. I was worried they were going to be in no man's land, but they've just been able to get behind that rock. It's a big enough rock for all three of them to hide behind, but it's C9 who are their biggest concern, and that's why you see the Gibby bombardment right now, just to make sure they don't get free shots.
Going to force that bubble as well, and that means in around 20 seconds that you would imagine, unless there's gold helmet available, that Algs will not have the bubble to traverse that open ground, which is going to be extremely difficult for them. NRG go to the tuck shop, finding a lot of loot to play with towards the end game, and that could be massive as now TSM have left that building, and they will be the ogres under the bridge.
6 squads left in the final circle. You can already feel the winner's bracket is far more important than the group stages. These teams are playing it far more seriously. We're seeing placement far more important, but now the push coming through.
This fight has been going on for some time between Dreamfire and Cloud9, exchanging bullets across that open little bit of water, and now it's going to be a bubble fight. It's time to get a little bit freaky in the bubble as Albralella hits a 99. He'll oh my goodness! Zach Mazer though, last alive. Cloud9 out, NRG sweeping to pick up the pieces.
Such a good push from NRG. They recognized, they heard the bullets, they got the damage done, and they pick up the KP. TSM still under the bridge and still alive.
And TSM, How decides it's time for him to try and get a few kills. He tries to jump up, he is going to pick up one, but so is Sweet. Singularity have been eliminated as NRG now make their move to the high ground.
AD, TSM, NRG, our final 3 remaining teams. Remember, AD have the high ground, but they've had to drop. They've taken a lot of damage. They may have even lost a player here. No, Karen does stay up, and now they can all watch each other. But look at the flank that could be happening here. AD have got to be careful.
NRG, TSM, full 3s. AD a full 3 as well. APAC North, 2 North American teams as well. Find themselves in our final 3 here. NRG coming under a lot of pressure, and it looks like NRG have no idea they're there. Parker hitting some big shots, and this might open the door now for TSM to step forward.
So much damage being done. TSM know they just need to wait. They allow NRG and AD to fight, and then they can clean up the pieces, but Verhulst has gone in. He's gone in heavy, needs to be careful here.
Bubble's gonna go down, and maybe that's gonna give the time for NRG to reset here. It looks like AD have been eliminated, but NRG only have 2 here. There is a shield swap for them to play with, but TSM, it's a 3v2. You've got to close this one out.
NRG have got to hit some big shots here. It's going to be very difficult.
Imperial Hal gets 1. The CEO, he can't finish, but his teammates are there. TSM win and start the day in the best way possible.
And it's the best way possible to hype up this crowd, because there is so many TSM fans in this arena. Smiles on the faces of TSM. A perfectly played game as well with that final circle. They had a lot of difficulties they had to overcome. It was so tough to try and navigate the final circle when you've got 2 different teams playing different heights, different angles, but TSM, they went from the high ground to the low ground. They did the damage. They bided their time. They played patiently when they needed to. And that was everything that you want to see from a team who is one of the favorites in this tournament.
What a game it was from NRG as well. Sweet commanding the troops through some very, very tough rotations around Barometer in that end game. And when you see NRG on one side of the fight and you see TSM on the other, if that doesn't get the juices going here, I don't know what will.
And that final circle is what we expect to see in a lobby of this caliber, right? With teams that are this good. We had 6, 7 teams still alive as that final circle was closing, and then they start to fall like flies, but it's not going to be an easy 3v3 fight at any point when there is that many teams in that final circle. So it's about picking your fights correctly, and it's about pushing and taking and capitalizing on those moments to get extra KP when you can third party.
Speaking of which, TSM did exactly that. 12 placement points, 9 kills for TSM as well. 21 points on the board for Hal Verhulst and Reps, but NRG, a very strong game for them. AD as well, commanding that high ground for so long, but just not being able to capitalize on that final fight.
That is a higher points total from TSM on Storm Point than any they were able to achieve throughout the group stages in the 9 times they played it. So that is the best way to start. You've already bettered yourself from day 1. As we look at the other side of this leaderboard, the likes of Furia, for example, who had such an amazing group stage. They were so aggressive, but this is what we spoke about. They do get the kills, but they've lacked those placements at times. That doesn't mean they need to worry, though, right? We've got 8 games here in the winner's bracket, well, 7 more now, And with one Storm Point going down, you've still got 3 Storm Points to play. So the likes of Furia, who do get those kills, I'm sure they will be bringing everything into match number 2.
Well, here's the damage and the stats coming in from TSM, and it's Imperial Hal leading the way with damage and kills for his team. But every single member of the team really did contribute to that final fight. Big damage being done by Verholst, who just managed to survive long enough before being taken down. But Imperial Hal and Reps, I think it was, who got that final kill. And I want to just take a second to talk about Reps, because I think yesterday Reps had an amazing day. All the way through the group stages, Reps, I think, was the best player on TSM.
And considering how many Legends Reps had to kind of change back and forth between as well, that is never going to be a fun position to be in. It's not an easy thing, especially when you think about muscle memory and just being able to adjust on the fly. So hats off to him for being able to change Legends. And they find themselves on the most popular composition that we see in this tournament, and for good reason. You saw how successful they were in those final moments.
Well, TSM take the win here in game number 1. It's time for us to jump into a break. Plenty more action coming your way on Storm Point. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to Raleigh, and welcome back to the ALGS Championships with TSM taking the win in game number 1. We will continue our winners bracket games now on Storm Point, but I mean, what a start for, you have to say, one of the most popular teams in the arena. We had the TSM chants kicking off already in game 1, the perfect way to get the crowd warmed up.
I mean, for good reason, right? TSM have been a popular team throughout the entirety of Apex Legends, regardless of what roster they are fielding and who was that third player on the team. Of course, the newest being Verholz, but he has fitted in so well to this squad, and I do think that they are going to be a dangerous force moving forwards, not just in this winners bracket, but in those grand finals, because I'm sure they are inevitably going to end up there.
And of course, NRG. Want to take a second just to talk about NRG, a second place finish in that game, holding off the push that came in from AD as well. Mon, we love you, by the way. We just want to highlight that. We still love you, Mon. Keep the love. Oh, goodness me. Maybe some people might have fallen out, love.
That was too much love. Too much love on the screen.
Let's talk about NRG. Monsoon, you have my heart, my friend. But let's talk about them, because a lot of people weren't talking about them coming into events, saying under practice, saying maybe didn't have the results in the scrims that they would have expected. But I was brave, I've got to say. On day 1, I was like, you know what, NRG, I'm going to predict them to do extremely well. They scraped through, they got into this winners bracket, and I just feel like after Sweden, 7th place finish for NRG, they had something to prove. And now that they're here, now they're all sat next to each other, Sweet gets to command the troops, Rocker is going to be in that kind of form where he's picking up the big kills in those bubble fights. I think NRG are starting to find a little bit of momentum here.
It's crazy to think that NRG weren't in that conversation more when you think of what they've been able to achieve in Apex Legends, but I think the difficulties that NRG have kind of focused on is they've been very back and forth. Like you say, they have that 7th place finish, and then they build from that. During online performances, they didn't practice, and they had a bad tournament, but then they come back and they win a tournament. They have been a very up and down team, but if they have their up here at the championships, that is the best time to hit your peak.
All about peaking at the right time, and this is a pretty good day to start finding that form. But it's time for us to get into game number 2 here on Storm Point, and I want the crowd to make a little bit of noise now, because this game and every single game that we get through today is just going to ramp up that pressure a little bit more.
It's so difficult to try and find that consistency in a lobby that features teams that are this good. If you make one mistake, there is going to be a team that will capitalize on it, that will punish you for making said mistake.
One team who didn't enjoy game number 1, of course, was Team Liquid. Eliminated off drop, so we're going to be keeping our eyes on that for sure to see if we do have another contest. Yep. And yes, we will indeed. And Dreamfire are being horrible to Team Liquid right now. They're being contested, and Liquid do not have an answer.
And I think that Liquid are going to be so frustrated as well. They would have seen the conversation where Dreamfire backed off of LG's drop spot, but now you're in a 2 versus 3. These are the pressure moments. This is when you need to be hitting your shots, and this is where you need to be stepping up to make sure you get off drop. You can start to think about the late game.
Well, the man on your screen right now, Gildersons, we had a good chat with him yesterday in the hotel lobby. A lot to like about this guy, not just in-game, but out of game as well. And this is his opportunity to prove that he is a player who can clutch up in these kind of scenarios. Unfortunately, Dreamfire are a team who have just been relentless so far in the lobbies they've been involved with. They're looking to clean up the final pieces. The Spitfire has just about got enough to get the knock onto Nocturnal. And now it is all up to Gildersons, but I don't think he's got much of a hope here, to be honest. He's getting chased down, he gets the crack, but that's not going to be enough. And Liquid, 2 games, 0 points. Nice. And Dreamfire, they've been a nightmare for them.
And at what point do you back down from this fight? Now you've lost 2 in a row for Liquid. Do you try and find somewhere else on the map? But the difficult thing is, so many of the POIs are taken, and you are going to get the bare bones if you do move over. So it is such a difficult position when you do have a contest, especially in a tournament of this magnitude. But hats off to Dreamfire. They got forced out of their drop spot. It was more of a polite request from Luminosity Gaming. And because of it, they've now been destroying Team Liquid. It's just one of those things that can happen.
I think it might be a little bit of a conversation going down between LG and Liquid after this, saying, can you just not, could you have not? You know what I mean? Could you have had that fight? Because it's not going too well for us right now. But a team who's having a pretty good morning is going to be TSM. We do see them momentarily on their loot path, over at Antenna. And NRG, well, they're making their way downtown on the Trident, trying to find their way into the southern side of this zone.
They just went straight past Invictus Gaming, and now they're going to go past Zeta as well. This is one of those rotations that if you get caught out and if you get spotted, then it can be so detrimental. But they are going to play on the eggshell in the southwest of this circle. And again, it's a very kind of central circle, a difficult one to predict if you don't have the beacon information. But once people do have second circle information, I think we're going to see similar from game one. We're going to see a lot of early rotations, a lot of those teams who can move quickly to do so.
I mean, talk about early rotations, right? NRG, let's take ourselves back to that last game where they found themselves with 1 blue armor, 2 white armors, and they managed to scrape together enough of, loot in those final moments by picking up the kills of the surrounding teams to get involved in that final fight. So the game plan is clear here for NRG. Loot up as quickly as possible. Let's get to zone here on Storm Point, and let's play what we do best. Let's play that long game. Let's pick up the loot and those shields when we need to, and let's get into those placement points.
Cloud9 are in a really good position with their drop and where they get to loot as well, because they get these prowlers to work with, they get the extra loot on their rotation, and that's why we saw them so late into circle in the previous game, because they had so much loot to work with. They get spiders, they get prowlers, and they get their drop location. They should be comfortably looted by the time they join any fight.
I will say yesterday, one of my favorite moments from the crowd was when the spiders were getting taken down. It was like a final circle for the reaction that we did see coming in, but maybe today a little bit more a crowd who understands the situation. Is looking forward to the actual final circle instead of those spiders being taken down. But NRG, I mean, talk about quick rotation, right? You can see they were bang in center of zone. Team Singularity doing something very similar. We saw them in the last game, getting towards those final moments. Now it's about converting.
This could be a close to identical circle, judging by where people are moving and judging by where you can see the green circle on your screen, back down to a barometer, back down to a place where you can have a lot of buildings to work with, a lot of positions that you can hold for quite some time. We saw the teams that arrived early, not Optic Gaming previously. Optic were quite late on this rotation. It looks like they've gone for a far earlier movement into barometer here.
It looks like they're going to have to take a fight, though. Notch is going to get the information. He's going to back up for now. Maybe he's just trying to influence a fight. Maybe he's trying to force a couple of teams to take a zip line they don't want to, where Optic can then capitalize and become that third party. So not just trying to apply pressure here, no real interest in taking a straight 3v3 fight, but one team who needs to step up for sure from what we saw in that last game is 100 Thieves. You can see Axon's only got the white armor to work with, using the ability to take these prowlers down to increase that loot, but unfortunate for them. Trying to hit that Valcolt in the last game, and well, again, it was Dreamfire who were the team managed to take advantage of that situation and put those kills on the board.
Well, speaking of 100 Thieves, I think it's okay that they had a slow start because we saw similar things in the group stages. They had a slow start to Storm Point, but then they started to build into it. They started to get some really solid placement points, and their consistency was actually completely even when it comes to how they secured their points. They had 45 points from placement, 45 points from kills. That is a nice round number to work with of 90, and that's one of the most consistent teams that we saw with their even spread. Most teams would either have more placements or more kills, of course, but to get bang the same, that is a really successful team who plans not just their kills and their rotations, but also their placement at the end.
Well, here's a comparison of the two IGLs for the two teams who finished top 2 in our game number 1 in the winners bracket. On the left-hand side, you can see the stats for Sweet, and on the right, you can see the stats for Imperial Howl. Both of them so much responsibility on their shoulders, and I'll tell you what, if you look to the top right of your screen there, you would have seen Imperial Howl picking up some big damage to level up that Evo shield.
Almost 18,000 damage does Imperial Howl have at the moment in this tournament. He has been one of the best damage output players that we've seen so far, and it's something that has been consistent across many tournaments as well, so I'm not really surprised it's carried on. He isn't the most in terms of damage dealing. There are other players who are above him, but he has been very consistent throughout every single game.
It looks like EXO have managed to pick up some kills here, and it's Luminosity Gaming death boxes on the floor, so Fnatic now, let's see what they can do. They made that move towards the end game that we saw them holding down those 3 rocks. This time it looks like they're going to have to play a few smaller rocks as they try and make a move here. The bow check in the hands of Matsutash, and let's see if he can chip away at some shields.
And I believe we did lose Luminosity as our 19th place team whilst they were in the Trident. They got wiped off the face of Storm Point, and this is one of the risks that we saw happen yesterday, that those rotations, if you do get caught out, if you are driving past a couple of teams, you are so vulnerable if that Gibby bubble does not get placed on top of the Trident.
Well, the moment Fnatic are right at the very north side of the map, just overlooking Cascade Falls. Fury are now making their move down from the edge of zone, and we know that Furia like to look for those isolated fights. The team who might be the closest to give them a bit of a problem is going to be Space Station Gaming. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that as Furia and Space Station start to pick away at each other. Both teams have found the location, and Space Station are going to be under pressure here.
There is no easy fight in this lobby, and that's why Furia may struggle with their aggression. compared to yesterday. I'm not saying that there were very weak teams in the group stages, but there were some weaker teams for a variety of different reasons. But I do think that Furia were able to capitalize on that, and they were able to really pick up on some kills.
I mean, Furia just getting the geometry right there of that tree, managing to not get hit as they take that skyward dive to overtake Space Station Gaming, and Drops is going to be able to maybe think about lining up a couple of shots with that charge rifle as they land, but had to reload, which means we're only going to see some single-digit numbers popping up on his screen.
And almost every team is within the first circle now. The only team actually that isn't is Team EXO. They're going to be the latest to rotate. But I think that's probably because not every team has been able to get that beacon information. They're going to wait for these next 7 seconds to close, and then you can start to decide and start to realize where this circle is going to be pulling. And they're going to get the same realization they had in game number 1. This is heading down towards Barometer.
Well, EXO have got pretty much the entire side of the map themselves. The only team who is currently kind of, I would say, within a distance that could give them a problem on the eastern side of the map is going to be Cloud9, but they're all the way over at Launchpad, so not too much of a worry for them for now. Cloud9, again, just taking their time inside a zone here, down a very similar pattern of play to what we saw from them in the last game as well.
Yeah, as I said, it's because they have so much to loot. They can arrive late, but they're going to arrive looted and booted. They're going to have everything they could possibly want when it comes to weapons and when it comes to shields, or at least they should have, unless they get very unlucky. And this was EXO who I was talking about. They are one of the later rotators, but once they got this circle information, now they can just crawl along this southeast side of the circle. They can take the hillside, which is where Luminosity wanted in the previous game, and they can hold it for quite some time before they have to move.
Well, Furia might be involved in a fight in a few seconds' time as well. EXO are going to be safe for now. They're just trying to hold down this high ground. Fnatic also on your screens right now, just moving finally from Cascade Falls towards the end of that zone. But speaking of teams who are close to each other right now, you have 100 Thieves and Furia kind of posturing up at the moment in the middle of the zone, and it'll be interesting to see how that one kind of progresses.
Fnatic really were a kind of thorn in the side for other teams as well with where they were holding earlier, because they were so late to arrive on the northern side. The teams who also followed afterwards found it a difficult time to actually move through. It looks like this time, all of the northern teams, they've been rotating in very early, so Fnatic are going to be last to the party.
Well, here we go then. This is Furia looking to maybe take advantage of a team who's just set up on top of that building.
It's a rampart.
The rampart's going to get a little bit of damage done to it. I think it was Newcastle, excuse me. It was Furia now. Tried to take advantage of the damage that's being done, and it is 100 Thieves, as you say, on the Newcastle. The same composition we saw from them yesterday, trying to hold things down. They're inside a zone. It's going to be difficult to breach this building with all the Watson fences down, but if one team's going to give it a go, you might think it would be Furia.
And being one of the only teams playing Newcastle, you kind of give it away who you are as well when you are in this position. They will know now you're 100 Thieves, so if there's any sort of patterns that you have in your 3v3 engagements, they could take advantage of that. And I know that a lot of teams do study a lot. A lot of these coaches deserve all the credit in the world as well with how much research they put into the game. And certainly we're going to see a lot of teams really try and assess what kind of skins people are using, because it does get important later down the line when match point comes into the equation in the grand finals.
The scout is going to be hitting and is going to be certainly helping Scurry get his Evo shield up to purple. So 100 Thieves holding the line perfectly. This is how they like to play. They'll be in zone. They're able to lock things down, and now Furia have to retreat, but there might be a little bit of a scare around the corner for them. Again, the caustic barrel's down, and that's going to give the information now. There's another team in the vicinity. Great shots coming in from his Watson to crack the shields.
His Watson has been so good so far this tournament. Definitely been one of the players to watch. Definitely here to prove a point, but he does go down. Fury down to just 2 players.
And this is SSG as well, who are closing behind them. They've been so close to each other this entire time, as Pandas now has to move in. The bubble fight, 32 is good, but it's not going to be good enough, maybe. He has to try and escape, and he'll go down as well. Sarah Tricky, 1v3. No. Furia will be eliminated as Space Station hold their ground.
Furia was so aggressive yesterday, and I did worry coming into today, will that still have its same success? And even though we're only 2 games deep, it's already looking a little bit concerning, but they did have a few pop-off games in Storm Point yesterday, so there is still time to do so in the next couple. But now we're down to 17 squads. Now we are going to see SSG picking up a bit of KP, and we get a little bit of a moment of silence across Storm Point, because everyone can just wait for a second and decide where they want to move next.
Cloud9 are in a corner. They're all stacked up. They're waiting for anyone to walk through this door, and there's going to be a nasty surprise waiting for them. But the bad news for C9, and I'm not sure if they realize this, Dreamfire are arriving as well. So there might actually be 3 teams in the vicinity, Space Station being one of them, who we just saw win that fight, and here comes Dreamfire. So even though they're in zone, they're trying to force their way in. C9 might be in a position to catch them off guard here.
Dreamfire don't really know where to go. They went left, they got caught out, they go right.
Oh, they saw them!
But then you're going to have the charge rifle starting to influence this fight as well. They're forced to bubble, they're forced to jump into any kind of cover that they can. So Dreamfire, I mean, initially, it was a great little bit of vision just to spy out the gun of C9 and see they were rang in that building. But also, you could see Space Station chipping away, and it might have been dropped actually with that charge rifle who gave everyone information.
I don't think Cloud9 realized how lucky they just got. They were about to be obliterated from behind. SSG very much saved their skin, but Dreamfire, at least they've got into this circle. There you go, there's some circle information, so it's going to be moving away from Barometer. A lot of the teams were very much prioritizing Barometer. They're going to have to move away into a difficult kind of seaward area.
Well, Fnatic now up on top of this high ground. E6 also on your screens as well. It's AD, the third place team from our last game as well, who seem to be fighting with Fnatic, having a little bit of a scuffle. The bow check is always good for just hitting that damage, and it just does it so quickly as well if you hit those shots. IG also under pressure now as they're trying to make their way towards zone. They've got 1 minute 20 to do so.
With that circle information, we might see a lot of teams start to get a bit more aggressive and look for kills here, because this is not going to be an easy final circle. Not really any buildings to be able to play with whatsoever. There is a very large mountain bang center of that circle, which takes up the majority.
Yeah, it's going to be a very different game than what we saw in game number 1. Different way to approach this zone, like you say. No real playable area. It's going to be the odd rock. It's going to be the head glitch of the natural geometry of the ground, so to speak, that could be the difference. And look at Optic. They've managed to sneak around the back of that bridge, and they're actually going to hit a Valkyrie. And this is a massive moment here for Optic. You mentioned yesterday, if Optic do not make a solid first rotation and are forced to Valkyrie, they try and play for a god spot, an aggressive spot. If it doesn't work, Optic can struggle.
It's very hit or miss, but if they do hit it, if they do get that god spot, then that's when they start to get into the top 3. That's when they have those mammoth games, when we saw Optic Gaming have those back-to-backs on Stormpoint. They have been able to survive. They have been able to get into a position here, so at least that's job number 1 completed by Optic Gaming.
Should be safe for now. 20 seconds until the zone closes. We have the beacon information, of course, which is going to show it's going to move forward, but here comes Dreamfire again. Forced to drop from that high ground. Cloud9 hold the line for now, but now look in the kill feed. Dropped is watching all of this action go down for SSG, and he takes down one of Dreamfire.
Space Station have been watching over Cloud9 at this point, and Cloud9 might have to write them a thank you letter afterwards, because as you say, Dreamfire go down, but now AD, they're in a little bit of trouble.
They certainly are. They get the first knock, though. Fnatic down to 2. UCAF trying to move in himself. Maybe he's just trying to escape, and I think that is the case indeed, as AD will pick up a couple of KP.
And they have to move. Round 3 is closing, so you've got to approach from the northern side of this circle here, and there is lots of teams waiting for you when you do arrive. 100 Thieves are in that building you can see on your screen just south of them, so they're going to be watching, waiting, literally in a tower, going to shoot them down if they arrive.
C9 do get involved in that fight, though. You can see it now as we jump back on board for the POV of Naughty. They managed to take out the last player of Dreamfire as well, and Dreamfire, who are causing them problems, well, no problems anymore. As in the kill feed, excuse me, you're going to see Hal going down, you can see Mandy going down, and you can see Zeta and Burger being involved in those battles.
Fnatic have lost another as well. Smegito does get that final elimination. Fnatic will be out in 16th. That means we've got 15 left. Everyone secures 1 point via placements. Burger are starting to get kills. TSM as well. NRG and Scars losing players.
All these fights are going down at the moment, and NRG and TSM are right next to each other, but AD also still involved in a scuffle. They've lost one as they're going to take to the skies for a second. There's the black hole that's going to go down. Is it going to buy enough time? And it's 100 Thieves who make the move out of the building now and are moving to the kill feed instead, as TSM will be eliminated in the feed as well.
But still 100 Thieves pushing in, getting aggressive. Can hit those final shots. Omnu needs help, does get it, and AD are eliminated. Scars also fall, and as you say, 100 Thieves do stay alive, but TSM were eliminated in around 15th place.
Singularity and NRG also having a fight here. Nathan and Rocker managed to get up to a situation where they have a 2v1, but both of them barely had any shields, barely had any health. So you have to wonder how long the NRG are going to survive here as well.
Down in the southern side of the circle, Optic Gaming with their rotation, they are still alive. They have still found a good spot, but they're very close to the likes of Invictus Gaming and EXO. And judging by where this next circle goes, a lot of teams are going to have to move.
Element 6 trying to move in. You can see there's a couple of down players. I think that's NRG who might be in that position. It is indeed Nathan trying to force this team off. Zeta are kind of watching on the cross, and also Singularity
We're doing damage to give NRG the chance maybe to get a res. Nathan's going to have to try and escape, though, with Singularity. Were eliminated by Team Burger, and now you can see Element 6 looking to clean up this final member, but they don't know where he's gone. NRG are down.
NRG are down. Optic Gaming have just had a drop as well. Skittlecakes is down, and that's because Invictus Gaming are getting involved in a fight. Invictus and Optic are fighting right now in the southern side of the map, and Team Burger are watching over it. Team Burger could really be a thorn in the side to both of these teams.
Optic Gaming takes down one player, though, from Invictus. As we jump back on board with Team Burger, trying to hold the line, trying to pick away at these fights that are going down in front of them. There's KP opportunities, there's also headshot opportunities with the 30-30.
Oh, big cracks, but I think they're just going to be able to be all right behind those rocks. I think that's going to be
Here comes the zone, though.
No, that's Invictus Gaming behind that rock.
Here comes the zone, though. And Jaro might have them all lined up here. There might be KP on the menu here for Team Burger. Just have to watch these angles, have to pick up these kills, but they've also got the zone behind them as well. Now forced to move towards the rock in the middle of the water.
And look where you've got to go. Everyone's out in the open. IG eliminated. Optic Gaming still alive for now. But Team Burger, they want some sides. They want to take down Optic Gaming.
Cloud9 also involved in these fights that are going down. Optic Gaming lose 2. Duplex is also on his back, but Team Burger, right in the middle of all of the carnage, are holding their line.
Yeah, they've done so well, Team Burger, but EXO are going to be the late arrivals here. They're going to try and finish off some kills, and you've got to hit some big shots with the Peacekeeper.
EXO now trying to clean things up, but they will not be able to. Optic Gaming eliminated. EXO eliminated. Team Burger also eliminated, and here come Cloud9. SSG, they're still involved in this final fight, but Zeta also looking to pick up some of these pieces that are just falling in front of them.
SSG, who protected C9 for so long, but now Zeta, they don't know they're there, and they're just going to absolutely shred. They come out of nowhere like ghosts from the woodwork.
Taskmaster, this is what he loves. People in front of him! Puts them in the dirt!
But look at Dark Zero, look at the position. They've been watching all of this, and look where the next circle's going as well. Even though Dark Zero aren't within this at the moment, they've got the high ground. They can watch everything that's happening, but hats off to Zeta. They've been able to do the job. They've been able to finish off those kills.
Got Spider trying to get involved there on the edge of zone as well. Imagine if he had an influence on this final fight, but for now, 100 Thieves. They're kind of creeping their way towards this zone. They've got the portal shield to work with as well from the Newcastle, so they can scurry forward, and that's not a play on words. Speaking of scurry, he's got to be careful here. He's got to start getting his jogging boots on, because if he didn't make it around that corner, he could go down, and 100 Thieves lose 1.
Yeah, Zeta, they've got a good angle on them, and I was going to say how important could the Newcastle be, but if that knock gets turned into a full-on elimination, then I think 100 Thieves will very much struggle in this final circle, because it is in complete no man's land. You have to go into the water, and Zeta, they have a good position right now. They have to approach from the south.
This is why you start looking at team comps as well. Who's got the Gibraltar? Who's going to be able to get that bubble down in the final moments? Who's going to be able to buy themselves the time required to be last to this fight? Zeta Division in a great spot here. Just looking down on both teams, they have the information they require.
There's a Gibby on both. There's going to be a similar composition for both, but 100 Thieves have lost their Newcastle, so they are just a 2 now going into this final 3. So you've got to be expecting this to be either a Zeta win or a DZ win. But we have seen crazy things happen by duos already in this tournament, so let's see what 100 Thieves can do.
100 Thieves have to scarper forward. They're going to be in so much trouble, though. You can see they're just taking so much crossfire. They get the interception pylon down, which might stop the grenades coming in, but you can also see that Onmu is going to be falling because Sunset is going to be moving in. We could be down to a 3v3 shootout if they can finish this last player alive here from 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves down. It's down to Dark Zero and Zeta.
And there's going to be a little brief moment where they both just posture against each other. There's a lot of room to work with. There is also objects to work with, but Zeta, they're trying to close the gap because they've done a lot of damage here.
They've also forced a bubble, so now Zeta just have to take angles. Dark Zero trying to get the bats off in time. Zero gets his off, Sharky gets his off as well, and now they might be able to push. The Gibraltar has been isolated here as Zeta try and move in, but Jimburn gets the first one. Is traded out, and Zeta with a chance to close this game out.
It's a 1
9 impulse, a 1 versus 2 for them to close it out. Zero survives, but not for long. It will be Zeta Division who close out game number 2 here. And there was some KP to go alongside that one. That was crazy.
And if 100 Thieves had just stayed alive with that Newcastle, think how different it could have been. As what a message.
Yeah, we want to cheer for that one, everyone. A big cheer. Respect shown from the crowd for 9 Impulse.
And it really was a final circle that could have gone either way between those two teams, but I love how Zeta were able to surround Dark Zero once they'd been able to get that initial damage, and they did even though they almost got themselves isolated, that Gibraltar there, it got a little bit sticky, but it was the initial damage they were able to do after taking down Scurry from 100 Thieves, which I do think was the critical moment in that final circle, because if Scurry had survived, if 100 Thieves had had that Newcastle, imagine the difference in that final circle, just being able to have that wall to play with.
Yeah, it would have been a completely different game, but wow, Zeta Division, 14 kills alongside the 12 placement points means they put a grand total of 26 on the board, but Dark Zero returning to form as well. Apex South team really starting to step up here. They got that second place finish, 13 points overall for them.
And I'm starting to get memories of the EMEA region and what we saw from Zeta Division back in the day in Split 1, in Split 2, just popping up and popping off at times. Down in the lower side of the leaderboard, some of the big hitters, TSM eliminated earlier than they would have expected. Furia not able to get the aggressive playstyle down to a T, and Team Liquid off drop, losing a fight once more. I wonder whether we're going to see them change their drop as we go into match number 3. So did I. I didn't really.
Wish I could say the same.
I respect it.
That's what I've got you, Dan.
Hopefully she'll still be there when you get home.
She'll understand. Don't worry, it's fine. She'll understand. This is the place to be right now. If you're not here, then I'm not telling you what to do with your life and maybe not to make that decision, but it certainly is going to be the place to be today and tomorrow as we get through these games. Speaking of which, game number 2, here are your stats.
2,000 damage for Taskmaster. We were bigging him up. We were saying how much of an individual talent he is, and he really put that on demonstration throughout that game. Every single time he locked onto a player, he obliterated them. I really do think the 100 Thieves will be kicking themselves a little bit. They weren't able to escape, but it was the angle that Zeta Division were able to take at the end.
And like I mentioned, this is a team, and 19 Pulse told us a few months ago now, if you get Taskmaster into a position to close games out and to just have the ammo to play with and just put bodies in front of him, he will dispose of the bodies. That push towards the end of the game was nuts from him.
It was nuts, and it's just aggressive, but it's also positive, and at the same time it's confident. And confidence is everything. We've already seen that in this tournament. Some teams who are playing in a way where they're like, you know what, screw this team, we can beat them, we can kill them, and we have seen so many teams have success because of that, as Zeta Division do find themselves in first place now, jumping 15 positions here in match number 2, just slightly above Cloud9, who have slowly and silently gone about their business.
They certainly have indeed, but they certainly introduced themselves in a loud way to that leaderboard into second place. Like you say, TSM after the game 1 win slipped down just a couple of places into third, but you have to say that leaderboard's looking pretty tight in that top 10.
Well, that leaderboard is going to swap and change, I can guarantee you that. Not just now in Storm Point, but also when we move over to World's Edge a little bit later. And as a reminder, these are the teams that would be going into the losers bracket if this was match number 8. But of course, there is still 6 matches to come. We are still waiting for the likes of Optic Gaming and Furia to come to life. In fact, you could say that about a lot of teams in this bottom 10. They could easily be the top 10 teams if we took some of their better games from the group stages.
Well, let's go 100 Thieves. Maybe that is the motivation that they needed, jumping up a huge amount of places after that performance in game number 2. And 100 Thieves, again, just showing that composition working for them. But I think it's right. The big talking point for the team that you can see on your screen right now was just losing the Newcastle player on that cross. If he survives for 2 seconds longer, maybe it could have been a different story.
That was what I wanted to see. I wanted that Newcastle to have the moment, right? When he was added as a legend, I was like, when is he going to actually do something competitive play? And then we start to see it happen, and it could have happened on the biggest of stages, but not yet, but I'm sure it will as the rest of the tournament goes on.
Well, everyone's starting to find their feet here on Storm Point. We've got 2 more Storm Point games to go before we head over to World's Edge. It's time for us to take a break, though. We'll be back in just a few moments. Welcome back once again, everybody, to the ALGS Championships 2022. And 2 games have gone on Storm Point now. We leave ourselves with just 2 remaining before we head over to World's Edge. 2 different winners as well, Dan. This is starting to get a bit spicy.
Yeah, and I think this is what we expected from Storm Point, for there to be several different winners, because there is going to be different strategies implemented. There is going to be composition changes here or there as this winners bracket goes on. But right now, I think the biggest talking points is that we still have a contest after 2 matches. Is there going to be a contest again with Team Liquid and Dreamfire in match number 3? And are we going to see similar early rotations? Because the circles have been very close from match number 1 and number 2. I know it pulled further east in match number 2, but everyone had gone to Barometer once more.
We also maybe need to see a little bit more from Optic Gaming. 2 quiet games from them so far. As we see the crowd favorite here, Team Burger, looking extremely handsome on the main stage, and also putting in some decent performances. Shout out to you guys, by the way, leading the way in the noise.
The Team Burger crew has definitely been the loudest and proudest so far. That's all I'm saying, TSM fans. You're getting out-shouted by these guys. Maybe you're going to have to try and match them as we go on, but I've got to say a lot of love to everyone in the audience, everyone who's made their way to Rally, because this is such a historical moment for Apex Legends. We've all been waiting for it to happen, and finally we have a live audience here at the biggest and best LAN that we could possibly have imagined.
Yeah, I always say, like, when we're talking about how important this LAN is for Apex Legends, right, and how important this event is, it's just as important for the players that every single person who's sat in the seats in the crowd right now is here, because it is, what's it been, 3 years since Poland? I think it's 3 years.
It felt like 9.
Felt like 9. It's been a long, long time. And if any esport and any group of players and teams deserves the energy of a crowd, then it's everybody you can see in front of you right now. So make sure you keep that energy going as we head towards game number 3.
And match number 3 is going to be a very important one for the likes of Optic Gaming, as you said, because they have had a very slow start, and they need to inject some of that energy from the crowd into their gameplay, because otherwise they could be on that bubble area.
Yeah, it's not where you want to be. Going into 4 more maps, you don't want to be in that bottom 10, because then the pressure ramps up even more. If you can solidify your place in the top 10 going into World's Edge, though, knowing that the zones are going to maybe offer a little bit more cover to play with, and you can work on placement points instead of having to worry about the KP to go alongside it, you're going to be in a much, much better position. So game number 3 is live here in Raleigh. Let's get on with this.
And Team Liquid and Dreamfire look like they're still going to be battling for the same POI, so we're probably going to get the same exact fight going down. Remember, Dreamfire have won 2 of these engagements. Team Liquid will be looking for a little bit of revenge. Or will Team Liquid just take the south side of the POI and then try and get the hell out of there because it's not gone well? Well, looking at the colors and the flashes on those names, it looks like Dreamfire and Team Liquid might be fighting again.
Well, hold on to your hats, Team Liquid fans, because it could be 0 for 3 if Dreamfire have their way. But off the break here, only damage is going to be done. The bubble will go down to give them the cross to get to safety. That's the flat line in the hands of Bowling could be the difference maker here as well. But here comes Gildersons. I mentioned this guy last night, told me some very interesting stories about his career and what he wants to do. And at the moment, he's just looking for revenge.
Yeah, Liquid are annoyed, and you can see they are set out to get aggressive here onto Dreamfire. They didn't really have the weapons in the previous fight. They were working with alternators. They didn't have too much. But now Prowler and R301, you've got all the good stuff.
Oh, but Nocturnal's gone down here. He'll be traded out immediately. Here comes Gildersons, but now he finds himself once again in a very, very tough spot. Gildersons has a 1v2 to win here. Bowling takes some damage, but manages to exchange some fire back.
Yeah, Gildersons really wanted to just get that final knock, that position to put him into a 1 versus 1. Now has to back off. He will shield up, but the other 2 players are going to shield up as well. His weapons are good, but I think the Dreamfire are going to have the upper hand here. This is a tough task for Gildersons.
Gildersons had to back down as well. 2 blue shields, even though they're not fully charged. The HP advantage is certainly here for Dreamfire. Gildersons is going to give it his all, though. He tries to get out, but it's 0 for 3 for Team Liquid as Dreamfire win 3 contests in a row.
And Liquid once more just have to sit and watch for the remainder of this game, scratching their heads saying, why can't we take down Dreamfire? Why are they bullying us off this POI? And they better hope that World's Edge is going to be a different story, because at the moment, Liquid have not come to life. But 5 games still to play, still plenty of time to get points on the board. And I think if you are a team that's been eliminated early, you hope for one of those big hitters at the top of the leaderboards to sponge up those points once more.
Well, I mean, what a test this is mentally for Team Liquid as well, right? It's not just dealing with the fact that you've had to basically watch 3 games at this point and not be involved in any of those end circles, but knowing you're going into another game on Storm Point, knowing you could go 0 for 4, all these things start to play on their mind and the pressure on their shoulders right now. 0 points from 3 games, with only 5 remaining after this one is done and dusted. That's got to be a difficult situation to find yourself in.
100 Thieves will skyward dive and look to make an early movement across the map. And also, it's very easy to say, oh, well, why don't Team Liquid just go somewhere else? Why don't they leave that POI? I'm looking on the map, and there wasn't really much room to play with. There's only no-named locations that they could probably work with, and the loot then is going to be awful. They clearly felt like it was a fight worth taking, even though they are 0-3 with those engagements. But here comes 100 Thieves then. They've got the beacon information. They can see it is going to be towards the west side of the map here, the northwest side, up towards Checkpoint.
Yeah, it could be finishing towards Checkpoint here, maybe a little bit of a Cascade Falls. We'll have to see what the beacon information gives us, but 100 Thieves have almost, I was going to say, maybe catching a team off guard here, and they are going to catch a team off guard. The Valkyrie tries to make the cross. The bubble was just providing enough cover for the Valkyrie player to get inside of that tunnel, but 100 Thieves, having landed there, almost gifted a couple of KP.
I did speak about earlier 100 Thieves and how they progressed in the group stages and how they got better and better as Storm Point went on. Their biggest and best game was a win, actually, with 9 kills that they were able to find in their last appearance in the group stages on Storm Point. So if they can find a similar kind of strategy that they worked with, if they can get a circle that maybe is similar to that one, we definitely can see 100 Thieves be on top of that leaderboard once more.
Well, an update for you on where teams are. I was about to say, NRG, one of the teams I'll give you information on, right at the northern tip of Storm Point here. Moving towards North Pad, and there's a lot of teams in the vicinity. You've also got teams like E6. You've got Optic Gaming, who have made a quick rotation. You've also got a player get absolutely beamed. Speaking of E6, unfortunately, Smeggy Toe will fall as Fnatic starts to rain down from the heavens.
Yeah, they remove the toenail and they start to show what's underneath, and unfortunately for Element6, they need to be able to at least help Smeggy Toe here. He did get picked back up, but he goes right back down, and Fnatic are into this fight, and they want this KP.
One more player remaining here for E6. Fnatic just hunting him down, trying to sniff him out. There it is. It's a Gibraltar player, excuse me, it's the Valkyrie player who is taking that battle with the Gibraltar but Alpha Draft. Even though he's only got 2 bits of damage needed and required to level up the Evo shield for now, it's about getting out of dodge.
Just get away, try and rat out, try and get even 1 placement point if you can. It will be better than 0.
Oh, don't get clipped out of the sky.
Very vulnerable when you are flying through the sky.
Uh-oh.
I think there's another team that you're going across here, and I think everyone's going to be looking to try and
no!
It's Nathan who gets the last kill, the last shot. NRG get a 3-bit of KP.
Crash landing. As unfortunately, the skyward dive was not one to remember to get out of that situation. A very, very rough game, unfortunately for them, but NRG, like you say, a little bit of KP donated their way. They would have been more than happy with that. This looks like a little bit more of a successful skyward dive, and it's going to be Scars on your screen right now. Taishin taking a little bit of damage, but you've got plenty of cells to get back up to full health.
Yeah, there's so many teams in the Northwest at the moment just trying to take up any area that they can, maybe trying to prioritize high ground so that when the circle, it could eventually move away from them, at least they've got the high ground moving forward rather than trying to work uphill. That's always been one of the biggest challenges about Storm Point when it was first introduced, is that you are often fighting uphill if you come from the south side of the map.
Well, Scars going to be playing in and amongst these rocks, but it looks like for now they've decided just to readjust where that trident is going to be, taking every single precaution required, making sure that that bubble was down, just to make sure that whoever was driving wasn't going to get peeled. I think they're more than aware. There's a lot of teams in the vicinity as Mandy's doing what he does best, and that is hitting people hard with the charge rifle.
And I really do think Scars are a different team when it comes to those grand finals moments and they start to play on match point. If they can get to those grand finals, if they can get themselves just up to those points totals, they become a huge threat when it becomes about being consistent and winning those games in those difficult moments. They have the capabilities.
Oh! Skynade comes in from his Watson. Big damage being done. Furia need to push off the back of this. They have a 3v3 opportunity. Zera Tricky is going to throw the black hole down. Has he got grenades to follow? Of course he has, but the defensive bombardment is slowing down this push now, but there is the first knock from his Watson.
Yeah, and Ruin going down is going to be bad news for Dreamfire here, but they managed to fight back. Pandas will fall into 2 versus 2.
Here's Watson looking for his second big chunky damage from the Peacekeeper. Last player alive, only for a few seconds as Dreamfire are eliminated and Furia pick up their first KP.
Well, Team Liquid will be happy with that one, I'm sure, seeing Dreamfire go down, and it's Furia finally finding a little bit of their footing here in this lobby. They like to play aggressive, they like to try and utilize that black hole to really give them an edge in those fights, and it worked out for them on this occasion.
Sometimes it's not even if the black hole gets into position to have those grenades create the wombo combo. It's the time it takes just to turn around as a team, destroy it, that allows a team to get those couple of seconds to move up and get those first shot opportunities, which give them the advantage in the battle. So the black hole can be such a game changer and such a terrifying thing to be thrown towards you if you're on the receiving end.
So it's AD versus IG in this little scuffle that we're seeing on the west side of the map. AD have got an ult to work with as well from Sia, so they're going to have so much information now where these enemies are residing.
IG trying to hold the ground, but this Hogstar's going to hurt. Look, all of the shields have been stripped now, and here come AD. But Spitfire is singing, but not quite loud enough. As one player will fall here. Invictus holding their ground for now. There's a couple of Arcstars in reply. These Watson fences are just slowing things down, but now they're going to send it. Now they're going to send it. It's a 1v1 now. Obli trying to hit every shot he can, but AD go down. It's Bryn who clutches up, but look at the pressure now coming in. Optic Gaming smell blood in the water.
Yeah, because that fight was elongated, Optic, they heard the noise, they heard the commotion, and they came to calm everything down a little bit by getting those elims. Did Invictus get the final player away, though? Did Bryn survive is my biggest question. Doesn't look like it happened. No, he's going to be eliminated. Optic will get those final kills, and there's a nice little extra bit of KP. This is what Optic Gaming needed, I feel, to just give them a little bit more momentum into these next matches.
Yeah, Optic needed something, and this is something, right? This is a couple of KP, an opportunity to push, an opportunity to get the loot that they require, not just from one team as well, but also multiple bodies from both Invictus and AD find themselves on the floor. So they're going to be in a great position now. And if you're looking at the attachments Skittlecakes has on his flatline, right now, it kind of gives you everything you need to know about how they're looted up.
A lot of teams have had a successful looting mission in the early stages, and we've seen how many have rotated early to the northwest side of the map, but we did get a little indication of where that next circle is going to be moving. You can see the slight green edge there on Imperial House screen of the map. It is going to be moving back east, and it's more central of this circle. So the likes of 100 Thieves, the like of Singularity, Dark Zero, they're all in a really good spot right now.
So NRG have been kind of patrolling around the outsides of the POI for now. As TSM make their brave move, it's heart and mouth time whenever you've hit that ultimate from Valkyrie, especially with 15 squads still remaining. You can see Seer ultimates in the background. You're getting shot by charge rifles. You're hoping that the passive is going to give you enough information to find somewhere safe to land.
There's a team behind them.
TSM will be safer now, though. The landing is good. They've managed to stick it. But NRG are looking to put the pressure on. Let's see what NRG's plan is, though. Let's jump into a listen-in with NRG.
Give me 46. 51 flash, give me. Forces bub.
Yeah, I'm good.
I have the flank, you guys are good.
Oh, just jumped off.
Batting. Saving 46 arrows for this rest of this game. These guys have a blue armor. Dude, this guy. I can bow you, dipshit. I haven't shot you once with the bow. I will start, I swear to God.
Hey, fighting again? Wait, there's two bubbles right here. Two bubbles right here.
Swing it. I'm low on flash though. Yeah, they're getting.
I'm not shooting that guy. I'm not shooting that guy.
Shoot the pill. Shoot the pill.
Yeah.
Get me crouching on the pill. 46. Rise in
I'm not shooting the other team.
Right this crack there. They're just trying to stand that. I have to shoot this idiot on this roof. He thinks he's fucking hot shit. There, one is on the back of that hill. 51 on him. Get me there as well. I'm
Fantastic. Bye bye.
Team took our old spot. It just has I have a pixel shot. I'm shooting the back of him. 51. 48. 56.
Oh, I'm trying to shoot this. Give me that.
They're getting rise and queued again.
哇，冇啦咩勢？
They're on the pill again.
Just wasting.
Well, Sweet just about managed to keep it together there as those shots were being put into his back, but NRG safe for now, looking very, very comfortable. The same could not be said, though, about TSM. We've seen multiple teams firing down on them. They've had to use a lot of utility, and now Imperial Hao is going to have to use his last battery as well.
I mean, TSM are between Furia and between Zeta, but Hao gets taken down because NRG are also there, and the bow is hitting hard!
The bow is hitting harder than ever, and it's Sweet on top of the mountain. TSM are out, and NRG had a huge influence on that one.
Zeta Division were there in the wings. Furia were also just being a pain in TSM's backside, but it was NRG who were literally putting the final bow and arrow through their hearts. But now everything can calm down once more because all those teams can regain their building they had been able to find, the little hidey holes they were able to be inside. But it is going to be a circle down towards checkpoint ever so slightly, and that's where we've seen a lot of teams already move south of this circle.
Very, very interesting circle here. OG are inside of the circle. Optic Gaming, you can see just at the top left-hand side of your screen, they're having to hold out Luminosity, who are looking to make a late move as well. 100 Thieves, they're set up at the moment inside of checkpoint. The same can be said about Dark Zero. They're inside of checkpoint. NRG bang in the center of this circle. They can hold teams out from the north or the south, depending on when that shift comes. There's the information that NRG fans will love to see. They're in a great spot right now.
They are in a great spot. They are literally going to be where this circle is going to be finishing, but that does mean there will be a lot of eyes and there will be a lot of people maybe joining them a little bit later. So it's going to be a difficult hold, but if they can do it successfully, they are certainly set up for a victory here. Those teams that are coming from the south side are going to have to get forced through a choke point, and there's 3 of them there that are going to have to fight as well. There's also a lot of teams on this northern side.
Well, there's one team we haven't even mentioned yet, and that's because they're still in zone. That is going to be Cloud9. Cloud9 are collapsing behind Luminosity Gaming at the moment.
They've been spotted.
And they have been spotted. So as this ring gets a little bit hotter and really starts to peel at the skin, Cloud9 have got to move quickly here because they've only got 20 seconds before it really starts to burn.
Yeah, it's going to be so difficult for Cloud9 because Luminosity, they've got eyes on them. They know there's potentially 3 free KP for them to work with here.
There's the Valcolt.
There's going to be the Valcolt. They're going to go over the top of them here, but can they survive? They're already very weak. Are Luminosity going to be able to hit these shots?
Well, it's not just Luminosity as well. Optic, they're in the vicinity. Optic look like they're going to be the team who are closest, and Cloud9 are trying to find somewhere to play. This is where Scars were located as well, so you can see the problem now for Cloud9. They don't know where to drop, but they find at least a corner. Cloud9 should be able to bubble, should be able to get the meds off, but this is still such a tough move for them to make.
I think they're going to get pushed, Cloud9. Luminosity also going to join afterwards and try and find their own position. They're trying to get a corner of this square. There's going to be some shots being hit. NRG might be able to capitalize on this.
NRG are going to send it on them as well. They want to hold this ground. They want to bully the team inside. It's LG, and it might be RIP as Nathan does what he does best. He's bubble fighting like an animal.
This is what NRG have to do. They have to be aggressive. They have to take down teams so they can hold this spot consistently, but you've got to be aware of other teams potentially dropping afterwards.
Luminosity was a team we saw fall to NRG, but also you just saw Cloud9 fall as well. So 2 huge names fall in this lobby towards the end game. Space Station, we've barely mentioned them in this game. They've been in the circle for quite some time now.
Space Station are going to be okay for now, but they will have to move shortly when round 4 starts to close. EXO are also on the east side of this circle, and they're going to have a difficult rotation into the next circle because there's a lot of open ground. As for the likes of Team Burger, they're going to be all right at the moment, but look at where they've got to try and navigate themselves through. It's going to be like going through the crystal maze to trying to get into that next circle.
Well, let's see what the plan is here. First of all, it's about getting up to full health. NRG making sure they've got all the loot they require. If you look at the R301 here from Sweet, he's going to be able to pick up a lot of ammo and all the attachments he does require. So maybe a little bit of a change of weaponry here. Also, he's got the Volt in the hands. And now when we get to those final moments, the Volt can really, really change the momentum of a fight. You get up close and personal with that Volt, you're going to get some quick damage.
A lot of damage indeed, and you can really influence a fight in a way that you can shut down multiple members on another team. We've already seen that happen several times this tournament. 1v2s have been massive. Fury are starting to make their way through these tunnels now. But I like that they're taking different angles. They're elevated because they don't want to just all throw themselves in the same position.
Big moment here for Furia. We've got a listening lined up. Let's jump into the comms.
No, it's not. It was his teammates. I'm shooting left.
Are they on red ping?
They're right here. On my ping. Devi on Valk. I'm down to commit. I'm down to swing this guys. Yeah. They're underneath me, I think. Or no, they're not. Are
they're
they
in
here?
trench right in front of us.
Yeah. They're all 3 in this little area here.
I have ult.
I cracked the Valk. I checked shit on.
Look at me.
Yeah,
One's really close to me.
I'm low ground right now. I'm queuing up.
He's about to get cracked.
I'm over him.
Give me his really low.
Big ult. I bubbled. I queued all 3 of them.
I'm backing up a little bit.
Yeah, we want to get rid of these guys.
I'm batting right now. I'm in a really bad spot, but a really good spot.
They're wrapping around.
They're running Valcolt or some shit. I'll cancel it.
You see zone? You see zone? Wait on my ping. We're playing for this.
Look, shoot the belt. Shoot the belt.
Right next to us. Kill this team on me. Yeah,
I got the belt.
Yeah, nice. Good shit. Good shit. Kill this team, Panthers. Over here.
Yeah,
we're dying for these kills. We're dying for these kills here.
Yeah.
I'm looking
I got
over
my
them.
kill. Fuck these
Give me down these guys.
I'm going in.
Go.
Give me that. Belt cracked. Belt one. Belt dead.
Kill that guy.
Got security as well.
Armor swap. We're in zone actually. You're getting yourself from here. Come.
I'm popping a bat. I have to bat, Watson. Give me a second.
You're good.
We need to fucking clear left side.
You're good on me, Watson. We're good here. You're good on me as well. This is bad on me. I'm in an insane spot.
All right.
I
need shotgun ammo.
We have a Newcastle team.
I have
Watson,
zero
Newcastle.
shotgun ammo.
Here, I dropped you 6.
Thank you.
And I we can maybe swing southeast. I'm looting.
This team's on this rock is getting fucked up. They got blue armor, bro. Blue armor. Careful, you're gonna get I might die. You gotta insta-res me. I'm safe.
You need to watch Watson. You need to watch They're babies. Pull in armor though. Newcastle babies. I cannot. I dropped you. I'm dropping you a Phoenix.
Batting. I might die again. Fuck the thermite.
You're good. Stick him. I'm dropping you a Phoenix,
and they're getting eight. Okay, I hear you. I'm gonna bat though, I'm batting it first.
We're in zone!
Yeah.
We are good. Good shit, guys. Is there no armors?
I gotta reload my shit.
Heal these armors. Fuck this, bro.
I'm popping a Phoenix.
That's a good armor,
My monitor just turned off, bro. Just hold on.
What?
What is going on?
Go full screen.
What the fuck? I'm good.
Well, Fury are fired up here as we go down to 7 squads. Great plays coming in from every single member. The team fights they needed to win, they come out on top.
And we said we wanted big games from Furia, from Optic Gaming. They've both got a lot of kills here. Optic have got 8, Furia have got 10. And if either of them are able to get to that final circle and get those positions to get the placement points as well, it could really propel them up these leaderboards. As Furia look to try and just patrol this kind of tunnel area and see if they can stop 100 Thieves from being aggressive, because 100 Thieves have got knocks twice, right? 100 Thieves could have pushed, but have not pushed, because 100 Thieves know they are in one of the better positions on the map.
They also have Optic Gaming just in the vicinity, just sniffing at any opportunity to clean them up. Speaking of which, Elysium's going to send an Arc Star up as we jump on board with OG. All red armors across the board. That's a great indication of the amount of damage that has been done by this squadron as we move towards the final 34 seconds or so before all of these teams get forced to fight.
Dark Zero valking in. Singularity, they won that battle on the southern side. They can take the choke point, but they're going to be greeted by NRG. They're there waiting. Dark Zero are going to be landing late. This is going to be a lot of teams getting forced together with this circle.
Oh, and NRG might be unfortunate here. They might get pinched, but it might be up to Optic to help them out actually in this position. Doing the damage onto Dark Zero. 100 Thieves is the team that Duplex is focusing on though. They're the team down on this low ground. Dark Zero also having to use that bubble. It's just not enough room for everyone to play with right now as we see Fury at the bottom as well in a fight. NRG hold though.
NRG will do the damage with Sweet Falls. Can they get around the corner? Can they get the res? They've got the bubbles. They've got the caustic gas as well to protect. But here comes EXO. They want to get some damage done themselves.
Dark Zero eliminated though. NRG still just about holding on in this position. There's a black hole and there is an Arc Star as well. Optic Gaming looking to do everything they can to eliminate everybody in front of them. The caustic barrels go down as well. Furia taking advantage of the damage. 100 Thieves is just on move.
The trenches might look good, but the high ground that Optic have is so commandable right now. They can literally dictate the pace of play. They can watch over everyone, but they need to be worried about the team to the east. That is going to be their main focus. That's why they keep looking over to that direction, because that's the team that can shoot them in the side.
100 Thieves eliminated. Onmu held on for as long as he can as NRG think about making a flank, but there's a caustic barrel, which is going to stop Sweet in his tracks. It was a brave decision. It was a ballsy play. An idea coming in from NRG, but Singularity read it perfectly.
EXO are going to have information on Furia here, but also NRG dead center. Singularity are the team that arrived from the south. So NRG are slap bang in the middle of all of these teams. If they can kind of avoid these fights, then they should be able to get to at least the top 3.
Look at the swing coming in from Optic Gaming now, though. They make that move down to the bottom. They try and take the fight with Furia. Furia take the fight themselves. Here's Watson with the spray through the smoke. Sweet is still alive. Pandas will fall, though, to Duplex.
Singularity have lost 1, so have Furia as well, but Furia as a 2 need to be wary of Optic Gaming, because Optic are taking all the positions they need to, but great bubble from them. That keeps them alive.
Singularity eliminated. Players just flying all over the place right now. Optic under pressure. Duplex in the bubble. Singularity still not able to find their way into this endgame, but EXO are going to come and say, hello, everybody. It's time for us to get involved. And now NRG make their move.
It's NRG and EXO realistically here. NRG have the high ground. They've got the damage. Last 2 teams remain.
Knocks gas down. Maybe this is the win for NRG. What a game from NRG.
So many tough decisions for NRG. They had Central Circle for about 10 minutes, and they had to hold off so many different teams, so many different angles they had to watch, but they did it successfully. You could argue perfectly. And they're able to enter the fight as the last team to just inflict that damage on those teams that were below them in the trenches. Even though they were the team in the trench for the whole game, they got the high ground eventually. They just timed everything to perfection.
And NRG, I said at the start of the tournament, they're a team to watch. Everyone wasn't talking enough about them. Well, certainly those conversations are going to be kicking off right now because, like you said, that was a tough spot for them to hold. So many micro decisions had to be made perfectly, and of course, when you get to that final moment and you got the opportunity to be the third party, you've got to time it perfectly to make sure you're taking advantage of the chance presented to you.
Well, so many teams would have been scared to take that position because of like how much you have to do, but you've got Sweet there, right? You've got one of the best IGLs, you've got one of the best teams to do so. They knew exactly how they wanted to play that. They were very calm. There was no panic. They even lost a player at one point. He went down, but they managed to pick him back up because of the presence that the other players were able to offer. The bubbles came down, the caustic barrels came down as well. Such a solid performance from NRG.
22 points is what it means for NRG. 10 kills to go with those placement points. A big performance as well from EXO, re-entering the conversation too. Optic needed that game. And 11 kills and 18 points is really big for them, but I mean, there's one thing that's standing out to me right now. Yeah, well played NRG, completely deserved, most points in the lobby, but Furia, 14 kills for them. 19 points as well.
Furia back on form, and it's about time. It was a difficult opening 2 games, but this is why Furia have been such a wrecking ball in these lobbies, because they just suddenly come to life. They explode and they destroy everyone in their path.
Speaking of getting destroyed, unfortunately Team Liquid just having no luck whatsoever in these first 3 games of Storm Point, challenged by Dreamfire and losing every single time. TSM, a quiet game for them as well. The same could be said for Cloud9.
Maybe Team Liquid looking at this 4th game and saying, do we dare go for a 4th drop where we are contested by Dreamfire? I guess only time will tell. But Dreamfire, they have been consistently winning that fight. You can talk about getting a loot advantage, getting the better guns. I think there's been enough fights now to say that Dreamfire have been more successful. But look at those gentlemen on your screen, and look at the damage that Nathan was able to put out, by the way.
Nathan and Rocker, the duo commanded by Sweet, being told where to kill and who to kill. And they are doing the job perfectly. Decision making was on point from one of the best IGLs that we have in Apex Legends as well. NRG putting on a masterclass in game number 3 on Storm Point.
It really was, because if kind of 2 teams had pinched them at the same time and too many players had gone down or too much damage you'd taken, there was going to be another team that would try and take that position off you. But NRG did so much damage on every team that came their way that no one really wanted to take that fight. And it was just so pleasant to watch. It was honestly just one of those games that when you watch back and you think about all the things they had to do and the micro decisions they had, it was near perfection.
I mean, you can see from the heat map now, not just where the kills came in, but this was the area that NRG just called home for the entirety of the game. They made that quick rotation. One thing I think that was a little bit of a difference from what we saw in those first 2 games was just leaving with better armors. They had a couple of gold armors, they had a purple armor as well. And when you have those armors, when you have that HP to play with, it means you can deal more damage from center zone.
And it really was just the kind of kill area for NRG. Anytime someone dropped in those trenches, they didn't get scared about it. Instead, they got aggressive. And they said, this is our land. You're not going to be able to take it from us. We know we can win this game if we hold this position. It was successful. It was perfect. Beautiful to watch.
NRG, beautiful to watch. A chef's kiss from Dan Gaskin. That's going to do it for 3 games of Storm Point, though. We're going to throw it over to the desk now because NRG have certainly returned to form.
NRG returning to form. Can we have the crowd at PNC Arena make some noise, please, for NRG in North America? Obviously, we have the privilege of being in Raleigh in North Carolina. Rain Day here on the desk with Genome and, of course, Glitter Explosion. To start this off, though, guys, just 3 games on Storm Point. It's been pretty exciting so far to kick off our match, winners bracket matches.
Yeah, just as I walked over here, I was having a look at Sweet, you know, the general commanding the troops. The speed at which his mouth was working, like if you were a lip reader, I reckon you probably wouldn't have managed. You'd
be out of the job.
He was just micromanaging them in position to make sure they won that last game.
Yeah.
That's why he's the IGL. Okay, that's what happens when they are working together with the unit and the performances that we know they're capable of, but not just NRG. I mean, we saw so many squads. That last game alone, we were just talking about it. the top 4 had 42 of the kills in the lobby.
4 teams, 42 of the 60 players down just by them. Creates a lot of goose eggs on the other side. And speaking of that, there's been a few teams as we kick off, recapping what's happened in games 1 versus 3 that have not gotten started well, notably Liquid.
Team Liquid haven't even played the game yet, and Dreamfire, they're the ones making sure of that. Usually they drop in Command Center, but they've actually moved it down to Cascade Falls, and so they've contested them 3 out of 3 times. They have walked away the winners. I mean, they're basically just sacrificing Tau at the start because they've got Roy and Bolin to back them up. 2 of the most disgusting fraggers in the game, especially if you put a flatline in the hands of Bolin.
You were telling me, one of the best in the world. Lauren, though, it obviously kicked off continually. TSM taking game 1,
right.
But the narrative would start to shift a little bit in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, obviously TSM coming out of the gate strong, but, you know, Zeta, someone that we have not really gotten a chance to deep dive too much in this second match. They have an incredible performance. I mean, Taskmaster popping off in this game, and they end up with the 14-kill dub. I mean, this is exactly what they needed.
8 kills from Taskmaster as well.
You know what I really loved was that moment where he's just like the calm collectedness, the patience, where he popped up behind them on the rock and just took that half second before he traced and hit every single bullet.
The question was, would Furia show up? I had picked them to start out the day and be one of our teams to look at in my talent predictions. Certainly, games 1 and 2 put us in a little bit of a trepidatious thought process around them, but game 3, it would wipe away all of our fears.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that we were paying attention to. They've been this crazy aggro team the entire time, but it's been working out with them, rewarding them in kill points. Now, they do get rewarded here for that aggression, but NRG, with the timing, the smart decision-making, making the final push into that trench area to get the win.
Usually we come back and it's the end of Storm Point, but we've got one more because it's bracket stage. For those watching at home, here's how it stands after 3, but we've got one more Storm Point, and then we'll do 4 more on World's Edge. For some of these teams, Genome, that is going to be desperately needed time to climb back up into this top 10.
Yeah, and I think something that a lot of these teams on the bottom end of this can improve, Rain, is you know, how they're choosing the spots as we rotate throughout Storm Point. And I think, honestly, one of the problems is they're giving these other teams, because we're in this winner bracket where everyone's amazing, they're giving them too much respect. So you're seeing teams that have complete belief in themselves. A team like Dark Zero, who obviously they're reigning world champions, they will just pick the spot they want to go to and go straight there. A lot of these other teams, they're almost just assuming that these spots are taken, and as a result, they'll pick a weaker spot and get taken out earlier in the lobby. They need to back themselves more.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be one of the problems that we do see throughout this entire tournament. How much confidence can you have in a team, in a lobby, where everyone is confident, where things aren't going your way? You're getting taken out every single start to the game. You know how frustrating that is to die immediately? Do it 3 times in a row is one of our favorites to win this tournament in Team Liquid. That has got to be stressful on your mental. But I'll tell you what's not stressful on your mental. What might be fun, especially if you have a chance to play Apex while you're watching us at home. Log in and check out some brand new features we've added to help support your teams here at the ALGS Championships of 2022. A little more. Here's what I'm talking about.
We'll separate winners and losers. 'Cause I know everyone is here for my show. I'm quick and you're dead. Let me set the record straight so y'all know. I don't need to brag 'cause I know everyone is here for my show. Gonna check it real quick. I'm about it. Homie, you can catch it all.
Available now through July 19th. Make sure to check it out. And a quick note as well, I know a lot of the behind-the-scenes people who have worked hard on making this reality in Apex Legends. The banners, you could equip them on any legend, which is one of the first in Apex.
Yeah, it's the first time you've had something that you can equip across every single legend in your arsenal. Really nice. Yeah, so support the teams.
Your accent made me think you were going a different direction there. Our Arsenal, I went there, but I love it. Having Gino bring the representation. I'm just a classic California guy as well. Look at the crowd getting hype and excited. We have so much more coming for you today across our ALGS Championships day number 3, 2022. We have a quick break, though, before we get started. One more game on Storm Point, then we switch over to World's Edge, where ice and lava continue to heat things up for some teams, maybe cool it off for a few who have already had some star-studded performances. We'll be back with some casters after this.
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
A warm welcome once again, everybody, back to the PNC Arena here in Raleigh, because I tell you what, Dan, this is starting to get a little bit interesting now. The big dogs are starting to step up here in our winners bracket, and now we see NRG returning to form with a huge and dominant win in game number 3.
NRG returning to form, Optic Gaming returning to form, Furia starting to kill everyone in the lobby again. Suddenly when you start to add people like TSM, this lobby is terrifying. Almost as terrifying as that man on your screen.
He's got that look in his eyes right now, Sweet, where he wants to take engagements, he wants to win more games of Apex Legends. And if you're looking across those stats you can see on your screen, you can see why. Dealing the most damage on his team at the moment, he's looking like a stone-cold killer.
And it might have been a simple early rotation for them, but it's about what they did after the fact. It's how well they held down that location once they found themselves dead center of that circle. Is it going to be as simple? Are they going to be able to find themselves dead central yet again? The circle, of course, will make that decision for us as we get our 4th and final time on Storm Point in this series. Remember, there is going to be 8 games But we move over to World's Edge after this one. So this is your last chance. If you are one of those teams who has been performing very well when it comes to Storm Point, it has to be now in match number 4.
Optic started to find form as well, and Duplex, the man on your screen, is also involved in one of my favorite signs I've seen so far in the arena, which is just quite simply, Duplex is a Giga Chad. And well, the way he's playing in that last game, you can't really argue against that.
Optic Gaming, they needed to come to life. They needed that game to show us what they're made of, to push themselves back into that top 10 and start to think about those grand finals. And now that will take a little bit of pressure off them. But there are still teams who have a lot of pressure on them going into this match number 4. 100 Thieves, they've been up and down. They've had some good games. I think they're fairly consistent at the moment. They'll be pretty happy with what they've been able to achieve. As for TSM, it was a quiet match number 3, but I don't think that will worry them.
Last game on Storm Point is loading in the background. You can see the players are ready. The last-minute comms are going down. How they want to approach this before we head over to 4 games on World's Edge. Everybody in the crowd, I want you to make a little bit of noise right now because I'm about to tell you the dropship is live and we're getting into the final game here on Storm Point.
Storm Point means aggression. Teams like Furia are going to look to try and pick up the pieces here and see if they can continue their domination from match number 3. Are we going to see the same contest happen? Are Team Liquid going to fall once more to Dreamfire? Are they going to challenge them for the 4th time in a row?
Or will we see Team Burger come out with a win? Because I tell you what, the crowd want that more than anything. Let me tell you, they are making some noise here for Team Burger. But let's get into this one right now. We're going to start off with a point of view overlooking all of Storm Point to once again remind you at home and in the arena where all these teams are dropping.
Dreamfire, Team Liquid, it's not going to be the same fight. Look, Team Liquid, they've all dropped in separate areas around Dreamfire. It's not going to be the direct challenge, but they may still take that fight once they
think they are. I think they are taking that fight. Nocturnal has gone elsewhere, but look at the bottom of the screen. You can see Fun there on the edge of zone is taking damage. So Dreamfire kind of been left in a scenario where maybe they've got a 3v2 to win. Nocturnal, I'm so interested to see what the decision and the thought process is behind this. We'll have to see how it does work out for them, of course. Maybe Nocturnal was thinking something different, but Liquid now surviving. Dreamfire trying to chase him down, though.
Dreamfire on the hunt, looking to try and find Liquid once more to try and make it 4-0. And you can see scarpering away, but Team Liquid able to at least get a little bit of damage, a little bit of covering fire. How far do Dreamfire push this one? Are they actually going to be that aggressive to try and get these kills, or do they just go back and start to get on with their business?
We'll get that player cam updated as quickly as possible. Of course, this is not the player cam for Bolin, unless he's done something pretty drastic in the break between the games.
Something different with his hair, maybe.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a jersey change. Who knows? We'll have to see in a few moments. But the good news here for Team Liquid fans, and it's the first bit of good news for today in the winners bracket, is that they get to play the video game, which is nice for them. They're not going to be eliminated straight away. They're all still alive. We have 20 squads, all healthy, as now we do jump on board with NRG.
Yeah, NRG are going to have to move a little bit further with their rotation this time. We are going to be going more south with the circle, potentially even southeast. It could start to pull towards the likes of Antenna, the likes of Gale Station. So those teams like Luminosity, who are dropping in the southeast side of the map, teams like SSG, EXO, TSM could all be in fantastic positions to get early rotations and put themselves in a spot where they could be dead center of this circle.
Space Station been in some good positions so far in this game, but just not had the firepower when they get into that sort of top 10, top 8 scenario to close out and really be a massive threat towards that end game and picking up that first place finish. We'll have to see if that does develop for them, but at the moment, they're right down at the bottom of the map. They're looking very, very comfortable in and around Fish Farms and Gale Station, and they're set up for now. You can see what the game plan is. It's make this one look like it's a nice place to go if you're a Space Station fan.
And they're literally on the kind of touching point of the 2 circles as well. And you really got to make sure that when you are in those touching points, you're going to be positioning yourself where that circle is going to be moving towards you.
Space Station with the moon boots on for a few seconds there, as TSM looking like maybe they've got a little bit more lubrication in the joints to move a bit quicker. But Space Station now, it looks like the gravity has returned here, so everything is good.
A lot of people are going to be predicting similarly to where Space Station currently reside with their rotations. That's why you see TSM going very close to them, Luminosity Gaming down in Gale Station, Singularity starting to make their move over, as well as Team Burger are going to be on their way. And they may start to arrive and be contested by TSM if they're not careful. They need to plan this effectively.
Well, Scar's making their move in as well. And Scar's looking to make a little bit of a play as they find the beacon information that they need. As we get a little bit of a percussive backdrop to this game. I'm giggling, Dan. I can't help it.
If you were ever going to
I'm
rap
giggling.
over a cast, the time would be now. But it's a very quick
This is my moment, everyone.
It's difficult to try and keep up with.
I'm not doing it. I'm sorry.
At least the crowd are playing along. In fact, I might just remove my headphones. It sounds exactly the same throughout this arena right now. But Scars, they've got in a very similar position as to where TSM were, as to where SSG were, as 100 Thieves. I mean, literally all the teams that have dropped on the southern side of this map do find themselves on the southeast side now.
We're going to do our best to work our way through this one. Apologies for everyone, of course. We'll keep that beat going. Oh, maybe we won't keep that beat going, but big cheers up in the crowd because we've got some audio adjustments, we'll call them, as Optic Gaming now make their way from the mill towards the backside of Shipfall now. So again, a late, long southern rotation for them, using that trident that you can find over at the mill off their drop to make their way very comfortably into this position. Uh-oh. Comfortable though, Team Liquid are not. However, in the game they are. Nocturnal's going to have to pop a battery, but you can see he's not going to be given the time and day to do so. He's not going to be able to get it off. Fun now trying to survive. He can't, and Gilderson's again now finds himself in a horrible scenario. Liquid, I don't know what you had for breakfast this morning, but it was filled with bad luck.
So unfortunate that they were able to get off their drop spot, but then they are also the first team to lose players once more. EXO are going to be trying to use their charge rifle from a distance to get involved in the fight. It was Scars who actually picked up one of those kills onto Team Liquid as well.
Liquid eliminated. Gildersons did what he could, but they will be taken down. It's Jaro from Team Burger with that longbow, in his hands. He will pick up the kill. Let's see a little bit of EXO POV. We haven't seen too much of them today, Dan, but one thing that has continued from yesterday is the fashion sense. The sleeves are still rolled up, ready for business.
And EXO were the best performing team on Storm Point throughout group stages as well. A solid 97 points they were able to accumulate, 52 of those from placement, 45 from kills across those 9 games. So they definitely know what they're doing on Storm Point, and they've had a pretty consistent time of it so far with 25 points on the board. They're in 3rd place. And if they can also have one of those big games that we've seen some of the other big teams have, then they should be able to try and solidify themselves in that top 10.
Well, a very interesting story is actually developing in this game as we see Zeta Division take to the skies to try and survive and find somewhere to play. We'll wait for them to find a little spot to land before we kind of go into the story I want to talk about, just to see if they will be safe, and it will look like they will be. But I want to talk about NRG, because NRG, who for the first 3 games here on Storm Point have played center zone, quick rotation, as quick as physically possible. We saw them with 2 white armors in that game number 1. Have now changed the game plan. They're right at the northern tip of the map. They are nowhere near that zone.
Well, this was always going to be a long rotation for them, and they recognized that even if they Valk-ulted halfway across the map, they'd be dropping into the unknown, and you can very easily get taken out. So they are approaching on foot at the moment, probably until they actually greet another team that is going to cause them a little bit of hassle, and that may be now. Fnatic are in Cascade Falls, but I don't know if they've seen NRG yet.
Yeah, I don't know if they have, but it looks like NRG have certainly seen Fnatic, and as Sweet, Nathan and Rocket get a much closer look at each other, maybe they want to have a closer look at Fnatic too.
If they do manage to catch one of the Fnatic members off guard, they might be able to 3-2-1 them, but I think Fnatic have moved on their merry way, and NRG may be recognizing that so they can continue on their rotation as well, and we're not going to get a gunfight just yet. Elsewhere, Furia are making a late rotation. E6 still firmly in the red zone at the moment. They're still up towards the wall, so they're going to be the last team to arrive to any sort of party in this central circle. But as for that southeast area where most teams have already arrived, there is starting to be a little bit of a kerfuffle happening. A lot of teams are trying to deal damage, trying to level up those EVA armors, that's for sure.
Well, Optic Gaming have found themselves a home, and it's just to the north side of Shipfall, so they're going to be safe. It's going to be very interesting to see where this next zone actually pulls, because from the look of things, people are thinking right down to the southwest of the map, the southeast, excuse me, of the map is where we're going to be finishing. And there is that ring pool. We get that information in front of us right now on our map overhead that we're going to be going down to where most teams are located. So Antennae is still involved. We get a little bit of a funky pool, which isn't as likely to happen here on Storm Point. Then maybe we could see some teams shifting over there. But as you say, it may be towards Gale Station and Fish Farms where we're in this game.
Well, most teams kind of bank on it being a predictable pull when it comes to Storm Point. You do often finding it pulling it to the same corner and that final little bit of the circle touching the same side. So that's why we've got so many teams heavily in this area right where Space Station are. They're almost predicting it to continue to pull this way. It doesn't always work like that, but certainly is for the majority of the time. We could see it pull back towards Antenna. So I think if you are one of those teams who's arriving late, you could try and bank on that pull going your way, because actually not that many teams are in Antenna right now.
One team who is making their way through Antenna, though, is going to be AD. Everyone else at the moment seems to have found somewhere comfortable. You can see not a lot of damage being exchanged between the teams, nobody being caught in the open, which means that this is going to build to one heck of an end game here in our final game on Storm Point. This is AD. This is the team I was mentioning. They are making that move now from the northwestern side of this circle through Antenna. There's nobody really in the vicinity for them to worry about. It's more those late rotators from the north. I'm talking about E6, I'm talking about NRG. And speaking of those two teams, it looks like they might be about to clash here.
And AD, with that beacon information, have provided it on our screens as well. You can see it is going to continue to pull southeast, so all the teams that were predicting that constant pull into the corner, it is still happening. 100 Thieves are going to be dead center just by the mountainside you see there, but it's what you can do from that position. How vulnerable are you from there?
Another team who is in a fantastic position is TSM. TSM, you can just see poking out at the bottom of the screen. You saw that name label, not sure who the player was, but you can certainly see those 3 letters of TSM making their presence felt inside of that circle. But what's making the presence felt is going to be the team who are trying to hold out C9 right now. Albrelele is going to have to pop some meds to get his health back. He's going to have to do so very, very quickly as well, because C9 are trying to force the fight right now on Invictus Gaming. Albrelele doesn't look like he's in the fight right now.
Albrelele just gets inside the circle and should be able to heal. And it's Arcstar on Arcstar. It's Caustic on Valkyrie at the moment. Bryn just making himself look big, trying to maybe cause a distraction for the rest of the team. But this is a fight that just could explode at any moment.
Well, the difference here is that that barrel is on the door, so he's not going to be able to open it himself. Maybe a thought of booting it down, using the Arcstar to break that door, but now the Watson fence is going to go down. So C9 at the moment are jailed.
Invictus waiting, seeing whether they are going to actually try and push through. And remember, that circle is going to start to move once more.
Go on, lads.
Sooner rather than later. That's some nice shots, but it's just an 8 that connects with the Peacekeeper and not many bullets to work with.
Send it, they do, and Albrelele will be taken down by Bryn. C9 now find themselves in a 2v3. It's been uncomfortable for them for so long as JMW picks up the second kill onto Naughty, and now there's just one member alive for Cloud9. This could be a low point game for them.
Oh, it's such a good position, and they've been able to find Invictus Gaming. They managed to force Cloud9 back. They managed to trap them in a room, and now Zach Mazer, the last remaining player, cannot stay alive. Cloud9 down in 19th position, and it's a fantastic hold from Invictus Gaming.
So solid. Cloud9 just gave themselves too much to do, and not enough wiggle room to play with, both literally and figuratively in that situation. Speaking of wiggle room, it's going to be Zero who's taken down and have to wiggle his way back to his teammates to try and survive. It was dropped from SSG with that charge rifle again, who gets the knock, but they haven't been able to convert.
So the most interesting rotations that I'm seeing at the moment is E6 still in the red and still moving on the eastern side of the map, maybe want to approach through Launchpad, and NRG, also one of the latest teams to arrive to this circle. But here is E6. Look how much damage they're taking at the moment.
They're taking a huge amount of damage, but just to go back to that story we were telling about NRG, they have been shadowing Fnatic for all of this game. They have been following their footsteps, following the tracks that have been left in the ground and kind of basing their plays off of what Fnatic have done. Now it looks like NRG are changing that. They're going to be moving away from the shadows of Fnatic. They are deep in zone for now.
Fury are going to be the team closest to E6, and E6 may know that, because they did hear something, and it seems like now we're going to get a little bit of gunfire unfolding here.
One team you don't want to run into, though, is going to be Furia. If the team is hot in team fights, it is the team you're seeing on your screen right now. Every single team that have run into them have just fallen to the ground in a matter of seconds. 2 are down. Furia once again in these team fights are just looking so dominant.
And Furia, as soon as they have the chance to push, they will be pushing. They have lost one. Pandas is down on the floor, but his Watson and Zeratricky should be able to still solidify this fight. you've just got to make sure that Pandas doesn't get eliminated here. You don't want to have to revive him. You don't want to have to get a beacon to try and get him back on the floor. And there we go. You're not able to get there quick enough.
You have to worry as well. Maybe there's a third party in the vicinity. And yes, there is. Here comes Dreamfire. They hear the noise. They hear the audio cues. And they think, hey, boys, free KP over here. Let's gobble them up.
That's one of the downsides of being aggressive. Furia, they lose a member because of it, but they are still a 2. They are still alive. They have still got some KP on the board, but with still 17 teams remaining, this is why it's so difficult to get placement points for Furia with the aggressive way. But they can get Pandas back in, thankfully, and now it's whether they're going to be able to survive. Are Dreamfire going to hold them out here?
Looks like Dreamfire have decided to rotate away from this, so maybe the respawn beacon being hit is going to give them a little bit of an incentive to go back, but it looks like they're too far away for now. So Furia survive, and Furia will have 3 people back on the map. Pandas, welcome back to game number 4.
So it is a successful push in the end from Furia. It was looking a bit heart and mouth when Dreamfire started to get involved, but now they're going to have 30 seconds to move towards that next circle. And I tell you what, it's not going to get much easier for them because DZ are waiting, AD are also in the vicinity to maybe cause a problem. Fnatic, well, you spoke about them earlier. You said they were kind of holding out NRG. They've been able to shake off the NRG tail. NRG have decided to go southwest of the map instead. So Fnatic are now going to have the difficult decision of which way around the rock they want to go here. And I think they're going to have to go north because they're not going to have the time now to transition all the way around the other side.
Well, Singularity are making a big play as well. Fnatic are going to make their play as well. This is their roll of the dice. And a lot of pressure now on the Valkyrie player and the IGL to decide what is free and how can we play some of these locations that we can see may be available. It looks like they're playing around this big tree up on the height. And with the beacon information that they have, maybe this is where the end game is going to be pulling. They can see death boxes, which is great. That means nobody's going to be in the vicinity, but maybe there is. Here comes Dark Zero, and here comes Jem Burton.
Dark Zero trying to do what they can, trying to see if they can pick up any people. Just Jem Burton on his own. Dark Zero down to just one. But Fnatic get ripped through.
Jem Burton, a huge moment for him and Dark Zero. But he doesn't need the help as a team will come in to help him out. Dark Zero stay alive for now, but Jem Burton finds himself on his own, and here comes Darkfire, chasing down the Aussie to try and clean him up.
Yeah, Dreamfire trying to do what they can to finish this final kill. Jem Burton will desperately try and scarper down the hill here. And if he can get away, but cannot, Dark Zero eliminated by Dreamfire, 15 squads remaining.
Dreamfire, kings of the high ground for now. Team Burger also eliminated in the kill feed, so a little bit of a rough few moments there for the APAC South region. As Dreamfire start to warm up a little bit. Look at NRG, they've made their move, but they are getting bombarded by that defensive bombardment from Gibraltar.
Well, Optic, Scars, and Exo are all in the same place, and they're all getting damage done. The Peacekeeper's hitting hard, but Scars are down to 1, and they maybe wiped the Mandy on very little health.
Knockdown shield is going to be there, but you can also see there's gas for him to deal with. Zeta Division out as well. Scars eliminated, thanks to Optic Gaming. Optic Gaming, after a strong performance in the previous game, look like they're looking to go back-to-back.
And Optic Gaming, they bulked into this position as well. They really did disrupt those teams who were holding this building, but Optic Gaming, they're in a little bit of a scuffle now with Exo. Exo wanted to get involved in Optic Gaming, have lost Skittle Cakes.
AD down as well, Duplex down as well, Knocked, it's all up to you, and it won't be the miracle play from Knocked. Optic Gaming are eliminated as Exo swoop in.
Exo trying to command this winner bracket. Dreamfire still alive as well, and look where that circle is pulling. We highlighted 100 Thieves earlier. They're going to be slap bang next to the respawn beacon with a little bit of cover. Singularity also a team in a good spot, and TSM. Those are my 3 favorites to be winning this one.
Well, for now, Pandas, oh my goodness me, 157, light him up, boy.
Dreamfire have to try and hold off. It's a 2 versus 2, and now it's a 1 versus X, and unfortunately, Bolin should be taken down, even though he got behind. 9 squads remaining, and Furia, they've had their backs to the wall for this game, but they've been able to push themselves firmly away from it.
Everybody's still on their feet as well, or brought back to their feet, I should say, for Furia. TSM, though, while all of the carnage has been unfolding around them, they've just been chilling. They've just been watching it go down. They're ready to go.
They've got so much cover here to TSM. They have a team to their northwest. There's also a team to their northeast, but they don't really have to worry about them. They need to be worrying about the teams coming from their southeast. SSG are going to be the direct possibility to take them down. NRG, however, are down to just 2.
Oh, Luminosity are going to send it on to NRG. They know they've got the numbers. They know they've got the talent to deal with them as well. The bubble will be forced. Luminosity making the play. They cannot afford to be the first knock in this situation to make it a 2v2.
Nice push. Bubbles are down at the moment, but Bubbles will dissipate eventually. NRG trying to posture up as a 2, trying to get aggressive. It's a big chunk. It's a big chunk again. But NRG, they're down to just just one.
Nathan has to make it happen. He has to clutch up here for NRG. It's a 1v2, but unfortunately for him, on the other side of that is Monsoon. But look at this. The zone is closing. Monsoon is forced to scarper away, but NRG will be eliminated, but not without Nathan picking up a couple of kills.
Circle does close. In Singularity, TSM, 100 Thieves. They're in the power positions.
Oh.
SSG, though, they're taking a fight against Singularity, and Singularity looked like they were going to be all good. TSM also in a little bit of trouble.
Reps is going to be forced to bubble here. Verhulst is trying to do what he can, and off that damage now, TSM, they're being pushed. It's going to be EXO who are making the play. How? See him with the rampage. He'll find one. Can he pull off the impossible? Unfortunately not. TSM will fall.
EXO knew that they had to try and take that priority position. Team Singularity also fall. And 100 Thieves, who I said were in one of the better spots, were able to scarper away, able to survive, and we now have EXO, SSG, IG, and 100 Thieves as our last 4 remaining teams, and Space Station slap bang in the middle of this circle.
And they are the only team in the middle of that circle right now. Everybody else is kind of in the perimeter, but not in a position to really challenge SSG for now. SSG, I mentioned how they've got into great positions so far in these first four games, but just that conversion, that's been the problem for them. No better opportunity for them to do so now.
100 Thieves trying to capitalize on a little bit of high ground, and they're looking to get aggressive. You've got to be careful, though. It doesn't come down, and now you need to see teammates make damage.
Vaxilon trying to do what he can. He has to escape. Omnu has the shields. Maybe he can be the one to clean things up. Mozambique here. Mozambique might be able to pick up a few kills. He has to scarp around the corner, a spray and a pray, but no prayers answered, as Vaxilon has to be the savior now for 100 Thieves. It's chip damage, but it might not be enough, as the knockdown shield is a problem, but so is Vaxilon! Oh!
Invictus Gaming wiped off the face of Stormpoint, but 100 Thieves under pressure. Here comes Space Station to try and finish off the pieces, and now there's just 2 squads remaining. Space Station versus EXO.
What a play that was. 100 Thieves, though, off the back of the kills, cannot survive. EXO on one side, SSG on the other. Armor advantage to EXO. SSG pushing up off the back of the defensive bombardment. The bubble goes down, but there's no one found here as Drop now moves in with the Peacekeeper.
Nice shots with the Peacekeeper as well. Got to capitalize on it, though. That's a big 80. Throw it back. You got to help him.
Oh, dropped! Puts him on his back. SSG now, it all falls on the shoulder of Fraxis. He's got nothing to work with. But sometimes all you need is a little bit of composure. Frax notches up. Space Station get the win on the final game here at Stormpoint.
Rex had a slither of health in those final moments, but what a push it was from Space Station. They used the Gibby bombardment, they forced them off the high ground. They say to EXO, give us that hill, and because of the little bit of an advantage they had, the angles they could take, they're just able to chunk that extra bit with the Peacekeeper. It's a nice little bit of dodging, peeking, baiting, switching, and because of it, SSG rewarded with the victory.
And that is big for SSG. They kind of they listened to what I said, right? They're getting these good positions and they can't quite convert. That time they showed the aggression at just the right moment. Really, really important for them to win that game and show SSG are here to play, and not only that, that they're going to be a threat to the rest of the lobby.
There is so many teams in this lobby that we could be crowning a champion when it gets to Sunday with how they are performing in these final circles. Then just when you forget about one of these teams, suddenly they have that pop-off game. Space Station have done just that. 20 points on the board. That is really going to send them through this leaderboard. But EXO, who were in 3rd place, find themselves with 16 points as well. They are going to be a hot contender to be topping this round.
Yes, they are indeed. 100 Thieves, good performance from them. One of the standout individual plays clutching up, coming in from them. And of course, IG quietly going about their business as well. We saw them in that fight a little bit earlier on with Cloud9 where they picked up those points, but Optic Gaming, a little bit of a slow one in our game number 4.
Well, you talk about slow ones, and we've been focusing on Team Liquid, and I'm sorry we have to focus them again, but they were eliminated first, even though they were able to get off their drop spot this time. They need a massive turnaround when it comes to World's Edge. Stormpoint has not been their day whatsoever. Cloud9 also eliminated very early as well. But we are certainly starting to see now a different side of these leaderboards. Teams that are confident, that are playing well, and then you've got the ones at the bottom who are really struggling and just need a change of fortunes.
Well, this is your champion squad. It is, of course, Space Station, and oh my goodness. His name is Mark Thies. You might know him as Drop, though. 2.6k damage for the Gibraltar. In that final moment, it was Frex with that huge 1v1 win, just to clean up the damage done that gave them that win.
And unfortunately for EXO, they weren't able to survive the bombardment in a way where they could keep the high ground. If they could have bubbled and maybe just been able to face them straight on, it could have been a very different fight. But because they had to drop off, they had to sacrifice the height, they were really on the back foot, and SSG did capitalize. I mean, it was very close, don't get me wrong. A really good fight from EXO, but just not quite good enough to get that victory.
Yeah, I think it was a very, very interesting game number 4 as well. A few stories we were kind of highlighting NRG, how they changed their approach to that game. They did get some good points on the board, and the overall leaderboards will show a strong performance across the 4 games from that lineup. NRG on top after 4 games of Storm Point. Before we head over to World's Edge, they find themselves on 46 points.
Remember, 10 teams will progress to the grand final from this winner's bracket, but that's after all 8 games. So these are your 10 teams currently in trouble, currently in the zone where you would drop down to that elimination bracket, that lower bracket, loser's bracket, whatever you want to call it. It's the bracket is on the lower side. IG are starting to push their way up though, give themselves a real chance going into World's Edge.
A real chance, but again, a chance is great, but you've got to be in the top 10. It's as simple as that, and one man who's led his team to top 1 after 4 games is the man on your screen right now, Sweet, one of the best IGLs. We always talk about it, and it seems like in the biggest moments when the pressure is on, that is when that man makes the biggest and best calls.
And when we do get the listen-ins with NRG, you really do hear his calmness. I know that you can very easily get carried away as an IGL. Speaking of, there is one.
我哋先停一停呢個，因為佢哋轉啦，然之後就翻去世界邊緣啦。咁喺呢段時間咧，我就想新呢段片先。
佢老豆，究竟你知唔知道道家同埋道教係兩樣嘢嚟㗎？道家係一個哲學嘅思想，而道教係
停啊！睇下講咩先？大家知唔知咩？I want to see this video for the apologize. Okay.
Hello， 大家好，我係 Sunny。
我係 Creamy， 好耐冇見啦。
差唔多咧，成個月冇拍片俾大家睇啦。網上面咧都好多關於我哋嘅討論，所以我希望透過呢條片呢一次過回覆大家。可能咧拍完呢條片之後咧會有更加多唔同嘅問題啦或者爭議，但我都希望透過我哋自己角度去講翻清楚成件事嘅來龍去脈，同埋面對自己做錯嘅事。首先，我想回應淘寶事件。喺2018年嘅時候，我哋競投咗2019年嘅年宵，嗰陣時係我人生第一次搞年宵，所以咧就請9位朋友點先可以生產我哋自己嘅產品。咁佢哋就介紹一間淘寶嘅廠商俾我哋，咁所以咧我哋就喺嗰度生產咗我哋自己設計嘅產品啦。而近日大家提及嘅 Cushion 咧，就係當中嘅產品之一。
喺當時冇謹慎咁樣考慮廠商嘅所屬地區同埋佢係一間淘寶廠，的確係我哋做得唔好嘅地方。咁喺2020年嘅9月，我哋拍咗一條24小時唔用中國製造嘅影片啦。好多人都以為咧，我哋嘅意思係我哋呢世都唔會再用中國製，但其實條片入邊我哋都有講到，我哋意識到我哋日常生活裏邊咧，其實無論相機啊、電話，好多嘢都同中國製造有關。不過我哋真係好想自己嘅產品喺香港啊或者其他地區去生產，所以喺2021年嘅日新百改城開始咧，我哋就同其他香港嘅商戶合作啦，去生產口罩啊、手機殼啊、書籍等等嘅產品，同埋同本地嘅設計師、本地嘅品牌合作，去揾香港嘅製衣公司生產我哋自己嘅服飾。我哋咁樣做咧，主要都係想增加我哋產品喺香港製造嘅比例。咁喺上年10月嘅日新百改城，至到今年嘅年宵，甚至我哋往後嘅活動咧，其實我哋主要嘅產品咧，都係經香港同埋台灣公司代理。
喺呢度，我想同咁多位支持我哋觀眾講聲對唔住，我哋冇好好地咁交代我哋自己產品產地嘅問題，係我哋做得唔夠好。我明白大家對我哋有唔少嘅期望，但係令到大家失望真係好唔好意思，對唔住。跟住落嚟想回應 NFT 事件。
咁喺我哋之前介紹自己 NFT project 嘅時候呢，有觀眾反映我哋唔應該俾未成年人過早接觸加密貨幣，所以我哋都即刻作出改善，例如同我哋合作嘅找換店更改條款，變成 ROTV 嘅觀眾需要有18歲以上先可以入金，同埋更改咗我哋嘅介紹影片，加上留意風險嘅警告標語，去提醒翻我哋嘅觀眾朋友。可能有人覺得我哋呢兩樣嘢做得仲未夠，但係已經係我哋能力範圍可以做到嘅事。
我哋唯一控制得到嘅咧，就係俾更加多唔同嘅創作同埋活動我哋嘅持有人，等佢哋得到嘅嘢大於當初佢哋買呢個 NFT 嘅價錢。
之後落嚟想回應 AMA Live 嘅事件，我哋喺準備呢個直播嘅時候呢，其實為咗準備得充足一啲，都彩排咗幾次，但係最後我承認我哋準備得唔夠好，遇到好多我哋冇預期到嘅問題，導致到我哋成個表現啊，同埋對呢個 project 嘅解釋都有好多不足。
為咗唔好有更加多嘅誤會，同埋都唔想喺呢個 channel 度再宣傳呢個 NFT，所以經過深思熟慮之後，我哋決定唔將呢個 live 擺上嚟。我知道我應承咗大家會將呢個 AMA 嘅 live 擺上嚟，但係最後都冇做到，真係好對唔住大家。
跟住我哋想講關於 NGO， 我哋喺個 live 度講我哋自己會成立一間 NGO 咧，並唔係我哋臨時臨急諗到嘅嘢，而係我哋咧今年年頭年宵之後咧，一直都好想做到嘅事。因為我哋想透過自身嘅力量咧，去推廣香港嘅藝術創作啦，希望可以幫到更加多嘅人，所以我哋需要成立一間 NGO， 去用 NGO 嘅名義做到我哋想做嘅事。我哋而家咧已經申請緊一間擔保有限公司，而我哋作為一間 NGO， 裏邊嘅錢我哋係唔會分配俾任何嘅擁有者同埋任何嘅股東。換句話說咧，即係裏邊嘅錢我哋係唔會分，而我哋咧係自負盈虧，將我哋兩個人嘅部分收入變成一啲物資捐俾有需要嘅人。以我哋 NFT 收入為例，我哋啲錢會點樣用呢？就係會拎2成作為我哋 NGO 嘅起動基金。我哋未接受任何捐款，所以咧喺申請到慈善機構88牌之前，我哋依然可以用呢個非牟利機構嘅名義去做到我哋想做嘅事。
喺網上面咧，同埋 Discord 有人假冒我哋員工，話我哋會請律師去控告一啲網上面嘅言論。我想喺度重申，我哋請嘅律師係負責做一個 NGO 嘅工作嘅，並唔係咧諗住攞嚟控告任何一個網上面嘅言論，亦都唔打算咁樣做。
我哋咧亦都從來冇 delete 過任何嘅 YouTube 留言，同埋檢舉過任何嘅 Facebook group。咁喺我哋消失呢段時間咧，好多人都以為我哋已經走咗佬啊，甚至有謠言話我大咗肚去英國移民啦。但我想同大家講翻聲咧，其實我哋仲喺度，我哋仲喺香港。我哋消失呢段時間咧，其實我哋係因為需要休息啦，同埋咧面對咁大嘅難題咧，我真係好想準備充足先回應大家。
我哋有嘗試過拍片嘅，咁但係咧拍出嚟嘅片咧都非常之潮水。我唔希望咧我哋拍出嚟嘅片咧會令咁多位觀眾唔開心啦。咁所以咧我哋都冇出到片。我咁講咧唔係因為我想博同情同埋攞嚟做擋箭牌，而我真係想話俾等待我哋觀眾知，我哋係需要一啲時間去休養沉澱，同埋思考一下我哋應該點樣回應大家。每個人咧都可能會做錯事嘅，咁但係我哋希望做一個勇於承擔、面對自己過錯同埋咧會改過嘅人。
咁喺呢段時間咧，我哋都諗咗好多啦，反省咗自己好多。好似我咁咧，我就反省咗自己講嘢咧，有時候情緒咧會蓋過自己嘅理智啦，導致到我表達嘅嘢咧好情緒化，令到人哋覺得唔舒服。呢樣嘢咧係我要改善嘅地方。我都明白咗慎言嘅重要性。
可能咧之前我哋拍嘅片咧都係一啲日常嘅影片啦，所以咧成日都諗到啲咩就講乜。咁之後咧我哋都會注意翻，諗翻好啲我哋自己創作嘅內容㗎。同埋咧我哋都反省咗自己，其實咧正面嘅 comment 同埋負面嘅 comment 咧，我哋都要接受。唔應該咧將一啲負面嘅 comment 咧當成一啲惡意嘅批評，因為咧留言係創作者進步嘅動力。所以嚟緊我哋拍嘅片咧都會諗下我哋會唔會影響到啲觀眾，或者佢哋睇完之後咧會受到啲咩影響。
衷心咁樣多謝喺呢段時間仍然支持我哋嘅朋友啦，無論你係我哋嘅觀眾啦、屋企人啦，同埋我哋嘅 YouTuber 朋友咧，我都好想多謝你哋喺呢段時間仍然支持我哋、陪伴住我哋。大家私底下嘅 comment 啊、DM 啊，其實我哋都有睇到嘅。我真係好想多謝大家。
呢段時間咧係我哋拍片5年以嚟休息得最長一段時間。嚟緊咧我哋會逐步回復正常，維持翻26出片。喺正式成立我哋個 NGO 之前，作為支持香港藝術嘅第一步，我哋已經捐款到呢個文藝復興基金會。同時間我哋都會繼續我哋 NGO 嘅工作。喺休息緊嘅呢段時間咧，我哋發現自己真係好中意拍片，好希望透過影片咧分享我哋生活同埋將歡樂帶俾大家。好多謝大家睇晒呢條片，亦都多謝大家一直支持我哋。咁我哋之後影片再見啦，拜拜。
時間啱
I
啱
have
好，
my
我哋翻
baby
嚟世
sign
界
in front of me.
邊
Oh my
緣。
goodness, you guys are my favorite humans in the entire world. But look, let's get locked in. Let's get focused. It's World's Edge. We're back to our favorite map in competitive Apex, World's Edge, match number 5.
And you know what I love more than World's Edge, Follow? I love
Serio.
here. We are going all the way down to the deep south here. It can look like it could actually pulling maybe on the open.
Knew they could test their games the road.
But you know how tough that is?
It should be good, Greek.
Oh, what?
Absolute fact.
Already
Oh
off
my
the rip?
goodness.
Hold on, non-stop
Luminosity.
action already happening?
And they're going to get knocked by the controller player, Smeggy Toad from the UK. Substitute for E6. He used to be on this roster. Former teacher. Recently got himself a nice big boy job shot to Smeggy.
Oh my God.
LGS Smeggy.
He's in there.
Oh, and dancing around the dome, he managed to get that knock.
And
So
LG's
it's a
out.
little smelly out here, Lumen.
Holy cow. Smeggy Toe with the 3K to kick off World's Edge. It does not get better than that. My man Smeggy in a committed relationship, full-time job, and still frying in Apex Legends. You'll love to see it. So good to have you back competing, my friend.
Beautiful, beautiful to hear. And they're going to also have the beacon right here too, as well as the replicator. So they are looking absolutely fantastic. Nice to note in the replicator, you got that purple extended light mag, you got that purple stock, and as always, you still got that mobile respawn and the purple knockdown.
And can we talk about the man bun real quick? A little samurai haircut. Are you a fan?
Yeah,
you got
I'm a
a
big
little
fan.
double-double.
I got double.
You got a little
double the
Princess
power.
Leia situation going on right now.
Super Saiyan coming in right here.
Wow, so he has single the power. You have double the power with
exactly,
your. That's next level.
That's why I have to give him the energy right here. E6 are in such a good spot after scanning this beacon. They know that the circle is going to pull toward the south. And because they're running the caustic composition, yeah, they're running the Valk if they want to go for this quick redeploys if they really want to for a repositioning. But why? You have the high ground here when you're in the southern circle. And now they're going to be able to overlook a lot of the squads that are going to be moving away from Lava Siphon right down here.
Yeah, that's a massive, massive dub right there on World's Edge to beat Luminosity. Enemy Go, such a talented Slayer playing alongside Shiny and Monsoon from Complexity. They're like cats with 3 lives. You know, they lost in Pro League, didn't qualify by Pro Points. They lost in LCQ, didn't qualify with Snipe Down. Well, guess what? They still get to compete here with Luminosity. Our heart goes out, of course, to Ganjamin and Pistillo and the boys back in Mexico who weren't able to make it to this event. So much love to Mexico, our entire Mexican LATAM region. I know my man Carlos is waving that Mexican flag in the chat in the crowd right now, as we're on board now with the Aussie boys themselves, Jen Burton, Zero, and Sharky. And quick conversation with them yesterday. Sharky was a little shaky, to be honest with you. He obviously was a little sick to kick things off. And then the crowd erupts for Team Burger as we show some more Australian love.
Yeah, we love Team Burger out here. We love our double patties. We love the positioning that they're already trying to take outside the eggshell of the dome. We've seen circles pull in that direction here too. Some triple take shots being taken down onto Team Burger, but that's fine. They're going to restabilize here. They want to prioritize their positioning. It could be a little risky sometimes when you make some of these early rotations, but with already the early action that we're seeing right now on World's Edge, this is a really good move from them. Zeta Division as well. Look at this Evo shields that they're rocking. Double purple as well as blue.
That's right. And then Taskmaster, who popped off in game number 2. Such an epic performance from him. Him alongside Sunset, former member of Gambit. Now FA Kitties are players. 9 impulse from Belarus, 2 Russians, 1 Belarusian on this team. And you saw the support earlier for Ukraine, the solidarity. It was one of the best moments I think I've seen in an Apex broadcast. But Zeta has been looking great so far, Vicky. This is my dark horse team. If I had to pick one, it was Zeta, and they have shown up today.
They really have, and they're trying to continue on that domination, although they are noting that there's 3 squads within the area. They don't want to get pinched here. They do have a little bit of that canyon, but kind of splitting away some of that attention that they're having between their left and their right. They may want to see where they want to go first. Maybe try to wrap around, maybe try to go through the tunnel if possible. They don't want to get caught in the line of sight of a lot of squads that are already rotating away from Lava Siphon.
That's right. Take a look at this side-by-side comparison. Jacob, his Watson McMillan has risen to this scene and taken over. A ranked grinder, #1 seer in the world, turned absolute main stage demon. He has shown up, he has performed this weekend. Rumor has it he lived in a trailer before starting to compete in Apex, before getting signed by Furia. What a story from his Watson, shown side-by-side with Zeta.
And Imperial Hal needs to be recovered right now. Already early fighting happening over by Fragment. I'm wondering, could that have been EXO that usually shares some of that Fragment loot over by the west side? Could that have been 100 Thieves that were just passing by through the train tracks? A lot of these teams now making their rotation from the northern side of the map could actually kind of cut off TSM in this situation. EXO recognizing the situation are also not going to try to overextend. They're going to continue looting up, and TSM maybe needs to plan their next move here if they could try to get Hal right back in here. But the first part is got to recover that banner, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do that just yet.
That's right. Losing Hal, obviously critical. IGL, soul of this team. We have actually a replay of how it went down. Let's take a look here. Hal and Fragment. Did he get caught out? Yes, he did. A little bit of a rat strat from EXO. Of course, it was Killapose and the EXO boys. They've been ratting all weekend long. It's so frustrating to play against, and they found themselves a kill against a crucial player in Hal.
I'm sure Hal is used to the rat strats sometimes that you have to deal with whenever you're trying to just mind your own business and loot through Fragment. But you know what? You can't keep your guard down in these type of competitions, in these lobbies especially. So hopefully he can try to get back in. We're going to have to check in to see what's going on with TSM, if they could even get away, because now C9 actually looking like they're making their own appearance now into Fragment. While TSM are overlooking a lot of that action, C9 are moving on to EXO. Still, a lot more teams are trying to take their time, such as Team Liquid moving away from Skyhook. Space Station Gaming, the winners of that last game, now also making their rotation away from Lava Siphon. So while they are going on that slow rotation, you have to worry about teams like Furia who like to play a little bit on the edge to try to cut off any sort of rotations.
Take a look here at the stats of Killapose, who has risen as one of the top performers this weekend. Look at the damage done, 1,170 damage. We saw Sweet Dreams and Hal earlier at 950, 200 more damage than both of them. 32 total kills this weekend. He has been performing, coming from Thailand. EXO Clan was a well-known Australian team originally, the Dark Zero roster that won so many championships under that banner. They pick up this Thailand team, and they have shown up this weekend.
It's so beautiful to see this international talent here between a lot of our competitors. They're looking to stay as Zeta Division, now finding themselves in that fight. They have the high ground, they have that beacon control, they do know that there is that squad from right underneath them. Do they want to take this fight with so many other teams now making their rotation, such as TSM trying to take the long way around? Lava Siphon uncontested between Zeta, but 100 Thieves may want to count their battles here, because if they continue fighting from the low ground, any other team that wants to rotate around Lava City could actually find them. A lot of these teams are already trying to make their way over towards launch site, where we actually got to see that early action between E6.
Switching over to 100 Thieves, running this very interesting Newcastle Watson and Valkyrie team comp. They've been doing it all weekend. I was a little critical of it yesterday. They proved me wrong with a really, really strong first place finish in that one to make it into winners bracket finals today. What's interesting about this team comp, it's just different than the DNA of 100 Thieves. We're known to see them play Ashe, try to play aggressive. Anmu is a playmaker. Now him on Watson as an IGL. Obviously a different style of play, but kudos to 100 Thieves. They've adapted since Newcastle came out. They've really adapted and evolved this meta.
Yeah, you gotta worry about that double stun sometimes between the Newcastle ult that charges up that wall real quick. You don't want to get anywhere near, but then you also gotta worry about the Watson fences on top of it as we get to see where that circle is going to be pulling. It is pulling all the way down towards launch site on the outskirts. We sometimes see the circle actually pull towards the opening between launch site and dome. So wondering if there's already any other squads that are kind of hanging out on the outskirts there. The natural landmass that World's Edge provides there could give you that cover and prevent you from getting pinched earlier on in the game.
That's right. This is one of the most frustrating zones to play if you're a northern team, because the southern side of the World's Edge, literally the edge of World's Edge, such a frustrating place because you can hide in so many rocks. You can basically hide in the corner of the map. A lot of really good rat spots and capability to just wait it out. And the teams that rotate early are the ones that find success. NRG coming all the way from staging, fast rotation from them. They predicted the zone, they predicted it well. NRG tends to do very well in these southeast zones.
It's almost like they learned their lesson. I mean, this is a very similar circle that we had witnessed actually back in the Sweden land, and NRG did a late rotate, and that actually costed them that game. So learning from their lessons here, adapting in this game, trying to get into that circle as quickly as possible is key.
That's right. Meanwhile, you just saw Team Liquid with a donut. If you're hungry, enjoy it. TL, 0 points on Stormpoint after evolving Stormpoint to be one of the best teams on that map in Sweden. They got dominated by Dreamfire coming from Taiwan. Of course, Dreamfire, a Chinese organization. Not many would have predicted that. I mentioned it on Twitter, but you would not have expected Dreamfire to win 3 out of 3 pound-for-pound fights against Gilderson. Such a dominant firing range and arenas shooter. But TL, 0 points. They have to go huge in the second half.
I mean, our APAC South teams have really been showing, and I can't wait to see even more of them as Zeta Division now trying to take onto the high ground. They do know that there is that squad on top of those train tracks. See what they want to end up doing here with a lot more of these teams now making their appearance through that next circle. Harvester, not contested here, as some of these slow rotates, I noted actually, was 4 squads that were playing outside of the circle to try to take their time to actually wrap around and go the longer way if necessary to avoid any sort of confrontation, because at this point, you're already seeing some of the progress that some of these teams have been making in terms of overall points.
That's right. So we'll see if Team Liquid and Zeta will meet again. But for now, like 2 ships in a night, they'll be passing one another, taking their time, rotation coming through. For TL, again, playing hard edge, especially with Skyhook. Most Skyhook teams used to see old Furia back in the day drop countdown, then rotate back up to Skyhook as to use that replicator. They like to play edge. They like to play in zone and basically craft up, get what they want. And Vic, I already know you know the replicator situation. Let us know what that is in a second. But for now, we're going to jump on board with a listen-in with one of your favorite teams to listen to. You thought GMT comms were wild yesterday? Well, hey, it's Cloud9, it's Mazer and the boys. Let's listen in to C9.
We gotta get the mats. It's Optic. It's Optic holding their back, bro.
That's Optic, mate. Yeah.
Like, all we're doing is crafting medkits. We're not going for red here.
Yeah. They're not shooting us though. They probably think we're just doing our shit.
They know
Careful
what we're
crossing.
doing.
There could be a team that came out the tunnel like crap. You never know. I'm gonna cross over.
Do I take a blue bolt Eva or do I stay on car?
Car. 100% car.
There's an Eva on me too. There's a white bag right here. Do you have a white bag?
I'm gonna
Do you have a white bag?
Yes. I need you to make me a medkit right now.
That's fine.
Watch our right, watch our zone wrap.
I'm already listening and shit.
Ow,
Hearing people
I just
shoot.
got fucking fried. I
Alright,
had
go
radio.
Bro, you
Let's
know
get that drone right
there.
there.
And we killed them last time, so they're gonna be like hyper scared right now. We killed them last time we did this. They're gonna be
We're
overly
gonna have
protective.
the dome crafter, by the way. We can't craft
It's not
it
a
on
big
two
deal.
sides. Okay, you can take that. I need to pop this Phoenix.
Just medkits, just medkits. Naughty, start. Do we hit beacon? I don't even know if we hit beacon, bro.
I don't have dome.
I think it's
Bottom of
pulling
the
to the
Phoenix.
back. It's pulling to the back.
We should, bro. Might as well.
We're gonna have to double Valkyrie. We have the ulti cells to double Valkyrie, right? How many medkits are up there? I have none, and I have 1 range left.
One.
Dude,
I'm throwing another one on.
What'd you say?
I'm fucking poverty.
You don't have any crafter points, you don't have any medkits.
I have 75 fucking crafters, but I'm gonna die to zone here.
Another medkit.
I'm 6-1 on
You
shield.
died to zone?
Yeah, 100%.
I'm throwing more medkits.
Psych, bitch!
Keep crafting medkits, keep crafting medkits.
I'm throwing on
I
one
crafted a fucking bat.
It's fine.
I'm gonna
I actually can't hold it. There's an medkit right here.
Grabbing it. Throwing a bat on.
Alright, we need to overcraft medkits so
Oh,
that.
I died.
Oh fuck, he's dead.
Res.
He died to zone.
I do those. I need a syringe. Oh, I have a syringe. Pop in a syringe and then a medkit. We got a minute 25, by the way, boys. Chilling. They're so annoying.
They're gonna charge rifle me on that one too.
Yeah. Nah, don't
I'm in 12.
Don't do it anymore. Chill.
How many
I'm gonna
medkits you guys have?
One medkit.
I can throw
one
two
medkit.
on. I can throw 2 on. I'm holding 1. Literally burning them as I'm hitting, essentially.
We don't have time for this.
We don't have time for this shit. What do you want to do?
Throwing 2 medkits on them.
Yeah,
go.
when these two go,
Bitch.
when these two go,
These don't run on.
yeah, when these two go, we just have to fucking go.
Yeah. 100p.
We need. Oh fuck, bro. If they charge rifle us out of this Valkyrie too, I can hold all the medkits, so don't worry about it.
Alright, I
I'm
can hold
grabbing
one.
one. I need to grab one.
Here.
Then go grab it, bro.
Let's go.
Let's go. Pop it,
I
pop
gotta
it.
heal. I have to heal. No. We should all
Fuck,
be at the same
man.
timing. It's okay.
I mean,
now we're
we didn't
fucked.
say it. We're good. Ready?
Go.
Yeah.
It'll just be one shot. We're gonna get charge rifled into oblivion here.
Where do we go?
This way.
Left? Okay, got it.
And I don't even know if we have
30
time.
seconds.
You need to go this way. You need to go straight over. We need to land
Got
in
it.
dome. We have to land in dome in a safe spot. We have to land like on that building.
Say hi, baby.
Trying.
Tuck in.
Where are we going?
No, go
Out?
here. Zone.
Zone? There's
You
another
see a
team
team
out
zone
there.
wrap? It's fine. No, you have to pop 2 ultic cells, or else we're dead to zone.
All right.
We're dead.
We're not gonna
We're
get it all.
dead.
We
We need
gotta
to get
go
into
far
zone.
left.
We need to get in over here.
We just have to fight in. We have to fight in on our
Alright,
edge.
Fuck,
Yeah.
dude.
We're fighting. We just fight in on our edge here. Get heal for eye clutter.
I have the dome here. Med getting. I have
Pop
the
in a medkit
dome,
as
so
well.
I
That's
can
fine.
get
That's
a
fine.
fucking medkit off.
They're on the
They're
roof
right
right there. Yeah.
Naughty,
We're
fly
on
up on
slow
the
side.
roof. Naughty,
We're
fly up
on
on the
slow
roof.
side. I am. Hold on.
Can you give me ult? I shoot on the gate. It doesn't matter. It's pressure, bro.
There is no pressure because it lands on the shell.
I mean, we're Naughty. What?
Poverty, shambles, duress, name any negative word, and that's what Cloud9 is in right now, is they need to find themselves a way to survive. Can they get their way out of this one, Vicky?
I have to see right now, because you saw a little sneaky sneak right past them with TSM actually managing to go wrap around if they have the opportunity here. That's Dreamfire over on the other side of that building right now. Optic Gaming was overlooking a lot of the chaos. Let's see if they have that opportunity with a lot of other squads playing on the outskirts of the dome.
And just imagine if TSM farms these 3 kills right now as they were working their way in. Cloud9 had no idea that they were just inching their way in like the little rabbit as an Elmer Fudd. Let's see right now what Cloud9 can do. Not doing so much work with the wingman, one of the top wingman players, obviously running on controller. That mid-range wingman is so strong, and there's TSM. Oh boy.
Are they going to be able to move in here? They're going to be pinched here if they don't move a little bit forward. Don't think they even know it's going to be 2 squad mates right there over to the side. Zach is actually moving a little bit forward to try to take an off angle.
And I think Zach wants to send. I don't know if Zach knows. Oh no, it's actually Scars. It's not TSM. I don't know if TSM got taken out, but Scars nearby, Burger right behind them. And a woo as I say Burger. You guys are awesome.
Unfortunately, in that rotation that TSM was trying to take, it looks like Scars was the one that would have circle kept them in that situation. So they were the squad that were able to take them out. Optic Gaming now having to play under some cover. C9 now landing some of those shots, having to split some of that attention. You got to give some backup to stay naughty here. The dome coming out. But you got to look for your back. You got to give your homie some of that back here. Zach Mazer with the flat line, cleaning things up. C9 be able to try to get this res, but look at the other Scars. Scars now going to be able to move in, see what the action's all about. As a two-man, it looks like they're actually moving over to the side.
Here comes the push. Major moments redefined. Can he redefine his legacy? Zach Major needs to go huge. Albertelli gets knocked all up to Naughty on roller with Zach right next to him. The duo, but they're getting pinched. They are in absolute shambles. It's not looking good for C9.
Monday with the actual Arc Star actually getting one of the C9 members down here, but here comes Team Burger. Order up as they move in right behind Scars. Optic Gaming, Skittle getting Stay Naughty. C9 looking like they're in loads of trouble between Team Burger and Optic.
Nom nom nom. It's time to eat. How do you like your burgers? Medium or well done, as MT and the boys are looking to clean up if they can, but Scars cleans up C9, manages to reset. Nice reset from Scars, playing so good. Taishin pushing wide right, gets the damage in. Is this Burger's opportunity? The cost of gas is too much.
Optic Gaming get taken out by Team Liquid, who have managed to slow rotate themselves into this next circle. We talked about this circle before. This is a circle that's always in between that launch site and dome spot, that open area that Omnu's in as Reps now. As a two-man here, we talked about it earlier on. They couldn't get House Banner, but Verhos and Reps are still in this game, and Scars are going to try to find themselves in that 2v2, but the circle was right against their back as TSM get wiped out of the lobby.
Yes, TSM was able to take out the IGL and RPR, the Croatian sensation, but Mandy and Taishin, such a strong duo, still alive. Mandy's been dominating all weekend long and showing why his absence was certainly felt in Sweden, but now on board with NRG, Rocker and Nathan alongside Sweet gets the shield swap, tries to survive as Sweet. Rocker needs to put in work, 3v3 fight. Furia gets some kills on your screen, but Watson gets taken out, Furia eliminated. Dark Zero out, on board with NRG, 50 points, they need to go big.
We're going to see another Game 3 replication here from NRG. Nathan goes so low, escaping quite literally with 1 HP. Can somebody actually escape off of that crate? Yes, they can. Team Liquid have a really nice spot on the high ground, but they're not in that next circle.
Team Liquid saying 4-game deficit doesn't matter. We can start with the handicap, and we will still dominate as Liquid is looking to fry. But look at this. Sweet gets high ground. Valkyrie in display right now. Last alive for his team as Rocker gets shut down. And Sweet has all the shield swaps in the world. Can he rat his way to a top 3?
Thank you very much, 100 Thieves here. Now you got Sweet on the high ground. He's going to overlook some of the chaos happening from right underneath him. He does note that there is that squad right underneath them as AD are actually playing around the crates. Here comes Team Burger, though. Taishin in a lot of trouble. Team Liquid still on the high ground as they rotate in.
I think we're going to see Sweet rat his way on this eggshell to a top 3. I'm calling it now. We got a lot of love for rats in this crowd, as we've seen. This Team Liquid and Gildersons look to work their way in. Element 6 gets taken out. This Team Burger under so much damage right now. Waltzy, last alive. Former Sutaraiku, the Aussie, down to about 50 HP. Some way, somehow able to hit reset. Here's Sweet.
Now, yeah, they're going to be able to actually try to go around. Team Liquid now off to the side here. NRG. Space Station off to the side. Team Liquid with this charge rifle shots are actually insane. Burger get taken out. There is nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. Team Liquid look fantastic. The slow rotate really helping out in their favor.
That's right. Nocturnal continues to be such an underrated Slayer and IGL, showing why he is one of the best in the world. Fnatic from Japan recently picked up by this organization with so much history, formerly game with top 10 finish in Sweden, and rightfully so, gets picked up by Fnatic. Welcome back to Apex Legends, to the Fnatic organization after a few years of dismissals. Now we got SSG right below Sweet. Sweet still alive and ratting. FNC pushing up. 4 squads left, and Sweet and NRG are one of them.
Sweet being the only solo here, can't keep a lot of attention as he manages to use the hipfire on the flatline here. He's got the 3 times. He manages to push that Valk right off of his back. Like you mentioned, Fnatic, Team Liquid, Space Station, NRG, Sweet only left alive. He's got to split his attention in 2 different directions. They want him. They're hungry.
Yeah, 2 teams closing in. If Sweet can pull this off, he's officially a magician. Sweet gonna get pushed by Matsutasu. Nocturnal nearby. This might be it for Sweet. There's no way he survives this, right, Vicky? Surely.
I mean, shield swap after shield swap. He's got those boxes in front of him. Are they gonna try to push here? I mean, Fnatic's not just gonna let Team Liquid walk up for free. You got that shield break at the same time.
It's a 3-way affair. Matsutasu, he's Valkyrie. Never mind. Hashtag nerf Valkyrie. No, I'm just kidding. Sweet, though, still alive. We got a Valkyrie v Valkyrie action, and there you go. Sweet gets a little jump shot, trying to go for the fadeaway. Michael Jordan pushing wide right. He's gonna knock Nocturnal. No, Nocturnal survives. Sweet somehow doing it.
He is moving, he's going left to right, he is waving, he is dancing, and he is making sure that he's on this slippery slope to victory. Team Liquid now, you see them trying to catch them with the redeploy at the same time.
That's right. My man Sweet's doing a little salsa, a little merengue here on main stage. And Sweet's gonna full set. Sweet's gonna hide. He decides to leave. Smart decision. He's gonna rightfully give up high ground. He's okay with that. He just needs to be quiet. Again, like the rabbit from Elmer Fudd. Sweet, you gotta chill, bud. On board of fun. FPS, former content creator turned pro, 100 damage. Gilderson's with the Nox gas ready. Ultimate from Caustic and Guild is there and available. Sweet, trying to be as quiet as little as possible. 2 full teams and 1 team of 2 and 1 little rat in Sweet, trying to be like a rat in a subway in New York City right now.
You saw that player cam. He looks so calm and collected right now. Just another day at work, but he needs to play so smart now, having to play off the low ground. Zenile trying to claim his head real quick, trying to prevent him from trying to get away here. Does he have the line of sight before getting pinged down himself? Space Station now as NRG get taken out in 4th, but Sweet lived for as long as he could.
That's right, valiant effort here. Now we have 3 teams remaining. Japan, USA, alive and well. As we got Fnatic, Meltstera looking to melt everybody wide left. Not going to connect for any damage just yet. This will now slow down the calm before the storm in this final moment with SSG on high ground as a duo.
As a duo, and they have to play this smart here. They have those caustic traps set up on the high ground. They're looking to ease in. Team Liquid does know that they're right there, but they cannot get pinched here. If a lot of that attention gets put onto them, Space Station does have them in their line of sight. This can be difficult. They do have those great shield spots, but here comes the grenades. The nicely placed dome. Great timing as the 85 damage still comes out on that gold Evo.
That's right. Team Liquid quite literally with their between a rock and a hard place right now. Their backs against the wall, but Zenile's going to help them, saying, hey, fellow Americans, we got your back. 4th of July was just back last week, and it looks like the U.S. trying to secure a dub over Japan right here, right now. Team Liquid still alive. Gilderson's with a gold shield. Here comes the opportunity. Nice little stun's going to come through from SSG. What an interesting fight here, Vicky. Multi-layered approach.
They have to be forced off of the shell real quick here. Tosh gets taken out. Space Station gets taken out. FNC now. Fnatic trying to be on top. 2 squads left. Team Liquid though. Every kill. They have the advantage here. It's only up to Masutachu here. Can he do it? He's fighting around. He's only 1 HP. He tries to dance around the circle, but it's not enough as Team Liquid take game number 5.
Are you kidding me, Team Liquid? How do you win that game? Everyone's focusing them. No health. Backs against the dome shield in some way. They pop an early dome shield. They didn't even have their dome late game, and they pull it out of nowhere. We talk about the rabbit. We talked about Elmer Fudd like a rabbit pulled out of a hat right there. All the tricks for Team Liquid, and they close that out. Disgusting pound for pound 3v3 v2 right there for TL.
Okay, we talked about the pop off of Hotsick. Well deserved right there. Hyping up the rest of the team. They're feeling themselves.
Look at the stress, man.
Yeah,
always Nocturnal has got 7 gray hairs
He's just
at a minimum.
On another level when it comes to stress. Always looking like he's sweating bullets out here. I mean,
and I gotta say, look, I got a lot of love. That guy right in the middle of your screen. Like, if you're new to Apex, if you are looking for a team to root for, we got 1 Team Liquid jersey in the crowd here. My man coming all the way from Wisconsin. But look, Nocturnal has gone through so much adversity in his career, so many ups and downs. Team Liquid early on with Flanker on that roster, struggled big time. He has been the staple. He has been the rock for this team, and he's been very public with some mental health issues, depression he's faced. And some way, somehow, he's always worked his way out of it, and he has now formed a championship-esque roster. And look at Team Liquid, 22 points for TL.
10 kills in their pocket. Fnatic right behind them with 10 kills apiece of their own. Look at the difference between these top 2 teams going forward with Space Station getting third, NRG with Sweet being the sole survivor, living for as long as he could, splitting his attention left to right with all the bouts that were trying to contest him. They wanted to plant their flag on top of that dome, but Sweet said no until he was finally forced off due to a skyward dive.
That's a fact. Well said. Good breakdown and analysis there for that late game. It was a fun one to watch, Vicky, wasn't it? Dark Zero here. 11th in this one with 5 total points. Not going to be enough for them. EXO, despite the early kill that they got on Imperial Hal, despite the rat, they're not able to convert that into points.
I mean, that was that early pickoff that really was detrimental to their game plan right there. They were forced to play outside of circle that entire time. Although that's kind of like a page out of what we usually see from Team Liquid since they land at Skyhook. Look at that, Team Burger. Team Burger doing so well, predicting that circle.
That's right, baby. That's right, baby. I'm Team Burger. I'm joining the hype train right now. Don't you dare. If you were going to rip that, I would have tackled. I would have tackled you off the stage.
Never. I love my burgers. Come on.
Are you talking about the food, or are you talking about the team here?
I mean both.
Please give me some clarity.
Both. It's both.
Yeah,
Double patty
100%.
burgers are the best.
Double patty. One Team Burger, one little something. I'm hungry now. I'm bored. And taking a look at the stats here. Fun FPS, 2.9k damage!
Are you kidding me?
Advent Giddy Fun, are you kidding me? The charge rifle in his hand, I'm guessing. Gilderson's a rare 0 kills, but doing Gilderson's things with 1,600 damage in Nocturnal. Brandon Singer, the IGL, the rock of this team. Valkyrie, 3 kills, 1,700 damage. Wow.
I love how you talked about Nocturnal too, because I've been able to kind of break his brain, try to figure out what his thoughts are towards the competition, and he's told me himself, he's really passionate about this game. He gets extremely stressed out, but he loves his community, he loves his team, and he only wants to be able to push the meta even further than it could go.
That's right. Taking a look at Fun on screen right now. Again, also, great story. He was originally a content creator, was not a pro player, was not competing in ALGS early on. But he had some skill, girl. Let me tell you, I casted him in a couple Lulu Lovely throwdowns, big shout out to Lulu, and watched him on Fuse just dominate and thought, I wish he would compete. There's a couple more of those in the community. But finally, Team Liquid sees his potential and says, you know what, let's roll the dice a little bit. Let's pick him up. And they have played so well since. Monsoon, what a story from him. Love the energy, the passion, the entertainment. My man's a chef. My man can play instruments. He can sing. He can dance. He can play Apex. He does it all. Big shout out to Monsoon as we take a look at the overall standings. NRG on top. Well, that was good, girl. Are we that good?
Come on, all right.
Oh, my God. It's called chemistry.
And the tie, actually, that we have right now,
oh, yeah.
Space Station, EXO. Both these teams putting in so much work. Space Station obviously taking game number 4. EXO literally right there. They were, what, second place in that game 3 where Energy had gotten 10 of those kills.
That's right.
But so consistent is the key here when it comes to this type of competition.
And Furia in the top 4 despite a slow start in the first 2 games. That's big for them. Optic, pretty quiet. TSM, pretty quiet the last couple games. Dark Zero, and gosh, just saying these names gets me excited. Look how many star-studded lineups and brands we have on this page, Cloud9, as we take a look at our second page here, who needs to step up if they want to make it to the championship finals and punch their ticket to a guaranteed top 20. Let's flip over to our second page, and it's 100 Thieves in 11.
Wow,
again, they've gotten a win, but only have 27 points. Their team comp does not get them the kills that they need. Very similar to what we saw with Crazy Raccoons down by yesterday.
Wondering if that's going to change a little bit. Maybe they can turn it up a little bit when it comes to that aggression. As we take a look at Fnatic jumping up 7 spots. Team Liquid having an amazing game. They needed that game, especially since we're going to be going on to game number 6. A little bit amount of times left. You can see the crowd going crazy here for a lot of our players, feeling themselves.
Those aren't just players. Those are Team Burger extraordinaires right there. My man Waltzy far left.
And Masters.
MT and the boys. Team Burger sneaks into the top 10. They might just break into this championship final as an unsigned free agent team. Orgs, by the way, take note. Team Burger is here to stay. Sweden was not a fluke, but look. Team Burger.
What's the special recipe?
I'll tell you the special recipe. If you want them to win this game, I need you to eat this burger right now.
Absolutely not that.
I need you to eat this burger right now. Eat the burger, Vicky.
I'm gonna give it to you. You can eat it. You can eat it. Oh!
Social break.
Medium or medium well?
Medium for sure.
Oh, medium for sure.
Social break.
You know what? All right, guys. If you want to see some more action, if you guys want to see some more burger, tune in, guys, at the end of this break because we're gonna be right back.
我因為出咗，佢唔飛起嗰下咧，可能。
Welcome back, everyone. Vicky, Kitty, and Fallout here. We just finished game number 5, and we are moving on to game number 6 here on World's Edge.
That's right. This is, again, we've been saying it all weekend because that's how intense this competition is, but this could arguably be a championship lobby. We can see the same 10 lower bracket teams make their way back to this. That's how intense the competition is so far. It's been insane. It's been so much fun to watch, and I'm just sad that we only get 3 more games because I love casting this. I'm not going to lie right now, as we got the TSM flags waving strong here live in the venue. TSM needs a big game 6.
I mean, they've been performing really, really well here. I mean, after that first game, I know it set the energy here for this entire audience. I know they're excited for more. You see the TSM chants. You see the Team Burger chants. I know the crowd has been going absolutely crazy out here. It's so nice to see all you guys come out, support these players for doing what they love, what they do best, and I'm excited to dive into another game here.
Burger Brigade is growing by the minute here. I got to think they might be overtaking TSM at some point. TSM's a little quiet out there. Team Burger, top 10, unsigned free agent team, came from Australia to Sweden, made so much noise, earned a few fans. They're earning a few more here this weekend, Vicky.
They definitely made a fan out of me out here. I love to see it, especially after what I saw you come out here to do, Fallout. I mean, come on, are we going to see another Team Burger eating?
Listen, I can't. I'm trying to watch my calories. I'm trying to
all right.
slow
No
things down a
burger
little bit.
contest. I get it. I get
Go to
it.
Greece in a couple weeks. My boy JP, his honeymoon. I got to calm things down a little bit as we are on board with game number 6 here on World's Edge. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your favorite team. Make some noise for this competition. We saw E6 slap a team on the hot drop. It was Luminosity Gaming. We'll see if LG can turn things around here this time.
And that was so quick. I blinked. We immediately tuned into the game, and there was already a member gone.
kills.
I mean, sometimes it can be difficult right here, especially when you have to deal with the Smeggy Toe a little bit here. But so we saw some of these southern circles.
Do not look that up in Urban Dictionary, by the way. You do trust me. Do not look that up in Urban Dictionary.
Absolutely not.
Onset Gaskin told me what it means. It's not a good thing.
You didn't know. Yeah, I love how it was them that had to show you.
Yeah, exactly. As we take a look here, another southern zone. This one likely will pull between Thermal Station and maybe, most likely, Tree, but most likely going to pull south-southwest here. Do you think it'll pull up? There we go, on Thermal Station.
And we've had a few of these circles throughout the last 2 days, too. Can it continue pulling more south towards that choke point where you see Team Burger hanging out by the beacon? Or can it pull a little bit more north towards the northern side of Thermal Station where we see a lot of those choke points being held by some of these teams that are cutting off the rotations for these northern squads? Energy are going to have a really good time since they have that quick rotation out of staging. And it looks like we do have that 50-50 happening early on. E6 now, they're already trying to move in. They're going to try to have that opportunity to replicate exactly what we saw in the last game, as Enemigo actually is the first one to get taken down again.
Slayers, you absolute lord. Controller Demon from the UK, alongside Smeggy, also on Controller, and Alpha Draft joining this team. Don't think Alpha Draft is a slump. He's been competing in ALGS since the beginning of online tournaments. He's going to push, gets caught out. That's going to be a big knock for Monsoon. Monsoon, can you do it? Shiny last alive. He's going to rip, but he has a boat check, and that's not what you want in the close quarters action. He connects for knockdown shield only. Goodbye, good night, shiny, shiny boy.
Gotta hang up the Robin Hood hat. You're not gonna be able to do that around here for E6. R301 in the hands of Smeggy Toe as they are able to restabilize, but that's another 50-50 win in their pocket. And we got,
boy.
All right.
He's giving him a Smeggy Toe right
away.
now.
It's okay. It's a tactical crouching. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's right.
All right.
That's right. Or in the words of my man Walshy, some body disrespect, but in this case, not a body, it's a box. You know. At least there's boxes in this game. If it was a body, things would be a lot much different. I feel like it's okay if there's a box.
It'd be bringing me way back in the day.
You can tactical crouch in a box.
Yeah, tactical.
That's not vulgar.
That's fine.
It's PG.
It smells a little bit if you're Smeggy Toe. It's okay. Alpha Draft with the purple Evo shield looking great so far. It's nice to reiterate how Energy's been doing within the last few games. Been very consistent. Even if they aren't getting the dub, they already got the dub in game number 3 with those double-digit kills. Fnatic trying to also replicate that right here as they're going to be able to loot up the southern side of Thermal Station, but there's already 3 squads in this spot alone, and you know what I love about this year Fallout?
What?
We've seen this circle before where a lot of these teams take up the real estate on the outskirts to the left side of Thermal Station by the rocks, by those 3 buildings, whether it takes the high ground, that's that Pride Rock, that overlooks some of the action, or if it pulls even more to the left side, where it's kind of on the outskirts of the entire map.
Yeah, that's right. I prefer this building, high side of this building in particular. Low side's a little dangerous. Obviously, you're really susceptible to doors breaking, with thermites, etc. But here comes a late rotation from Team Dark Zero. Burger, do they want this fight? I want them to take this fight. MT's gonna fly. Here comes the push on their Australian counterparts. Some friendly regional fire going on right now. There's the thermite I talked about. Here comes the follow-up nade. MT. Oh, not gonna get the damage.
The thermite. They're going to be able to try to move in now. This is an opportunity if they have that chance. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to try to overextend. They do note that there's still a squad off to their right. If they try to fully send it here, they have to play this carefully. They have to try to close this out quick, or else that third party's going to go in.
Oh my god, he just melted. Is he going to get the knock? Yes, he does. Such smart tracking from Waltzy. I love this play. They send their caustic to obviously avoid with the passive, the gas stuns, and then just like that, Waltzy's going to connect for one. Do they push off this though? Risk of third party is here, Vicky.
It's about the space that the caustic can buy in for you. This is going to be all up to Waltzy.
Oh my god.
He needs to be able to prevent that rest from happening. He's backing up. He doesn't want to push in just by himself. He does note that there's some shots coming in from the other side. They are going to be able to finish that off. The thermite as well coming in.
I love how they're playing this hot and cold and hot and cold.
Space Station, that's what they were worried about. They were worried about Space Station over by the other side of the building.
That's right. They got one kill point and one member of Dark Zero out. That's big. I think it was Sharky as well. So Zero and Jen Burton will be the last two alive. One controller player, one mouse and keyboard. 100 Thieves on the north side of the map will be taking their time on this rotation. They dropped Skyhook. They like to play these very, very slow, but they do have themselves a Newcastle and Horizon. So expect a late Valkyl coming in right now, and expect them to try and get some decent real estate here as they're just going to back out of this 3v3. They don't have a good team fighting comp. They don't trust themselves. They don't want to take that 3v3. That's the right decision in my eyes.
I mean, what did they want in this situation was the beacon, and they got what they wanted. They got the information, so they're going to just get out of there, going to prioritize their positioning, because with their composition, they want to bunker down in one of those buildings. But looking at the action that we have already witnessed over by the west side of Thermo, that's going to be really difficult because these buildings have already been taken over.
That's right, and they still want to take that 3v2. I love the confidence right now from Team Burger, and that's what is the reason they're gaining so many fans here in the crowd, right? This is a team with not a whole lot of LAN experience. They didn't go to the X Games Invitational way back when. That was Bullet and the rest of them. They didn't go to Poland, I don't believe. I know that was Sharky and Zero and then had a chance to compete in Poland. They are new to LAN in the grand scheme of things, but they're playing like they've been here for years, and they've been doing it for years. They're playing with confidence. They're playing they're playing to win as opposed to not to lose. And look at this confidence from Team Burger as people just bully their way in and take this building.
They like this position
No
here
way.
too. Oh, where are you going? Where are you running? Come back here, Dark Zero. The squad that Team Burger was able to send it in. You can see the Fusel over by the side.
Step aside, Dark Zero. The new kings of Australia are in town, and it's Team Burger. Rumor has it Dark Zero will be moving to the United States, and Burger says we will gladly take that throne.
Oh, we are moving into that real estate. We're moving into this building. They got the caustic traps already set up here. Hopefully they can get the loot that they also need, since this is going to be the position that they're going to be holding for the rest of the game. Team Liquid usually landing over by Skyhook. Knocked, taking some of that shot though. He's going to back up a little bit after getting that information, noting that there is a squad over by the other side of Skyhook. They're going to be taking their time. It's EXO actually making their exit around this building. But remember, we did see a team originally in that beacon building. That's also something that Team Liquid want, but luckily for them, there's also a beacon on the other side of Skyhook.
That's right. Take a look. EXO, despite a really, really slow game number 5, still in second place in standings. That's how good of a storm point that they had. We'll watch and see what they can do here. They rotate through. They drop on the north side of the map. On board with Element 6. Wins the 3v3 against Luminosity. 2 for 2, by the way, as they can't be stopped. You know, my man Nags, controller, young demon from watching from home, is proud of these guys, as well as Kay Swinney, the IGL, the Frenchman, are, in my opinion, the best French player in Apex Legends. I miss watching the rest of them compete Gamers Origin way back when, but nonetheless, always so impressed by Kay Swinney and his ability to IGL, his decision to join this team. I hope we get a chance to see the Cité de France back and competing in Apex next season.
Oh man, I love that. I love that. I remember casting them back in the day there too.
That's right.
Dreamfire now.
There I've been new and the boys.
They'll be playing from underneath this building. A lot of these teams taking their time outside of the circle here really highlights that with some of these squads with these late rotations are going to find themselves in a lot of trouble once they start moving into Lava Siphon, once they start passing that choke point between Lava Siphon south side by tree. And it's kind of a matter of rotating between these beacons so that way they can have some of that information that they haven't been able to obtain it, or some of this early fighting that we've been seeing from E6.
Yeah, it's good damage going to be put through here. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Smeggy Toe.
There.
Yeah, stinky Smeggy Toe, stinky Caustic. Going to get himself a first knock. That's going to be Slayers with the Peacekeeper. And Dreamfire, the team that's been so on and off this weekend. The highs have been high. They have the highest kill record this weekend with a 21 kill game. But outside of that game, a lot of slow ones after, as the team with 3 individuals from Taiwan. Typically they have 2 Chinese players on their team, but they could not make it due to visa issues. So Bolin, who is a challenger circuit player in APAC South, by the way, has stepped up to the occasion.
Really nice for Poland to be able to take up that role here too. They need this as well because in the last game, they didn't do so high. I believe they fell in 17th place. They didn't even secure 1 KP, and they're on the bottom end of the overall leaderboard. So not in the top 10 as Optic Gaming. It's a different situation. Optic Gaming is actually on the cusp. They're on the bubble right now in the overall leaderboard. And again, there is only the limited amount of games left for them to be able to obtain some of these points as Optic Gaming are trying to take a nice little off angle here. Currently see Skittles with the gold Evo, trying to have them in their line of sight. And there they are, lined up like a shish kebab. Let's see, with the Arc Stars, he can manage to funnel them out actually into the line of sight of Duke.
Oh, Duplex!
Send it on to him!
Such a misplay from Duplex right there to get caught out. Now it's going to be up to Skittle Cakes. He has to go big knock to do the same thing. Good shots in. The Caustic barrels are too strong right now. And this is what Caustic needs a rework in my eyes. He's just getting free damage after damage after damage. And it looks like Skittle Cakes will be able to do it again.
It's okay to just delete him from the game, Follow. It's okay to just say it a little bit here, okay?
Yeah.
Skittles now trying to move him in. Try to have the opportunity playing around the knockdown.
Caustic v Caustic, I think. That's what we saw. This is intense. Noct is alive. And there he is. Enters the fight, gets the damage in. Here comes the push from Skittle. Skittle Cakes
They're just moving
chasing.
Where are you
Hunting, look
going?
at this. It's a game of hide and seek as they're going to get the final kill, and Optic Gaming survives.
They get to see another day, and they're going to be able to either craft the mobile respawn, or they're going to have the mobile respawn also right there, right next to them, just in case. And they are going to be able to get Duke right back in. They're going to have his loot right next to them. They're going to be able to restabilize.
What a journey for this Optic squad. If you maybe just became a fan of competitive Apex, you've known them as Optic Gaming, you've known them as ESA, as a dominant team in Pro League, Split 1 champions, Split 2 Pro League champions, 3rd and 4th place respectively in the Split 1 and 2 playoffs, but their journey started far before then. I'll get back to that in a second here. We got a little side-by-side here, Vicky, walk us through it.
Yeah, I really like this. I love these stats first off here. Seeing EXO and RG are 2 teams that are currently on top in the overall leaderboards, with NRG actually leading by 9 points here. You can see with Nathan, the amount of damage he's put on average here compared to Dexter here. It's nice between both these Caustic squads. You have to imagine here between both these characters that the Caustics are the ones that buy in that space. With that gas, it's the only legend that can actually kind of make that space between yourself and that team, but it's the Caustic that wins the trade that is important, like we saw at the very end there between that Team Optic fight. So Optic Gaming now are going to be able to get Duke back in. He's got his loot. They're still hanging out outside the circle. They got a little bit of a trek to go as the circle is closing in on them.
Yeah, and just to finish that story of Optic, it's an inspiring one. They came, all 3 of them, from Xbox. They were Xbox grinders. They were top-ranked Xbox players on controller. So anyone watching right now, and Verholst as well, anyone watching right now playing on PlayStation, playing on Xbox or Switch, look, this is the story of a lifetime. They switched to PC, Duplex and Skittle switched to keyboard and mouse, Noct stays on controller, and they rise their way to the top because of their mentality, their work ethic, their desire to be great. And this team has the best mentality, in my opinion, the best strive for greatness of any team in Apex. It's a great story.
And justice for Noct too. Noct coming out here, swinging with Optic Gaming and really showing that he's been able to be a big staple for this team. Skyward dive as they are going to be able to close in that gap. They take their time, but they only have 1 medkit, maybe limited on loot right now. They were only able to use the replicator for so long before they just had to start moving.
They'll be content healing back up and rotate through. I'd love to check some of the teams that are in zone and see where they've rotated through. We're not going to have a whole lot of action here, I don't think, for Optic. They'll just be getting themselves some more replicator material and utility. And here we go. Speaking of which, TSM on the southern-eastern side of this next ring, making their rotation from Fragment East. Obviously, big story about TSM on World's Edge is Fragment East did receive some ninja nerfs, all low-tier loot in Fragment East, which, again, in my opinion, it's the hottest drop spot in the game. You'd expect better loot from it, but that obviously nerfed TSM in the grand scheme of things. So World's Edge is difficult for them. They got to earn it. They got to find their loot late game because they're not going to get a bunch of loot in early game.
That's where the chaos happens, all right? That's where things are made. That's where you got to plant your flag down sometimes. TSM with those rotates, though, trying to take control over that building. IG is right next to them, though, and it's nice to note with the positioning of where a lot of these teams are situated in these buildings. NRG is a team that is playing on the outskirts. They're not inside of these buildings, as you can see Team Burger now moving up onto the high ground of the second floor, trying to see who's actually trying to maybe rotate off to the side. You have the Caustic traps actually set up in that direction to deny any of that space from any of the little cheeky squads that think that they can rotate around that big rock.
That's right. Team Burger earned this positioning, quite literally, taking out all of Dark Zero, Singularity, living on the edge. World's Edge, that is. Hiding their way, sneaking through. On the edge of glory.
What other songs you got about the Edge?
Living on a prayer here.
Living on a prayer. Okay, that's kind of borderline.
All right.
A little sus. Edge is not in that
just
song.
ate paper.
I
don't want to hear that.
You're right. You're 100% right. Yeah, I can't talk.
But it's Team Burger. You know what? You get an excuse.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for the justification.
Team Burger out here with the crowd. TSM now moving in. They're going to be able to try to see.
That's right.
They can get some of the information. The actual bombardment getting put down. It looks like there's a squad that's actually on the high ground right on top of them. I think that's going to be E6 actually. Meanwhile, IG is looking on wondering what is going on over here. They're in our line of sight. Maybe if we be patient enough, we could add in some poke pressure. See E6 now moving in. Slayers landing 16 with the PK. Only has that white shotgun bolt. At least he does have that gold extended mag on the R301. With that dome, though, they're going to close in that space. They were looking for that fight. They're looking for the opportunity. Caustic Trap going to immediately get deleted. Oh, they're looking for this fight. TSM know exactly what they have to work with here, but they can't put themselves outside, or else they will be in the line of sight of IG.
Reps, Gibraltar, played a little Mad Maggie this weekend, got a little loose, you know. No Bangalore, not throwing smokes and get loose like my man Shiv, FPS. I give him a shout out every broadcast. Got to keep it going. Love you, Shiv. If you were doing a watch party right now, shout out. Matt Man, Speggy Toe, Alpha Draft. Slayers right outside. TSM versus E6 action. And I gotta say, I looked at the stats here, but I think almost every freaking team except for 100 Thieves is running Caustic. Everyone's going back, and you knew this would happen. Every team is going back to Caustic. Team Liquid's gonna get taken out here. But yeah, I know, it's a darn shame. Like, I'm okay with Gibby. Oh my God, did he stick him?
Oh, he's dancing. Where is he gonna go? He's gotta go for the barrier. He's gotta go for the knockdown shield. Help cover me. Get down, Mr. President. Not having to play around these Caustic barrels. They're jumping off of the high ground there too, but remember, IG's in their line of sight. And that's energy, I think, actually on the other side with the charge rifle here, or Zeta. Could be either or of these two squads that are actually looking in the direction of TSM. I think Optic Gaming made their appearance here over to EXO now. So much fighting on the outskirts of this circle, and it's gonna be insane here, depending on how these teams are gonna get through that lava.
Dexter, Killapose, and Zicky on screen. Apex South already in that same Caustic team comp. Imperial Hal nearby, wants to enter the fun, cracks his knuckles real quick. As Valk pushes wide left, this is a 3v2. I don't know if they have this intel. Is Hal gonna full send on Valk? Obviously, Verhal's not running Valk because Hal likes to IGL on Valk. And here he spots two with a little jump shot. He gets the call that there's two. That's great intel. And this is why Hal's running Valk, right? You can't do that as well. You can't fly. And there comes the stick, and it's gonna be Hal that pushes. Not gonna get the damage, but that Caustic barrel is gonna hold him off. He can't push.
That knock grenade was tossed out from left field out here. See Hal trying to move in.
Oh no.
Hal gets beamed immediately, but look into the line of sight of the rest of TSM. You see Verhal's actually giving him that suppressed fire.
I love these angles right now. I love this team fire from TSM. Verhal's watching his wide left and beaming knocked. TSM in an interesting position. I want to hear how they're going to play this, and guess what? We get to hear it from them. Let's jump into a listen-in with TSM.
Do we Valk with this?
There's a solo somewhere. There's a solo. I'm swinging from you.
There's a team behind us. Still at the truck.
He's in the knock. He's one.
Still a team behind us at the truck.
Chill. The duo's dead. Okay. We might have to Valk ult here. Are we ready to Valk ult maybe?
Yeah, I think we Valk ult.
Yeah. Is that team following us?
I don't know.
Let's go. You ready?
Yeah. That's a solo back there. On my ping, that's a solo.
Is it safe back there?
I don't know. Yes, it's
There's
safe.
No cover.
It's
There's
safe.
no cover.
There's no cover, but it's safe.
No. We play underneath here. Underneath. All right.
So many teams there.
Kill these guys above! I fell off.
I'm dead.
All dead.
Above.
Stay down there. Go to Jordan.
They're gonna shoot you from above. Just hide. I'm gonna die so you get a death box.
Jordan, go south. Or Evan, go south.
I'm gonna die so you get a death box. Stand on the death box. Give him a further death box.
No.
Literally surfing on a death box right there, trying to survive, doing everything he can, but IG is going to take him out. TSM eliminated, and now we got EXO nearby.
I'd say living on a prayer cells. I mean, what was that?
You called it. You foreshadowing. You're so good at this game. It's insane.
He had to. What else was he going to do right there? He had no health. The missile sword finished him off, as EXO also in some trouble. Dexter falling incredibly low right here. Icky now going to be able to try to heal up as much as they can. Playing Icky around the caustic traps in the dome, the safety of the dome. Not taking any of that lava damage. Team Burger, though, tuning into Team Burger. managing to make this rotate, wondering who's on the high ground right here.
If Burger wins this game after I ate that piece of paper, I will lose my mind. I swear to God, I'm eating paper all day. If it happens, Waltzy, please lose this game so I don't have to eat paper. No, I'm just playing. On board with Waltzy. I'm not going to manifest that. On board with Waltzy right now. Jaro, MT. What a decision from Waltzy to leave Sutaraiku despite their success to join this team. But hey, let's listen in to the fan favorites. Let's listen in to Team Burger.
We gotta watch like over here as well. Betting.
25 on bubble.
Yeah, good trap, good trap. Play calm, play calm, play calm. Like calm and composed.
15 on bubble, 15 on bubble.
You got... But this side, team there, team there.
Yeah. 3 seconds on bubble, 3 seconds. Jeff, you build.
I'm gonna play over here,
Just chill. I'm with Waltzy.
I'm batting.
Chill. Look for me. I'm batting. Look for me. Track Quasic, 80, batting.
Kill Quasic.
Nice. Relax.
There's an armor off of me.
Play relax.
There's an armor off of me.
I'm back Quasic. Empty.
He's weak.
Careful, Quasic.
There's somebody above.
95, you can go through the res. I can hold.
I got you, brother. I get it. I'm gonna pull back here.
Shield.
Just wait to bubble.
They're dying. Play tight.
Yeah, 100% wait to bubble.
3.
Yeah, nice.
I'm out of the bubble.
I got no bats. I'm med kidding.
Dropped you.
Oh,
you're out of the bubble.
Backside. My bad.
Take the bat.
Watch this. I'm batting here.
Yeah.
I'm getting picked from there again. I'm playing on Waltzy.
Another bat.
Give me
one. I'm trying to heal. You can crouch on me and you're safe as well. Pretty safe as well. Bubble in 5.
Yeah.
Popping cells. We're getting next them.
We just gotta bob up, I think, and wipe this team, okay?
Okay, yeah.
Get right towards it, get round.
Yeah.
Oh.
Team Burger is on fire right now. If they pull this off, I will cast tomorrow with a mustache in honor of my man Waltzy. Look at the damage. Waltzy's going huge. I can't believe it. How is Team Burger doing this?
Oh, they're going to be able to push in here. They need to work around this dome. They have to up to the left. And that's get their knock.
And that's brilliant because they knew they didn't have a bubble. They popped that bubble earlier. SSG wasted their bubble. Burger takes advantage. Here comes the push. Waltzy connects with the PK, but it's not enough. All up to Waltzy. He's going to get taken out. IG, Invictus Gaming, putting in work. But AD wins it all.
AD, the winners of game number 6. But the way that you have to play under the little nooks, under the lava. Team Burger, they were holding down for their life. Even Space Station couldn't get an angle on them. Look at the crowd go crazy for Team Burger. I love this. I love what I'm seeing from our Aussies. But AD, they're the ones to come out on top. They've been one of our more consistent squads here too. And it's crazy to see themselves. IG, that we tuned into from the very beginning there too, have been able to put in so much work.
Obley, Parka, Karanpu playing so well right now. AD showing up. Crazy Raccoons had all the hype, all the noise. Obviously did not play with Raz. Karanpu takes off Split 2. He did not play Stormpoint at all. Going into the Sweden playoffs, showing up here today. He's top 20 in damage. Can we get some love for the Koreans here live in PNC Arena as AD represents APAC North?
And they needed that too, Fallout. In the overall leaderboards, I believe they were sitting in 16th there. So taking that dub is going to be absolutely huge. I believe the first game they had gotten like 3rd place there was 6 KP. That dub on top of the KP they were able to scoop up was so necessary here. As you can see, 9 kills. IG, though, were fragging out that game. 11 kills, double digits on the board with Team Burger with those tricky rotations, managing to live to top 3, securing 5 KP.
Huge games, and look at that top 4. Every region except for South America represented. APAC South, Team Burger, APAC North AD, EU, IG, and of course Space Station holding it down for NA. Talk about global dispersity of skill and talent. It's insane what we've seen this weekend for the Apex Legends Global Series Championship as Furia, a disappointing game, Cloud9, Singularity, Optic, Team Liquid, not the game they would have expected. Instead, our other teams rise to the occasion.
Yeah, it's kind of like those slow rotations that we've been seeing are more high-end teams that we're so used to seeing getting cut off, losing out on a member and costing them the rest of the game here. AD looking at the damage output though, taking their sweet time, but still putting in the numbers here. Over 1,500 damage. Krampu, like you were talking about, Parka, Obli, so great looking at these players here. You said Parka cleaning up a little bit with those 4 kills.
Yeah, insane. 1,600 damage essentially for Krampu and Obli. Parka as Caustic, almost 1,000 damage, but 5 assists doing Caustic things. What a showing, what a performance from them. AD looking to be the sole APAC North team to represent in the championship finals through the winners bracket. As your girlfriend's here. What's up, girl? Hey, thanks for coming.
Hey, hope she's having fun.
Don't be embarrassed. Don't be ashamed. There we go. There's the thumb. That's a door. We're gonna kiss cams at PNC. Kiss cams, everybody. Oh my God, we just ascended.
ALGS Championship. What better way to celebrate here? We got 2 more games left, Fallout. Maybe, is there enough time here for some of our bottom end winner teams here to rise to the top 10? Because it's going to be necessary if we want to move on to the round 2.
That's an absolute fact. I can't believe what we've seen so far. I love that we get 8 games, by the way. We still got 2 more games to go. But hey, we need to take a break. My heart needs to calm down a little bit. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to my boy Rain Day at the desk to break it all down.
Thank you, Fallout. PNC, make some noise. You enjoying what's going on today? Let's go, baby. We have everyone from Team Burger over in the corner representing their favorite squad, and we are loving the atmosphere and the energy. It's rare to see so many Apex Legends fans connected, enjoying one another, enjoying, of course, the best esport in the game, in my opinion. I'm a little biased, to be honest. Let's just say that. Genome and Glitter Explosion joining me on the desk as well. My name is Rain Day. And yeah, we've had a lot of action so far. Genome, obviously games 4 through 6, it's kind of set the table. Only 2 games left though, so teams have to start picking up the pace, especially those in the bottom half.
Yeah, there's a couple in the bottom half. There's a couple that have been sliding all the way since game 1, further and further, getting closer to that bottom half.
Right.
Rain Day. I think TSM is one that I want to highlight. They started off with a bang, right? They won the first game, got 9 kills, and ever since then, it's all been falling apart. There was some comms from TSM earlier, how not happy with his teammates. And, you know, from that play we just saw there, from the listen-in, not a fantastic call, and the Valk ult resulted in their demise.
Yeah, I think there are some surprising teams on the bubble right now. I mean, you're talking about TSM. Optic is right behind them in 10th place in the overall standings, and that's not what we expected.
No, Dark Zero as well is in the bottom 10. We've got 100 Thieves in the bottom 10. We've got Scars in the bottom 10. LG, teams that Cloud9, teams that Liquid. We feel that can pop off, that could be contenders to win this. They're 2 games away from having to go through the losers bracket. No one wants to do that. Although I will say that this winners bracket is so tough that
oh my God.
I'm feeling pretty confident. Glitter, you're getting some requests here. I'm not sure. Somebody needs to have a conversation with you at some point.
That's settled later.
The beauty of fans
I'm not touching that.
as well. I'm not touching that either. I'm letting Glitter respond or not.
I am embarrassed.
All right. We'll see if it works. We'll see if it works. Shot a shot. Let's go through the games, though. It started off well for Space Station. They are proving that they can win games, Genome, and that is a big testament to how much they've committed to this squad.
Yeah, they're kind of the opposite of what we talked about before. The last 3 games, first, a third, a fourth. These guys are coming out big. You know, they're playing the Caustic, Valk, Gibby, right? And it seems like the further we go on in that tournament, the more prolific that composition is, and the more deadly it is as well. And it almost feels a little bit like Sweden here, where we're kind of just being like, okay, no, this is the best composition, and you should be using it.
Yeah.
I mean, now we're heading into match 5. This is obviously where we switch things over to World's Edge, and I think we saw that reflected in the gameplay of some of these teams. Specifically, this is when we get to give Liquid a little bit of love. I mean, they really struggled in that Storm Point portion of the day, but then first game, World's Edge, a dub, 10 kills, and this is the performance we were hoping for, and this is what we're talking about when a team that we wanted to talk about wasn't doing it until this point.
They truly bounced back after a terrible 50-50 at start between Dreamfire and Team Liquid, resulting in nearly 20th place every single time. But John mentioned it best, global talent on display, Genome. It would be a global victory as well for AD Raccoon, finally having that pop-off moment.
They have, you know, the first game was pretty good, but then it's been a dry spell there in the middle, but just waiting to pounce here when we got down to Thermal Station. You saw Burger, all the travails they had to, playing fantastically from that, you know, the lava spot down the bottom. We saw Waltz have a fantastic clutch, and I almost was like, oh my god, he's going to do it again, just like he did in Sweden from that same location, but not quite to be. That said, Burger, as you can see, with 40 points.
Burger, baby.
They're looking pretty damn good at the moment, and their compatriots, you know, EXO from APAC South.
Thank you so much.
Well, have been dominating NA. They keep coming up against TSM, against Optic Gaming, and every time they roll into them, it's a victory for APAC, baby.
I mean, you sound very excited, Gino, but we got to give a little bit of love to IG and AD off that game alone, because that was 11 kills for IG in that last match. Obviously, AD also getting the dub because of that positioning, and 10 spots jumping up with only a few games left on the day, right? That's huge, keeping themselves in a top 10 spot.
But I want to hear what you have to think about this, because if you said this was the leaderboard, it would be believable. It would be believable. These are the teams that are going into the losers bracket if they don't solve it in 2 games.
And what's so sad is that these are all squads that have either been on the top, that we've talked about having fantastic performances. I mean, like you were saying, 100 Thieves, Cloud9, Dark Zero, former champions, Scars down there at the bottom. Dreamfire has been crushing in their 50-50s. This is such a stacked winners bracket that it's that much harder for these squads.
And they're not that far behind, right? What is it, 15 points from 20th to 10th there? So, I mean, with 2 games left, yeah, absolutely, everyone is still in it. It hasn't been such a runaway performance for anyone that they can't bring it back.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing teams, too, who have the momentum on World's Edge start to feel a lot more comfortable, obviously, because we are being able to see the differences between compositions and those play styles. James on desk, who we'll be seeing a little bit later in the afternoon, likes to say, you know, that consistency of a lineup sometimes is where you find your best result. And so some of these teams, finding Caustic, Gibby, Valk, it's just going to be the way to go. I think we'll see more of that as we head towards the rest of these matches. But will somebody catch us by storm? Right now, Cloud9 a big favorite. Dark Zero, the winners of our Sweden playoffs, they are 3 points away from the cutoff, and that's Optic Gaming. Not feeling secure at all. We'll see if they can bump up, or will we have some more drama later in the day. 2 more games before we decide who's going to the finals right after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ALGS Championship live from PNC Arena. We got 2 more games to determine who will make it to the championship finals tomorrow or who will fall to the losers bracket tonight. That grueling, grueling losers bracket against the likes of Alliance, Ascend, GMT, and of course that team of 2. It's Pulverex. I know you love them.
I love Pulverex. We saw what they were able to accomplish just yesterday as a duo, but you know what's crazy here? For the teams that fall into that lower bracket, they're going to have to deal with a nice set of games, more games that they're going to have to play with in their pocket, 8 extra games. I mean, that's a lot to go through in one day. So now comparing the high ledge of what we have here between Energy, Space Station, look at the crowd and the energy that they're giving to the rest of the teams. It's a 6-point difference between Energy and Space Station Gaming for that first place spot.
Oh, it's going to be insane. You already know we're about to see some flowers in the chat. It's going to be floral up in there, like my man Rain Day's shirt on day number 1. Yeah, he loves a flower or 2 on the button down, let's just say. As we got TSM on screen. Slow and quiet games for TSM, but they need your energy, PNC Arena. Give it up for TSM if you want to see them perform in game number 7. Meanwhile, Team Burger says, we taking over, baby, as we got Team Burger live on display. But hey, I gotta say,
the other side,
it's time to give some love to a different region. It's time to give some love to a different team. Obviously, Team Burger, the Aussies been getting love. TSM's been getting love. America, Europe, APAC North, Luminosity Gaming, Mexico, trying to go big for the entire country. It's been so much fun watching these 3 do what they can, grind their way through. They were Scry, they get picked up by Luminosity, and all of a sudden, playing with complexity, they need a monstrous game here. We'll see if Luminosity can do it, as I'm trying to get my producer to show the camera real quick because we're holding a flag, and they're not showing the flag, but we got a flag.
We got it.
You better believe there's a flag here.
It's okay. We'll show it up for the next
quick
time.
peek. Quick peek for the flag. No flag. No flag allowed. We'll get it next time. We'll get it next time. Shout out to my man Carlos for supplying the flag. We're on board with game number 7 here. World's Edge. 2 more games and opportunities. And Vicky, here's an important storyline we haven't been talking about enough, but we need to start discussing now that we're in game 7. Top 10 teams not only qualify for winner's bracket, but they also earn points to give themselves an advantage and a lead based on seed for match point format. Explain that a little more for me.
That's right. The teams that are top 10 in this winner's bracket will proceed through the winner's bracket 2 with points in their pocket with the advantage. The teams moving on from the losers round 2 will not have any points. So that's something to note here and why it's so important to stay in this top 10. Not just to stay in this tournament to risk being sent home, but to be able to have those extra points. And Fallout, do you know who's on that cusp right now? Optic Gaming with 32 points. And 2 points after that, TSM. Currently, we still have the 50-50 happening, it looks like here. Looking at E6, looking at Scars, by the way, popping off out here. With the bow check, call him Legolas over there.
Over Singularity, by the way.
Yeah, Singularity looking like they're in some trouble.
That's right. Crazy showing and situation here. One thing that's important to note, well, Optic Gaming in 10th. If Optic Gaming does not qualify for the championship finals and has to grind through losers bracket, could you imagine? I never would have predicted that.
I don't want to think about it.
I kind of do, Oki.
I mean, a team as consistent.
It's kind of fun to watch.
You know what that? You know what that means, though? That really highlights how difficult this lobby is. A team as consistent as Optic hanging out on that cusp. TSM, 2 points away from being in that cusp too. Either of these teams could have a pop-off game, and either or could be in a lot of trouble. Looking at the way our other squads are looking like, C9, 1 point difference between themselves and Optic Gaming with 31 points. It's so close in general. DC also right behind them, 29 points.
Yeah, that's insane.
Too.
I mean, these are the teams that we had circled, right? Fnatic, Singularity, Team Liquid, and then of course Optic, TSM, Furia, all on the bubble, 7th through 14th place. It's crazy to think that some of these teams will not qualify, but instead, guess what? Burger in 5th. IG Invictus Gaming representing the United Kingdom in 4th after the Wimbledon just wrapped up today. EXO Clan from Thailand, SSG in 2nd, NRG in 1st place. NRG has been looking so good.
Energy is on top. I mean, even with that 6-point difference between themselves and Space Station, both these teams are performing out of their minds today. Sweet, with all the confidence. There's no scarier player, honestly, than Sweet when it comes to that momentum and confidence. And, well, again, we have another Southern Circle. We didn't get the chance to talk about it, but with the quick rotations, Energy, they were here from the very beginning in that last game. Now they see that another team has beat them to the punch, and with only Sweet rocking the purple Evo, they need to bunker down. With their composition, they're rocking the Caustic. They want to make sure they can block out some of these doors, maybe get some extra information at the other teams that have already infiltrated the real estate over by this part of the map.
Yeah, that's right. A similar zone here. We'll see if it pulls the same way over towards Thermal Station, or will it pour a little more north? Based on the teams rotating right now, far southwest, you got to think they know something, probably more than we know. It's going to be another southwest zone, as an early rotate from staging is NRG, early rotates from Burger and others from Tree.
Yeah, Burger, Dark Zero, Space Station.
LG gets the last laugh. LG, we said it. Luminosity Gaming, they take on E6, but now they have another challenge. They have Dreamfire pushing.
They can't catch a break. Are you kidding me? Dreamfire
They escaped.
are actually managing to chase them down. They saw the situation. They must have known that the 50-50 was going on in the previous other games here too, so they want to try to capitalize off of this, but actually instead of overextending, they're going to back off.
That's right. Dreamfire not going to chase. LG is going to get away. That's huge for Luminosity. We gave him some gas and hype. Unfortunately, we didn't catch the flag. I still forgive you, Sebastian. I love you, bud. But meanwhile, guess who's coming behind Dreamfire? If we could look at the map here, I would love to pull that up so you guys could see what we see here. Optic Gaming is creeping on up over towards Northern Launch Site to fight against Dreamfire. They know that Dreamfire drops Dome. Optic drops Lava City and Big Mall. They basically bullied it all Pro League long to get it themselves. And now Optic Gaming is on the hunt.
Whether it be on Stormport or World's Edge, you can't try to 50-50 this. Even bullied Sentinels off of the milk here as Dreamfire now. You're overlooking some of the action happening over by Lava Siphon, but do they know who's rotating right behind them? Optic Gaming may not know that Dreamfire is actually still up there in that building. They're rotating straight by Tree. Luminosity Gaming having their other priorities. They're going to be able to get to the beacon, but while they're scanning that beacon, Optic Gaming is actually going to see them in their line of sight.
Yeah, so Optic decides not to push that up towards Northern Launch Site. Instead, they hit their late rotation. They're actually now behind LG in Tree. So we might see a little LG versus Optic skirmish here. They got to be careful because teams that are playing that southern choke towards Thermal Station will join the action. IG, Invictus Gaming is there right now, but we're on board with Dreamfire, working towards Lava Siphon, getting as much loot as they can. Meanwhile, TSM is in northern Lava Siphon as well. Meanwhile, teams like Invictus Gaming and others have already early rotated, found their spots, found their real estate, and they will be content playing for late game.
Oh, TSM over by the other side of Lava Siphon. It's a matter of trying to get to that beacon. Doesn't look like they have that next set of information. But with Dreamfire actually moving away, they're going to be able to give up some of that space for TSM to get that information. Optic Gaming with the skyward dive. They see everybody in the vicinity. They see that every nookie cranny has been taken as Duke falls so low.
Duplex was their Gibby as well, so if Duke gets knocked right there, that's going to be good night. Yeah, Duke is not nearby. Here comes the push. Optic is out. Dark Zero shutting them down, saying we are the best, as Noct is the last member alive. Optic always finds a way to survive these scenarios. If he gets Skittle Cakes up, that's huge.
If he even has the opportunity. Dark Zero in the area.
Wow.
Team Burger looking at them. Fnatic on the other side. Space Station, NRG, Furia.
Does Dark Zero know that Optic is right there? They must have seen them on the rotate with Valk. Exactly. Listen, that's the thing about Caustic, man. Look, his ult is a stun, a snare, a blind, a flash, and a dot, and then he can make his own cover. You know, literally, he's making his own.
Diggle hole. Gotta make sure he's safe out here.
It's wild, man. Caustic does it all.
Play off of the little ledge here. They know that there's teams right behind them there too. If they overextend, they're going to be in the line of sight of two other squads.
Taskmaster. Currently 9 imps down. Sunset out. Taskmaster last alive. Can he do it? He's been performing so well. I've been so impressed by his play, but he says, nah, gotta back out, gotta try and rat. We will have a rat in this one, most likely, if Taskmaster can survive, as Scars is alive and well.
Oh, look at the double bubble here, too.
Double bubble, I like that.
I mean, look at that.
Bubble trouble.
Double bubble. The bubble party out here, trying to follow that with the redeploy, with the flatline and the Spitfire here. Tries to catch the landing. Scar's going to play underneath this. Have some of that extra makeshift cover. Wondering if there's already another squad holding the sniper tower right in the middle. They would be put in their line of sight as they did the vision. Unfortunately, having to lead out on impulse. It's just up to Taskmaster actually just start rotating on the outskirts.
That's right. Speaking of Caustic-less comps, we said the majority of this lobby running Caustic. We don't have the data on that, but this is his team comp right here. I've loved Zeta all weekend long running Crypto and Watson. And an aggressive one at that. They're not running it to play passive like APAC North does. As we switch on to, speaking of aggressive comps, Furia on screen. I know we miss Furia. We know what Watson's capable of. Let's see what they can do. Optic is out. To the hands of Burger.
Yeah, they were pinched. They were pinched in that situation too. And I like how you highlighted Furia because extra tricky, man. Zero tricky out here with the fuse. He's been rocking this fuse forever, by the way. This isn't no joke. This is what he feels comfortable with as AD trying to run further alive. It's Parka putting down the Caustic barrels, making sure that he can guarantee that he's got the space. Nobody's going to try to push into this. Can he recover those banners? That is the question with Stars actually right across the field from them. Furia looking at them from the other side.
Can I add to my angry list from earlier about Caustic?
Yeah.
And he has traps to block doors.
Oh yeah.
What? Oh, I'm done.
殺翻兩隊冇位啊！
Your own blockade.
Meanwhile, people are
window.
saying buff Valk. There's signs of buff Valk out there. No, I'm just kidding. I'm bored out with scars here. But yeah, it's obviously, we joke and speak tongue-in-cheek, but it's important to talk about this meta here, right? Caustic obviously kills a lot of opportunity for other legends to be chosen because you get stopped in your traps. It's so hard to counter Caustic. How do you counter Caustic?
EMP.
With Caustic. Or EMPs. Yeah, EMP too, but there's not cryptos like that.
That's kind of what I wanted to highlight. In the Sweden land, we actually had a lot more cryptos out here in the lobby.
We did, that's true.
The Watson fences negating the Caustic traps. With a lot more Caustic here, are we going to see maybe some of those adjustments? Because the EMP is going to be key, but even with the crypto squads that we have been seeing, it's been a little difficult to actually kind of unleash that EMP without the other teams in the vicinity destroying it to prevent any grieving of any kind. If a dome gets put down, deletes the dome. You don't want that to happen here if you're the opposite team.
Did I just see a fuse? A knuckle buster? I always get that wrong. What's it called? Is it knuckle buster? Knuckle cluster? Knuckle buster. I saw, is there a tricky running?
I just feel like he's busting down my doors.
Yeah,
every time he's using it.
that's right. My man, Zara Tricky. I'm the Fuse. I saw some Fuse love in the crowd here. I saw some signs for Fuse. You love to see it. The aggressive fury of Team Comp. They say, I don't care about meta. I don't care about that cost. To get out of here.
You gotta leave that for Fusey. You gotta leave that for Fusey. Zero Tricky always on it here.
Or if you're trying to get elegant with it, Fuse A. You know?
All right.
You know what I'm saying? A little rose for Fuse A. On board right now with Fuse. Nice little, look at this angle. Shout out to our free cam guy or gal. On board right now is Zero Tricky. Zero Tricky's been performing. Look, we have not talked enough about Zero Tricky. I've been so impressed. He's been competing in the LGS since the beginning. And his Watson, obviously the exact opposite, just started competing for being a ranked grinder. We hype up his Watson all the time because his tweets are hilarious and his story is great. But Zara Tricky is right next to him in the kill leaderboards and the damage leaderboards. He's been putting in work. And then Panders, formerly of Ghost Gaming, has been the most underrated player in North America for a while. Maybe Slurpee G, I'd throw in that same category. But his ability to fry as a controller player, him in arenas, so much fun to watch. I've been so impressed with this young star in Panders. I'm glad he finally has his chance to shine.
It's really nice to see Fury in general, including his Watson coming into this roster, find so much success in general with the compositions that they feel most comfortable with, what they think is going to complement each other. As we take a look at TSM playing on the cusp of the circle, leaving Harvester. Do you know who's waiting for them on the other side of this corner, though? It's going to be Team Liquid.
Yeah, that's right.
So C9 with this skyward dive, they're going to be able to track TSM, and if they go through that mountain as well as Team Liquid, but they're going to go on the other side instead. They're going to take a little bit of a longer rotation off to the other side, try to avoid much more of that confrontation, but that means that you could be more prone to actually getting circle kept here by any of the squads that is holding the high ground of those train tracks.
And I'm guessing they're doing the same thing we saw from that listen-in earlier, which is really interesting listening, by the way. There was no action, but I loved actually hearing them strategize as they were in zone. They're probably going to double Valk ult here with the ult accelerant. Another reason Valk is so strong and it's kind of a must, literally almost 100% pick rate for these teams, is that ability to pop an ult accelerant and basically rotate twice with 2 Valk ults. Meanwhile, Zeta actually managed to get a revive on Sunset, former member of Gambit or FA Kitties, doing a little hopping and hipping, you know? Obe, taking advantage of that out-of-bounds rule. On board with Rocker, hitting some shots. I like the bobs, by the way. I'm a fan of your bobs, Biggie.
You know.
Can you hit me with a Brett?
Yeah, you gotta do the beep. Oh, but you can't get hit like that. Oh, with the Shatter NRG, with the straight beamage, where are you gonna run? That's why they were delaying it. They knew that they were in the line of sight of 2 different teams right there too. I mean, where are you gonna go at that point? NRG had you cornered in every single angle there. Sweet scooping it up, loving the loot that he's rocking here too. He's got the gold helmet on top of it. He's gonna get those skyward dives even quicker, the tactical online even quicker here. See 17 squads left. They're going to be able to loot up safely. And they have the information, it looks like, maybe for that next circle, as we can see it pulling very similarly to the same circle that we had in the last game.
That's right. Look how evenly distributed these points are right now. It's insane. Got to jump back into the action. No EXO is going to find themselves in a fight. The gas is going to come through. Here comes the shot. Nice Ava 8. He's not missing. He's literally hitting every shot. Killapose is on fire.
Oh, the Calpera contrast bubbles coming in. EXO now. Zicky taking off to the side. Can he try to chase him?
Oh my
Where are you going to Eva 8? Here comes the grenade. Here comes the Arc Star. Who's moving in? It is nonetheless with Dreamfire. And I love it because they were moving away from the train track, the high ground. Look at this beamage with the Hemlock here too.
And then we're aboard with Roy. One of the best players in Apex South, pound for pound individually. So talented, was a candidate for a Monster MVP yesterday, and this is why. And look at this early rotate, but no health. He can get beamed. Here we go. They're going to have to hit shots. Can they do it? And they're going to connect. That's going to be a knockout. Killapose. Hal gets it. That's a point for TSM. Oh no, that's actually the kill. Sorry. Dexter's down. Fun's going to get the kill. He, with the charge rifle, is not missing. Zicky last alive.
Yeah, Zicky having to play off this high ground here, that was so scary because originally when they have to play off of this side, that means that you're going to be in the line of sight still, VF. You're going to still have Team Liquid off to the side here, too. You're going to wonder, if can you get your teammate here? You are down to no health. You're going to have to try to restabilize. But then next, in less than a minute, you need to start moving into that next circle, and you're going to use the Skyward Dive.
That's right. Vaxlon, Scurry, Anmu, 100 Thieves, your reigning champions in North America for the ALGS Championship Year 1. Back then, before they were signed, bottom 20 or Kongarna. Now they picked up Vaxlon, champion in his own right with CLG, and he played so well in Sweden, has played so well today. I love this pickup. I love this team comp, one of our only Causticless team comps running Newcastle, the only Newcastle team in this lobby.
They've been able to really try their best here with that composition. It's very interesting with the way that they've been able to control a lot of this high ground space with the repositioning of the Newcastle ult here too. I saw Fnatic is holding what they think to be the God spot on top of that Pride Rock there too. Overlooking Dark Zero. 100 Thieves now trying to take some shots with a 30-30. Try to pepper them down a little bit here. They're playing on the edge too. They see that there could be that squad that's right behind them. Believe that is going to be IG. Burger also holding onto that building over on the other side of that lot.
We got a rat. And he's got some banners. Zicky, big play. Can he recover both? Yes, he does.
Right there.
He'll be there on time.
He has the time.
He timed that perfectly. Ranked teammates, why don't you do this for me?
No man gets left behind on Team EXO.
Gosh. That
is the key here.
I'm sitting here unnecessarily staying in lobbies just to watch someone try and 1v3 or 1v6 teams. And Zicky's the teammate of the century.
It's because we know you are the GOAT, Fallout.
Oh, I appreciate that. Talk about yourself. Are you making fun of me right now about the eating the paper?
Yeah, because you get the paper because you are actually a real GOAT.
I'm a real GOAT. I get it.
100 Thieves, though, with them in the line of sight, breaking out the shield here. EXO get taken out. So much damage from the circle here, too. So difficult to actually try to move away from the high ground.
Okay, maybe that's why my teammates don't pick me up. He just died immediately after getting those banners. Okay, we get it.
It's a risk that you have to take.
That's right. Now, especially in ALGS champs, you can rat, but that's the right play for sure. Nice try from Icky Zicky. He gets taken out. Let's run out on board with Cloud9. You saw him, though, trying to do that Icky shuffle. You know, he's trying to shuffle dodge some shots. If you're under the age of 25, chances are you don't know what the Icky shuffle is. Look it up on YouTube. It's historical. If you play sports, you know about Icky shuffles on the ladders. You know what I'm saying?
I shuffle in real life. Every time I try to take a shot, I get shot at. I have to move as far to the left as I can. C9 though, Stay Naughty losing out on the shield. Zach gets taken down. Iberlele now have to play around the dome. Stay Naughty with the shield reset though. He's playing up the high ground. It's Team Burger making an appearance here. They've been holding on to this building for quite some time. 100 Thieves now getting a whiff of this fight. They want in here as they take the high ground.
Oh, this is big, but they have to fight against Caustic, so they have to play this cautiously. They cannot full send, and guess what? It's a 3v3, so they're not going to push this. Team Burger, if anything, will be the team to ascend, especially if they still have the Caustic ultimate, which I think they just used, but guess what ultimate they do have? Defensive bombardment for Gibraltar. They can take this fight if they wanted to, potentially.
They also have the Mozambique here, too, with the purple shotgun bowl. You got the Mozam and a Dream here.
Really? Who did? Walty?
I believe it was Jaro, actually. We'd have to take a look here. MT with the EVA 8. I'm wondering if he's a little jealous out here.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, boy. 14 squads left. This is match number 7. We're getting to late game. Ladies and gentlemen, PNC Arena, make some noise here as it's going to get interesting. We need Team Liquid to go huge if they want to qualify. 15th place with 24 points.
14 squads left here, and Circle 4 is about to start closing in. Team Liquid now. Charge Rifle trying to close in that gap.
Hey, Team Liquid about to hit a Valkyrie. Let's see where they go. Let's see what their comms are like. We're jumping into a listen-in with Team Liquid.
You want to go back corner? Maybe. This fence is good here. This truck, do you see this truck?
Yeah, I'm looking.
It's very good, very good.
Okay, we're playing it. We're sticking it. We're sticking it, boys. Play safe. Do not get fucking picked. Look her north. Look her north. Look her north. Look her north. Look here. Look here. Look here.
Okay,
we're chilling.
We're chilling. This balcony's looking at us.
Yep.
48 on Jim. We got
Zach, bubble it.
Look for the drone. Look up for the drone.
Yep.
We're gonna get EMP.
On the south. In the building door. Mark them.
I got rid of their drone.
Okay.
I can caustic out the left.
Caustic. Our stars on our north. Or south.
75
Heal. South is looking to push us.
On our right, south.
Yep.
They caustic ulted.
I'm giving ulting.
Okay. Going north.
Caustic
I have to go north.
I'm batting.
It's looking me. Dead. Play my shield. How long a bubble?
Come to me. Oh,
I can't. Thermite. You have to tank that if you want to res.
They're pushing. Never mind.
No, they're not.
Sorry. Sorry. Any movies?
No.
And we've all been there, but that call from Gildeson's may have just lost him his life. Unfortunate. Fun, last alive, but obviously they're in a difficult spot anyways. I don't think it makes that much of a difference. Nonetheless, unfortunate situation for Team Liquid in a game that they needed. Scars, meanwhile, has been farming this lobby, doing a really good job. RPR goes down, Rez will come through. No foul right now. The stick from CHING! Are you kidding me?
Oh, it breaks two
Tom
for
Brady!
that too!
Oh my goodness, he's the European time. You know, are there any sports that throw balls in Europe?
Whatever it is, he's yeeting it, and he's going to do it right now. Yeeting the Nox grenade.
God.
Everybody's in this. Everybody, 100 Thieves now playing underneath. Anmu's falling solo, taking some of that tick damage. Where are you going to go? Where do you run? Scars cleaning up these kills. Look at this CHING with the kill leader status. 4 kills to his name, looking to wrap up even more.
That's right, that caustic gas was insane, and the crypto EMP is going to come through as well, and that is not where you want to be if you have a caustic in front of you. Great use of the noxious grenade. Meanwhile, the RPR goes down again, all up to CHING and Mandy. Last 2 alive, they need a big game. They're not in the top 5 right now. They want to be secured as Dark0 is trying to secure themselves. Team Burger goes down, IG eliminated as well.
As Dark0 climbs up this rock, though, you have to worry about the Green Fire, you have to worry about Fnatic. Team Singularity, though, Luminosity getting taken out. The EMP is going to delete that dome. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Singularity are still claiming these heads. The charge rifle, the PK. Okay, let's see if they can hold on to this roof right here. They do see again, once Fnatic moves away from this spot, they have the high ground. They have Singularity in their line of sight. Right behind them, they have to worry about Dark0.
That's right, South America, Brazil, stand up and get ready here as we got, of course, Elysium, the Chilean as well. Singularity is looking to secure themselves a spot in the finals and represent all of South America. Godfire still alive. Here comes the ult from Nathan. He's gonna rip as well. Singularity needs a miracle, and NRG is farming.
Look at them playing from right underneath the dome. PK shot to the face.
Easy.
Make it 2. Singularity get wiped, and Sweet is cleaning up the kills. NRG maintains their position, maintains the fact that they've been dominating in this lobby.
This is the ceiling that we know NRG is capable of. Do they always reach that ceiling? No. But when they do, it is a sight to see. Sweet Dreams, one of the best IGLs, while also maintaining his ability as a fragger. Nathan and Rocker, the young duo, so talented. Obviously, internally, they have a ton of discussions, debates, always, but Sweet performing right here when it matters.
Let's not forget that NRG originally, with the early rotate, wanted Fnatic spot, but they beat them to the punch here. Now Dark0 actually wrapping around. They're right next to NRG, but Fnatic have the high ground, and they have the Watson fences set up.
Who has winning condition right now in your eyes, Vicky? I gotta say it's Dark0.
Fnatic right now look great, but with Dark0 actually taking onto the high ground, I don't think Fnatic knows. I think you're absolutely right here, Fallout, but we have to worry about how Dark0 plays this corner, because if they play this wrong, that means they're gonna get beamed by both NRG and Fnatic. They'll be pinched here in their both of their line of sights.
That's right, the reigning champions from the playoffs, our first LAN event in years, looking to go back-to-back. Jen Burton in his debut on LAN, couldn't play in Sweden. Look at the damage from Zero. He is popping off. Sharky connects with the R301 as well. That assault rifle PK meta, so strong right now.
So scary here as they play off of the rock. That's the Pride rock that we were talking about before. The Nox grenade coming
it's
down.
Like the scene from Lion King right now, as young Jen Burton is Simba, and he's dominating. What? I saw a Nox grenade from him. He turns, gets so much damage below. Jen Burton on controller. Welcome to LAN. Welcome to the ALGS Championship.
The Lions are roaring. Dark0 now with the bombardment coming down. Fnatic not wanting to play around. See Matsutatsu actually contesting them. He loses the ship immediately though. Fnatic now trying to give him the backup. Both their shields are broken.
King of the hill on top of the Acropolis. Zero dropping down. He flicked, but he misses the shot. Zero misses. He's going to fly back up to safety. Dark0 needs to go huge. Tie ground, 3 squads left. They let NRG reset, I think.
Yes, NRG's on the other side of the rock.
No
Dark0 has all their attention. Focus on Fnatic.
No,
you see that second
joking,
dome off to the left?
Sure.
That's NRG. They're going to actually sandwich them. They're right behind them, forcing them out of their own dome.
All the canisters are going to come through from Jen Burton. He's going to push wide right, going to get so much damage in from his teammates. Zero down. Sharky, Jen Burton, last 2 alive. Dark0's going to do it. No, he goes down 1v1. Sharky's going to choke. Energy wins. How did they do it? How did they do it? And Sweet gets up and says, get the out of here. Wow. How did NRG win that game, Vicky?
How did they get behind them? How did they reposition? The circle also doing the tick damage.
unbelievable. They were in shambles, 2 knocked, and for some reason, Zero decides to push Fnatic instead, misses the shot, giving NRG time to reset. And if you give them a shot, if you give them an inch, they will take a mile. Much like my man Sweet Dreams here, it's like a hair, it's like a mile long. He needs a haircut, but still, wow.
Those Cossack barrels, Nathan out there controlling a lot of that space really helped enable Sweet there too. Look at this situation here. Let's take a real look.
You gotta be kidding me.
This is insane.
Nathan, knocked.
Look at this.
Rocker, knocked. They get the double res. What a replay here. Are you kidding me? Meanwhile, all this action's going down for no reason. For what, Dark Zero? Why are you pushing Fnatic?
They really thought they could just jump right behind him here too. Look at the situation. Look right behind Energy. Look what happens to Sweet. He notices he's getting shot.
Way.
He flies to the high ground here. He repositions himself, and then he gets behind them.
No way. No way. With 40 HP, does he get the battery off? No, he doesn't need to. Are you kidding me? 1v2 from Sweet. That was disgusting. That was the most disgusting clutch we've seen since Skittle Cakes in Sweden. Sweet Dreams showing why he's one of the best in the world to do it.
Look at that face. Look at those smiles.
Hey, Sweet. I know you can hear me, brother. Give me a smile to the camera right now, man. Give me a little cheeky smile, Sweet. Give me a smile. The crowd wants it. Nah, he's focused. He's locked in. I think the coach is telling him to smile. Thank you, coach. Appreciate you.
The Cossack gas also helps out so much at the very end. There are those PK shots. The way that he delayed, the way that he stalled to reposition. Can we talk about the quick decision making too? The moment he got shot up from behind, he didn't try to focus and try to shoot them back. No, it was immediate retaliation to swap positions. 11 kills and the dub right on top of it all.
And if you're a Dark Zero fan, you can't be mad about that either way. Second place, 20 points. That should do it. That should secure them a spot in the finals. But again, you're fighting for first or second or third, so you can start with 10, 9, or 8 points as a lead or advantage going into the championship. Fnatic showing up, Singularity with a big performance with 12 points to their name. But that was disgusting. Sweet looking like Iron Man, dropping from the sky with the PK. The weapon of death, the weapon of doom right now, hits the first, hits the second, clutches the 1v2, and of course the Caustic Gas did the rest. Still insane from him. Team Liquid, 100 Thieves, Cloud9 need to wake up.
After that Game 7 here, Fallout, I think Energy has punched their ticket in for that first place spot. They were dominating 11 KP, those 12 extra points with the dub. How do you top that? How do you top a performance like that? This is going to be their second win, by the way, of the day.
Insane. Gosh. Absolutely insane. NRG stealing every point from the rest of the lobby. And you knew it when they had that southwest zone. They love those zones coming from staging. They love the early rotates. If the zone pulls north, they take that choke point. If the zone pulls southwest, they take that real estate to the west of Thermal Station. They play that zone to perfection. They know it from scrims. They know where it's going to end up. And they love that positioning and that chance. And at the end of the day, they executed when it mattered. They clutched a 1v2 for the bread.
That was just insane how he was just able to restabilize too while both of those teams were fighting right in front of him. He was able to get both those reses up. He was able to restabilize. They were still able to build in that space with the Caustic barrels. They still had some of that time to throw down that dome until he had the awareness that he was getting shot from behind. Didn't turn around, didn't waste any time, repositioned immediately. And looking at the overall leaderboards, look at this, 81 points.
That's right.
For NRG.
As a result of Christopher Sweet Dreams Sexton from Kansas City, dominant finish, putting his team on his back, doing what he needed to do. 81 points. NRG will likely be your #1 seed going into the championship. Meanwhile, EXO still there, but look how evenly distributed these points are. I mean, I can't wait to go to the second page. Team Burger in top 5, Dark Zero in the top 4, Australia showing up. APAC South, 3 of our top 5 teams are from APAC South right now, Vicky.
Yep, APAC South showing up.
Oh boy, TSM Optic.
Reminding us that they're still here, but yeah, looking at TSM and Optic, we talked about that they were on the bubble of falling down to that losers round 2 bracket. Now, they really are there, and now they need to have the game of their lives, this final game that determines whether they stay in the winners bracket or they have to play their lives out for the rest of the day here in the losers bracket.
Wow. TSM, Optic Gaming, Cloud9, 100 Thieves, Team Liquid, all on the brink of getting knocked down to the losers bracket. A story so good, we couldn't have written it if we tried. And it all comes down to this last and final game. One opportunity, one chance. Who has ice in their veins? Who's gonna clutch up Will it be TSM? Will Optic Gaming do it? Or will they have to battle against Alliance and so many others in this losers bracket final? I can hardly believe it. The crowd is electric. The environment is insane. The stage is set. It all comes down to this. Game number 8, right after this. It all comes down to this moment, right here, right now, where a champion will prove that they are the best, or instead, people will fall. People will not make it into the championship finals, will get lowered down to the losers bracket and have to grind their way to the championship finals. This is where legends are made. This is where the great separate themselves from the rest. TSM, Team Liquid, 100 Thieves, Cloud9, and so many others at risk of getting eliminated or dropped to the losers bracket, and Team Burger instead is performing.
Unfazed. They're unfazed. They're happy. They're confident. The crowd is cheering their name. I love how you highlighted some of these teams because we have about 6 teams on the cusp of being in that top 10. TSN, Optic, Singularity, Fnatic, C9. It's insane. 100 Thieves, all about a 1.2 point difference to sitting in that top 10 spot. This last game is going to mean everything for our top performing teams.
That's right. I can't even fathom how we got here. I mean, I think I blacked out, Vicky. I mean, this has been insane.
After that last game, I feel like, yeah.
Seriously. Just woke up. I can't believe it. I mean,
I got hit with a PK to the face.
100%
I can't right now.
Yeah. Been there before. Gosh, this is going to be crazy. Look, we got one game left. It's game number 8. One more opportunity for these teams to punch a ticket to the championship finals. Losers will have to go down to the losers bracket and earn their spot. I love this format, Vicky. A double elimination bracket in the Battle Royale leads to moments like this. John Nelson, the commissioner of the ALGS, is a true genius. I love it.
I love it. I love how we get to see the consistency for a lot of these teams, for them to play their hearts out, to know what's on the line. The final game here within this winners round 1 bracket.
And here we go, finally, a central zone. We've had 3 southern zones here, obviously favoring NRG, but they've capitalized. And statistics have shown, shout out to my man Mike Nowitzki, that just because the zone is in a certain area and you drop where the zone is does not give you a statistical advantage. Just as many teams win on edge or far away than otherwise. So with that said, NRG's earned it, simply put, but they've gotten some zones that they like.
I'm wondering if there's still more of those 50-50s happening.
No shot.
Here? Are you kidding me right now? All right. Okay.
Zach is memeing?
C9?
Is that memeing in game 8 for the bread right now, Abrelelli?
Oh, he got the real set real quick here, too.
Yeah, he wanted the re-up. Yeah, he could have shield swapped.
All right.
He was memeing. Meanwhile, Zach Major's getting knocked. Wow, Zach on Seer, by the way. Look at the changeup. Goes from Caustic to Seer.
He's like a rock, and rocks don't hit back. That's just how it goes when it comes to Alberlili here.
Exo wanted smoke here.
Wait, did Zach...
Is Zach knocked? All of that didn't revive him? I'm confused. Is it, it must be a 2v1. I think it's a situation.
They wanted to chase. They wanted to chase. Yep, they knew that they were waiting.
And they found the rat. And Cloud9 starts strong over Exo Clan. That's why you want to go. You see Paris Guzuni's getting excited. Naughty on screen. That's the hype. That's the momentum. And Cloud9 feeds off of it. They're like a snowball that turns into an avalanche, this Cloud9 roster, when they get momentum.
And this is a really great start for them here, too. They're going to have those Blue Evo shields. They're going to have Beacon. They're going to know where the circle is going to be pulling.
Yeah.
Again, like you mentioned, we're going to have a central circle. It's going to be interesting to see who this benefits more.
And they break into the top 10 with that as well. So Cloud9 currently, as it stands, will qualify. A lot of Apex to be played. Fnatic tied 11th. Cloud9 has the tiebreaker. And for those that are wondering, the tiebreaker is matches won is the first point of tiebreaker. So whichever team has won a match will have that advantage. And there's like 15 of them. I need my boy Mark Snyder, a.k.a. Viv, to run them down for me. If you can shoot me a quick tweet, by the way, that'd be nice. A little DM. I can't remember all the tiebreakers off the top of my head.
I mean, let's see if they can even hold on to those top 10 spots, because it doesn't look like C9 has been able to secure a dub for the day, actually. So Furia, actually his Watson, getting taken out some shots. Gonna have to back up a little bit to go for that reset. He's got the gold Evo shield, though. Great amount of loot that they've been able to land on here as E6 and that early 50-50 that we saw before. Landing around, oh, Smeggy too. Does he miss? It doesn't look like it. He's got the R9, he's got the Beamage. He gets the knock with the Spitfire. It's going to be Luminosity here, too, that continuously tries to contest them here. And with Enemigo now being the last one alive, this is the last opportunity that you even had to try to contest here. But these are the 2 teams that were on the bottom end of the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, Luminosity, the team that surprised everybody with a top 5 finish in Sweden. Obviously not playing with their absolute fragger in Ganjamin, who burst onto the scene as a top slayer, top player in North America. They will have to grind through the losers bracket most likely, unless Enemigo can do something insane. But I got to give kudos to Element 6, currently in 20th place, but they single-handedly reigned on the LG parade.
Just to highlight the border of what top 10 is looking like right now, it's still 35 points currently. Overall, 35 points. You see Element 6, they are holding on to 19. They need to rack up as much KP as they can if they have a fighting chance. They do see that there is that team that is right in front of them here. They're moving up all the way to see what the opportunity is for them. As you can see, Slayer's taking some of those shots. He's got the purple sight on the R301. E6 now going to move over to the side here too. Trying to take some of these off angles though, but the longer this fight goes on, you already know Optic Gaming could go in for a rotation from behind, but I think they're going to prioritize the circle instead.
Yeah, you know, Vic, I got to ask you, do you agree with this decision to stay with Caustic here? You're in 20th place with 19 points. You need kills, you need to frag out. You think you switch to maybe a Seer, a little more aggressive comp, or do you stay put?
Or maybe they just feel comfortable with this there too. We know a lot of teams just opt to go for the compositions that they feel most comfortable, but you know what the game plan is when it comes to playing Caustic. You want that final circle positioning as Luminosity, and Amigo, we talked about it before, no man gets left behind. He's recovered one. Can he recover iShiny here too?
No. He gets Monsoon back though. That's their IGL likely. That's pretty big. And Amigo. You see the movement there? A little dip and dodge?
He says, this is none of my business. Y'all can fight all you want. I'm going to prioritize my teammate here, Monsoon.
That's right.
May get back into this fight. If he's going to get that res right here while this fight is happening, some split attention may happen between the squad that's inside.
And the reason that happened there is because Dreamfire pulling aggro or distracting E6 allowed him to pick that up. If they go and fight him, then guess what? Dreamfire third parties. So they're going to be like, okay, we'll let you get back up. Here's the replays. We saw C9 get that limb on screen. We saw that earlier. Of course, Cloud9 starting strong here with the 3 kill points. And a lot of loot, by the way. They get all of Climatizer. They get all of Epicenter as well.
All the loot there for that
and
squad.
Certicamp, I think.
It's almost like Optic Gaming. The way that they can get big mod Lava City is just insane. And rotating through Geyser, they're going to have all that loot on top of that as E6 tries to chase down this squad. Rotating towards Lava Siphon. Again, that's going to be Dreamfire, who wanted in on the fight originally.
And if I'm E6 right now, I'm sending, to be honest with you, Vicky. I mean, it's a 3v3. You're on edge. There's likely not going to be any teams. You know, Optic on these northern zones likes to rotate up through Geyser. They like to loot the scraps or whatever's left of Geyser. So that's a clean 3v3. You know LG was already taken out, but instead they're going to let Dreamfire run away. They're content with the 1 kill point that they had, and Dreamfire will work their way through Lava Siphon. E6 behind them. LG will get that res on Monsoon, most likely.
And if they haven't gotten it already, the beacon is also in Lava Siphon, so they can get that information, figure out where they want to sit in the center circle for that next position. NRG playing underneath this building, though. This building gets highly contested quick, because sometimes there is that beacon on the top of this building, and with some of these squads rotating away from Frag West, I'm looking at AD. I'm looking at Dark Zero, obviously TSM 2, rotating right on top of that, away from Fragment East towards Frag West. See Energy hearing some gunshots in the distance here too, as Dark Zero actually trying to take some shots on the rooftop of this building.
Yep, that's right. Dark Zero currently in Fragment West. We know that TSM is likely nearby, dropping Fragment East. And when they were playing Maggie Seer, they like to actually just camp and chill, post up, and wait for any opportunities to take 3v3s. Now with Caustic, they run either edge or early rotate, depending on the zone, and given this zone. Actually, speaking of Seer, whoa, look at this.
Hello.
Hal is back on Seer, but they're going to keep a little bit more of a cautious Gibraltar pick for reps. I like that decision here. Hal's looking to farm. He's looking to fight.
And holding onto the high ground that they feel really comfortable with there too. They love this spot right on top of Epi. Verhol's on the Valk. You can see kind of rotating around. Reps obviously sticking to the Pride and True Gibby. No Mad Maggie out here this time around. But they do note that with that Seer passive, the Heartbeat Center, that there is a squad that's right next to them.
That's right. They're going to get that intel. And I got to say, regardless what happens here, kudos to TSM learning from their mistakes in Sweden, where they didn't even know what comp they were going to run going into Championship Sunday. They were a little unsure of themselves. They've done the exact opposite here. They've been certain with their comps. It's either Mad Maggie and Seer or Caustic and Gibraltar or a combination of both, and they've been willing to adapt immediately and when they need to, rather than doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. My man Hal is not insane. I've liked the calls. I've liked the confidence. I've liked the conviction. C cubed for TSM.
Now C9 taking their time rotating. They have the information of the next circle. We note that some teams like Team Liquid, usually landing in Skyhook, could start wrapping around on top of those train tracks. IG is actually right there too. So some fighting actually happening on that side that C9 could get a whiff of if they want to try to see if they can kind of make an appearance here, or if they want to prioritize taking control over these buildings. They're not the ones running the Caustic. They can't bunker down as comfortably as a team like Team Liquid here. As you see the Arc Stars getting sent out. All right, nobody saw that. Everyone mind your own business out here. Trying to control some of that space. Nocturnal, though, still trying to take some of those shots. Just trying to make sure that the squad tries to get away, but it doesn't look like they have the opportunity. Is that Energy over to the side that's actually trying to see them in their own line of sights? Wondering here if they still actually manage to stay inside of that building.
Oh, fun. Getting some good damage in. He typically has that charge rifle in his hands. Doesn't have it right now. He's going to look to find one if he can. 19 squads left. The calm before the storm. I always talk about games of Apex Legends are like a roller coaster. A couple drops. They're kind of fun early on. A little interesting fights, but the last and final drop, the buildup is intense. The suspense is immense. And it all will come down to our last and final fight in our last and final game. Ladies and gentlemen, buckle up, as we will have an absolute ride here in game number 8 to close this one out. Team Liquid needs to perform.
And Team Burger already starting off a little rough right there, losing out on one of their teammates, now having to play inside of those train tracks, down a member. Team Liquid with the rotations, overlooking maybe is there any other later rotations coming in from tunnel from any of these other squads, or kind of hanging out on top of these buildings as we get to take a look at the replay. Saw a little bit of that arc station hit the Caustic.
You gotta be kidding me.
All right, Mystic Delicious coming through in a different way here, but it's okay.
Remember you could stick your teammates and they run in like a bomb?
Oh man, I remember. Yeah, you just send them in. You just send them inside of the building.
That was insane. Wasn't that insane, crowd? That was crazy, man. You know?
Yeah, Arc star bouncing right off of him. He landed on the rock. It's like, all right, you know what happened.
Instead of just big goes boop, and, you know, it goes parallel. Or perpendicular. I always confuse those two.
Oh,
I love you too, whoever said that. I'm on board now with Nocturnal. I gel this team. Again, I was really, really impressed in that listening from Nocturnal. Despite them getting knocked, he had the right level of conviction in his voice and confidence to direct and command his team. He was saying, heal, heal. Everyone immediately stopped what they were doing. Gilderson's popped out a shield cell. You could tell they respect his calls, and that's why Team Liquid has completely transformed themselves from being a mid-tier team to an S-tier team or A-tier team in Apex.
And on me, following through. Dreamfire, though, following through themselves.
Yep.
Being able to get that knock here. E6.
Wow.
A draft getting taken out here. I love the way that they've been looking at, too. You can see the way that they've been fighting on the outskirts of the circle.
This is that fight we talked about, we previewed. I said E6 should take it, and they did. But they're going to let Tau res up. They're going to get the kill on Slayers. This might be the end for Element 6, playing with 2 substitutes right now. Smegito for Nags, Controller for Controller, and Case Swinney. Unfortunately, the IGL, the heart soul of his team, getting replaced by Alpha Draft. Smeggy will have to now rat his way to and get like 9 kills along the way.
It's difficult because, I mean, with E6 sitting on the very bottom of the overall leaderboards, you also have Dreamfire that are in overall 17th place. So this is great for them because this is the KP that they need, as well as the placement that they need with 18 squads still up and alive. But they're just going to take their time with the Replicator. Circle closing in right behind them. They would rather take this, but Smegito, did he get away?
And heading to Swivel here as well, right? They know that Smeggy's there. They know Smeggy's going to try and wait this out to try and have them go for banners. And I wonder how Dreamfire's going to play this. Are they just going to eat all the storm damage with the Replicator, with all the heals in the world, and wait that banner out, the 70 seconds it is? Or will they say, you know what, we'll let him get his res? I have a feeling the former. There's no way they let him get that easy banner pickup.
They're already replicating medkits and stuff, so they're willing to wait it out if they have to. Furia now playing up
Ooh, oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, the repeater shots making its mark here. The dome immediately coming out. Really good timing on that dome. Oh, the timing too?
Launches the Knuckle Buster. I always mess that up. Knuckle Cluster. Zera Tricky. Oh my, are you kidding me? Zera Tricky is insane. He's not missing. He gets the kill point. Zera Tricky, welcome to the main stage at ALGS. I was just going to say, Furia, are you the real deal? We'll find out this game. Because if they do not perform in Game 8, they will not qualify for championships. Furia is trying to single-handedly Zera Tricky make it happen.
And Zera said, hold that thought real quick here, Fallout.
Oh my god.
Anders 2, 30-30 apiece between both these players.
Yeah, you don't see that every day.
Trying to actually contest both of those angles at the same time. I also like the angle that they're holding inside the tunnel. Optic Gaming with Duplex actually falling through. Remember what we talked about? This is the team that's on the cusp. One of the teams next to TSM, C9, Singularity.
And if I'm the losers bracket right now, I'm praying that they get this res and that they perform, because you do not want Optic Gaming in your losers bracket lobby. They will farm and steal every single point, because guess what? Skittle will be pissed. This man holds himself and his teammates to such high standards. Expect Optic Gaming to dominate the losers bracket if they cannot find their way out of this one.
These Scars on the other side of Epi here too. We saw earlier on, TSM was holding on to the high ground of Epi originally, but Scars may have Team Optic in their line of sight. They do, the charge rifle and the longbow. Can we go for the 1-2? Scooby-Doo, let's see if he rotates off to the side. Tries to get onto the high ground. TSM's still here. They have not left this position at all. They do hear the fighting right behind them with the longbow shots.
Speaking of Scooby-Doo, Taishin kind of looks like a human version of Scooby-Doo. Would you agree with that? If any player in Apex Legends looked like Scooby, it'd be Taishin. 100%. It's Taishin with the longbow in hands, going to try and yeet some shots and connect. Scars needs to perform 16th place right now for the other reigning champions of ALGS Championship Year 1. People forget how dominant they once were. Scars did not play with Mandy, the heart of this team himself. Now he's back, and he's using the charge rifle. You know he loves it, but he's not going to get full connection there. He's getting a little more damage, leveling up that Evo shield.
And he's still going to be able to hang out around the cusp of this circle, too. They are putting down the pings of where they could continuously circle keep this squad, but they really want it.
Oh,
I want to talk about Taishin being Scooby. I mean,
TSM's killing Optic!
They're actually scooping them up. That's more KP for them.
And I think Duplex was already knocked.
Yeah.
So Skittlecase going down, that's a second. They did not get a res, I don't believe. One member left of Optic, question mark, as TSM gets to capitalize.
Wondering if they actually were able to help restabilize if possible here. With this redeploy, they're splitting up a little bit. You see how he's trying to take some of those shots. These 30-30s all over the lobby.
Oh my God.
Still finding some of these shots landing.
30-30's all over right now. It is 30-30 Central. Yeah, a lot of people like 30-30 apparently. Optic Gaming is out! Optic Gaming will be going to the losers bracket to compete against Alliance, GMT, and the others. Are you kidding me? As Furia and TSM say this is our kingdom. His Watson, the young prince of Apex. No shields to his name. Him and his duo Zero Tricky need to go huge against SSG, the veterans.
This is so scary. This is his Watson. Ooh, a nice Chris 99 with the PK. Drop, can he do it again? He only hits 36. This is his Watson that we're talking about. The legend in ranked. #1 Pride coming in, finding hit after hit. They're backing up a little bit. Tries to cancel out the heal. We're not going to let you heal so easily right here.
Did he get it off? I think he did. Yeah, he got it off.
He actually prevented it from healing.
That's big, and that's going to give him the res now because he's going to have to heal back up. That buys them the time. Seer is legit. Seer is here to stay as Zera going to connect. Oh my God, this Fuse and Seer combo.
And he's got 3 thermites. Make it another. Can we see a third? It doesn't even matter because it's Watson cleans up Space Station Gaming.
The new era of Apex Legends in North America is here, and it's his Watson and Furia USA.
Cannot believe this is the final game as TSM now hold on to the high ground, hold on to 1 KP, 2 KP in total. Nice A toss. See this
Kobe.
Valk Tactical coming in, trying to put in some of that extra pressure, forces out the dome. There's another squad on the other side of that team.
Imperial Hal. These are the moments he lives for. After watching his partner in crime, Sweet Dreams, his rival, the Gary to the Ash. Hal's Ash, by the way. Can he do it himself? Can he clutch up? Meanwhile, Mandy last alive. Mandy's gonna get shut down. He's so hurt. Mandy needs to do something. A Crypto's gonna be here on 9 imps. Getting all the end. Scars is out. Scars is going to the losers bracket.
Data on the other side. C9 taking some shots as well. Playing off of the side here, we saw that Energy was playing underneath of that survey beacon building that we usually sometimes see north of Frag West here, and they're going to be able to hold that position.
And Vicky, that is almost metaphorical. The fact that Furia takes out Space Station, former champions, the old reign, the old era of Apex, and then on the flip side, Zeta takes out Scars, the multi-champion ALGS champs from year 1, is indicative of the evolution of competitive Apex. And guess what? Every single one of you at home, every one of you watching here in PNC Arena, you could be our next era of pro players, much like Skittlecakes and the Co. coming from Xbox Ranked.
Oh,
That's what you love about this
okay,
format.
the skies
Oh my
are
God,
congested.
no way.
Is that 4 Skyward dives at the same time? Are you
Someone call TSA. This is not legal.
Where are
Way
you
too
gonna
many
go?
teams. Look at everyone dropping. Are you kidding me?
It's as if the game just started. You're seeing everyone go in. It's Zera Tricky on the fuse.
And it's
little bit for Fusey here.
Verls gets knocked from Panders of all teams to drop next to. You don't want to drop next to the Fuse and the Seer. It all comes down to the duo, Hal and Reps. They have to do it. They did it before on day 1 as a team of 2. They got to do it again. Singularity, 11th place. Under so much fire. This is an insane finish. Fnatic is eliminated as well. They were on the cusp.
So many of these teams on the cusp right now.
Dark Zero out.
Oh, with Dark Zero coming out, seeing Team Singularity though, they're trying to take the shots. You gotta look to your back.
It's Hal.
Are also on the roof. Hal with a nice LOS away from Team Furia. They know that the TSM is right there with the Valk tap.
Oh my God, but Furia and Seer are being such a nuisance. So annoying. His Watson is ready to take out TSM and continue this metaphor, continue this story of the new reign.
Remember, it's Energy that's playing underneath right there. They're taking shots, not just at TSM, but at NRG as well, especially at the squad that's playing on the other side. That's AD, that's DF.
Woo!
Oh, Straight Fire eliminated.
Reps with the longbow, are you kidding me? Are we watching Season 1 Apex all over again? I'm getting nostalgia right now of Reps doing this in Poland. Dodges that grenade, but takes some damage from the storm. The Knuckle Clutch coming through. The damage is going to be ticked. Taskmaster, 9 imps, some Crypto's been huge.
TSM has now reached
Oh my
top
God.
10 with the points that they have. Imperial Hal needs to live, needs to restabilize, needs to climb these rocks.
Look at him.
They need more points.
He's picking his nose. He's not even nervous. No, I'm just kidding. Hal. right now, sitting on a ledge. Literally, that's all they have to their name is a ledge. A ledge. Are you kidding me? Here comes the double bubble trouble from the duo.
They're pushing off to the side here. Let's see if they can close in this gap. They're just trying to delay the inevitable before they have to start moving. They're in the line of sight of 3 teams at once.
Furia, the most annoying team here, and that's it. TSM is out. They will surely not qualify unless there's a miracle, because Zeta's tied with 40.
And 100 Thieves is still alive too inside as his Watson still keeps cleaning up.
Furia takes out SSG, they take out TSM, they're on the brink of taking out Zeta Division. They are running through this lobby, and his Watson is saying, I am the king.
Oh, 12 kills in total for this team right now. Energy, Nathan getting taken down, Sweets falling so low. Zeta Division can't even restabilize.
Cloud9, 100 Thieves, Zeta all out of this one. NRG last alive, but they've already qualified. Onboard Team Liquid, can they do it? Liquid Steve Arsenet, CEO, is here, watching his team and looking to see if they have the guts, the glory. Team Liquid.
Team Liquid versus Furia, the last 2 remaining squads of this last game of the winners bracket right now.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Team Liquid needs a win. Team Liquid needs the kills. They're in 11th place with 41. If they lose this, they do not qualify. It all comes down to this. Team Liquid needs to win this 3v3 game of arenas.
So much on the line right now. They're playing this so passively. They need to be careful. Maybe trying to take some of these off angles, but the fence line really helping out Furia in this situation. You already saw the Seer ult being used. You already see Panders. He has some of that information with the tactical as they get sit down with the tactical. Both 28 apiece here. You see them now trying to sit down. You see Gilderson's taking a nice off angle, trying to move over to the left side. Fun as well, hiding behind these 2 crates. There's shield swaps available right there too.
That's big for Team Liquid. They do have a resource advantage, but there are some shield swaps available for Fury as well. They're going to trade Val Qs and, of course, Fuse Qs as well. Oh, a little dip and dodge, and now Charles is going to have to get punished for that one. Look at the team fire. And Vicky, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know who you got winning this, but I do not count Furia out. I say they win this 3v3. No doubt in my mind Panders loses this. He's played so much arenas. I've seen him dominate UMG tournaments.
Both of these teams are very momentum-based right there. They had gotten the crack originally on his Watson, but he was able to heal back immediately here too. Now let's see if Panders can do the same thing.
Look at this, the standoff. They're trading shots, they're trading damage, but here comes the Seer Q to try and stop the heal. The Dome Shield gets popped. They force the Dome Shield. It all comes down to this. They're going to have to fight a pure 3v3 with no Dome Shield. Here comes the push there. Trick is going to get attacked up. Gilderson's almost knocked, but Gildy, Fun knock one. Fury gets another. They need the kill points. They need the kill points. Nocturnal, 1v1 versus Watson. He gets shut down. Watson says, sit the hell down.
It's his Watson.
It's fun.
It's
and
his
a 1v for the brand. Oh my God. Oh my God. His Watson is an animal.
You can't leave it up to his Watson when he's got a 4.20 KD ratio in those bread lobbies. #1 bread for a reason.
We got that replay from his point of view immediately. His Watson says, sweet, anything you can do, I can do better. As he wins a 1v2, the PK to the face. Fun should not have lost that. If Fun wins, they're in. They just kept Team Liquid from a grand final. The choke from TL, the clutch from Furia. And if this does not answer any questions about who is here to play, who is here to stay, it's Furia USA.
Fallout, I'm recuperating right now.
You and I both go.
I cannot. What a final game.
Oh God, I need to sit down.
So many teams on the cusp. What does this overall leaderboard look? Team Burger giving the crowd some love, performing out of their mind for that game. They were overall in the top 5. They were comfy. They were sitting comfy. Can the same be said about a team like Team Liquid?
Oh my gosh, his Watson can't even believe what he just did. He's like, I blacked out as well. Me and him are both blacked out. He wakes up, his hands are over his head. He got a dub. This guy's insane. I'm sitting down in my Herman Miller chair right now to relax a little bit because I can't believe what we just saw. That was disgusting. One of the most insane clutches ever. And it's just the beginning of our championship bracket. We still have a loser's bracket final and a grand final to go. And look at the damage and the kills and the points Furia did to this entire lobby. Team Liquid almost did it, and Furia shut them down, I think, unless I'm wrong.
Are you kidding me? 16 kills? Followed 16 kills when you're already sitting in the top 10? You want to make sure you deny any of that opportunity here for some of our teams, preventing them from starting out with any extra points. Looking on the other side of this page, though, Optic Gaming, Scars, Fnatic, Dart Zero, the teams that were stuck on that cusp.
Insane. I can't believe what we just saw. Optic, TSM, Team Liquid, Luminosity, all in the losers bracket. And let's get the final confirmation here. Yes, it is confirmed. Cloud9 makes it. Team Liquid is gate-kept by Furia.
Wow.
Team Burger's in. EXO in. IG is in. Wow. Zeta steals the spot from TSM.
Oh my God.
And represents CIS
Zeta.
for their boys in Ukraine.
Watch that, Team Liquid. No opportunity as Furia move up 6 spots. Takes it from Space Station, sits in that second place spot. But can we talk about the domination that Energy put down in this lobby with 92 points? That huge gap between first and second place. Team Liquid. Look at the point difference between TSM and Liquid. 1 point, and then Liquid being on that border, getting gate capped by Furia. Right behind them, Team Singularity.
Vicky, Team Liquid lost by 2 points to Zeta. Second to first place, difference is 3. They win that game, they punch their ticket, we called it perfectly, and instead, they let his Watson dominate them. They literally
dance.
Dance.
Gotta dance with the PK.
My man's like a bully in a schoolyard. You know, my man's on the
fire trackers around them, make sure that you gotta dance enough for his PK to land those shots.
Remember the Lava Monster game? Remember that game you used to play as a kid? My man Watson was the Lava Monster on the wood chips. Comes up and pop PK to the face. That was insane. I'm losing my mind. We gotta throw it over to the desk. Rain Day and the crew, take it away.
What do I even say? I mean, I can't rip my headset off like that. It's kind of a little tighter over here. But I feel exactly like what you just did, Fallout. Vicky, amazing casting. You guys are seriously so fun to listen to, and you make it hype. But you really could have said nothing for that final game, and it would have been some of the best viewing experiences you could have in esports. Genome, how do you even put that into words, what we just saw happen with his Watson and Furia?
I thought you said it couldn't be done, and now you're putting me on the spot, huh? Look, I was out here actually. I could hear the crowd noise. You would not believe how much these guys had, how much love and support they had for Furia coming through in that game. It was a pop-off game for them, no doubt.
It's really alive right now. You can see it. We're watching Hotsig walk over, talk to some more Liquid fans and representatives, and actually, I think this is kind of a big deal. Nocturnal, 1 point away. You saw he almost. I think he stopped himself from breaking a keyboard, Lauren, because that's the look on his face.
I mean, it was do or die in those moments, right? If they didn't get that dub, they weren't making it through. And if they, God, that is the worst. And we talk about this all the time. It comes down to 1 or 2 points too frequently in this game. Every single kill matters. And you know who prioritized those? Furia. Every single time, just running through the lobby. I mean, to close out winner's bracket with 16 kills, they are sending a message.
And the message is loud and clear. We are here to win. We had questions if they could just be aggressive. We had questions if Seer would really work on World's Edge. And we even saw TSM abandon that lineup and go back to it in this winner's bracket, realizing that the Caustic Gibby Valk wasn't working as good as they would have hoped. And clearly, I guess.
Yeah, okay. All right, I see what you're doing there. Look, there was still a lot of teams running that who did very well, Rain. I get your point. There are other compositions. Yeah, that's fair. Look, but, I mean, yeah, heartbreaking, isn't it? I mean, 3 20ths and an 18th in the first half for TL. To come back, to bounce back and almost get through after that is...
Talk about this, though. I mean, what a moment. NRG, Lauren, maybe the biggest moment of the tournament before what we just saw.
Yeah, I mean, seeing Sweet go up there, 4 maybe Peacekeeper shots to finish it off. look, on the high ground there, Dark Zero, they had like one clip each, you know? There was so much going into that moment, but it was a really powerful play by Sweet.
Phenomenal performance overall from NRG on the day, really, but then heading into match 8, this is where everything came down to the wire, and the amount of unexpected, I think that's probably the right word, that happened in this. Optic out, TSM out. I mean, that's not what anyone thought was going to happen. And then to close it out with the two final teams being Furia, who has been just decimating squads with this very aggro play style, or Liquid, who needs the win here. I mean, Liquid really picked it up in the second half of the day, but it got up against Furia, it was too little too late.
And they have Fuse. I mean, they're playing. We're not talking about this. I'm seeing tweets on the timeline as well. It's saying, thank God Fuse is being represented. A character that has a little bit of that down under flair, you know, like we know you love to represent. But showing up huge. This was the moment, though, that would capture the hearts and minds of the viewers. Jumping up with the PK. His Watson takes it all, puts it on his shoulders, and clutches up for Furia, who jumps 6 spots up and end up second only to NRG. And that's a big second, too, which gives you a bit of a dynamic, maybe to shift this conversation, now that they're in finals, how well is NRG playing to be 30 points ahead of this group, essentially?
Yeah, they really turned it on this one, didn't they? I mean, 2 first places. I mean, look at that. Like almost 30 points ahead of second place. That is a huge gap. And we kept talking about it. How stacked is this lobby? So if NRG can show up here, they can show up tomorrow.
And what I love is that we did see a lot of teams really kind of putting on some insane performances in groups. I almost feel like NRG reserved a little bit of their ability, their energy, if you will, and then came into brackets with just a vengeance.
And that's kind of one of the best things about it. We have a chance not only to look at these pros, which I often do in my own content, and I'm sure all the people at home often do, whether they're watching a stream or a YouTube video, but we have them in the building. We have a chance to talk to them. And of course, on stage, the man who does the talking better than anyone when the lights are bright, it's James Banks with NRG.
Thank you very much. I've got sweet dreams here from NRG. Raleigh, make some noise! Now, there's a hell of a lot of NRG fans in this crowd, man. But also, let's look at your performance in this. 2 wins, 2nd place, 4th place. You guys had such a dominant set of games in a very tough lobby. How confident were you feeling after getting these games under your belt?
Yeah, so starting on Storm Point, we got a couple of deep round rounds, which is pretty far from where we land. But, you know, getting a first game, 2nd place with like 15, 20 points on the board, all momentum based past that. You know, going into really any zone on the map, we were feeling really confident in it, and it showed.
I know there's a lot of NRG fans in this crowd, right? Is that giving you energy? They're cheering for you in between the games. They see you walking on. You enjoying that?
It's insane. I'm walking around outside. There's NRG fans everywhere. It's a pretty humbling experience, I'm not going to lie. But, you know, hearing them go crazy when we win and, you know, still really rooting for the boys when we don't is, you know, really humbling.
Now, I'd also love to get your thoughts on some of the teams from other regions, right, that you're not always playing up against. How have you been feeling going up against them?
Yeah, so, you know, getting kind of the first look in Sweden, it was kind of the first time people played against each other in the world, obviously because of COVID. APAC South is really strong. I think if you asked most people before Sweden in this land which region would be doing really well, no one would have said APAC South, so mad respect to them. And, you know, other regions getting plagued with COVID issues and stuff, so you can't really see their full potential. But, you know, North America looking strong, APAC South looking strong, but, you know, it's really anyone's game.
And just overall, right, as I said, this is the stacked lobby, right? The best teams that made it this far. How do you rate your overall performance? There's still some things you need to work out?
Yeah, so, you know, in a Battle Royale game, there's always something you can improve on, and that's kind of like my meaning as an IGL. You know, there's always something to improve on, but this is by far the most stacked lobby I've ever played in my life. And, you know, dropping 92 points, a pretty healthy gap on second, feels, you know, amazing from both an IGL and a player perspective.
You start to sweat it out in some of those games, though?
Yeah, well, you know, when you're getting late game and you have no loot, we land in a POI on both maps that doesn't give us a lot of loot, so we always have to make that one pivotal play to get loot and position. And, you know, while you're making it, the heart's racing and stuff, but executing afterwards, you know, that's what it's all about.
That is what it's all about. Now, you've dominated in this lobby. You're now going through the championship Sunday. But we spoke about this, right? 7th in Stockholm. You've kind of been there. You've been a team that people are looking for, cheering for. But do you feel like this time it's your time to take it and go all the way?
Yeah, so our thoughts after Stockholm is we messed up not getting any starting points because we got the 3rd most raw points in the grand finals lobby. So we wanted to correct that mistake, and we dropped 10 points today, and we're feeling really good going into tomorrow.
I love it. I love the confidence. Congratulations once again. Raleigh, make some noise for NRG and Sweet Dreams. Let's get ourselves back to the desk.
Oh, he'll have some sweet dreams tonight. I tell you what, finals is always a vibe. NRG on top, certainly the case today. Shout out to everybody watching at home as well. We've got some really cool interactions with people on Twitter. We got Max Holloway watching, a champion, a legend in his own right, in his own sport, where there's a lot of people from different realms of sports and athletics tuning in to the Apex Legends Championships 2022, and we're excited to have you. Of course, everyone who's been a loyal supporter since day one, we appreciate you so much. But he said it best, Sweet Dreams, one of the most notable players, one of the most, I think, accomplished IGLs, given the most respect amongst his peers in that regard, aside from maybe a few other players, mentions APAC South, the teams that they didn't expect to be so strong, but certainly are.
Didn't expect. Okay.
That's got to hurt.
We won Sweden. We have the best team in the world, and you didn't expect it. Man, what have we got to do? What do we have to do for people to give APAC South the respect it deserves? I don't know. 3 out of our 4 teams have just made it through straight into Sunday the best way possible. I mean, we've got EXO, Burger, as well as Dark Zero, all getting through. They're all picking up some of those extra points for tomorrow as well.
I think this has been sometimes a little surprising for us here watching at home. But when you have this many good teams, you're going to have people who maybe don't do what we expect, Lauren. I think what's been the thing catching your eye now that we've got the winners and losers bracket sorted that maybe caught you off guard or you're a little surprised about, besides maybe the big names not being in that?
Yeah, it's definitely that, but for me, it's the fact that what we thought was a very scrims style play style for Furia that worked phenomenally in groups continued through into the bracket stage, where I think some of us assumed they might maybe go a little bit more conservatively, didn't need to, just completely ran through the lobby. And now I want to see, is it going to be that crazy in finals?
That's right. Will we see a shift? I mean, right now we have seen a little bit of free-for-all in terms of what everyone is willing to do, and it's worked for certain teams. It has not worked for some of the biggest names in Apex Legends, Optic Gaming, TSM amongst them, who will be in your losers bracket going up to fight for survival. Remember, if you're just watching, we are only halfway done through our day, and the stakes only raise. We have a losers bracket coming up that is going to send 10 teams home, and we should bring that up on screen as well, just to kind of dissect that, because obviously we know the 10 teams coming up, but when we talk about the teams that are going home, it could be anyone, and that's the scary part about being in that bracket.
And imagine if you were the 10 teams coming from losers bracket round 1, right? And you've just seen the 10 teams that are joining you. As we said, lots of names you don't expect. Well, what does that mean? That means there's some really scary names. You're like, oh, great, now I have to take down Optic and TSM and Team Liquid just to make it through to Sunday?
But on the flip side of that, all the teams that you just named that did drop down just played the entire first half of the day.
That's
you
right.
Have to take player fatigue into it because the other squads from the previous day coming in fresh.
That was a big deal in Poland. That was a big deal in Sweden. We played 18 games our first day as well. Fatigue is something that you have to consider, the real life aspect, physical human body aspect. Most people are just looking at them play video game characters on the screen. Sear's not getting tired last time I checked. He can keep sprinting. But these players are, and Liquid, TSM, Team Singularity, which I actually was really hoping they would make it in that final bracket. It'd be a big deal for South America. They'll have to fight. Fnatic, Matsutasu, Yuka, an incredible Watson player. In fact, a lot of Watson representatives in this losers bracket now from the winners bracket who are going to be fighting against one another. My biggest thing, though, from APAC South is Dreamfire, a team that has almost dominated every single time they've been. They've won the first game. I think almost every one that they've played, they're in the losers bracket now, too.
Yeah, look, it was a bit of a kamikaze series for Dreamfire, wasn't it? I mean, they kind of dashed Liquid's hopes single-handedly. But after that, I think it was Furia, actually, that took them out a couple of games in a row. So, sure, they knocked out the 20th place team, but then they were going out in 17th or something like that. And it is characteristic of Dreamfire, I have to say. So, sure, they won the Split 1 playoffs in APAC South, right? They've had some big wins over the years, but at the same time, they have a risky play style. They want to take fights a lot, all the time. And if you're taking 5 or 6 fights throughout a game, a lot of the times you're not going to win one of those and you're going home.
Lauren, I want to tee up something a little bit later before we go to this because 30-30 repeater, we've seen a lot more of that. I want to talk weapons in a second. But right now, we have yet another interview on the stage. James Banks, the hardest working man in show business, apparently he's with Team EXO. Let's go ahead and see what they've got to say.
You're too kind there, Evan. Yes, I'm back on the stage, and I had to get EXO down here. We've got Kilo Pos with us here. Raleigh, make some noise for them. They've made it through the championship Sunday tomorrow. Now to start with, I wanted to ask you just, how does it feel, right, to have made it in such a tough lobby and get this far?
รู้สึกยังไงที่แบบว่าได้ผ่านเข้ารอบแบบทีมหนักๆแล้วมาได้ถึงจุดเข้ารอบเลยรู้สึกยังไงบ้าง
ก็ดีใจมากครับแล้วก็รู้สึกว่าคุ้มค่ากับที่ทำมา
I feel so great. It's worth it to be in the finals, and yeah, ready.
Ready, that's what we like to hear. Now, in terms of this crowd, right, they've been fantastic all weekend long. How have you been enjoying the whole experience with that?
คนดูเยอะมากเลยเนี่ยรู้สึกยังไงบ้างตื่นเต้นไหมแบบโหคนดูเยอะชิบหายอะไรเงี้ย
ไม่ตื่นเต้นเลยครับแต่ว่าก็มีบ้างแต่แทบจะไม่ตื่นเต้นเลยไม่รู้ว่าทำไมเหมือนกัน
Feel a little bit good, nervous a little bit, but I don't know why. It's just a weird feeling.
It is a weird feeling, something to get used to, but this crowd, they can make you feel comfortable at all times. Isn't that right, Raleigh? Now also, how important is it for you to represent your region though, on a world stage, on a global stage like this?
แล้วรู้สึกยังไงที่แบบได้ represent ประเทศไทยในแบบสนามโลกที่แบบรวมทุกประเทศอะไรอย่างเงี้ยแต่เราเป็นทีมที่เข้าแล้วก็ represent ประเทศไทยรู้สึกยังไง
ก็รู้สึกดีใจมากแล้วก็แบบว่ารู้สึกดีที่ได้แสดงศักยภาพออกมาได้ดีให้ทั้งโลกได้เห็นเพราะว่าเขาจะได้ไม่ต้องดูถูกโซนเราอีกเขาจะได้ไม่ต้องดูถูก
So feel great to represent Thailand so the world can know that Thailand is one of the team that can make it to the finals. We are like the underdogs. We're glad to be here.
That's what it's about. They're glad to be here, representing up in Raleigh. Now, how confident do you feel, though, after making it through in such a stacked lobby to go all the way? Do you feel like you can win it all now?
รู้สึกมั่นใจพอไหมที่จะไปถึงไฟนอลของพรุ่งนี้อยากจะเป็นที่หนึ่งไหมอยากจะได้ที่หนึ่งหรือว่ายังไง
คิดว่าทำได้เพราะว่าผมเรียนรู้ข้อผิดพลาดจากวันนี้ผิดพลาดเยอะมากแล้วก็ต้องไปทำให้พรุ่งนี้ให้ดีและคิดว่าพรุ่งนี้ทำได้ดีครับ
We will try to get it to the top 3, maybe number 1. We'll try our best. Today we had some mistakes, but today we're gonna have to go and review those mistakes, and tomorrow we'll do better.
We'll do better tomorrow. That's what we want to hear as well. And finally, is there anything you want to say to all the fans out there, maybe the new fans that are starting to love EXO?
มีอะไรที่อยากจะบอกแฟนคลับใหม่ๆที่แบบมาดูหรือว่าอะไรหรือเปล่าอยากฝากบอกอะไรหรือเปล่า
ก็อยากขอบคุณมากๆสำหรับคนที่ติดตามเชียร์แล้วก็ใครที่มาเป็นแฟนคลับ EXO ก็เดี๋ยวจะมาให้ได้ทุกแลนด์แล้วก็จะทำให้ได้ดีที่สุดเพื่อทุกคนครับ
We're happy to have new fans. We're happy that people are be cheering for us tomorrow, and we will show that Thailand can do something.
That's what we want to see, Thailand to do something on the world stage. I'm certainly a fan of EXO now. Raleigh, make some noise for Kilo Pos and EXO! Let's go back to the desk.
Thank you so much, James Banks. Of course, EXO from Thailand, an incredible story, and obviously not speaking English, using a translator, showing just, this isn't the element that they're used to playing in, and it's an incredible feat to travel here to do what they've done. And if they finish tomorrow like they finished today, they would be $160,000 richer. That would be incredible.
I mean, they call them underdogs there, or they call themselves underdogs. I don't think they're underdogs. They are killing it right now. And I love that they got the shout out to Thailand as well, because when we look at the makeup of the player base of the competitors in APAC South, Thailand, one of the biggest representations there. Oftentimes they have the most teams, the most players in the region, so it's really great to see them come to LAN, especially when you've got players like Killerpods. They've actually been dominating this region for such a long time, but started playing competitively just after Poland. So this is the first chance he's had in all these years to come and play at a LAN. What a special moment for him.
Amazing story. Lauren, before we get to wrapping a little bit of this segment up and getting into our next bracket, I did want to touch on, we've seen a lot of 30-30 repeaters.
Yeah.
We've seen it in the hands of his Watson. We've seen it in the hands of Hal. We've seen a lot of this gun starting to jump back up. Is it starting to become the new kind of G7 scout that was so prevalent in the meta just a year ago, it seemed like?
I mean, I think in the same way that we're here with a new Legend meta, we also have a little bit of a new weapon meta.
Yeah.
The 30-30 is working really, really well for a lot of the playstyles that we're seeing out of some of these teams, especially for that earlier mid to late game if they want to have longer range poke, but then the additional damage from that charge up. But then worst case scenario, throw shatter caps on there and you've got a little bit of a shotty going on, you know? So it's kind of doing double duty, and they have figured out how to make it work in comp play.
It almost feels like it's taking a little bit of the role that Bocek was, because we saw how popular that got, and now maybe the 30-30 a safer bet with that. And of course, a safe bet if you want to sit down comfortably all day long and enjoy it at the finest level, it's Herman Miller. Check this out. This chair is one of a kind. It's sitting in my home office studio back in San Diego, California, and you can get it and all their gaming products 15% off over the next week. And this is if you use the code APEX5. It is only running in North America and Japan, though. So if you are in North America, if you happen to be in Raleigh, if you're in the crowd, take advantage of it for sure. It's one of the best chairs you will ever sit in. I promise you that. All right, I feel pretty comfy standing, though. There's a good reason for that, because it's time to talk talent predictions and what we all thought was going to go on today. You know, it wasn't really turning my way, but it did at the end. Rain Day and Vicky Kitty, you know, shout out to Vicky. We thought Fury was coming through. They had to do a lot to help us out there, but they certainly did.
Yeah, I mean, no one got NRG, right? So they would have trumped us all. I successfully used my caster curse on Scars. You know, that was pretty much the thinking behind mine. Scars, they were looking a little too good yesterday, so I was like, you know what, better bring them down a peg.
Nice, Lauren. You know, there's always next time. There's always losers bracket.
You know, I'll take second. I'm not mad about it.
That's not bad.
I can recover in the next time. You said, like you said, loser.
All right, we've got some amazing things coming up for you. And part of what is so exciting is that we do not stop the action. That was just half of the day. It's only getting better. And if you want to follow every bit of Apex Legends esports competition and information and just memes and fun, check us out on Twitter, Play Apex Esports, Play Apex Esports on YouTube, and Twitch at Play Apex. We are so excited to continue the action. We have the losers bracket coming up. And if you've been watching or you're just joining us, that means 10 teams are making it to the finals for tomorrow. 10 teams are going home. So if you want to know the answer to who that is, stay tuned. After the break, we'll get it started.
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Right now for Complexity, they are not missing. Easy peasy for them as they're going to clean up and secure their third win of the day. But no, it's Hal still alive. Hal is still alive. He snuck away the high ground. He took out one. Hal's left on the 1v2.
Oh my gosh, and he's Wraith too at the same time. He can just delay the inevitable. He can also just press Q. What is going on? I cannot believe what I'm seeing. This is the final game, and this is how you end it?
Genius finish from Hal. He's going to raise portal his way. It's going to be a heal off to finish. Hal enters a portal. The other team does not have a raise, and TSM wins. TSM wins. Are you kidding me?
And this is looking like all of a sudden it might be a slightly more winnable situation than previously. The bubble goes up. It looks like Les de France aren't aware of Hardecki's positioning here, and that means the fight's going to break out between these two teams.
There's a lot of damage that can be done by Hardecki here. All he's playing for realistically is top 2, but certainly will have his sights on the first place.
Well, here comes the Ape, and there comes the Nox. Les de France get the first one. Joke is trying to connect with the second as well. Les de France will pick up the kills they need necessary to at least secure that second place. But here comes Hardecki, the one-man army. It's
3 domes have been placed. A little bit of cover to work around. This is a game of arenas to close this out. Here comes the push. The call is made. It's Elevate. Mastiff in hand. Sleep goes down. Nellis. Bin has to go huge. Nice shot going to be put in. A 1v1. Oh my God. Bin. He's connecting, but it's not enough. The Elevate is going to do it. Elevate is in.
Oh my. No way.
11 placement points.
No way.
Look for nades.
Close the goal.
That's close it.
It's terrible, terrible. Fine.
Are you safe on you?
We have to go past it.
I might die to it. I died to it. Are you serious?
Go to the rock.
Can you get me? Can you get me?
I'm resting him.
Stick it. Bombing.
He's gonna go.
Give ults.
I can give you ult.
They're on our left side.
Ult there. They're gonna have to jump soon.
Give you ult on us as well.
Just tank it. In the air. Take it up. Chill. It's eating it.
Yeah.
No bubble. Just chill. Shoot left.
Left. Crack the givey.
Last guy.
One guy. Hey, Viv. Let's go.
1を取りましたね。さあリドルが優勝に向けての攻め。
ドームファイトですねこれ。
ドームが2つ重なった10試合目の最終決戦。リドルまだこのプレーオフの優勝はありません。
おっと。
さあファブが2人落ちる。残り1人になる。そのまま取り。
They're going to play underneath. They're going to look for more angles here. I really like this play by OG to stay alive. TTM going down sharp, getting knocked. Nocturnal, Knock just trying to stay alive. Yep. 4 shots going down. Knock gets knocked. Skittle Cakes, the last one alive. Can he do it? Some more shots going down. He's going to get the KP for his team in a 1v2 scenario. Is he going to get the armor stop? He does. And is he going to win it for his team? Can he do it? The armor stop coming out from Skittles. And it's going to be a 1v2. Oh my God! Skittles with an absolute insane 1v2 KP, but he's keeping the wingman out for some reason.
He might.
And the Kramer starts to come. 3 shots going in.
He was feeling him. That's a heat check if I've ever seen it.
That's a freaking heat check. He just pulled a free from half court to make sure he can still.
Oh, and they get laid
Oh my God! And he collaterals. He collaterals with the Kramer no scope, and they're gonna get the wipe on the GW. Oh my God! Yuki with the collateral on the Kramer shot. That was disgusting. Some more car shots. He's car wingman. He's rocking the design special right here. And they're going to get this W most likely moving forward. Where is this third team?
It's a solo. Uxako as the solo here.
Nice job.
Getting the knock onto Unite right now. Moving in to clean it up.
And they want this KP. They want all of it. Unite going down. Uxako in a top 2
Oh
situation.
my God.
And Alliance with an unbelievable game. The best game of the day.
Routing. Down. No down. 90 on Gibby. 44. Top 1. Axe 44 blue. Jones about to fall, Naughty. Naughty, play knocks. Knocks. Reload your car. He's playing the blue bin. He's healing. You gotta heal off. Frag on my knock. Back up. You're healing.
Pop the full heal.
Okay, that's fine.
200 versus 200.
Back up, I'm gonna rest.
Thermite. Play the knock. He's
Push
resting,
me.
he's stuck it.
No, you're fine.
Gotta
You
queue it.
rest?
Yep.
You res, yeah.
Gotta queue it.
You gotta go forward now.
You gotta go forward. Nade it. Go forward. Play his knock. Play Algs knock.
700 on it.
On your left, I think. Play my knock. He got a Phoenix off, I think. Start healing cells. Reload your car if you have to.
I'm blocking nade.
Blocking nades, man. He's playing knockdowns. Push him.
Right. Let's go! Hold on the ground!
They're still cleaning squads up. They just take down Hill, who was running away. TSM now seeing ESA running off to the side, seeing C9 now coming out of that fight as they're trying to approach. This is TSM's game. They're just on another level right now, Follow. They're looking to take the dump. They already got to match points. This is all they need.
They're playing perfect. They're the only match point team remaining. So if TSM wins, it is game over. playoff over. TSM will be your champions. Can they do it? The Wraith portal from Hal is going to give them some superior positioning wide left. Look at the angles. Such a good play from Hal right there to knock another team. XZ is out. It's TSM versus one other.
TSM, the only match point team left right now with one other squad. Just one more fight to be your winners here within the playoffs for NA. They're looking for it. They get the crack, but they're not going to overextend. There's no cover out there within that open field.
And it's Renegades, the other team. The only chance for all 19 squads in this lobby to stop TSM. The adversity TSM has faced this playoff. Sniped down retiring. The pickup of Verholst just a month and a half ago. And now they are looking to cement themselves back at the top. Look at this positioning from TSM. Hal doing Hal things. Getting angles wide right. So well played. They are just trapping Renegades right now.
Someone needs to nerf Hal. This off angle is going to force them to split so much attention. Look at this flank. We see the wingman shots landing. We see the pressure, but now they know that Hal is on their 6.
And this is the Wraith difference. This is why Hardeki, Hal, so many others are still playing Wraith, despite a lot of people thinking Ash might take her place. Here we go with Hal. Wide right. He's been putting in so much work. Another shot. He's going to hear Flesh. And that might be a Shark seeing red. An opportunity right now to fly, but they're going to play it patient. One goes down. Sorcerer is out.
Oh, now you get the phase. You get to avoid that arc. You see the wow, the winner, the 2 knocks here. TSM.
Where Reignite and Perihelion currently are. Jim Burden holding on for dear life to Rax to get taken down. So Pavlova not having a great day. Reignite having a much better one. Look at this angle. The flank is beautiful. Oh, Jim Burden, the Reignite. Just completely decimate Pavlova.
Estrell barely holding on. Reignite still happy down the bottom, as well as Perihelion being happy up the top.
And headshot from Zero. Yeah, I have to feel that one in the morning for Schuster. 3 squads remaining now. Looking over towards Rig. Looking at Xenomorph as well. Kill on Noob's the only one. It will be Perihelion versus Reignite. The 2 squads with the best position so far. One on top, one on bottom. That is going to be it. Kill on Noob has been defeated. Both squads.
咁搞笑咧，有個名嘅。
3v3.
專屬家姐馬芬嘛。
to get out of the building first. Perihelion have the high ground. They're going to be looking down on them. Headshots will come in thick and fast as soon as Rig.
想播音樂，唔想播 Apex 嗰啲聲。Yeah, let's go. 我自己就係覺得，即係點解？我自己就覺得我第一場係 OK 嘅，成件事係可以嘅。咁但係即係我覺得好正路嘅，好佢哋咯，好 TSM 咯，我覺得。但係到往後嘅場數就係我就係頭先太嘈啦，音樂上就係、我唔明點解每一場都要貼圈，即係可能戰術上面係咁啦，咁但係咁唔好彩嘅就係當你諗住貼圈，但係大部分隊伍都係選擇早入圈揾好嘅 position， 咁其實我唔覺得佢哋好大 mistake 嘅，即係要殺嘅殺到，要打嘅打到，但係好多時候就係你揾唔到個好嘅 position 俾你發揮啊！人哋全部入晒圈啦，你飛啦，一飛嘅時候你發現喺空中，喂原來呢個位置已經有成7隊喺度啦，咁你跳邊啊？你咁遲先入圈，咁你入圈嘅時候，你完全落地，全部都係輸，因為你遲入圈，選擇跟圈邊，然後冇一個好嘅 position 之後俾人哋殺，而唔係本身嘅能力有問題，或者出現咗好大嘅失誤而造成你輸，係個戰術上面8場都係接近選擇貼圈邊遲入圈，你特別去到3圈你都唔飛入去，你去到4圈都唔飛入去，都仲喺圈邊，即係頭先 final 最尾嗰場就係咁咯。係嘅，佢俾人偷膽秒死嗰場，我覺得係，咁我又覺得冇辦法嘅喎，呢樣嘢係，因為喂人哋真係好靜，你又真係聽唔到聲，你一人哋又發現到你發現唔到人，因為佢哋冇用 Sia 啊嘛，嗰場，即係佢哋用翻基本2大肥佬加假妹嘛，咁你一嘢咁人哋好安靜咁樣擺到明就係俾個陷阱你踩，咁算啦，我覺得算呢場算，即係因為佢播翻出嚟點解輸，我覺得即係點解死 hell， 我覺得唉算，即係你冇辦法。咁但係個問題就係，我哋有咁當然2場係差唔多係 Sam 圈啦，咁。即係就算唔係 Sam 圈嗰啲，即係唔係呢啲位置，佢其餘中間第3場、第4場嗰啲10幾分，即係第10幾隊就已經輸，又係冇好嘅 position， 全部都係輸冇一個好嘅 position。我就係唔明點解要咁堅持 長期 stay 圈邊，我明嘅，即係 stay 圈邊你可以 pop 到某啲隊，或者你可以。再揾多啲唔同資源，我絕對理解嘅，但係冇咯，就係冇咯。喂，咁係啊，個問題就係你唔選擇早入圈嘛，你個戰術就係選擇頭3圈甚至頭4圈啊，你都頭4圈啦，通常都係頭4圈啦，頭4圈都係選擇跟圈邊走嘛。咁你預咗你頭3圈4圈你跟圈邊走，當你要4圈同5圈入去揾 position 嘅時候，喂大佬你睇到右上角咗14隊，我頂你個肺，14隊裡面至少有8隊係入咗圈嘅，你而家先飛入去，你點揾一個好嘅 position？ 即係你空中喺度揀，場睇住佢哋空中喺度揀。我頂你個肺嬲到真係，你空中揀乜嘢啫？你早啲入圈咯，一係你就早啲揮開打一隊，然之後揾一個好嘅 position。你又唔開打，你又要靠飛入去，頂你又靠飛入去，打到擺到明裡面全部 cap 晒位，企好晒人哋，擺晒陣等你入嚟。我睇到嬲，我話咩戰術啊大佬？下都係咁樣拉圈邊，基本上即係大部分早入圈嘅都係入到頭10嗰啲嚟， 即係你諗下 NRG， 差唔多場都係早入圈拉好 position， 然之後打好防守，即係你守好咗嗰個位，你守唔到，我哋輸自己。頂你個肺，你守好啲就已經好似 NRG 咁。係啊，我同意啊，就係你唔係早入圈，你唔係早入圈就要打 aggressive。你諗下 Ferrari 就係你諗下 Iswason 嗰啲就係之前就係 stay 圈邊，就同你係咁殺，頂你個肺，琴日殺到頂你可以 Q18 嘅，啲黐孖筋嘅，即係擺到明，其實 Iswason 佢哋 Ferrari 佢哋差唔多長期都冇一個好嘅 position。即係我睇翻，真係唔係永遠都係一個好嘅 position 打嘅。但係人哋頂你個肺 Iswason 嗰隊頂你係咁殺，然之後攞第7攞第8，就算攞第7攞第8攞12-3都攞住咬住9分10分入去，即係 keep 住就算唔係頭10名，唔係 good position， 唔係冠軍都咬住有10分。一鋪冠軍攞20幾分，嘣一聲就上去，我頂你個肺！我都唔知 TSM 喺度做乜嘢，又唔殺人，又唔早入圈，然之後唔知佢做啲乜嘢，嬲到啊！係啊，我咪就係咯，喂！但係個問題就係人哋個心態強，夠膽，咁當然。Iswason 佢哋3個本身都真係準，即係3個本身都係槍法都係勁到趴街，甚至平均嚟講比 TSM， 即係淨係論槍法嘅話，絕對係比 TSM 高。係啊，即係我覺得你打保守啲，如果你打保守啲，你係早入圈揾位咯，慢慢攞啲 slide 係咁 cap 咯。頂你攞支 30-30， 攞支 charge rifle 喺度射咯，然之後升甲咯，係啊，然之後到 third party 遠距離 third party 咯，攞啲30-30攞支 charge rifle， 即係好似 Mandy 佢哋咁咯。即係當然 Mandy 3個人係得 Mandy 比較好啫，其餘2個其實個隊友係一般嘅。咁但係喂。你 Mandy 咪長期就係、喂大佬啊，北美 slide 打冠軍啊 Mandy 大佬咪就係長期遠距離 third party 咯，係咁度射，咪咯，頂你個肺！我就係榮耀嬲到，我睇呢真係嬲到，我唔知係戰術問題，佢哋要決定 stay 圈邊咁樣打定係啲乜嘢，即係你又唔係真係有好大失誤。但係我覺得就好唔拖唔水咯，你左個圈又唔係，你前右圈你又唔殺，咁即係你殺唔到啊！你明唔明白？即係如果你打得 aggressive 啲，講真，你嗰啲日本隊啊、韓國隊，我唔認為真係咁輕易就掉低你。咁但係調翻轉，我又覺得阿新仔，即係 TSM 加入嚟個 controller 新仔，我覺得佢叫做真係第一次打 file 啦。我覺得係真係狀態差啲，即係我唔覺得佢，我唔覺得佢發揮得好好整體，但係即係我覺得 Hell 同 With 係冇乜太大問題嘅，都我覺得某程度上都叫正常發揮啦。係啊，咁但係我覺得新仔就係真係爭啲，但係整體嚟講都係差㗎啦，啲戰術真係嬲到，睇到勁猛，係啊，唔係我明嘅，即係你叫咗佢用副食，唔係用假妹，即係佢最勁係用假妹嘛，咁你俾咗 Hell 用假妹。咁你用副食，其實我覺得真係佢哋係叫新人啦，新人去處理啦，我覺得係爭啲。咁我覺得 係啦，即係有好多因素啦，本身又唔係好，即係佢唔係勁啦，用副食，其次戰術又奇怪啦，然之後唔知想點，唔鹹唔淡啦，就搞到咁。我覺得係你突然之間最尾嗰場先至頂你 last match 8，你先俾翻去用減妹，然之後自己 hell 用翻直爾斯亞咁樣，我覺得唉。你成個戰術個鋪排運用，同埋嗰啲對位對點就唔係咁容易適應咯。係啊，係啊，即係我覺得係真係，所以我就覺得。好啦，即係而家係嘅，咁唔係話一定輸晒嘅，即係我哋啲 fans 冇瞓覺啫，我頂你個肺！即係我又咁事實上咁，但係調翻轉喎，你落翻去而家副方賽其實唔易打啊，副方賽你有100 fit， 有 Team Liquid， 即係有翻啲本身都已經係打得唔差嘅。即係我就想睇下究竟係啦，你而家已經輸到咁，你真係即係高克我高空噶啦！而家我就睇下你係咪真係嚟緊全部都係用翻同樣戰術？係嘅，但係唔算話真係好差咯，即係叫做水平下，但係穩打穩紮咯，係啊。所以而家真係睇究竟附加賽，即係副方賽究竟佢戰術會唔會改變啊？即係沿用翻就係 Sia、假妹同直播羅圖，唔用副食啦。即係諗下調翻轉。係啊，其實唔容易㗎，其實真係唔容易啊！講真，係嘅，即係你稍有差池咧，我又唔覺得 TSM 係真係冇能力打翻上去 final 嘅，但係都唔可以太 hea 咯。亦咪正常正路就可以嘅，我覺得正路係 OK， 但係唔可以唔。即係我覺得我寧願你當 pick up 狀態，定係攞嚟再試戰術，定係點？我覺得最差就係打入。雖然今日嘅影響冇特別影響今日嘅，但係。係咯，即係始終係世界賽，唔係北美賽咯。如果北美你同 NRG 正常就玩晒，係啦，即係你正常北美就冇乜太大問題嘅。喂，你諗下 EXO 嗰啲泰國仔，哇唔小心出到嚟都崩爆你啲北美佬啊！即係亞洲嗰啲都唔渣，反而 John Baden 佢哋 Zero 拗下贏你都冇正式贏過一場。但係拗下，每一場平均同你攞下10分、8分、10幾分、8分、10分，就借翻上去，一場第二咁樣殺10幾個衝上去。如果你一係就贏，一係就你贏完第一場，連續7場可以唔見人嘅，我頂你個肺！最差就係第一日咯。如果用 Maggie 唔知佢做咩啊？雖然冇對而家，即係冇對今日好大影響。係嘅，但係 Sweet 即係我所以我咪話 Sweet 只係做咗一個用減妹最 normal 嘅做法，就係 Final 圈飛上天，然後落翻嚟。咁佢飛翻落嚟嗰下和平 headshot 係靚嘅。 佢又真係咁啱掉落去張巴頓嗰一下 headshot 掉落去。咁本身都但係 so far 都係揸敵咯，真係揸敵啦。係呢下好笑。係啊，所以我咪話啦，卡式 win 咯 ，Sweet 用咗最卡式減會 win 嘅方法咯，卡式 win。唉，該俾翻啲心臟嚟睇下 TSM 真係輸心態。我覺得始終都係同阿加比利同阿加比利係最好啊！真係同 Sweet Free Down 都冇咁好，真係 Hell with 同阿加比利係最好，因為阿加比利可以補翻 Hell 嗰啲心態唔好嘅時候。你睇下靠拉，阿加比利就係清到靠拉可以咁樣，就係靠阿加比利啫嘛，其實。阿卡利，我都好似睇唔晒，真係佢。係啊，真係，雖然阿 Billy 都仲係 TSM 嘅，即係份約係 TSM 嘅人，係啊，份約係啫，但係形式上佢喺 TSM 退咗役。好似足球員咁咯，而家阿 B 好似係足球員，唔係好似籃球員咁啊，外借啊，唔係籃球員，足球員先有，足球員咁外借去嚟其他隊啊，外借咗卡拉，仲打到嗰啲啫，你真係唔容易啊 ！Upper Game 喺度。咪咯 ，Alliance ACG 100 分 ，GMT DSM Team Liquid， 唉，我計埋Dream Fire啦，其實真係全部都嗱，好懸殊啊！呢我覺得呢20隊有啲懸殊啊，某程度上，但係中間咧嗰堆咧會爭得好勁咯。係啊，但係你唔知道中間嗰堆突然之間會點樣咯？係啊，我都有追住嚟睇。係啦，唔係卡拉個戰術咪就係咁咯，好明顯噶，長期都喺圈外，喺圈外一路都係好遲入圈，非常遲入圈，非常遲到。你諗下佢哋卡拉係咁喺度整 Mac Kit。係咁整，勁遲入圈，盡量避免同其他隊有直接衝突，然後睇下可唔可以 third party 或者 fourth party 偷頭。係啊，咁係啊，佢哋真係咁樣打，但係你又吹唔脹喎，又真係個戰術又成功喎。佢哋真係長期捱到圈邊，長期 keep 住喺圈邊，係咁捱。咁係好嘅，即係你世界邊緣唔算大，你一飛就到你暴風點，你暴風點嘅話就你可以靠飛，你飛唔夠之餘仲可以開車，係啦，即係你架車仲可以當埋係你仲有力。直布羅陀個 bubble 嘛，你可以掟個 bubble 落去架車度，然之後開嘛。咁你叫做擋住咗啲傷害，然之後你落車之後喺空曠位置你可以當 cover。即係其實佢哋就係反而用呢個戰術，我就覺得哇 nice。即係 RB 係有腦㗎，真係由練習，即係由講緊由 Pro-League 開始，一路 CHING Team Liquid 兩條友一路夾。試到線上賽，到 Pro-League， 到練習賽到 final， 一路清住佢哋，哇！我覺得真係 nice 嘅，係 nice。不過佢同 Hell 唔係好夾到，又係真。呢個又係真，即係冇仇怨嘅，但係唔係好夾到，又係真嘅呢個。係啊，即係就係佢可能啊可能就係佢哋覺得啊，正常啲人都早入圈揾 position。可能得1、2隊、2、3隊會喺圈邊度睇下偷唔偷到頭，揾唔揾到人。咁你捱過喺圈邊去揾人嗰啲人嘅話咧，你就成功㗎啦已經。咁佢哋就真係咁咯。咁事實就真係其他隊又今日又真係全部都選擇早入圈，全部選擇好早入去揾 position。我3圈就已經飛入去啦。即係除咗本身已經係收圈嗰啲隊，就3圈就已經飛入去，見住啲隊，哇！3圈成8隊企喺個圈裏邊，8、9隊喺個圈入邊，喺度 say hi， 係咁喺度布陣，啲黐孖筋嘅真係俾阿 B， 真係俾卡拉估中，好嘢真係，我都覺得係好睇，所以今次世界賽真係好好睇，黐線。場場都有驚喜，隊隊都有好嘅戰場。即係你哋點諗下 Dreamfire 連 Q 你2場 Team Liquid 完全0分，到最後其實到最後都係同翻 Team Liquid 打附加賽。如果 Team Liquid 如果唔係 His Master 最後嗰下和平，就變咗 Team Liquid 喺上面啦。你點估到啊？8場有2場0分啦，已經都俾佢爭啲真係打到上去。啊！你阿伯弟真係係啊！知下先真係走啊！知下先真係好癲，但係 Ismason 真係殺手嚟嘅。完全係殺手嚟，根本就係斬分者，純粹出嚟殺人嗰啲人，練到就係我哋出嚟殺人㗎咋，唔理啊！我哋出嚟殺人㗎咋，我唔理咩都唔理，我見人就殺，總之就係咁，黐乸線真係，好睇真係，每一隊都有特點，真係好好睇，今年。好，我哋就 close 音樂啦，開翻正常聲啦，我哋。
For them, Team Liquid. I mean, let's talk about Team Liquid quickly. By the way, I think the break was the most important thing for them. Absolutely devastating performance on Storm Point to find themselves in this position. 0 points from 3 games. They go to the next game, 0 points, and then they have a miraculous comeback. But they fall just short.
Wow, 天歐啊，鄭生。
The fact that they're starting here on World's Edge, though. More of a comfort map for them. Team Liquid will want to get to the final.
Yeah, when I think about most of the winners
bracket from the winners bracket was because of their poor performance from World Edge. Liquid certainly were.
One team, Dan, who have not had a poor performance by any stretch of the imagination, was Pulverex. They're still here. The but for TSM, you have to say it's a bit of a nightmare for them.
And I think Pulverex are given so much respect, by the way. They've got their own POI that they've been able to drop. It wouldn't surprise me if some teams start to target them a little bit. They start to surround Epicenter to try and maybe gain some extra KP. It's ruthless, but at the same time, 2 million is on the line, and you've got to get yourself into that grand final if you are going to win your fair share of it. But Pulverex are going to be able to move away from Epicenter. AIM Esports, another team, by the way, who had a lot of success when it came to World's Edge during their losers bracket round 1 matches.
I'm just saying, by the way, if anyone drops on Pulverex off the rip here, throwing hands with them afterwards outside. So let's see what happens in this game then. AIM Esports will be on their loot path at the moment, right at the north edge of the map, and
Now they're looking to make what looks like a pretty quick rotation away from that. TSM also on their way downtown. And one piece of good news, I should say, for TSM is leaving Fragment East with some decent-looking armors.
Yeah, decent-looking armors, and it's a very predictable zone as well. That's why we're seeing a lot of early movers. We are going towards Skyhook very firmly indeed. And there's a lot of buildings to work with in Skyhook. So this could be one of those games where we get a lot of teams in those last circles, and it's all about which building you're able to secure, where that circle starts pulling, and which angles you can start to take on some of those who are close to you and neighboring you.
I think these kind of zones as well, and also the kind of lobbies we saw a little bit earlier on, which are so stacked, really highlights the IGLs who are going to make the big plays and make the big decisions, and how that can really influence things. You look at Sweet, some of those macro decisions to make little rotations, when to take fights, when to not take fights, was the difference between NRG being the team on top. So when you do have a zone, like we do now, where there's going to be a lot of teams coexisting, those micro moments, those milliseconds between decisions being right and wrong could make the difference.
Yeah, they really are going to be the kind of make or break moments to whether you're going to a grand final or not. And for TSM, they need to find some form here on World's Edge. I did highlight it a little bit earlier. They had a poor performance. They were only able to get 4 placement points from 4 games. They were able to get 8 kills from those 4 games as well. That's not really the standard TSM would usually hold themselves to, especially when it comes to those placements. However, a team that does find success when it comes to World's Edge, we saw them diving on in. They got a win. That form as well.
Team Liquid then. This has been a very nice start for them as far as the zone is concerned. The fact that they've only had to kind of traverse a little bit of the map from Trials and the edge of Skyhook that they do like where they will be in this game is certainly going to be just something to stop the heart fluttering, because it has been one of those days so far for them.
And I like that you mentioned Team Liquid starting on World's Edge and how important that is for them. If you think how badly Stormpoint went for them in that winners bracket, they got 0 points for 4 games. It literally was the worst possible moment for them. But now they start on World's Edge where they were able to pick up 41 points. It's going to be a great momentum builder. As for Pulverix, they found themselves within Skyhook. They found themselves a place to hold. It's not going to be an easy hold, but we have seen this team do unspeakable and unthinkable things as a duo.
They have another team making their way in today as well, so a lot of talent on this lineup. But as we see teams making those some of the priority buildings are going to start to be taken. A lot of those are going to be the northern buildings, because we have seen how it can move a little bit towards They'll be okay for now and should be able to get that res off, but maybe a little bit more uncomfortable than you would think. But the fire that's coming in kind of gives an indication of how to get that knock, but they're being suppressed back as well.
Everyone locks the doors, closes the curtains. You start to peek through and check to see whether the neighbors are looking, and unfortunately Scars were looking and waiting, and they did get the knock, but as you say, couldn't capitalize on it. Scars, however, fun fact, Mandy has the most damage and the most kills out of anyone in this tournament so far, and considering he finds himself in that losers bracket, that just shows how scary this Scars team is going to be and what an important man Mandy is on that side.
Mandy's been doing a lot of work with that charge rifle as well, but now I want to see Scars maybe get a little bit more aggressive in certain scenarios. They'd let the game play out in front of them on a few different occasions. Decisive when it comes to a lot of that pressure's going to be on Ascend, and I ask Scars, are you going to take opportunities? They take the first one. They pick up some kills. Ascend eliminated. Flashbang also find themselves with 1 player down.
Unfortunately, Ascend just find themselves in a little bit of a sandwich. FA Kitty's also getting an engagement, trying to do what they can in terms of damage, but the Arcstar's going to finish the box.
Liquid only have to deal with Hardeki. Hardeki escapes for now, but he's down as well. FA Kitty's eliminated, and Team Liquid, that is the confidence booster they would have dreamt of.
This is the difficulty with Skyhook. As soon as you get in an engagement and you try and escape from it, there is someone in the neighboring building waiting to do damage, waiting to pick up that KP. So if you do take an isolated fight, you have to win it, because you will not be able to get away.
One
of the western buildings, I should say, closest trials in Skyhook. Start to pull north, and they will be in a good position. We've only lost 2 squads so far.
10個半鐘啊！琴日睇咗黐孖筋。
Is going to allow teams to play. We might see some different zones with a little bit less cover as the games progress, but for now, TSM waiting for that third.
We only have 4 teams who aren't really in Skyhook right now. Maybe 5 Trials and STK, but Optic Gaming, Alliance, Luminosity Gaming, and TSM are all going to be the late movers into this circle. Yes, they're playing for that extra beacon information. They want to make sure that when they go into Skyhook, they have the best building possible. But will it be available when they arrive? That's going to be the real question.
Sutaraku also at the top.
Wow, so
they're going to have lots of loot to play with. Charge rifle, and I'll tell you what, if we do see the inside of Skyhook, all those teams who are having to escape and try and run past each other and fight for supremacy.
係嘅，正常係嘅，真係
those weapons with the charge rifle to pick up a lot of cases.
真係唔三唔飛，真係唔使指入到啊！天后真係。
They're all banking on that being a very northern pull. If it does start to go that way, it's going to be hell for everything back on the south side of Skyhook. But TSM are the team that have the information. They've just got the beacon, and they are now moving in to Skyhook. So depending on where they find their residence, I think that will tell us a lot about where this circle might be going.
TSM just moved into the building, which is the one pretty much that
esports
are looking at right now. There's obviously a couple of teams in that building, but TSM are in the bottom of one of those floors. For now, Sadell, he's got the wingman in his hands, and he's one of those players I've always loved to watch when he has the wingman to play with. The 2 times on it is going to allow him to do a little bit of damage from distance as well, with Sutaraku still up on top of this mountainous area on Trials.
Yeah, they're going to be the last team to really get the information as to where they need to go. They're just hoping it pulls towards them, but they don't have a beacon to work with. So it is just going to be about assessing where everyone else is going. Up into the skies they go, and Alliance, one of the later teams, trying to do some damage. But I don't think they're going to quite be able to do enough. As I say that, things aren't looking great, but it looks like they might have just escaped.
Whew. Closer than I think that team who took to the skies would have wanted, or maybe they have actually fallen. We'll have to see exactly what happened to that team in a few moments' time, but we'll concentrate on Alliance for now as they have to move towards the northern side, and they're going to take to the skies once more, into the clouds, and hopefully into a safe spot.
They've got the information. You can see the green circle on their screens, and it looks like they're going to tuck their way around the west side, around Trials, and then go in the northwest side, because that will work out. There is an area playable for them, and they can certainly crawl their way into the circle, but it's whether they feel like they might get pressured from the team above them at Trials. That's going to be the biggest threat to them right now, but it looks like they've safely landed. As I say that, actually, Dreamfire look like they might take the fight against Alliance. You can see that on your map.
Well, Alliance in the black hole, all of the teams trucks, so the black hole is not effective. The bubble is forced, though, here from Alliance, and Vibes has to back up, and he has to bubble as well. However, they're going to have the most time left on this piece of utility. Hackers now takes to the skies, maybe bang just a second earlier. But for now, a little bit of a standoff between the 2 teams.
Now, both these teams need to be very careful, because Sutaraku are going to be above them at Trials and could very much make their life a living hell. But it doesn't seem like either team wants to really commit to this fight at the moment. They definitely got some damage done. They were able to push in ever so slightly, but after the ultimates came in, they both backed out, and they're both just going to coincide alongside one another.
I think that's a good indication of how this lobby is going to play out, not just for this game, but for the rest of it as well. Here's the move from TSM. They've been shredded through the skies, but they found a pocket of space.
That is a pocket, and that will certainly work for now. They're worried there might be other teams with them, but eventually they'll get the information that they are alone, and they have taken the very northwestern side. And if Circle does pull that way, they will have some.
This is looking to get a little bit more aggressive. They're using a lot of utility here. Frag grenades, every single thing that they've got in the inventory is being thrown. The only thing that they're struggling with right now is getting that first knock. Good damage coming in from Hackers with that charge rifle. So this is not a here for Alliance.
You cannot afford to go down first here. Probably might have been actually isolated here a little bit. It's good damage coming out from Alliance, and you can see they're slowly pressuring Dreamfire. And actually, Dreamfire have lost one, and it's because there's another team getting involved. It's AIM.
And this is the problem, right? All these teams in Skyhook will hear this. And TSM will be interested as well. The question is, do TSM have the angles and the lines of sight to influence this fight from the position that Hackers finds himself now? Just in that crevice, it seems like the answer would be no.
Well, Alliance have done a fantastic job there. They've been able to force the team out. They've also been able to pick up a knock. Dreamfire are still alive. Tao is going to be the last remaining player, but both Alliance and TSM can happily reside here. They don't need to kind of fight each other at the moment. It's all the teams that are going to be moving from the southern side of the map that might start to struggle if we do see the circle move further north.
This is looking more and more like an old school market finish in Skyhook. So for the teams who are on the northern side, they're going to have to move down south, and Alliance are one of those teams in this position that we're just discussing now. TSM also just to their left as well, still one player alive as well that we mentioned, that's the row that they've got to deal with between them. inside of Market at the moment. If you're wondering who is the occupants of what is looking like could be the end zone, the answer is 100 Thieves.
Yeah, 100 Thieves are there. Scars and Singularity are in the building just south of them as well, and they very much could take a fight soon if they want to get aggressive. As I say that, Pulverix, they're still alive as the two, and they are doing some damage from the building they currently have residence. But TSM in the spot they are in the north side of the map, they will be okay for this next circle, and Alliance don't have to move far either.
Great news for TSM, knowing that the teams are going to have to move through Skyhook. You would imagine the field will go down from 18 to maybe about 12, possibly even less, upon this circle closing.
終於選擇早入圈啦！你條契弟，你收條契弟。
So for now, TSM are going to be safe. It's the teams on the other side.
終於選擇早入圈啦！
We might be in a little bit of a predicament here. They're down on the southern side of this zone, and they're going to have to move.
Yeah, we could very likely see some Valkyrie ultimates come into the equation here, and it's going to be a case of just hoping for the best and maybe trying to land on a team that is currently under fire so that you can then take their position. But that is not an easy thing to do. LG have also got to move a long way, but you can see Optic Gaming, they're on the south side of the circle. Right now they're fine, but when they get that information that the circle's going to be moving over towards Market, they will have to make a decision of how they want to approach these next stages.
GMT
你走入咗有10隊嘅人嘅中間啊！你唔走入圈你啦嘛？一飛落去10隊。
Chip damage coming out of the wingman of Sidel. Last time we were with him, he had the 2 times, but he knows that things are about to get a little bit closer range, shall we say, when these teams start to rotate in. So he swapped out for the 1 times on the wingman. Nice shots coming in from Rambo. 2 times on the charge rifle. It's always good to hit shots with that sight from that kind of distance.
And it was E6 who jetted up into the sky, and they've landed near Pulverix now. And they won't necessarily know it's Pulverix just quite yet, but if they do, they might try and make a push. It's a 3 versus 2, of course, but I think they're both residing in that same building, and they're on different levels, so good news for Pulverix fans, they are still alive.
I wonder if Alliance are aware of TSM's position as well, because if Alliance try and make a move, maybe commit, and take a bit of damage, TSM could be behind them. And if they haven't shown presence, that will be some easy.
如果真係對上Alliance，但係嚼得低埋Alliance就好安全啦，真係。
arena as well. Right on the center of this middle structure, just the 2 of them just battling against all the odds, and what a performance they've put in.
Yeah, and the fact that E6 are below them, that means if E6 want to try and push this, Pulverix, you could still argue in an advantageous position just purely because they play the height, they can watch the ropes, and they should be fine. Now, Sutaraku, who were on trials and know they have to move, are going to have to do so shortly. They've got 1 minute and 40 to think about their rotation. There is a building just kind of southwest of Market. They could try and prioritize, maybe play behind some of the scenery that is around it, but they will be watched by the likes of Singularity, who are going to be there waiting in the building, and Alliance will also have a very good angle on them as well.
Well, this is a rough circle now for everyone who's inside of Skyhook. TSM are in a pretty good spot on that northern side of things. You can see they are safe for the next zone, but everyone in Skyhook will have to leave. The problem is
1隊、2隊、3隊、4隊、5隊、6隊喺圈度啦。
teams are stacked up upon each other, just looking at each other through the windows. They're going to have to run alongside each other as the ring is going to force them north.
And just look at the fact that Dreamfire is they were certainly struggling in the early stages, but they've been able to rat out, and actually they are the closest team to that final circle at the moment. But Alliance may try and take them down.
如果Alliance 開打，
they can achieve
a
successful push, but God,
TSM 就可以 back 到啊。
As are several other teams, and if you can get some damage out before you
如果係佢哋打法第先 ，Alliance 就 back 到啊。嗱，睇下。
Do move. But I tell you what, this game
邊隊開打都唔着數，佢哋講咩而家
lit at this point. And the flame is slowly starting to make its way towards the base and the gunpowder, and it's about to go off in here. Just a few moments left until we see that zone really start to influence the game. This is where the big calls come
in. Already moving. It's Optic that are shooting them in the backside, but Optic are gaining the move as well. So that's good. Make yourself big, make yourself scary, so that you get as much room as possible before you eventually try and traverse this. It's going to be so tough for the likes of Optic Gaming, and you sometimes the only option you have is to use the skyward dive.
Well, as we see Luminosity take to the skies, you can see how the land it is.
Anybody real? Nothing.
好啦，飛落去揾 TSM 係咪？
Get ready to dome instantly.
喂！
We got a team on us. A team on us.
喺橋俾人撲死啊！係啦，實喺橋俾人撲死。
90 on 1. Dead. Almost killed him. I got stuck. I got stuck.
啊，兩隊，哇！打贏就有，打唔打贏冇啦。
You're gonna get Dodge bombs. All you. I'm dead. Come on. Push it. I'm rezzing.
think we're good.
係啦，多隊到。
Drop your shield. You might be able to armor swap.
I got a shield, got a shield, got a shield.
呢隊咪好似頭先 TSM 咁啊！一飛落嚟就俾人秒。
Start looking around. Keep getting barrels set up.
Kills on our northeast, maybe. Reloading.
好正啊！影住佢隻手喺度喐個 mouse。
Jimmy's one there.
Doing it.
都係 good spot 啦呢個位。
I got gold helm.
Pick up the gold backpack.
Yep.
I got a gold bag.
Take my helm, take my helm, take my helm.
Grabbing it. I need some light. I have everything. I have gold helm as well.
Okay, good. Careful above. There's gonna be kills here for us, okay?
Wraith right here. In this corner.
Yeah.
Just a Wraith.
We have to play to that. We have to play to that.
Yeah, we do.
Pushing on.
Over
Okay.
here, boys. Kills here too.
Yeah, I see that.
Don't get over the stone stuff. I'm watching your side.
Did that team rep? They rep from the side.
哇！人哋 cap 住喎 ，push 唔到啦應該。
Yeah, we're gonna have to play for that maybe.
I think we do.
哇佢哋好難入圈呢個圈，哇呢個圈難到趴街，成隊喺天台 cap 住。
Wait, we might be able to take first.
華深圳。
Yeah, first floor might be good.
夠雞行嚟啊！你知下先。
I need a gold helmet. Yeah, take a gold helmet.
Take it.
哇 ，OK， 係啊，我就見佢哋。
Okay, we might just have to
見佢哋咩？
into that shit. Where is that? Okay, let's look southeast.
We got it.
哇，好難入喎呢個
It was a little bit
圈。
bumpy, but Luminosity find their way to survive. Now you can see, trying to set up the next play, as are Pulverex. Unfortunately for them, they're down to one, but the numbers game has never been on their side.
Well, you're playing a Wraith, though. You can go into the void to get away from fights if you play it correctly, and they are central circle. The two still alive. Excuse me. As TSM also looking to move in, and as the circle closes, we're going to see a lot of teams forced together. We're going to see a lot of deaths on that kill feed, but it's about hitting your shots now.
Well, here's to be true in these fights that are going down alliance. As we get ready to see that start to really have an impact on this fight.
Very important, you've got a core stick here.
Unfortunately
Unfortunately ripped away right under his feet.
It's Luminosity, who are on the other side of this building as well, trying to make anything of this situation. Enemigo gets that barrier off as well, gets some barrels down, manages to get the finishes. Shiny's alongside him, Monsoon on his back, just calling out to them exactly how to play this one.
These barrels are massive. They give you that little bit of coverage, that little bit of extra protection, as well as the shields, but it's Godfire on the other side, shooting through the windows. They know they can get some finishes here, but the shields are doing everything.
It's not going to be easy for them. Bin now trying to survive behind the knockdown shields. The Q is going to at least give him the information he's looking for. There's three still alive here.
How on earth is this battle still happening? They've managed to isolate themselves away from everyone else. Luminosity Gaming still going forward. They're going to get involved. They will finish one, but do they know the other team is around the corner?
Luminosity eliminated. That will be the end of their game here. We're down to 4 squads. We're down to 3 squads. As Godfire will fall as well.
Aim still alive. 100 Thieves still alive. Scars still alive in the central circle. As Scars because they have 3 up. But so do 100 Thieves. And Omnu and the rest of the squad can do a lot of damage because that's a 2 bullets.
2 bullets.
Oh.
The body's going to chip away, but it's not going to be enough to get that knock that they are so desperate for. Scars. Manny popping the ult accelerant as well to get that bombardment back as quickly as he can. Just peeking that head up. But as we know, there's a Kraber with 1 bullet in. You only have to show your head for 2 seconds and that can be removed.
Well, Mandy has the most kills. He has the most damage in the tournament so far. And boy, do they need to rely on that in this final circle. But this 1 bullet could be everything for 100 Thieves. If it hits ahead, suddenly it can flip a fight in your favor. Scar's well aware of it. They would have heard that bullet, and they need to be careful.
Bubble been forced on one side. That's going to be AIM, who now do not have a bubble. Get the wall down to at least make a little bit of progress. The is going to be thrown in. 100 Thieves get the first knock as well.
Now you can use Watson. Now you can protect yourself. And now you can use Newcastle. 100 Thieves. They have the setup. They've got the high ground, and they've got the Kraber bullet.
1 bullet to play with, though, for Ommu. If he misses this one, such risk reward. Then maybe he's just going to be left with 1 gun. That's a lack of ammo if you get into that elongated fight. So 100 Thieves have to
to be careful.
Stars on the tails.
Though still alive. Uzaku is going to be that last remaining player, a real thorn in the side to both of these teams. They've got to try and get rid of the rat first before they take a 3v3.
Well, the rat will be dealt with it by the looks of things. But
再加兩卡數喎，但係封前位、封上位一次過封晒前同上。
Now they're going to bubble out as well. The Peacekeeper comes out. It's 99, but it's also
Mandy 一嘢收皮。真係100分。
Keep it calm and collect the win.
The perfect final circle for the composition they were playing. The generator goes down. The bombardment and then Newcastle drops the ball. And it gave them so much protection on top of that bridge. As for Scars, it was a fantastic effort, but unfortunately, the sole remaining player of AIM really threw that circle. It was a spanner in the works, and it made it so difficult for 100 Thieves to play, but they kept their cool, and the composition paid off.
And when we were talking about where that zone could potentially go, before we saw it pull to the north, you look at that zone, and you look at each other and going, this looks like a market zone. Who was there? Who made the early rotation? Who depends on an early rotation with the composition they're running? The answer is the game number 1.
They just got more points in that one game in the previous series for themselves. So this is going to be a real motivation boost now for them. It's 20 points, it's 13 kills. And that is a fantastic way to start your day in the Losers Bracket Finals.
100 Thieves taking advantage of the position they managed to lock down. And those 13 kills, they're magic to 100 Thieves. A lot of the time when we see 100 Thieves succeed with placements, it's usually the placement points which will dominate. The kills kind of secondary, because with the Newcastle and Watson compositions, sometimes you're kind of lacking a little bit of aggressive utility, but they made it work. They were hitting the shots. Scars with a strong performance though in second place.
Some good points all round as well for AIM, Godfire, Luminosity.
Than
they did in the previous winner bracket matchup. Pulverix get a point on the board and find themselves in 11th after that one, technically. But of course, they're going to need to find more points if they want to be in that 10. Optic Gaming also not having the start that maybe they would have been expecting.
Very tough zone though for Optic Gaming. The amount of distance they had to travel, landing over at Big Maud towards Lava City, that's pretty much the complete opposite side of the map for them. So Optic hoping to the RNG gods that maybe there's going to be a couple of zones which pull a little bit more southern, hopefully a little bit more southeast for them, and they'll be a lot more happy.
Yeah, it could have been very different for Optic Gaming as well, and several of the other teams that have pulled a little bit more to the south, even in Skyhook. It's still playable, but there's the three gentlemen that were able to get it done. 3.8k damage. My.
That is a huge amount of damage coming out of the man who clutched up earlier for 100 Thieves with a ridiculous 1v1 win when we're over on Storm Point, but World's Edge seems to be even more of a home for him right now.
And before we started this Losers Bracket Finals, the most time alive in the tournament so far was Vaxlon with 59 minutes and 20 seconds. He would have upped that now, and he very much will be the biggest survivor that we see in a survival game, in a Battle Royale. So hats off to Vaxlon. He has been an absolute asset to this 100 Thieves roster.
He certainly has indeed, and 100 Thieves the perfect start for them to get that win on the board. And I'm sure there's a couple of teams who are down in that bottom 10, even with 7 games to go, who are starting to feel extremely nervous. But that is going to do it all for us for now. It's time for us to jump into a break. When we get back, map number 2 of the Losers Bracket, round 2.
nice 嘅，其實真係大家都差唔多。啊，好難啊真係。頂你！我要1點起身啊，快完啦！咩？點解對準晒都係得20-30？你話 Peacekeeper， 喂，不嬲好難用㗎 Peacekeeper， 一向都係難用㗎，但係用得好啊，真係2下拜拜啊，2下一隻。唉，真係唔使瞓。Mandy 真係，哇！1077.6啊，頂你個肺！Holy shit！ Holy shit！
Welcome back, everybody, to Raleigh, and welcome back to the ALGS Championships, and welcome back once again to the last Charles Saloon, the last 8 games of the day, and we've already had the winners of game number 1 here. 100 Thieves coming out strong in game number 1, and just during the break, I was like casually, having a little think, making the grey matter work, and I was like, you reckon that game from Vaxxon might have been the highest damage game that we've seen so far? And your eyes lit up because you love a stat.
I do love a stat, and I went into the books, I had a look, and yes, it was the most damage we've seen in a single game so far this tournament by 1 single damage point. Previously was Mandy with 3,830, Vaxxon topped it with 3,831.
Wow,
Mandy's going to be livid that he's not able to hold on to that stat.
Very, very interesting to see it as we see some of our other teams just getting prepared once again to jump back in to World's Edge. Now, Zone, I think, is going to have a big impact in these first 4 games. We've just seen how impactful the Zone was for the likes of 100 Thieves, obviously coming in with a win, but Optic, that Zone was a tough one for them. They had to make a long rotation, and I have to give a lot of credit, actually, to Scars. And you can see the little Mandy fans, we'll call them the Mandy fan club, and why wouldn't you? Look at the man, incredibly handsome, incredibly talented. But the rotation they made from Overlook, still quite a way to go for them. They got into a great spot. They just weren't able to win that final 3v3.
And I do want to correct myself slightly, because Mandy earlier, I said he had the most kills in the tournament. It's actually his Watson who is above him, but I didn't have it quite scrolled down far enough.
Cannot trust
his Watson's got that many kills. Okay. He was off the charts and off the page, right? But Mandy, most kills in this lobby at the moment and second most in the tournament. But it's Vaxxon who took the plaudits when it came to how much damage he was able to do in a single game, breaking records here in this tournament with 3,831.
We've got some Timmy fans in the crowd. Why would you not, again, be a fan of Timmy? Shout out to
Timmy, I love you.
I'm sure he's having a great time.
Okay. Okay.
But for now, we're just waiting a few moments for the game to get underway. The players, deep breath for them. And while we wait for that game to get underway, and I can tell you it is live, It gives us an opportunity to appreciate the wonderful crowd that we do have here in Raleigh, who have been giving us their energy for every single day that we have been here, and every single game and kill has been supported by them as well. It's time for us to start that all over again. It's match 2 on World's Edge in our losers bracket round 2.
And the teams who had been struggling on World's Edge in the previous series are starting to find their form at just the right time. Apex Legends is all about peaking at the right moments, and it does seem like some of these teams have woken up.
Peaking at the right moments in more than one way as well, not just throughout the tournament, but sometimes you have a little look through a window, you look around the edge of a rock and you can have your head removed. But for now, hopefully all these teams will be peaking at the right time when it comes to getting those wins on the board and getting the points they need to get inside of that top 10 and make the grand finals. That's what these games are all about.
And again, we are going to get an even share across World's Edge. That's why some of these teams do prefer over Storm Point, because it is easier to grab one of those POIs and not be contested, but you can see where the circle is going to be moving. And Alliance are going to be extremely happy with where we see that circle, and so will Singularity actually dropping over towards staging.
Yeah, Singularity going to be in a great position, and maybe a little bit of a battle between them and Alliance. But as we know, sometimes we see Alliance, these thermal station zones, they like to play a little bit off keel. They like to maybe rotate out towards the south side, catch teams, off guard who are making a rotation, try and take a little bit of a 3v3 and then work their way back in. So we'll have to see what happens to Alliance as this game does continue. But the Skyhook zone, the Skyhook POI, the Skyhook landing zone belongs to 100 Thieves as we watch them on their loop path.
And it was just perfect for them, wasn't it? It was a circle that worked out for their composition as well. We were kind of wondering, when was it going to truly show its colours? Even though there has been games here or there where 100 Thieves have been able to find that success, that really was a demonstration of why you play Newcastle alongside Watson and just how important it can be in those final circles.
We'll have to see how this composition works, this is the question we were talking about in the green room before we got these games underway. If you get the great spot, this composition is very, very difficult to break down. You've got the Watson gem, the interception pylon, which is just going to take the Gibby out of the equation, take grenades out of the equation. Area using Newcastle, but into a situation. What if you find yourself in a team fight? Those offensive weapons, 100 Thieves are going to have to show its raw gun skill for them.
I mean, thankfully, Newcastle can also provide a shield that moves and you can kind of walk with it, but with the amount of teams usually in a circle, there is going to be several angles. I've certainly seen 100 Thieves just kind of skyward dive into a circle, find a little bit of room to play with, and then suddenly the castle wall comes up from Newcastle, and they really have been able to make it work. My bigger question would be, if they get into the grand final and match point becomes a thing, how good could that be? And this composition could really provide them with a victory if they get onto match point.
Yeah, and I even wonder if it's going to be a composition that other teams might look to adjust to.
Yeah, for sure.
For now, though, it's going to be TSM who are once again making adjustments. Imperial How, we saw him at the end of the previous groups of games, the winners bracket, moving over to Seer for the last game. Now he's back on Valkyrie, Verhulst back onto Caustic. So TSM still tinkering, we'll say, with the composition. Still trying to find a little bit of comfort.
Yeah, I think they were trying to just push themselves a little bit further when it came to that last and final game in the winners bracket. And they'll be disappointed to be in the losers bracket, that's for sure. They would have wanted those extra points going into the grand final. I'm sure they'll still be confident they'll make it, but the job is not done yet. They're in 10th position at the moment with the 4 points they've been able to secure. But they need to be finding that form. We've seen TSM on World's Edge for years perform at a very top level. They have not done so far today. I'm sure there'll be a change around the corner. As for AIM, they were able to get very far in that last game and actually run rings around the team that was trying to take them down.
Yeah, third place was AIM finishing up. Amount of points on the board.
你唞得慢，唞埋勝方打完你先至打呢個副方。最慘就係頭先勝方賽要跌落副方嗰隊，一次要打10幾人。
A little visit to the replicator as well to do a little bit of crafting, a little bit of sewing, whatever you might want to do over there.
Also, I blinked and Alliance were alone at Thermal Station. I open my eyes, I look at my map, and suddenly half the lobby has arrived at Thermal Station and surrounding areas. So there is a big old hefty early rotation for a lot of these teams. It's another one of those circles that is a little bit more predictable here on World's Edge. But again, Optic Gaming have to move a long old way over towards the likes of Thermal and Staging, so they are taking their time at Big Mord with their loot. Scars are also going to be moving in late, as well as Team Liquid.
Yeah, TSM are also going to be late in comparison to some of the lobby here, so They're going to have to approach this in a little bit of a different way. And just looking across the inventory from TSM again, not leaving Fragment East without some decent armors once again. Some of the issues they've had going into these games, white armors across the board, but this time they've got a couple of blues and a purple.
Well, as it stands, TSM would have a free rotation through Harvester. They won't know that, and I don't want to say it too loud either, but they should be okay if they are quick enough. 100 Thieves were a little bit worried they might have been having to take a fight, and they may have to take a fight because Vaxlon has actually got a knock here onto Sutaraku, and Fussy's fallen.
I mean, we talk about standout players, but standout guns that have stood out so far here in Raleigh. The 30-30 repeater has been consistently dealing damage and getting knocks, and it's almost one of those weapons when you get shot by it. Sometimes you just don't expect to get hit that hard. When you're here on LAN as well, it really does chip away at the damage. And a couple of bullets, that fast fire rate, and then a headshot alongside it, you can find yourself on your back.
And we've seen a lot of Skyward dives be absolutely destroyed by the 30-30 repeater as well. It really has found a home here in Raleigh, that's for sure. Now you can see the circle information on your screen thanks to those who do have the beacon. It is going to be going a little bit on the north side of Thermal Station right now. And that's why we see so many teams already residing in these areas. Luminosity are going to back the lower level here at Thermal. It's such a difficult place to hold because of the angle that you can be shot by from the north. But thanks to having a Valkyrie, you can kind of posture yourself in a way that you can still be aggressive.
Yeah, this position is very interesting for Luminosity. This is one that we actually do see TSM play quite a lot. They like to play this low ground. They have the cover, as you can see above them from those houses which are up on height. Also that kind of crane platform where the zip lines do connect. So you're safe from all of the pain that can come from above. The only problem is when you have to leave, and you have to try and work your way round and back into the zone if it pulls towards Thermal. So it's also one of those positions we don't have to play. So it's a survivability position for them for now.
Team Liquid is still going to be rotating late. And actually, TSM have doubled back on themselves. They were originally going through Harvester, but they've now gone all the way up to Countdown, have TSM. Maybe looking to try and prey on the likes of Team Liquid, who are going to be rotating in a little bit later. That is an interesting strategy, and we'll see how it develops.
Yeah, maybe looking for a beacon as well. Maybe just doing a little bit of crafting, whatever it might be. It is actually the crafting which is going to be the answer to the question. Making sure they've got the batteries, making sure they've got the meds, and maybe thinking about tanking a little bit of zone as well. Med kits will be a requirement and necessity if they want to approach this game with this kind of game plan.
They just want plenty of resources. Do they know Team Liquid are still in Skyhook, though, would be my biggest question. And if they don't, they need to be careful. But Liquid will probably Skyward dive out, and then they will be seen in the sky. But aside from that, most teams have already found themselves around the staging and lava area. And we are going to see so many teams just very close to one another when it comes to these buildings down in Thermal.
This is one of the best buildings to be holding as well. This is going to be Element 6 who have managed to get into this position. And this position, which historically I've called kind of the NRG zone. They win a lot of these zones in this kind of choke area. Is going to be held by GMT. So 3 different letters, but the Watson fences are up, they're glowing. And you can see Rambo on your screen, the man who makes me jealous every time he walks by.
Mainly his hair, yeah, that's for sure. When we talk about substitutes being introduced to some of these rosters, Rambo certainly has not looked out of place with GMT, and I'm excited to see how they are able to play this circle, because they are in one of the positions that means they are going to be facing several different angles, facing arguably several different teams as well. So you do have to kind of spread yourselves out, which is exactly what they've done.
The interesting thing here for GMT is Naski's obviously made the call, and he's banking on this being zone, right? They don't have the information of the next beacon, so they won't know that they're not going to be in the best of positions when that zone does move. But what they can do, Dan, they can hold all those teams out rotating from the north, trying to force their way through that little choke that you're seeing patrolled right now by Naski. So if they can pick up KP, then they may be able to clear the way for themselves to move in.
Yeah, KP could be the name of the game for GMT. And just make sure you get some on the board before you have the inevitable difficulty of moving southward. And you will be running into a team like Alliance, who probably will hold you out from the circle that we have seen. But it's just about winning what's in front of you and doing what you can, and hitting some shots maybe on this skyward dive.
Looking at the kill feed, you can see FA Kitties are there, and Hardeki, once again, with a 30-30 repeater, is going to take down a member of Team Singularity. So GMT Still trying to hold this spot down, still trying to do a little bit of clay pitching shooting at the moment, but the 30-30 not quite connecting. It's Sutaraku who are making that rotation. You can see that Rico's already taken a huge amount of damage as well, so they're going to have to be extremely careful and tiptoe into a position. They ain't going to take any more damage and they can get their shields back up.
Yeah, they can re-heal and they can at least reassess about where they want to go, but they are not in the circle at the moment, and they know that, of course. Pulverix is still alive, and of course 20 squads still are, but now they're being pushed and they are in trouble.
Oh, the portal's down though, he's out of here!
Unfortunately,
he's going to go down. Legetta alone. And once again, he's going to have to play this one as a solo. He looks at his teammate and says, I wish I was with you, my friend. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to leave, and that will be them eliminated. Unfortunately, for Pulverix, they will be the first team out of the lobby.
It is a shame. The dream, unfortunately, does not carry on in match number 2. Singularity just able to pick up those extra little bits of KP. Reject were also in the area to help out with the destruction there. 19 squads still remain, though. It's another one of those circles on set where we are going to see a lot of those teams getting to these later circles, but then it's going to explode probably when we start to think about round 4. Go on
without me. Moment from Sutaraku there.
It was.
You know what I mean? Turn around.
They locked eyes.
Go on without me. Unfortunately, he
又係收呢啲血，又係火力發現咗。因為收咁多火力發現廠嘅大佬，都未試過收翻採集者啊，或者東方西方。一場天歐。
Good shots with that 30-30 repeat that we saw just a few moments ago. On the right now, why would you not be after a 1 win? They've also got the ability to hold down with those Watson fences, as have.
They didn't have the best of match ones. They looked a little bit frustrated when they were eliminated. But they seem to have put themselves in a position now, which is going to be a very commanding one indeed. And with Watson to work with and all those fences to defend them, they are certainly going to be able to stay alive for quite some time. But they will inevitably have to move. And TSM eliminated by Optic Gaming.
Oh my God!
Optic Gaming introduced themselves to the lobby, taking down TSM. Remember, after game 1, TSM were in 10th place. Optic take the high ground here in Thermal Station. A massive moment. Maybe not just in this game, but maybe it's the tournament as a whole.
I mean, the grand scheme of things, you've got to be looking at the likes of TSM, the likes of Optic Gaming. Both of them should be making that grand final, considering the players that are on these rosters, the history in these rosters as well, especially in recent times for this Optic Gaming roster, who really have had such a surgence from an unknown squad who just suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started to destroy everyone in tournaments, to them being signed by one of the biggest organizations in the world. And they certainly will not be making TSM very happy. TSM obviously trying to make that late rotation. It wasn't just Optic Gaming that was shooting at them. I think everyone had eyes on them, but Optic Gaming, with the ultimate high ground and the weapons to do so, got a couple of that KP.
Optic looking to go from unknown to unforgettable in the next couple of days here at the ALGS Championships. Skittlecakes has done some ridiculous things here on World's Edge, and on any way you put him in Apex Legends. And for now, though, they're going to have to rotate in a few moments' time. It's all about holding down this high ground. They know there's a couple of teams in the surrounding areas. The perimeter is not safe by any stretch of the imagination here at Thermal Station, and Optic might be able to pick up a few KP if everyone tries to scupper away.
That's what they'll be hoping from this position. They're hoping that when there is some late rotations from other teams, that they can pick them off just as they did with that final kill onto TSM, so that before they eventually have to move, if the circle does move away from them, they've already got a little bit of KP to go alongside. And you can see there, the circle will be going away from them. It is going to be going slightly north of Thermal Station, northwest of it. GMT will eventually realize they also have to be moving, but look where Alliance are. Thermal Station is Alliance's home, and they find themselves in one of the best positions at the moment.
They do, and look at GMT. They inch their way down as well. They've cleared out all of those teams from the north side for now, as a couple more teams try and Valkyrie ult in. Well, they're just going to be falling into a very busy spot. Good shots from Duplex there with the R301 just to influence this fight a little bit more. The bubble will go down, and now Skittlecake says, hey, I might be able to pick up a few free KP.
只要係收火力發電廠附近咧 ，TSM 從來冇試過打出一波係好。
Get one on Fnatic, and it's Fnatic who are down on that low ground. GMT Esports still holding down the choke though.
Now this is what we said, Optic Gaming getting a KP on the board from it, and could it maybe even be more here Yuka is going to be the last remaining player from Fnatic, trying to dip, dodge, and dive, and survive. Doesn't quite get to the box. So it was actually Luminosity Gaming who got that final bit of KP. GMT have just lost one, and Alliance now going to be taking the fight.
It's a 2v2 though, because Dell got the first knock onto Hackett, so this is Alliance versus GMT, and arguably, this is a fight that could depend on who gets one of those top positions in this game. It's around one of the strongest spots on the map. It looks like they've managed to get a full complement of players back to their feet now. Rambo just playing bodyguard.
And you look at the weapons, an alternator for Rambo to work with. What's on the other side? I think there was an R9 I saw for Alliance, and certainly shields are favoring GMT right now, and they've managed to get all three players back up, so Alliance, they're on the back foot.
There's a CQ as well. That's going to give them the information. Rambo pokes around the corner and certainly pokes at the shields. Natsuki is going to try and capitalize on that damage, but look at the respect being shown here by GMT. They know that they cannot get over-aggressive. Hackett, though, he unfortunately has been finished, so this is a 2v3 situation here for Alliance.
GMT, they're just trying to bait and switch. They're poking, they're trying to lure Alliance out so they can eventually just finish them off. And Alliance now are under so much fire. This is going to be so difficult. Vibes goes down.
Vibes is down. It's all up to Yuki, and unfortunately, he's got Rambo in front of him. The alternator still shredding shields as Alliance will find themselves falling out of game number 2 here on World's Edge. And their struggles, their up and down journey continues.
And I'm going to need to watch that one back and see how that initial kill was found by GMT. If they were able to sneak up on Alliance, maybe Alliance weren't aware that GMT had found that position. Because now GMT find themselves in one of the better positions in the game, alongside the likes of 100 Thieves and E6. Those are the 3 teams who can kind of watch everyone else try and join them in the circle. As for the likes of Orthrus Fang, Optic Gaming, SDK, Scars, Singularity, they all have to move quite a distance to get into this next circle.
Yeah, that's a huge fight to win, like you said, for GMT. Completely clearing out not just the space that was in front of them, but now with the zone closing behind them on the choke, it means that behind them is completely clear as well. They only have to worry about what's in front of them, and that is a lot of teams stacked up. This is the other side of the mountainous area from where this circle will be ending, though. You're seeing FA Kitties. At the moment, they're having a scrap with Dreamfire, and also in the vicinity, Team Liquid will be there.
Circle's coming in as well, so those teams who are on the northern side have to move, but so do the ones on the southern side as well, and this building is going to get very interesting.
Optic once again try and bully their way into a building. We've seen them do this so many times, and Optic take control of one of the most influential buildings in this endgame.
How on earth have Optic Gaming just managed to do that? They literally forced another team out, they bullied them out, and now they get one of the best positions. Team Liquid get eliminated. All the teams from the northern side are forced into a chokehold, and this is not going to be fun for them whatsoever.
And Duplex is just going to be screaming at his teammates right now. Look at these rotators in. We've got free KP if you want it. Sutaraka will fall. Team Singularity will fall as well, as Luminosity also find themselves down to 1.
The kill feed is lighting up. Optic Gaming are starting to get slays as well. Godfire get eliminated. Scars also in the kill feed getting kills. AIM looks like they're going to fall. Dreamfire also struggling.
Optic Gaming just commanding the high ground at this point, and as we get into the final moments, to jump into a listening with Optic.
Corner here, right underneath me.
Try swing out.
Swing out on them. They're all. I need help.
Nice, get back inside. I'm coming bottom to help you.
Come back inside. I'm reloading. Popping out.
When you heal, get some traps.
Watch here.
Get some traps on the bottom.
I gotta grab heavy ammo.
I need light. On the corner.
All to tell, dude.
Crack them.
I need light. The 100, dude. 100.
Go grab.
There's bats. We have so many heals, guys. Do you need anything, Nox?
Yeah, can I go loot real quick?
What do you need? How much
I just need nades. Nades are heavy.
Here, take this. Take the news.
還好嘅。
I need to loot this box right here.
即係 GMT 啊、E6 啊、ACE 啊同 FA Kitty 都係個位分數。有一追嘅 MP， 但係你話要追100 FIFA 啊、Optic Gaming 啊，同埋 Mandy 佢哋就要贏翻場冠軍咯。你挨住最尾第10名入到 final 再打好啲都得嘅。
Optic take control of center zone. Optic also have the opportunity to hold all these teams out. Optic in position to have a huge game number 2 here.
3 teams in the circle, 4 teams not in the circle. Circle is closing. This is not going to be easy to get inside whatsoever. Scars have got a Kraber, but can they stay alive?
They've got the bubble down. He's got the shield swap as well. But here come Optic. Mandy with a Kraber does not connect. Tries to escape with his life. His teammates will go down.
Defensive bombardment is there, but there's a jump scare around the corner for Mandy. Scars will fall.
They got to the final circle. They have the composition to just give them that extra protection, but Optic Gaming still holds supreme with their positioning. Now we look down a little bit lower. They're really struggling with where they currently reside because they need to move upwards and they'll be moving into damage.
GNT will be eliminated as well. Nox picking up the kill onto Nasky.
There they are.
Look at these kitties though. They're starting to purr. FA kitties. Climbing up the side of the wardrobe at this point. Maybe they're going to dive bomb onto the bed and cause some problems for the teams up top.
Do Optic Gaming know FA Kitties up below them? Does anyone know FA Kitties are there? Because they really could be a problem. If Duplex is listening, if he's got his ear to the wall, he might hear that purring that you were talking about. But 100 Thieves, they start to set up. The castle wall comes down, and suddenly the fences are going to alert everyone else in the map that 100 Thieves are in the final circle once more.
But Element 6 are still here as well. They've held down, one of these buildings opposite Optic. And with the bodies falling around as well, they have loot to play with. He leads the way in this lobby. With damage dealt in one game. With a Kraber in his hand. I tell you what, he might be able to change things. Look at the information he's just gathered as well.
I panicked. I forgot he was a Valkyrie and he could fly, but he is going to get back up. And, info. And look at where the circle's ending. Bang on where 100 Thieves has set up the castle wall.
Oh, there's the Kraber.
Now, and you've got to avoid it.
They managed to just get 119, but it was not a headshot. So 100 Thieves couldn't take it. No headshot here. Vaxlon getting closer and closer, but with that Kraber in these situations, you have to be pixel perfect.
FA Kitties have climbed the wall. They have got into a position where they could maybe but unfortunately they're struggling. They're not able to clamber correctly. And 100 Thieves, they have the angle. If one of these shots connects, it's going to be game over for FA Kitties.
Got to connect though, and we've already seen the pressure is very different from being at home. But look at the kill feed. Onmu's taken down. Skill cakes here from Optic Gaming.
Optic tried to move in on 100 Thieves, but unfortunately with that amount of protection, it's so difficult from the castle wall. Now FA Kitties have also lost one.
And they're causing problems as well. Noct is going to even things up. Every single team seems to be losing one player at the moment. Having a full roster seems to be more difficult than anything at the moment. As now Noct has to lock on with the car. He's got the vault. And that will be enough.
Oh,
119 with the Kraber. Optic Gaming eliminated. There was 100 Thieves to go back to back.
100 Thieves need to hold strong, but FA Kitties still have a full three. It's a 3 versus 3. Bubble is down. Castle Wall is down as well.
Castle Wall is down, but here's the Mastiff, and Hardecky's looking to do damage. He can't quite connect in the way he would have wanted to. Around the corner. Back to that defensive wall. Vaxlon is the player to watch. Here, maybe not. Maybe not. 2 games. 2 wins for 100 Thieves! And they want that spot in the grand finals.
And you ask the question, when you have to traverse the map, when you have to get into a position, will this composition work out? They made it work. They got into a priority set up. The castle wall came down, the fences came down, and it made it so difficult for Optic Gaming to push in, for FA Kitties to approach them. And quite rightly deserved a pop-off. Encounter in that final circle for 100 Thieves.
Now you wave that sign high, my friend. You wave that sign high, because 100 Thieves are dominating this losers bracket round 2 lobby at the moment. 2 games and 2 wins for them, Dan. And as you say, Optic though, still in with a fight, still in with a chance of making their way up that leaderboard because they had some KP in that game for sure.
And considering so many of the winners bracket teams that dropped down into this losers bracket really struggled on World's Edge, it's like they've all remembered how to play it again. 100 Thieves, 23 points with the 11 kills they were able to secure. I mean, massive congratulations to FA Kitties. They were in a very difficult spot on the side of that mountain, but they made it work.
They certainly did indeed, and the 11 kills for Optic Gaming. 100 Thieves for kills, not quite for placements, mean they will get but now, the top 10 teams are in front of you. We've got to look down at the other side of things. Worrying signs for Team Liquid, Alliance, Fnatic, TSM, and Pulverix. With only 6 games remaining, Dan. It's go big or go home at this point.
The pressure starts to mount on these teams, that's for sure. We have seen that when you transfer over to another map, you can find those points and you can find yourself back into the possibility of qualifying through, but you got to look at Alliance and what they're feeling right now. I mean, that was the perfect circle for them. They thought they were in prime position, but GMT, they ruined their day. And even though GMT didn't get into the final circle, they got enough kills. They'll be more than happy with what they were able to achieve there.
GMT holding on to that spot for so long in that lobby as well, and really doing a good job towards the end just to sneak in. Nasky is that solo player to get extra points, and every single point at this stage is more valuable than it has ever been. Imagine getting this close to a grand final, to getting to Sunday, and then just falling short. But one team who are embracing the pressure, embracing the occasion right now is the champion squad on your screen. 100 Thieves, 2 games, 2 wins, and Vaxalon is going nuts.
Before this series started here in the losers bracket, Vaxlon was in 6th place for damage. He's now up into 2nd place, very close to Mandy, actually only about 500 damage off Mandy, so he very much could overtake him here if he carries on having these games. 100 Thieves are on top of the world right now, and they are really starting to put that foot into the grand finals.
They really are indeed. This is how things look on the overall leaderboards then. 100 Thieves, 48 points from 2 games for them. That is massive. Usually you're thinking you average around 10 points per game. You should be good enough to get to that grand final for sure. Even, well, you guarantee yourself the grand final. If you don't do that, you usually kind of guarantee yourself a first place finish. Guards also in second. Look how close it is after 100 Thieves. With one team winning the first 2 games, it means that everybody else is so close in those leaderboards. And if you're down on the other side of this, down in that bottom 10, this is the bottom 10 at the moment. You've got to keep that in mind. One game, everything changes.
Just to give you an idea of the cutoff of the winners bracket we saw earlier, it was 43 points. So maybe they've done enough to already secure them, but of course you can't bank on that. It could be a very different game when it comes to how many points could be secured. And I think GMT has a lot of people's hearts after the listenings we heard yesterday.
100%, and also the fact that their team fighting skills seem so strong at the moment, and the vibes are also impeccable. Also, a little thing to point out here is that Nasky is having the time of his life. And yes, boys! That's what I want to see. Love that from you.
I mean, the time of their lives, quite rightly so, especially considering they had to make that substitute quite late, and it was probably thinking all doom and gloom. But when you've got Rambo to come in as a sub, I mean, by name and by nature, Rambo does arrive, and he has done a lot of damage as well. And I do think that GMT are going to be a team to watch with the rest of these games.
Well, one team starting to feel comfortable after 2 games are done now in our losers bracket round 2. The rest of them, certainly not as comfortable. It's time for us to go to a break before we come back with more World's Edge. Game number 3, just around the corner.
I'm selling. There's a Valkyrie still. I only have one more shot on this Kraber. One after another.
Right.
Last squad. Stay here.
I need a bet.
Look right now. Bit 6. Cracked. I'm pushing out.
Push now. Give me crack.
72.
Give me dead.
I need to play knock.
Play knock.
Crack. Play my knock. Last one.
Go again.
Dead.
I'm ready. Are you?
On your feet. Lifelines got your back.
It's Dupes o'clock. You gotta admit, that was pretty good. Right?
Welcome back, everybody, to the LGS Championships. 2 games already in the books here on World's Edge, and only one name to put alongside them in first place. 100 Thieves, Dan, with 2 back-to-back wins. What a start it has been for 100 Thieves.
Can they manage to get the back-to-back-to-back? Can they match what Optic Gaming were able to do on that first day in bracket play and try and set new records? Because Vaxlon seems to be breaking records left, right, and center at the moment with the amount of damage that he's been putting in. And seriously, the points they've already gathered may be enough to get them through to that grand final. That is what's nutty from what we've already seen from them.
And you see in some of the stats, and last time we saw him there, I'm pretty sure that damage was around 1,000. All of a sudden, it started to pipe up a little bit and look extremely impressive, and it's certainly headed in the right direction for sure. FA Keys, though, you can see on your screen, they had a very, very good end game there. Oh my God, there's magic on the screen.
Wow.
The man's a magician.
Where did he learn that? Teach me. But there is still a lot of pressure on that stage. Even though we can talk about the good things that have been happening, the good vibes for the teams that are at the very top of the table, we need to think about the teams that are at the bottom of that table, that are in that elimination zone right now. And TSM fans may be waving their flags high. They are going to need as much energy as possible, because TSM find themselves in that bottom 10 right now, have not been able to have those games that we've seen from them before, but I'm sure they'll start to pop off soon.
One thing I can guarantee, though, is that TSM, when the backs are against the wall, all of a sudden, they find a new gear. If that's going to happen right now, the question is still to be answered. But the 3 gentlemen on your screen, especially Reps and Hal, they've been in these situations before. They know how to get momentum back on their side, and it only takes one game. We've seen how those leaderboards look, Dan. Outside of 100 Thieves, it's still very much all to play for.
I mean, even going into Stormpoint and just forgetting World's Edge, even if World's Edge isn't your map, we've seen how teams look like 2 different squads when they move from one map to another. So even if you get 0 points across 4, like Liquid did previously, suddenly they found 41 points on Stormpoint, and yes, okay, it was 2 points short of the grand final. In any other lobby, they may have been able to just find their way through. It is a matter of margins, though. It's a matter of these just small moments in Apex Legends. You have to make them count.
I wish I could read out some of the things that are in the in-game chat right now, but I wouldn't do that to the players who are on stage. It always makes me smile as we head towards game number 3. What a impactful game this could be. For the likes of Optic Gaming, they've done a lot of the heavy lifting as far as the pressure is concerned in that last game. They managed to get the kills they needed, the placement they needed, to at least give them somewhat of a cushion on that leaderboard. The more these games disappear, the more that ramps up. And for Duplex and Co., I think they're going to be looking a lot more relaxed than they were just before that game got underway.
I mean, you say you won't read the game chat. I definitely will. Someone said
no,
there's
come on,
someone
Dad,
said,
come on, don't do that.
Someone said
don't do that.
Someone said there is free KP on Frag East. But they said if you dare challenge TSM on LAN, they will be a mob after you. And you better believe that that is going to be true. TSM, though, I'm sure they will wake up as we get on through this series. There are still a lot of teams, though, that need to find some success here, because it's not just TSM. There are 9 other teams in that bottom 10 who haven't been able to find the kills or the placement points so far.
Of course, Fnatic, one of those teams who are going to have to put some points on the board here too. I can say that about most of the lobby, though. I've already explained to everyone who's watching and at home that outside of 100 Thieves and maybe Scars, maybe Optic, everyone else is extremely tight. It's like, I think it's just looking at the leaderboards here, there's 19 points separating second place and 20th. That is one game of Apex Legends, as we have a closer look at Ascend.
And Ascend are a roster who really can kind of pop off. They are so good when it comes to their individual skill and their macro ability, but they've really struggled with the meta that has developed throughout this tournament.
Also, I know I've given a lot of love to Rambo, but me and Kashera, we got an understanding when it comes to haircuts. When we go to the barber, we ask for the same thing. I asked for the Kashera, he asked for the onset. It's very simple. We have an understanding.
I'm glad that you are both on the same wavelength, and I will not ever ask for an onset when I go to a barber, because...
Wait,
don't know what you're talking about. Don't even know where you're going with that one, but we don't need to talk about it. Nope, never happened in Apex, ever. As we get some eyebrows raised, and it is going to be, I think, a restart of the lobby as well. We were jumping into it, but these guys... I think that a lot of people are having fun in this losers bracket round 2 whilst you're in match number 2, match number 3, but when we get a little bit later in the lobby and it's match number 7, 8, that's when things start to get a bit more scary.
Well, Team Liquid, after 2 games, as we just saw them on your screens in the arena and at home, currently sat in 11th spot, which is kind of cursed for them at the moment. That's where they finish that winners bracket game. That's where they do not want to be at the end of this. So for Team Liquid, these next few games important, considering that, you know, Stormpoint wasn't really something that went off in the right direction for them. But historically also, speaking of Hodsig, Storm Point is where they've got a lot of their points. So you feel like that would have been a bit of an anomaly, excuse me, which is very difficult to say. And maybe they can try and get some of that form back on their side. But enough of us talking, the game is live. It's time to get into game 3 here. World's Edge once again, the setting for these teams to get the game underway. 100 Thieves looking to go back to back to back here and really dominate what has been a hot start here.
And we are going to get a variety of circles in our first 3 matches of World's Edge. This time we're going to be heading a little bit northeast, rather so than the northwest and the previous southwest that we have been seeing. So this is the perfect time for teams who are landing on the east side, like Scars, for example, like Orpheus Fang. They're all going to have that chance to potentially get into a good spot in the early stages. And a far better circle for TSM as well, it has to be said.
We'll have to see how TSM play this one. It's going to be an epicenter zone, maybe coming up to that high ground just to the north of the main part of the POI. Maybe pulling just towards. Scars find themselves. We'll have to see when we get that information where it's going to be controlled. But for TSM, this is a great zone. Love to control that high ground overlooking Fragment East, and controlling all of the hype means that anyone moving in from the southern side of the map is going to come under fire.
I think AIM Esports will be very happy as well, seeing where that circle's going. They're dropping down in Climatizer, also Fnatic and Survey Camp. I think should get an easy rotation. Actually, Pulverex, who drop Epicenter, are going to be dead center of that circle and can maybe get into the latter stages and pick up some much-needed and very valuable points to try and give themselves that chance, the unthinkable, the unspeakable chance of getting to a grand final as a duo. Also, Rejects are in the good spot of Fragment West alongside TSM of Fragment East. So these are all the teams that are going to be able to move early. The other teams on the other side of things, Optic Gaming are going to be moving a long way, Luminosity going to be moving a long way, and Alliance, SDK, Team Liquid.
Ascend then, a team that we did focus on. Coming into this game down in 15th position, but kind of irrelevant when you look at the point leaderboard at the moment. As I mentioned, outside 100 Thieves, it really is so close. Just 19 points separating the rest of the squads, 100 Thieves out on their own. So a picture and a better picture is going to be painted after we get halfway through this lobby, and when we move over to Storm Point, teams will know what they have to do at that point. Ascend at the moment probably just sticking to that game plan, but the difficulty here for Ascend, a team who love to play aggressive, love to take fights, is that the quality of the team fighting of the teams in this lobby now is so difficult.
And you speak about 100 Thieves being so far ahead of everyone as well, and it's not something that happens too often, but we will address the elephant in the room, griefing. It does happen in games. I know there's a lot of gentlemen's agreements when it comes to Apex Legends, but let's say 100 Thieves are able to secure a good amount of points in match 3 and almost guarantee themselves a spot in the grand finals. That's when you start to try and ruin other people's tournaments. That's when you start to try and eliminate some of the biggest and best teams that are also in this lobby, so that your grand final becomes a little bit comfier.
Yeah, this is how the brain of Dan Gaskin works, by the way. This is what I have to deal with on a daily basis. People think you're a nice guy, but there's that evil side to you, and I'm sure that the competitive side of a lot of these players and teams might be considering a situation where maybe they lose a few friends for the benefit of their own game. But for now, GMT Esports, they're going to move to Epicenter, looking for that quick rotate. Rambo, though, is going to have to be careful here, but not too careful because he finds himself a change of clothes.
Well, Pulverex were dropping dead center to Epicenter, but they have quickly got out of there, maybe recognizing that a lot of teams would be moving very quickly, so they've tried to find maybe a bit more of a hidey hole where they can survive for quite some time, but they are under fire at the moment. Element 6 also going to be joining the fray a little bit late, but at the same time, they should be able to get at least an RV van to work with.
Oh, maybe. However, maybe not. The EMP goes off, Smeggy-Toe loses his shields, the door will be opened, and he will retreat to the safety of his teammates. Barrels will go down as well. So they will be able to reset here, but you can also see maybe Pulverex are looking at this and thinking, you know what? I know we're a 2. Maybe we're going to have a fight. I don't think they are.
Well, you want to go out with a bang. And certainly Pulverex know that they have everything against them right now, but they had everything against them in losers bracket round 1, yet they still were able to proceed here into the losers bracket finals. So if they are going to carry on that miracle, maybe they are going to need to win a couple of 2 versus 3s. As for Ascend, they've been able to find themselves a decent enough spot within this circle as well, but they will need to move a little bit from their current location because we've seen where their next circle is going to be. But they should be fine for now, and that's okay. As long as you can survive and start to get at least to the top 15, you can secure that one placement point before you start thinking about getting to that end game circle.
Luminosity making their move as well towards Fragment East. There's beacon available at the no-name village, just to their right as well, if they wish to hit that and get the information. It looks like they've already got the beacon information. So that's certainly not going to be part of the game plan. So Jiraku, another look at them now as they move towards the tunnel, which connects to Skyhook. A little bit of a different move for them, looking to wrap round to the northern side of the zone.
And for the teams that are going to be moving late, like Team Liquid, like Alliance, and like Optic Gaming, they might have to just walk their way in. You don't want to just be throwing everything into a skyward dive at this point because of the amount of teams that are already in the northeast side of this map. You are not going to find a comfortable position. And even though Optic Gaming did very well in the previous game at forcing another team out of the building, it doesn't always go that well. And I think that it could have been just one of those games where people were a little bit scared to take a fight because they all had such a good position in those buildings, and it may not work out here in match number 3.
Yeah, it's interesting how the teams and players are going to assess this lobby as well, because we have seen it's been a slow pace, right? We have seen it's been a lobby where everyone's kind of just slowly tiptoeing forward, and it's not just play style here, it's also pressure that makes these decisions a little bit more kind of difficult to make. However, Gilderson's decided one decision that can be made is he can just start ripping away at shields. Lovely shots with the R9, but now he has to escape, but that first knock is going to huge. Sutaraku now down to just 2.
They're trying to get the res though, and maybe the gas will just be enough to keep Team Liquid at bay, but Team Liquid, they full send it through the gas. They put the gas mask on, and they start to get involved in a fight. They've already done a lot of damage, and they should be able to clean up this, because that's going to be 2 down.
Oh.
Just going to do 1 more.
Bullet though, Bullet's holding his ground here, and he's going to do enough damage to give him a chance to survive, and no! He's actually going to jump back out here. Fussy was in a position to do damage, but here comes Dreamfire on the third party. Fun will go down. Dreamfire chasing down the scraps, and they are hungry.
And Team Liquid will be so frustrated as well, because Sutaraku, they just held off for a long enough time that it delayed the fight. It allowed this push to happen from Dreamfire, and now Liquid are sitting ducks, and Liquid are eliminated. So still not able to find the points they would have wanted, but Dreamfire third-partying successfully.
Such a simple job for them to do it as well, just walking around the corner, cleaning up what was left of that team fight that went down, and now they have so much loot to play with as well. So Dreamfire, timing is everything sometimes in Apex Legends. Godfire then. On their way towards the beacon building just outside of the train tracks here. Not sure if they do actually have, the beacon information, so they know where they need to move to. That high ground is still a priority position in Epicenter for so many teams. Godfire just playing on edge for now.
Well, Godfire and Alliance would have both heard that fight, and actually here comes Alliance. They are having a little look to see if there's any scraps they can pick up on as the next circle suddenly closes, and everyone will get that extra beacon information if they had not had it already. And Alliance look like they want to try and take this fight with Dreamfire, but Dreamfire quite intelligently are going back on themselves. They know they would have created a lot of noise, a big old ruckus, and they might try and rotate around Skyhook instead here.
This is me sat at home right now. I'm kind of, you do that thing where you look around the corner when you're sat at home, even though it doesn't make any difference whatsoever to your monitor. That's what I'm doing right now. Hackis looks a lot more composed than I do. Maybe that's enough just to let him creep up, but I think he's given the continue our rotation. On our way. Look at Yuki, by the way. 348 ammo in the back pocket for him. Turbocharger, that Havoc is looking deadly.
Well, Alliance can afford to wait here a little bit longer. It's how desperate they are for this KP. I think that moving towards the circle and trying to cut Dreamfire off a little bit later is probably a wiser move, and it looks like they're well aware that Dreamfire are still in Skyhook, that's for sure.
Maybe they're just going to try and beat them to that cutoff. There's only 2 ways that they can leave here, Dreamfire, unless they do take the Valkyrie ultimate option. But if you're on foot, Alliance are going to see you cross. And Hackis, he's not going to miss if he's given the opportunity to cut you down with that R301. Here is Optic Gaming then. Nox is going to have to be careful here. The zone is chasing him, but he'll be able to time that, make it to perfection. Goes towards his teammates just for a second, and there you go. Alliance, they're not going to miss. I said he's not going to miss. He's doing all sorts of damage. The 3-2-1 as Yuki will be the player to get the opening.
It's planned to perfection. Alliance, they were hunting down Dreamfire. They smelled them out in Skyhook, and now they're looking to try and make it count here by getting some extra KP. They at least get 1, and what a plan of attack it was from Alliance. They tried cutting off on one angle, backed up, and went for the second instead, and Dreamfire absolutely reeling, wondering how Alliance have been able to come and spot them out.
Alliance got to be careful here. Cannot be separated too much, otherwise you never know.
One player can get picked off and it turns into 2v2. You find yourself in a very, very scary kind of position. For now, it looks like the call was coming from Hackis, excuse me, to just retreat, get that loot on board. As Godfire now find themselves in a little bit of a scuffle.
Oh, wow.
They're
nice
going to be pushing in. Big damage coming in from Sleep.
And Godfire, they moved from the northern side. That's why there's so many teams here right now, because Godfire came in late. They trying to force their way into this building. They've got a little bit to work with, but they had to do damage to do so.
100 Thieves in the feed as well. Surprise, surprise, surprise. They have been enjoying their time on World's Edge without a doubt, but Godfire still looking to capitalize themselves. Singularity in a little bit of problems, and so are TSM. Dogma from RC takes them. Verholster's reject. Hold down market now, Frag East.
And TSM, after moving from Frag East to Frag West, knew there could potentially be a fight, and it is reject there waiting for them. And unfortunately, with Singularity also losing the final member, they are eliminated in 18th spot.
FA Kitties then. They've got the flank. Hardeki's got the aim, and he's doing all sorts of damage. Hardeki gets sent in, and Hardeki! He'll get the first pick. FA Kitties looking to clean up the damage though. They've only managed to get one for now. Also, PKMK did lose his life in that little fight that did go down. So now it's a 2v2 on the map. Hardeki opened things up, but a huge amount of credit has to go to ORF as well for evening up the numbers. PKMK will be brought back to his feet though. So a little bit of a time for a reset here. The zone is closing. And who else but Optic Gaming, the ultimate predators, waiting for the third-party opportunity. They turn up, it seems, at the worst possible time if you're not on OG.
Yeah, Orthrus Fang have just lost another member. Optic Gaming catch them trying to scarper away, but they're also aware that FA Kitties are going to be inside that building. If they can get this final kill quickly, it will be a straight 3v3 that is isolated away from pretty much everyone else in the lobby right now. So this is some essential KP for either team, but FA Kitties, of course, naturally on the back foot because they're currently in the red tanking damage.
Optic just holding them as well, just being such a nuisance. Noct is just looking for damage. FA Kitties are just looking for a way out at this point. I wonder if they're going to go for a Valcolt, but it's a little bit risky in this situation because they could get beamed out of the sky. They take to the skies. They find themselves in the clouds, excuse me, but look at Skill Cakes.
He's knocked him.
He's managed to cut them down. He's cut the tree down, and now Noct is having to escape.
They fall from the sky. Skillcakes gets the knock. FA Kitties down to just 2. Hardeki's going to try and fight his way out of this building, but he's been shot in the backside, and the zone does the last bit of damage. FA Kitties get eliminated. Optic Gaming now, though, being griefed a little bit by charge rifles, but they should be okay.
Big moment for Optic Gaming then. More KP secured, more points on that leaderboard. Every single point, every kill is so much more important than it has been so far in this tournament. This is the last opportunity for these teams to get into that grand final. Alliance up on the high ground. Look at Luminosity. They are falling at the hands of 100 Thieves. On me once again with that charge rifle.
Alliance were chasing TSM for a little bit, but TSM have been able to escape, but they're currently running towards Optic Gaming. They do not have the banner. They will not be able to get Verholst back up, and they're going to have to play this game as a duo. Can they find the same kind of success that we've seen other teams in this tournament?
And reps back on Mad Maggie. So another composition change coming in from TSM, which if you needed an indication of how comfortable they're feeling right now at the LGS Championships, there it is once more. Look at all these teams start to stack up though, and look at the position of 100 Thieves. Bang in the middle in one of the only buildings left. As TSM, the job right now, survive for as long as possible.
Optic will see this. Optic will see TSM flying through the sky, and they may go for a little bit of a chase if they realize it's only 2 hurtling towards them. But it looks like Optic Gaming going to go for a skyward dive at exactly the same time. That might be a little bit of a glimpse of hope for TSM, but they will see that too now.
Look at this.
With the passive. Are they going to chase it?
I wonder if this is going to be a air-based car chase. Coming in, Optic Gaming chasing down TSM. It looks for now like they're going to change their mind and do damage on the way down here. With all of these teams stacked up, Optic Gaming have to be extremely careful when their feet hit the floor. And they will survive.
They are safe. They look to the heavens and thank the Lord. But TSM doing something similar because they've actually got a central circle here. Sure, there are 2. But if they can go unnoticed, if they can go unscathed, they could stay alive for a lot of time. And yeah, they're going to be center circle, and this is going to be difficult for teams to walk up on them. As long as they just don't make too much noise, TSM still within a good chance.
Difficult, which
which means that they can't control the height. They can't get the information on what is going to be surrounding them unless that does come in a different kind of way. Vaxxon's going to be able to pick up a care package by the looks of things, and it's going to be a G7 scout for them. So not maybe the Kraber that we've seen in his hands, but with the damage he's been dealing, given this man a scout, he's going to take some scalps.
It's 100 Thieves, center circle again, with the castle wall, with the pylons as well to work with, and of course the fences. AIM Esports, though, go up to the heavens to see if they can make their move into the circle.
Alliance now in a scuffle, and it's going to be Scars on the other side. Life's just trying to clear away through the smoke, but he'll get shredded for just a second. Couple of shield cells to be popped, just using his head glitch as Hackers is once again going to employ that black hole. Here come the Arc Stars.
Nice,
is it followed up by the damage though? It looks like Scars will survive for now.
Alliance need a big game. They need some points. They need to win this fight if they're going to be able to push into this circle, because 50 seconds and it will be closing. This fight's isolated right now, but there's a lot of teams in the vicinity.
Well, let's see what the comms are like for Alliance. It's a pressure moment for this lineup. Let's jump into the comms.
Pinch them, pinch them, pinch them. I'm on high right now. I think they're on a low ground, riding somewhere. Yeah, they're running away here. Can we take space? Yeah, they're right here. Move up. We have 30 seconds. 30 seconds to move up. Throw back. Slow down here, boys. Slow down. Throw back. Using a syringe, and then I can pick. Yeah, just work up on these guys. Work up on these guys. Keep it right here. 30. Okay, up a little bit more. Yeah, Kosk is on a low ground. Kosk is on a low ground. Keep it. Minus 30.
招白係咩？303。
Yeah. Throwing an arc as well. Did you hit it? I don't know where he is. He's running now! Get it! Bubble. We have to push now. We have to push across. Yeah, they have the bubble. We have bubble advantage. I'm above. I'm gonna arc that. Yeah, do it. I did a sick arc. DB, DB, cracked one. I got 80. Nice, push up. I can't see. All you, I can't see. I got a clean wipe it. Careful, come back. EMP. Kill one. Nice. Go on. Yeah, I died. Keep it down. New team. Maybe us. You win this, Yuki. Nah, I'm gonna go. Drop down lava, boys. Drop down lava. I'm playing my life.
Wow.
Fuck!
呢個位先係最好利嘅，我試過做孤狼喺呢個位呢個好多次啊。
We can feel the situation. You can feel the pressure now.
孤狼呢喺個位好好。
Down to just one. They do secure a couple of KP, but let's go over to AIM Esports now. They are
前提下你有方法上翻去啊。
Such a good view of everything that is going on around them.
It's a build your own wall, but with caustic barrels. Life is still going to be alive, though, but he has been spotted out, and that's not good. Because as a Gibraltar, force mobility not great. E6 also down to just one player as well. So there's a lot of rats this way. 13 squads remaining. CSM still alive. Alliance still alive as well as a 1. But it's Fnatic who arguably have one of the best positions in the game at the moment where this circle is moving.
Vibes is just trying to do what he can do. He's just the point could be massive for us. 100 Thieves once again. This seems to be the name of the game for 100 Thieves. As well. They've already won 2 games here. Can they make it 3?
At this point, the noise is going to haunt my nightmares, I think, but Pulverex still alive, and Pulverex are going to be able to get into a position that maybe they can make it work. Round 5 is closing, and Pulverex has 2 purples to work with as well. The duo's dream still goes on.
What a story this would be. For now, the clapping starts once again in the arena. Embracing the moment. There's 100 Thieves still hold down the high ground. Look at the kill feed though, TSM! They take down 2, Kashera now in a 1v1 though. It's Reps versus Kashera. Kashera has all of the advantages he needs. Reps, unfortunately, might go down as well. TSM are out!
Ascend stay alive. Pulverex into the top 10. Ascend now eliminated, as also GFR have lost 1. GMT are getting the kills. Pulverex get a kill.
They're in the zone!
As well. They're in the zone. They're getting kills. They're doing the God's work as a duo.
Nothing can stop Pulverex. Not even missing a player.
comes in, which stops their reign of terror for now. With just 6 squads remaining, what a game this is for the duo.
And they're in such a good position as well. They've got so much to work with in terms of loot and positioning. Got to be careful though, there is a team just above them. And the team drops down.
Oh,
and unfortunately,
reload.
you're going to get caught out. Gets the shield swap though. Big shot's got to hit him.
Here's 100 Thieves then, moving in to clean up the pieces once more. GMT will fall just after Pulverex. So 100 Thieves, one thing in mind here. 2 wins is good. 3 wins is great, and I tell you what, with just 3 squads remaining, they might make it 2 here as 100 Thieves are looking hungry.
It's unbelievable, the consistency from this team. The composition is absolutely frying right now.
Oh, look at this G7. 100 Thieves!
Making a statement in the losers bracket finals. If they didn't already have enough points, they definitely do now. You better believe 100 Thieves will be in that grand final, and that's only after 3 matches. They are having the time of their lives on World's Edge.
Oh, they really are. They are having the time of their lives indeed. They need to rename World's Edge to 100 Thieves Land. That is terrible, by the way.
It's always land.
It's always land. It's the first thing that comes in my head, but no one could argue with it, right? No one could argue with it. 3 games in a loser's bracket where if you do not get in that top 10, you go home. There could not be more pressure in this situation. 100 Thieves thrive.
An incredible, incredible game as they get 3 in a row. Also, shout out to Pulverex getting 6th position as the duo.
Thought they were going to do it.
Again, just managing to exceed expectations time and time again. It has been an incredible story, their journey as they've progressed. And the reality is that 100 Thieves are shredding this lobby. They are on top of the world. Shout out to Alliance with a 2nd place finish as well. 15 points total from the 6 kills, but it is the 100 Thieves show.
It really, really is. Optic with a decent performance as well. Fnatic also in there, but 100 Thieves is the story, as is that team in 6th place. They are called Pulverex. They somehow fought their way into this lobby. There's only 2 of them, but with the way that they've gone against the grain and forced their way through these lobbies, I'll tell you what, the grand finals might not be too far away.
If they make that grand finals, this arena will explode.
It will go nuts.
The roof would be blown off it, and we would all get very chilly very quickly. But there is the bottom half of this lobby. TSM, they got 3 points. Unfortunately, they lost Verhulst quite early. They did what they could with the rotation, but it was Ascend who eventually took them down. And Ascend also lost a couple of players and got eliminated straight after. But these lobbies are so difficult to navigate. There's been circles that are quite predictable. We've seen so many early rotations, and that's why when we get to those kind of 5th, 6th circles, it is absolute mayhem that unfolds.
I'm having time of life up here casting these games. It is so, so fun. And 100 Thieves, probably the only people in the arena right now who are having more fun than me. 3 wins in a row. Onmu decides to take over that damage statistic, though. Vaxon, you're going to have to take 2nd place for now.
Well, we talk about records and we talk about wins in a row. Well, 4 in a row would be a record here for 100 Thieves, so they've just got 1 more to do.
You've been in those record books again, haven't you, Dan Gaskin?
Records. I mean, Vaxlon, he's been smashing the damage records, both in totals and in a single game. And 100 Thieves really putting a statement in this losers bracket final to make sure they will be in that grand final. And I'll call it now, they will be in that grand final with their points total. It is impossible that they wouldn't be. I'm that confident to say it. I'm not going to say I would do the, the thing that I've said once, but I am very confident.
Okay, sure?
I'm sure. I'm not calling it.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, it's not the place to do
Although
it.
Although if Pulverex were to get to the grand
there's a lot of witnesses.
There is
here,
a lot.
Okay. What a performance, though. 100 Thieves, 3 games in a row, 3 back-to-back wins. It's not very often you get to say that, let alone on land. Now having, you would imagine, mathematically book their place in that grand final. I mean, the confidence they're going to be feeling going into that lobby as well. When things have been a little bit up and down for them today, it seems like things just clicked at the right time. I always mention it, right? Peaking at the right time in the tournament. Playing great on the first day, it's great, right? It's fantastic. But if you're on that downward trajectory, then it means the tournament slips through your fingers. It's all about turning up when it matters. Going into tomorrow, it's going to be a good night's sleep. everything's going to be rosy. There's going to be no arguments, and they're going to say, "Get me in that lobby."
我要 charge iPhone 咩4個字
The other
啫
teams that are already in the grand final, I'm assessing the gameplay from 100 Thieves right now, and I'm trying to work out
charge iPhone 梗係要學 Mandy 啦，
how they
黐
go
線
back to
北美第一
back
追
with this composition, because this is a composition we are going to see a lot more Newcastle, I think, when teams try and secure that match point, right? Once they try and get that victory, because it is one of the best defensive legends you can have. As there is
最低限到13分啦
72 points after 3 matches from 100 Thieves. If we were in a grand final, they'd already be on match point onset.
That's true. Also, I want to ask if you would describe 72
你打中文
points.
差
That's solid.
差齋
Okay,
火
fair enough. Optic Gaming jumping up into second place above Scars as well. But again, the story kind of remains the same here for everyone else. 100 Thieves soaking up all the points. Everyone else still so close with each other. Everyone's still in with a shot.
I think that is the good thing for teams like TSM, like Team Liquid, you know,
Pulverex.
some of these, and Pulverex, some of these big hitters, the heaviest of hitters that want to try and get into that grand final, is that all these points have been taken by the 100 Thieves domination. So all you need is that one win, that one pop-off, and that really will propel you up into the top 10 of these leaderboards.
Well, we've got one more game of World's Edge, Dan, and then we go into the craziest that is Storm Point, and it's going to be someone else who's going to be casting it. We don't get to cast Storm Point, unfortunately, although we have casted it for pretty much 3 days.
Oh, this ain't what it's all
to
about.
go. 100 Thieves looking extremely dangerous. Another man who looks extremely dangerous on that main stage is going to be James Banks. He's there with an interview.
Thank you very much, guys. Raleigh, 100 Thieves, they're doing pretty damn good, right? All right, I've got some lovely ladies with me who here dominating Apex. They were telling me some facts that you guys are going to learn because I wouldn't be able to do what you guys are doing. So I've got Lee Screams with me here, I got Wings, and then the lovely lady to the right hand side. You're going to have to remind me what your name was again.
Yes, I am Bad Girl Reezy with Girls Got a Game.
There we go. And there we go. I appreciate that noise. I appreciate the shouting. Now, you were just telling me, 8 times solo master. Damn, you good.
Thank you.
So how did you get into Apex?
So my brother showed me a stream of Rain Tastical actually, and I was like, yo, this kid's cracked. I want to be like him. So I got on my Xbox and I just started playing, and I tried to be like Rain.
And you're better than your brother?
Absolutely, he's dog.
Oh, I love that shade. Now, what is it that you love about Apex?
The competition and competing. I'm also an athlete, so competition is something that I do all the time. I love to compete. I want to be the best. So competing in Apex, that's what I want to be.
Woo, we get some love for that. And Wings, I'm going to squeeze on in between here. I'm going to come to you. So Wings, tell me about your achievements. How well are you owning it up? Because it definitely seems that you'll both beat my ass at this.
Yeah, so I won the BFC Women's Comp Tournament. I am 3 times Masters. I'm huge. I love comp. I love ranked. I love to compete. I love to play. So.
I think I need a carry right now. I definitely need a carry. And how did you get into Apex?
One of my friends put me on because I was a big Rainbow Six Siege fan. And he was like, I want you to play something else. Try Apex. And I was like, what is that? It's a BR. So I played and I've been stuck ever since.
And how long you been playing now?
Since season 0.
Woo! Since the beginning. We got some season 0 people up in here. Yeah, we see you making some noise. We're making some noise. I'm gonna come on over to you. So you were telling me, right? You got involved and you got these girls down here.
That's right. Sure did. Here at Girls Got a Game, we are big about getting our women, our competitive women, out here in the community because you act like they aren't here, but I promise you. We got a lot of women in here who could take you out 1v1. I promise you. I'm telling you. So someday soon, we're gonna have girls up here at ALGS.
Woo! We want to see some girls up here on ALGS? I think so. I think so. So talk to me about the community though. How big is it? How does it all work? How do people get into it?
It's actually really easy. You can go on Twitter, Girls Got a Game 01. We have a Discord with I think about 300 women so far. We've only been around a couple months, so a couple months, and we're going this far. Yeah, it's kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie, but Twitter, hit us up on Twitter, TikTok, Instagram. Girls Got a Game. Come find us. We will have a tournament for all y'all out there.
There we go. Girls Got a Game, and they are gaming on a high level. They're definitely going to beat me. Probably beat a lot of you guys in the crowd and watching at home as well. Keep an eye out for them. Desk, take it away.
Thank you so much, James. And once again, for Girls Got a Game, everyone give it up real quick, of course. Such an amazing community, and that's one of the best things about Apex, one of the most diverse communities in the world. We got to do a better job of promoting that diversity, because obviously the game does a great job of exactly that. And I agree, we used to have, obviously, some representation with Estesu, players like Scavsy and others that are competing and performing. We need some more women on that main stage. Absolutely. But Fallout here joined alongside James Bardoff, Rain Day, and special guest Zach Mazer from Cloud9, qualifying for grand finals. We thought it'd be Hal here, but instead, we're stuck with Zach.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for you, but here we are.
I do, man. Talk about your performance. Talk to me about qualifying in that brutal lobby.
I mean, that is by far the best lobby that Apex Legends has ever seen. That was by far the hardest competition in Apex I've ever played. And shout out NRG for such a dominant performance. But to anybody that made that top 10, that is an unbelievable feat. That was not an easy lobby at all. Whether you got 10th or 1st, you made it, you should be proud.
Yeah, y'all obviously were backs against the wall, 11th, 12th place, clutched up, got the first 3 kills against EXO, and were able to sneak into that top 10, so congratulations to you. But hey, this losers bracket lobby is certainly no slouch as well. It has been a crazy turn of events, and one that we really wouldn't have expected, TSM, outside of the top 10 as it currently stands, James.
Absolutely. It has been a really hard ride for them so far. It's not comfortable at all. I don't think there's any seats in their car the way this has been going. It's been completely disastrous. They, I think, have 2 points more than Pulverex at the moment. They've only got 2 players.
Oh my gosh. Oh man. Sanity. Walk us through these highlights. It's been 100 Thieves all day, Rain Day.
Yeah, sometimes I have a hard time, remembering who won game 1. Or like, who won game 2 again? That's pretty easy this time around. 100 Thieves won them all. I mean, this is a performance that we are not going to forget. And if you're talking about climbing through the losers bracket, having momentum heading into finals day, this is exactly how you want to do it. But most importantly, and I think James and I have been noticing this, their composition has been so unique. And I've wanted to talk a little bit for people who don't understand what this is about, why this is doing so well, because the Newcastle is a strange pick. It's the newest legend. Not every team is committing to them, but the Watson paired with the Newcastle gives a whole new range of abilities to be able to contest the Gibraltar.
That's right. Zach, I'd love to get your take on that. Obviously, the cookie cutter meta right now, you guys were running it until finally running Sierra's Caustic and Gibby. This team's going Gibby-less, this team's going Caustic-less, and it's working.
Yeah, with a comp like that, you can play really small nooks and crannies that no other comp can play, and you can play it really effectively, right? Because you don't need the shield economy that other comps need because of the Watson generator, and you have some really solid cover using that Newcastle that can actually protect you from Gibiel if you use it properly. So it's actually really good to play dead center zone where most people are afraid to play.
It's actually also helping that Vaxlon is playing like an absolute robot.
Oh,
not
absolutely.
Missing shots. Talk to me, James, about Vaxlon's performance.
Vaxlon got 6,500 damage in the first 2 games, which is, those are numbers that are completely unheard of. You heard Gaskin talking about how he broke the record by 1 damage in the first game, followed it up with absolute savagery in the second, only for the team to go on and dominate in the third as well. Normally we're talking about Optic doing this, which we can get onto later, but 100 Thieves, we were asking, is this a night and day composition they've got with these legends?
贏一場就上返去 top 10㗎啦，而家你啱啱都係17分。
Round 2 overall standings.
唔難追嘅，
with 72 points.
真係贏一場，唔好話贏一場頭2，即係攞頭2頭3你都上返 top 10㗎啦。
Alliance though with a massive Game 3 performance. AIM Esports, the team that took the
100
spot
feet
on
就已經
Empire,
冇問題啊，真係驗晒，輸晒都得
German GMT on top. So Europe really showing up big time.
你邊可能頭10位都攞70分都冇？我估頭10位40分以呢個形勢嘅話。我估35分到嘅，30分送結就已經夠 top 10，30分啫，穩 top 10。你贏一場20分你都29啦。
We're really, really on or really off, and I really hope the boys have a good day.
At least he's self-aware.
I gotta talk about this half of the table. I told you this was $1 million lobby.
There's $500,000
money in this bottom half of this table. Almost half of that 1 point.
Wow.
你7分，你爭5分，你差上面17分，你差10分㗎嘛。Top 10差10分。
Legetta showing up, the crowd goes crazy every time they're on screen. We'll see if they can somehow make another.
我覺得係辛苦㗎對 TSM。
10, and you already know we had.
大佬你成日打10
story of that second page, Zach. It's TSM in the bottom 20 right now in 17th or 16th.
精神力、意志力
for TSM. Obviously, they started with Maggie Sear. They switched to Caustic. They went back to Sear a little bit. What's going wrong in your eyes?
I mean, you're seeing TSM in 18th place.
Okay. 乜窒機？咯？乜窒機？我個嘢壞咗，要 reload 咯。
With Verhulst as he was getting out today. I know that's how I'm running into all these players now, but he was talking about the fact this is his second LAN. There's a difference in playing on LAN, figuring out the timing, the positions you can take and not get punished for. He's realizing that the hard way, but it's just the synergy thing. They are a day late and a dollar short in how they're making those changes, like you said, Zach. So they've kind of got, I think, James take the lead on what they want to do for the rest of these games.
Absolutely, and I've got a question.
唔係最慘，我覺得打差唔緊要，好唔穩定。
Great, but when I don't, sometimes things go wrong. But on a serious note, my question is like, when things aren't really happening for the squad, and you know it's really stressful, but you still got games ahead of you, how do you keep focused and just like ignore what's behind you and try and turn things around?
Sometimes you make mistakes that you just cannot forgive yourself for, and you got to do your best to move past. But when you're struggling in Apex Legends and you know you're a good team, at the end of the day, one of the best things you can do is slow down, right? Putting points on the board at the end of the day is the most important part. And slowing down and letting your IGL think through these plays is how you'll really find that success. And even if you may be an early rotate team, just getting that extra second to regain one extra zone of information. Yo, man, we're not going to win this game, but we're going to get 8 points this game, and we're going to get some momentum going here. Things like that can be really big for these long 8-game events, right? So that's my advice.
I've got to give a shout out to Zach, actually. For those of you, if you haven't watched his stream before, it's really good for when you're breaking stuff down, you know, and analyzing the games that are going on. That you can learn a lot from watching Zach's stream. I have myself, so definitely give him a shout. And 5 gifted, guys, come on. There's the 5 gifted out.
I want all y'all to give gifted subs to my man Zach Mazer. I gotta agree with you. My favorite player to talk to actually get into his mind a little bit. His analytical breakdown of the game is unmatched. So Zach, a lot of love. That was clearly a Mazer moment you just had here on stage. I really appreciate it, my friend.
Oh man, there's many more to come. It ain't over yet.
I'm trying to redefine the term Mazer moment into a positive thing. We'll see what we can do here.
It ain't gonna get there. You know, it's got its positive, it's got its negatives, and it's gonna be that way for as long as I'm around.
That's about right. Yeah. Big shout out to Zach Mazer. Once again, Cloud9 and Zach Mazer here live from Raleigh. Again, thank you so much, Zach, for joining. Again, a professional. He was staring down that camera. He has the right camera.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying my best, man.
I'm starting getting lost in his eyes.
Seriously.
We need to do like a dodgy infomercial with Zach where he's selling us some kind of fake product. I think that needs to happen.
I'd buy it.
I'm not doing too bad, but shit, 100 Thieves is doing way better right now. So, oh my God, 72 points on the board. Shout out those guys.
And he deflects. He's so humble, but you're in the one in the grand finals. Remember that, my friend. But hey, look. Again, big thank you to Zach Mazer, Rain Day, James Bardoff killing it as always. A lot to dissect, some great analysis from these guys, but guess what? We got 5 more games, baby. We're going to jump to a quick break.
5 more games, fuck you!
Games 4 through 8 after this.
半個鐘場，3個鐘，9點、8點半，唔係8點9，9點9、10點9、11點9啊！我可以瞓到1個鐘嘅，瞓咗2個鐘嘅，我當11點半完咯。我應該都瞓咗2個鐘嘅，好過冇啊！要 TSM 打好啲，我就有得瞓啦。開始啦，分幾鐘。開始啦！我瞓咗2個鐘，然之後可以再中間偷瞓多2個鐘，都可以斷斷續續咁樣瞓咗4個鐘嘅一陣間。因為今晚一做完又要即刻瞓咯。我唔記得，咦頂點解我睇唔返個？點解我睇唔返？太少啦，對於 TSM 嚟講。 冇咗嗰個時間嘅。要打字。嬲咗。ST 5點 AM 啊，聽日唔係一陣間嘅凌晨啊，星期一凌晨5點鐘嘅 final 係，咁都 OK 嘅，我都可以瞓醒之後睇，即係我11點做完嘢
，12點翻屋企。To the Apex Legends Global Series Championships, and we've got one more game of World's Edge to get through before we move into 4 games of Stormpoint. Other Thieves completely and utterly dominant in our first 3 games. And when I say dominant, I don't just mean dominant. 3 back-to-back, 3 back-to-back wins, not 4. Maybe 4 though. Give it a few minutes, it could be 4.
Your math has never really been a strong point, but you might be predicting the future.
Never will be either.
Because the way that 100 Thieves are playing right now, they look unstoppable. Their predictions of where these zones are going, the areas which they are taking, the space they're able to manage and protect with the composition they're running. It's so difficult to try and take them down. And the shots they're hitting as well. In some of those replays, these guys are not missing.
They really aren't, and here's some of the stats from them as well. Vaxxalon, surprise, surprise. The average damage, the only one breaking 1k and almost just touching on 1.1. So very, very impressive stuff from him. But even though 100 Thieves have dominated the lobby, they have won every game. As crazy as it sounds for the rest of the pack, that's great news. That means that everybody else is still so tightly knit. One big game could be enough at this point to send you into the finals.
Yeah, because realistically, it doesn't matter if you finish first in this lobby or 10th. You're all going to the grand final, regardless of seeding and how you want to position yourself on that stage. It's about getting to that grand final. Natsuki is someone who will want to be there. Alliance will also want to be there.
Yeah, and Vice, huge shout out to him as well. He managed to rat his way right into that final moment to get big points on the board for Alliance. And those little moments, those tiny little moments can be the difference maker when it comes down to who gets into that top 10. Optic, they're in a good spot right now. Team on your screen though, Luminosity, they are one of the chasing pack who needs to start bucking up their ideas a bit.
Well, there's a lot of teams that need to buck up their ideas, and I think maybe there's a lot of teams that are realising perhaps World's Edge is just not right for them at the moment in this lobby. Whether that's down to drop spots, whether that's down to rotations and being held by certain teams, it could change when you get to the grand finals. But also it can change when you get into Stormpoint as well. A lot of fans of Godfire, it would seem as though will look to try and make their impact on this next match, and we are almost locked and loaded for match number 4, our last time on World's Edge today. And these teams have a lot to do if they want to get to the grand finals.
Well, here we go then. The final time we're going to see World's Edge today. Before we head to Stormpoint, we are approaching the halfway mark in this losers bracket round 2. The top 10 is all that matters at this point. If you want to get in that grand final, you need to have 1 to 10 next to your name when this lobby is done and dusted. A massive, massive game for every single team involved. 100 Thieves out in front on 72 points. Optic just behind. They say just behind. On 32. The rest of the lobby, though, down. There's 20 odd points behind.
The trouble is, when you are this far behind and when you're so desperate to get points, you start to force things. You start to force composition changes. You start to force fights. Maybe you rotate in a different way. Maybe you take some risks that you probably shouldn't. Pressure really can affect your gameplay. Players can really get in their own heads as well. Well, we said we have circles every single time. I'd say we're putting a different one once more, as it looks to be a very far east circle. I know we had the northeast one before, but this one is going to be more around Overlook and potentially that no-named location that RPR currently resides in.
Yeah, very interesting circle here for all teams to try and approach. Where that's going to pull, it's going to be very interesting. The building might be important. Rotating late from the north of the map from Epicenter, also a very viable option playing that high ground. But 100 Thieves, I mean, what an afternoon it's been for them. Early evening, whatever you want to call it. They wish this would keep going. Rolling into the grand finals right now because they are fright.
I mean, this is just going to be a victory for 100 Thieves. These next 5 matches. That's why I genuinely started speaking about griefing. It is a thing that could happen. I know that a lot of these guys have respect for one another. They are good friends. But if you can see, I don't know, the likes of TSM and you recognize that rotation, I know I'm not making friends, but it's a $2 million tournament, and these guys want to get as much prize money as possible.
Just realised I predicted TSM to go through. Between us, we'll take the brunt of the crowd, but that is pretty much symbolic. Those 3 banners above Skyhook with 100 Thieves under them. Great work from the Observer team to catch that shot, by the way. It really does sum up how World's Edge has been playing out. 100 Thieves, not just the 1 banner, the 3 wins kind of signifying the 3.
Well, we speak about breaking records, and the 4 games in a row certainly would be one, but also the points total that 100 Thieves can get in this losers bracket would also break a record. They're already on 72 after 3. They could very easily total over 100 if they carry on this form, if not even further. Element 6, though, they're under a little bit of a pressure. There's going to be another team just maybe trying to take this position from them, but at the same time, they're the ones who have to go uphill to Element 6.
They certainly do indeed. TSM are making their move as well, but there already are teams inside of No Name. That respawn town, whatever you want to call it, outside of Fragment East is very heavily populated already, and barely any time has passed in this game. So it's going to be a little bit of a sketchy moment. It actually looks like TSM have retreated back to Fragment East now, having recognized that. So we'll keep you up to date with every movement from teams who are outside of that top 10 and seeing if they can not only force their way inside the circle, but inside of those placements as well.
There is a lot of early movers. AIM, Orthrus Fang, Pulverex have all managed to find their way into the center of that circle. It's such an easy pop-off, by the way. I know that TSM...
Saying Pulverex.
Pulverex, just speak about them. Speak it into existence, and maybe they can make the unthinkable happen. But there is a lot of early movers. I think a lot of people realize now that this is going to be a circle. They need to be prioritizing some of these early movements, because there is not going to be a lot of buildings to work with if you do arrive late.
So TSM, this time around, Mad Maggie, Seer, and of course Valkyrie. This is what they ran last time.
And this is what they ran coming into the tournament as well. This is what they were scrimming with. They were having so much success prior to the tournament with this composition, but when it came to LAN, when it came to some of these lobbies, they just weren't able to find the same success. That's why they went back to the more traditional composition, the highest percentage composition of the Gibby, Caustic, and the Valkyrie. But if TSM do get rolling with this composition, they could have a mammoth game.
Hal just missing a couple of shots there. And the worry here for TSM is the armors. Again, 1 blue, 2 white. Sometimes that can happen here at Fragment East. The central zone doesn't gift the best of loot sometimes. And for now, it looks like they're just going to route and play this one slowly. We'll move over to the point of view of Sutaraiku, though. And Fussy might be hitting the ground a little bit harder than he wanted to at the moment. It will be a soft landing, though, as he pops that battery. But shots certainly being exchanged between the teams. And oh my word, look at this! TSM right now, and TSM
You spoke about their shields, you spoke about their damage is going to do wonders for them to level up those Evo shields. They crack another, and now they've got a 3 versus 2 here against Reject.
Need to take advantage of it though, need to turn the kill points in their favor. I mentioned how tight this lobby is, how tight the leaderboard is, and how many points separate the teams. There's barely any. A 3v2 scenario needs to be converted ASAP by TSM.
And I think that the whole world is willing TSM into that grand final. It wouldn't be a grand final without TSM. I think we can all agree on that one with the success and the history that they have in Apex Legends. But they've still got to have that game. They've still got to have that successful moment to really propel themselves into the top 10 of the leaderboards. But a lot of teams now are starting to just have a couple of pops at one another. Sutaraiku have been on the receiving end of a lot of damage, and they seem to be griefed by several teams at the moment.
It's going to be Alliance holding them out as well. How important could that play from Vivespear as well? So ratting out towards the end of that game, those points he managed to accrue for his team, absolutely vital at this stage in the game. A 2nd place finish for them, managing to get 6 kills along the way as well. That's where the majority of their good news has come from that last game. So Vives making plays, which could be the ones who really do influence how this lobby ends up and if Alliance are in that grand final.
And Alliance and Sutaraiku are 2 of the few teams that are still outside of this circle. It must be said, they're going to be the late rotators. So this is an important fight to win, because then not only do you get the kill points, but you also can pretty much rotate for free into the circle and not really worry about any of the other teams, because most have already firmly rotated over towards the east side of the map, including the likes of Optic Gaming, who find themselves in Geyser right now, and they should be uncontested down there. But if it does move up towards that no-name location that we thought about, it could be a difficult old movement.
Sutaraiku taking a little bit of a wider berth through the zone then. They're going to be singed, but certainly not burnt for now. There's your top 20 players as far as damage is concerned, and Vaxilon is now up on top of that list. No surprise to see that, Dan, after how he's played.
And of course, he has played a couple more games, or 3 more games to be precise, than those who are in that grand final, but still, look at the difference in damage from the likes of EXO, who find themselves waiting, for example. Mandy's still in second. There has been a lot of damage to go around from those 2 gentlemen, and if they do get into that grand final, I mean, what a lobby it could be. I mean, with already the names that we see in that grand final and the names we may see coming from this losers bracket, it really will be the lobby of all lobbies here at the World Championships.
Luminosity, another team who are among that chasing pack.
你準啲嘛，樣嘢要講呢啲。
Not too much to speak about for shields, but an opportunity here with a couple of shots from CHING to level up that Evo shield with a Sentinel. A couple of bats going to be exchanged, a little bit of inventory management going down between the teams. And the pace of this game, I think, kind of sums everything up right now. Every point, more valuable than it's ever been to these teams. As FA Kitties are on the other side of this choke right now. Luminosity to their left. But if they do fight, you can see the armor advantage that FA Kitties have.
I mean, after casting Stormpoint for the last 3 days, I'm not used to the silence across one of these maps for the opening 10 or 15 minutes, but all teams respecting one another, all teams rotating to these early positions, but there could be a little bit of a scuffle here. FA Kitties are in one of these priority areas. This is the no-name location we're talking about, of course, where the circle could be finishing. And are they going to be able to take a fight?
And the interesting thing is it was a big, big zone pull there, all the way over towards Scars. That's where Ascend also find themselves. Overlook is looking like it might be the end zone here, just outside of it for sure. And FA Kitties maybe trying to overtake some of the traffic here that are trapped inside this building.
They know there's a team above them, and they know there's also a team north of them. So they're trying to just keep out of sights from the team that's north, but they're also considering a push. And especially with that Arcstar and now this Caustic Barrel, if they do get some ticks, if they do get indication of damage, I wouldn't be surprised if they suddenly decide to dart on in. And there's the damage, that's a 65. Could this be the push?
Hardeki doesn't need to be asked twice, let me tell you that. However, with what's on the line, I mean, this is, again, just synonymous of what is happening in the lobby, right? Hardeki usually offer that kind of damage, would be having a little poke, a little prod, popping his head round the corner and seeing if he can convert upon the damage to turn it into a knock and give his team an advantage. But even for now, Hardeki, one of the most talented players in the game individually, is just going to back up, just going to play this one safe.
And safety is the name of the game for a lot of these teams, and you can feel the nerves, you can feel the pressure. And as you say, there is that circle just moving ever so slightly towards Overlook, but it also still is including the no-name location and everything in between. So even the train track is somewhere that a lot of teams might be residing in for now. But if it does carry on to pull, Scars will be in one of the best positions, as will Ascend with currently where they are. And they're just trying to hit some shots here, hit some damage on those teams that are starting to move very quickly, as this next zone will be closing in 33 seconds.
Well, Optic Gaming, their rotation, let's get you up to date with that one. They are moving from Big Mord now through the choke towards Geyser. It looks like they might have an opportunity to move through the choke as well, which leads down towards Fragment East, or they have the option, of course, of going through that Vault Tunnel. They're looking like they have a pretty clear path for now, but on the other side of things, TSM up on the high ground, or starting to make a rotation from Fragment West towards Epicenter. This is a big moment for them. They've got to force their way into that zone. This is going to be a tough, tough game for them now, forcing their way in. Alliance making their way in through the skies as well. Fnatic going to be their closest customer.
Trying to weave through the skies to avoid the bullets. It looks like they should land safely, but there is a team ahead. Oh, that's the 106 with the longbow from Yuki, but he also gets tagged from behind, and Alliance just trying to do as much damage as possible to take over this area. But there's a lot of teams in the vicinity, but Hackis takes down one.
Hackis with a 30-30.
Nice,
That's been the friend of some, but the enemy of others. If you're firing the bullets, it's all good. But if you're on the receiving end, you don't want to feel that gun. Hackis not going to be able to convert into full KP, though. Looks like Fnatic have managed to escape for now.
No points gathered for anyone just yet. As I say that, Fnatic get a knock, Dreamfire in a little bit of a pressure situation. Here's TSM. They are still making their way in, and they're going to have to move in 25 seconds.
And look at this. Alliance are aware.
Oh,
Imperial
no.
House going to get caught. House trying to escape. It's going to be able to verhole some reps to get him out of trouble. And down. And TSM are in trouble once more.
No bubble to work with this composition as well. So you either have to turn and fight, or you have to turn and run. Imperial Howl gets finished, and Alliance catch off TSM, as Alliance will pick up the KP.
And that's the difference, right? How trying to creep up, trying to be aggressive, trying to get angles, but no ability to get out of that situation. No jets on the Valkyrie, no Q on the Wraith, whatever it might be. And it means you just get caught out for a second there. Alliance did not have to be asked twice.
I think Alliance
takes down the IGL. And now it's up to the duo.
Alliance are going to know that this banner could potentially be picked up. They are kind of holding it at the moment, keeping an eye on it, because you saw that TSM ran, but suddenly they came back towards it and saying, okay, wait, we could maybe still get House banner. And there you go, they've got it.
Wow.
It's an in-and-out job.
That
it's
is a ballsy play.
Heist of all heists.
That is
and they'll be able to heal
ballsy play coming in from TSM, but they get that banner. The plot armor's still thick here for TSM. But they've got some work to do. They've got the ability to get that respawn in. Vipes is going to go and check it. Trust me, there's no banner left on that one, my friend. As we see now, Hackett taking some pop shots at the sky as another Valkyrie redeploy comes in. Oof. Ow. Is there a trampoline at the bottom here for them to land on? It doesn't look like it is. Dreamfire down to 2, but the bubble is there, and somehow they get away with this.
Dreamfire just about get into the circle. Also, you were talking about Optic Gaming's rotation. They found themselves firmly in the circle as well. They're not too far from Scars. They've actually taken the high ground off of them, I believe, over towards Overlook. So Optic Gaming did a fantastic rotation around with the Valkyrie. But it is Ascend and AIM who are in the next circle. As TSM are going to get back to a full 3. It is not the end for Imperial Hal just yet.
Well, if I'm TSM right now, I'm looking across at each other. I'm saying, boys, it's time to puff our chests out a little bit. We need to start dominating this lobby. We need to start showing everyone just who we are. And TSM start by making that ballsy play, getting that banner back, and getting Hal back into the game. Next thing they got to do, get this man a gun.
They just need that confidence. They just need that motivation once more. TSM have not been the same TSM that we've seen in recent weeks when it comes to those team fights. You've heard it throughout their communications. They've not been happy with how they've been fighting. And because of that, I feel like they are just lacking that little bit of aggression. Of course, trying to play for that late game, but just haven't been able to win those engagements as successfully as normal. But all it takes is one fight. All it takes is one game, and it will bring all that motivation back on board for TSM. And they found themselves into the circle. Hal is back up, but still no gun.
It looks like they've had a little bit of damage done once again. Verholst is going to have to burn through a battery. Hal still just ready to throw hands because he's got nothing else to throw at the moment. Team Liquid in trouble as well as Mandy is going to get the knock onto Nocturnal. Team Liquid now getting back on his feet. The gold bag vital here as Nocturnal will have shields when he gets back to his feet.
Back as a full 3 and just back protecting themselves now are Liquid. Alliance, they have eyes on them. But Alliance not able to capitalize, but maybe looking to try and just get into a position to take another angle here. That's something that you really get an advantage with this Horizon. But no kills found just yet. It's still very quiet here on World's Edge. Only one team has been eliminated.
19 squads remaining. Zone 4. You can cut the tension with the kunai at this point. Yuki takes shields away. The dome goes down. Alliance trying to hold this height, but look at where they have to go as well. The circle has pulled completely away from the Alliance squad. They're going to have to do a lot of damage if they want to move forward. That's one way to start it.
Yeah, the circle's gone down towards the vault area. AIM are in a good spot right now, but look where Ascend are. You could argue they are in prime position, but they will also be greeted by the likes of Optic Gaming, Scars, LG, DF when they do start to make their way down to this next circle. So they will certainly be in a position where a lot will be happening, and they're going to have to protect themselves. But there's a lot of Watson fences to do so.
That's the great thing, right? Watson back in the meta. You get this spot, you're going to be able to hold it down so much more successfully. And look at the amount of room they've got to play with as well here, Ascend. What a position they find themselves in here. Ascend down in 14th, coming into this game, trying to force their way inside of the top 10. It looks like Hal has been gifted a gun by one of his teammates here. So just the PK to play with, and still that white armor. Just 24 seconds for TSM to make moves, and if there was ever a time for a listening, it's now.
You want any meds?
I'm 2-0.
I'm 1-1. I'm one syringe.
I'm 4.
Hey, come over here. We're gonna Valko like right here, okay?
All right.
Just wait. They're fighting in looks like, it sounds like no name right now.
We're on fast zone. We're on fast side zone.
Do it now, Evan.
Gotta look for everything. Team just landed at the
We can go to either one of these rooms, I think.
I think we go in the left room. Maybe.
All right.
Okay, left room.
It's safe.
Hold that.
Sit on the door.
We're chilling. You're landing on us.
Stay back. Valk is cracked. Valk is caustic shit on. I had to get out the door.
I know, I can't.
I'm gonna die.
TSM eliminated. A massive moment for one of the most historic lineups in Apex Legends Global Series history. They are out again. They will have to get the job done on Stormpoint. But also, Scars went out. Alliance Team, Liquid, Luminosity, they are just reeling off. Everyone is falling.
We've just lost 9 teams in the space of about 15 seconds. Godfire, the next to be eliminated. Optic Gaming still doing damage onto Dreamfire. AIM have been holding this area for quite some time, and they've had to do what they can.
Pulverex. Legetta, last alive for the squad. No problem, he stayed alive even longer.
How are you doing this? How have you got a shield swap? How are you into the top 6 again? These two have defied all odds.
This man's got a red Evo shield to play with as well. Unfortunately, only got 1 cell. But they're in the top 6. 100 Thieves. Update on 100 Thieves for everybody. 3 games in a row, it could well be 4. 100 Thieves are inside of the top 6 once again.
This is a moment. Got to dip, dodge, duck and dive, but I think eventually, surely this fairy tale will end. But top 6 again, you know, it's consistency. It's still doable. Granted, round of applause as well. But now, round 6 closing. Ascend in one of the best positions, and they're Watsoned up. The fortress is set, but as you said, 100 Thieves very close, and they could really do some damage.
The fortress is set, but 100 Thieves have got a moving fortress, and at the moment, they're not missing many bullets either. So if they can walk up, they can get the damage down, then this could well be 4 games in a row for 100 Thieves. At the moment, let's watch some Sutoraiku. You can see that G7 Scout is going to be not quite connecting in the way that Fussy would have wanted to. Just picking away, but not able to get those shields down to where he wants to. Now AIM Esports are making their move as well. Spray coming in with the flatline. The 301 is there as well. But Jerovic has got 1 HP, and they will be out.
3 teams remain. Ascend, Sutoraiku, and of course, 100 Thieves trying to make it 4 in a row. And 100 Thieves, as you said, got the castle wall down. They've got the fortress that they need, and Omnu is hitting some shots.
But here comes the defensive bombardment as well, and unfortunately here for 100 Thieves, 1 has gone down. Ascend, waiting, biding their time to come in and flank. Sutoraiku also want to get a win on the board here. This would be massive for them.
Both teams need it. 100 Thieves arguably do not, but they are still alive. Vaxlon manages to escape, and the other 2 teams are fighting. Ascend and SDK, they're trying to do the damage. Finally, he goes down, and we're down to 2.
And here comes Ascend. Bullet has fallen though. Bullet is on his back, and Ascend now have to be careful. VJX is moving up, post-kill as well, trying to get some shots in with this Eva 8. This is looking like Ascend's game to win! And as World's End closes, Ascend rise to the top.
And boy, did they need it. As he says, calm down, we had this all along. Every single team down in that bottom 10, even those teams around that kind of 7th to 10th area, you just need that one game. That one game to really send you up in those leaderboards, and it was written in the stars really for Ascend with where they were holding. They got that position early, they set up, the Watson fences came down, and they played it perfectly. Granted, we did see a fantastic effort from both Sutoraiku and 100 Thieves, but not good enough to stop the Ascend fortress that they had set up so early on.
I thought 100 Thieves had it for a moment. I also thought maybe Pulverex had it for just a second as well. But I mean, this man, he kind of predicts the future. He just walks over to the desk before that and like opens a bag, and I'm like, what's that? He's like, it's an Ascend shirt. Maybe you should do that a little bit more often. Maybe a couple of teams are going to be sending you a few more shirts if that's what happens off the back of it. But I mean, there is a story to be told for everyone in that lobby at the moment. Ascend, big points. They will jump up those leaderboards quite considerably with 23 points, 11 kills, add it to the 12, and that's where you get to.
I mean, realistically, with how these games have been going, a 23-point game may just be enough to send you into that top 10 and keep you in the top 10 with how much 100 Thieves have been stealing the points away. But still, 4 matches to play. Suturaku with 17 points. AIM Esports also putting a big 9. Pulverix find themselves in 6th position and put 4 more points on the board. And I'm interested to see these overall standings because they are slowly and surely adding those points up and trying to put themselves within the chance of a top 10.
It's certainly something that would blow my mind if it does happen. Another thing that's blowing my mind is some of the names we see in the bottom half of this table. This is the results, of course. You can see Liquid, Alliance, TSM all falling, GMT and Scars all struggling a little bit here, and we're halfway, Dan. We are halfway through the games now. Only 4 games remain to make that grand finals.
And I mean, that leaderboard is concerning, but the overall leaderboard will be even more concerning for some of those teams in that bottom 10. As you said, halfway through, 4 games to play, still a lot of points to be gathered by some of these teams. But really, let's talk about these 2 gentlemen on your screen. Pulverix, what a tournament they have had, and they are still alive. The chances are still possible. Are they going to be able to do it on Storm Point? That is going to be the biggest question.
Well, I'm sure that a lot of people here and at home hope that somehow they make it happen. Every single time they're on my screen, I just have a smile on my face. And they are certainly putting smiles on faces across the globe at the moment. But this is who we need to be talking about, Ascend. What a moment for them, picking up the win in our last game here on World's Edge. VJX, big performance from him. Kashera as well, 1.5k damage for him, just shy of, but enough to turn it into a win. Dan, I mean, World's Edge, it certainly did entertain for a lot of different reasons. 100 Thieves certainly dominant, but what it really means is the overall leaderboard will look like this. Let's take 100 Thieves out of this for a second. Remember, top 10, top 10, top 10. That is all that matters. Outside of 100 Thieves, maybe even Optic Gaming, still a chance for everyone with 4 games left on Storm Point.
Well, as I said, in the winners bracket, the cutoff was 43 points, and at the moment, 10th place is 18 points. There is a lot of points still to be had, and all of those teams in the bottom 10, and I mean all of them, still have a chance to get into that top 10. You just need that one game. The trouble is, going into Storm Point now, this is not going to be as easy, right? I think a lot of teams will be quite frustrated that 100 Thieves dominated as much as they did, because look at what happened when Ascend got that circle right. These guys have played so many games on World's Edge that when they do get the circle, they know how to nail it.
I'm with you. Pulverix for the win. I am a Pulverix stan, and I have absolutely no regrets at announcing it to the world.
Get me a Pulverix t-shirt, and I will wear it.
That's true, that's true. We could actually get Dan to maybe weave his magic once more, but I mean, it's all set up here, Dan. It really is all set up for a grandstand finish. Naski is still smiling. He's loving the energy from this crowd as well, as so are we too. But 4 games, 4 more games remain before we have our grand finals lobby confirmed. Storm Point is just around the corner. That's going to do it from us for today, but don't go anywhere. It's time for us to take a break, but Storm Point is just around the corner. It's going to be a banger.
Give me one, give me one, give me one. Both teams dead. Give me one, give me one, give me one. EMP them. EMP. Mark that. Last team, push,
What is so close?
Give me one, give me long. Shoot on them.
I'm pushing.
You guys need to push.
Okay, whip.
Give me one.
Nice.
Walk low.
I need to heal. Last guy.
Let's go.
Let's go.
It all comes down to this. The final 4 games of the night decides who is going to be going into the winners into the championship match to play for $500,000 for first place. T-Squared, Glitter Explosion, AKA Mommy, bringing you the action. Now, everyone's getting loaded into the lobby right now. And while they do, so yeah, can we get a round of applause over here? Let's go, let's go. We got the live crowd here in PNC Arena. We're feeling good, we're feeling great. It's been absolutely electric. The first 4 games, if you're just joining us, have been dominated by 100 Thieves. They took the hill over towards Skyhook, Thermal, Climatizer, and then the last one outside Overlook as well. Vaxlon has been popping off almost 10,000 damage over those 4 games.
And what's even crazier is they almost won the 4th game as well, and even though they didn't, still getting a top 3 finish. I mean, this consistency is what they need to continue with throughout the rest of these 4 games and then into finals.
Pulverex, more like pull a flex over here. We had the crowd flexing. Let's throw up the muscles, guys. Throw it up. Let's flex up in here. Let's get it going. Playing as a duo, just imagine if they had a third. I threw them out in my predictions because I want to see them pop off. I want to see them pop off. They're a crowd favorite, and why not? You could see them getting back-to-back top 6 the way that they're maneuvering around. But going through some of the teams that are outside looking in right now that we wouldn't expect to be there. You have Sudoraiku, you have Luminosity Gaming, you have Singularity, you have Team Liquid, TSM Chance in the crowd right now. They're sitting in 17th place with 10 points. They're making some team composition changes that have been going through. We saw Mad Maggie and Seer being pulled out, but you had a feeling if they were playing their normal composition there with Valkyrie, Caustic, and Gibby, they go on over towards the tunnel side. They lock down the left-hand side where the door was. Easy Caustic barrel over towards the door to block the door. Nades don't come in because the Gibby bubble is there. They have the AoE with Caustic barrels over towards the side. I get it, they need kill points, but I really feel like they need to go to their comfort picks here. Apex Legends is such a muscle memory game, and they're so talented, but this is what TSM does. It's almost scripted in the way that they go about their business.
We say it all the time, they thrive under pressure. 4 more games now to see what they can do with the added pressure, but we're looking at the overall leaderboard here. Ascend, after that phenomenal performance, jumping up 11 spots, and this is why it's still possible for TSM to bounce back, because one strong game, you see what that takes. That took Ascend from the 2nd page to the 1st page, and that's where you want to be in order to make it into finals.
So all you need is one big game here, just like Zach Mazer was talking about on the analyst desk. Play patient, take your time. Don't try to get all the points at once. You're just gonna have to pick your way at it with a couple team fights here and there. Maybe 8 to 10 points is all you need to kind of get the ball rolling. But a lot of these teams you would not expect to be here. Fnatic, who is having a dominant day number 1, not looking too hot in day number 3, sitting at 19th place. Orthos Fang, they popped off yesterday. They're sitting in last place at 7th place as well. It's tough for these teams, but they can definitely do it.
Now, one of the saving graces, though, of the fact that 100 Thieves has just dominated the entire losers bracket so far is the fact that because they've point sponged so much, everyone else that is either close to the bubble, outside of the bubble, or even all the way down to 18th, they're not separated by a massive points margin. They still can recover. They still have 4 opportunities to do so. We're on a new map now, and that might actually work in the favor of some of these squads.
We saw Team Liquid kind of do it. They dropped a big goose egg after their first 4 games getting contested. Then they popped off and got 11th place overall, just barely missing their opportunity to make it on over towards the grand finals. So it's definitely possible. It's definitely feasible. The team that's on the bubble right now is another crowd favorite. That's GMT, with Rambo coming through and filling in. Skittlecakes takes the cake. Optic Gaming, they are looking pretty solid. 2nd place overall, just like you talked about, that point sponge that really came through. Now, the previous round that we had before this in that winner's bracket, the overall point total at 10 points was 43 Glitter. So that's kind of what you're looking for in terms of what your mindset needs to be at for your total points after 8 games.
Yeah, and they had a similar situation, like you're saying, with NRG eating up a lot of the points at the top of that winner's bracket. So there's still plenty of opportunity here for players to bounce back. What is with the booing? Listen, Optic Gaming sitting in a comfortable 2nd place right now. Gotta be happy with that heading into Storm Point. So get a little bit of a team comparison here between 100 Thieves and Optic. You can see just how close they are in total team kills right now.
And Optic started off really, really hot to begin this tournament.
Yeah.
They won 3 matches out of their 6. And now 100 Thieves has won 3 in a row besides that last game where they placed 3rd place. So they've been coming out extremely hot. You want to play better at the end of the tournament than at the beginning, but it's all about just making it to that grand finals. No matter what, yes, you would love to be sitting there and you'd love to be watching these matches right now, have that little bit of a cushion, because when we move into that match point format, the team that finished first place overall is going to be able to have that 10 points, and it trickles all the way down to 1 point for 10th place. But if you can get there, it's happened before. We've seen teams come through and have 0 points and still get the dub no matter what. We're taking a look at Scars right now. They're sitting in 6th place with 22 points, and we have some Scar fans at the front.
I love all of the signs that the crowd has been making. Y'all have been crushing it this whole time, hyping us up, and giving some serious love back to the players. I mean, look at all of that creativity.
No doubt about it. We still know what my favorite sign is. Oh yeah, we got Godfire out there too. And we have some Godfire fans right here in the front representing. They're hyped right now. They're sitting in 7th place. 4th place overall with 5 kills in game number 1. Just finished off World's Edge with 9th place and 3 kills overall. They'd definitely love to see these guys continue to get pumped up. And the players are locked and loaded. We're getting into Storm Point for game number 5 here in Losers Bracket Round 2, our final 4 matches of the night. Crowd, while it's on you, let's hear you one more time. It is time for some of the best Apex legends we have ever seen. The stakes have never been higher. $2 million is the prize pool. And you can't emphasize it enough, $500,000 for first place, plus that trophy.
It's going to be insane. Taking a look at Monsoon there on camera, hanging out with the LG squad. All the players just waiting to get us loaded in here, and I think that this has got to be one of the hardest parts, as we talked about it a little bit earlier. We are in the latter half of Losers. You got to remember there were 10 teams that already played through winners that are now doing this all over again. The fact that any of these players still have this much energy is impressive, sir.
Is anyone having more fun than Nasky at this entire tournament? The dude is vibing. Right when I got to the tournament, I saw him in the lobby getting autographs for all of the mouse pads from all the pro players and things like that. He's been having an absolute blast. Definitely looking forward to seeing what they're going to do again. They're sitting on the bubble. 10th place overall, 18th points. They're tied with Sudaraiku. Sudaraiku with a big game number 4. They took 2nd place. But now we move on over to Storm Point, and we're looking at the team compositions right now. It looks like we're still having 100 Thieves rocking the Newcastle Valkyrie Watson, which is something that we have to touch base on a little bit more. And here's some TSM chants in the crowd. They're going back to their old composition. So they're gonna be rocking something that would have worked out a little bit better for them in the previous game. That's gonna be Valkyrie, Gibraltar, Caustic. Very popular in the current meta, definitely the most popular 3 picks. And here it is. We are locked and ready to go. We'll find out if there's gonna be any 50-50s. We saw a lot of 50-50s earlier on. Team Liquid definitely felt the brunt of that, as they lost 4 in a row and got swept. But it is time to find out exactly where these players are gonna pick, where the hot spot's gonna go, and where this zone is gonna pull.
Dropping in here. Seeing where our players are gonna be starting their first Storm Point match off of the day. Hot Zone's going to be down over in Shipfall. And you can see already which teams this zone's going to be favoring here. This, oh man, 100 Thieves.
It lands right over kind of where 100 Thieves is gonna be. So once we get the scan on zone number 2, that's gonna give us a lot more information, but you have a feeling Alliance is gonna love this. You already know that Vaxlon's hitting the scan. He's directly landing on the beacon as the dropship was going over there, and it pulls on over towards Stormcatcher far east. Gonna probably be right over towards where that respawn beacon is. So all of those buildings right there, you have the egg building over towards the south. The priority building's most likely gonna be the one furthest on the edge of the zone, because that's your typical pulls that you see over on Storm Point. Now TSM, they're looting up over towards Antenna side. You know that Optic Gaming is gonna be going over towards Mill. Last time they were taking fights over towards Down Beast, and it didn't work out for them as they were hoping for. Duplex is gonna split all the way down towards the south and pick up his loot as well. But what we're seeing is High Point open and available, so no 50-50s off the rip over here as we take a look at what Ascend is up to. Ascend, our winners from the previous game. 3rd place, 33 points, and I love the compositions that they were running previously, but now they are gonna go back to, again, that very popular meta. Valkyrie, Caustic, and Gibby. Now, when you're watching players play on Storm Point, you are gonna see them continually hitting the Prowlers. You're gonna see a lot of Spider play coming through, and I know the crowd is huge fans of the spiders. I mean, who is it? And it gives you a decent amount of loot, right? You're gonna be able to, yes, let's go. Let's get a little hype over these Prowler kills. Who doesn't love free loot?
Listen, after the massive jump up the leaderboards Ascend got from that last match, you know they're going to be looking to be holding on to that here. So they won't be going for anything too crazy if they don't really need to force it. Just going to be focusing on that early game, setting themselves up well, getting all of their loot nailed down.
I'm expecting this to be really slow paced, to be honest with you. This is,
I was just thinking that.
When the thing is, when the World's Edge, you're going to have people that have been playing that map for years, so they understand exactly where players are going to be rotating from. So there's always a checklist of, do we go for kills or do we end up playing placement? I feel like when you go on over towards Storm Point, it's all about getting on towards the zone and playing that placement and trying to just loot as fast as possible. Rotations are already happening now. Later, we can see some of the teams that are rotating on the map, and to call that out for our viewers at home and for the crowd. Team Liquid is one of those first teams, and you see them on your screen right now, but they're getting lit up. Nocturnal takes a lot of damage, and he's the first player to go down.
This is not going to be ideal for Liquid. They're one of those squads that is on that bubble, wanting to get themselves some points here on the board, but Godfire is just raining down from above. Instantly going to be able to clean up on Nocturnal. Fun goes down shortly after, and Godfire is starting things off with a bang.
And the Godfire fans are going absolutely crazy for that. Team Liquid, they were sitting in 12th place. That's going to continue to help Godfire try to secure their way into the top 10 to try to make their way into the top 20 overall for that grand finals. And it looks like they're in a pretty decent position to do so. They have a priority building. That's the egg building that we touched base on earlier. And who other besides 100 Thieves taking one of the best 5 spots?
You were wondering if we were going to get any 50-50s. You know, in my head when you asked that question, I was like, I don't know if people are, if it's going to be rough. We didn't get that, but right off of the rotation, we get the instant fight, and that was not ideal for Liquid. Still do have Gildersons, though, able to escape and potentially can wrap for some points, at least for Liquid, for the rest of the game. But now AIM Esports finding themselves in a little bit of an engagement here, making sure they're healed up before they continue to take some of these shots. You know, we thought it was going to be slow, but apparently they decided they just want to start things off real hot.
As soon as the rotation starts to come through, that's when the fighting is going to end up happening. Now you're seeing free agent kitties fly in. It's starting to get populated over here. There's stacks and stacks of teams. The only teams that are really on the outside would be teams like E6, STK, Pulverex, and Optic Gaming. But other than that, everyone's fighting and going for position. Another team that's moving up from the south-hand side, that's going to be Scars. You're going to have TSM coming through too, so there's potential third parties for those squads when they want it. But here comes another skyward dive from AIM Esports, sitting in 4th place. And I think that they're going to be able to get into a safe spot. You can see those pills are untouched, so they're going to feel good about that, picking up some extra loot and continuing to play the edge. They understand that, hey, it's a little bit too hot over here. We're going to slow play this one, drop the Evo shield, and try to get some extra cells and batteries along the way. Hey, I'll take 2 batteries out of 1 pill.
Yeah, I don't ever get that.
No, I get like an Arc Star and a Thermite. Still good, but, you know, not 2 batteries.
Nice little reposition, though, from AIM, backing off at the right time, playing a little bit safer after they've dealt it's just the tiniest bit of poke damage. But Reject, another one of these squads, trying to at least keep other teams zoned off of them. They don't really want to have to be taking these aggressive pushes if they don't have to. Able to hold down the inside of this building right now. It's Luminosity that's trying to take away this positioning from them. Doing a good job dealing this damage, holding it down here in the stairwell. And Amigo doing a fantastic job, able to continue pushing up on the 2nd floor here. Luminosity putting themselves in a really solid spot.
Shiny, he gets thirsted. You know the armor swap most likely came through. The other player is no shields for RC, so it's Rejects versus Luminosity. Monsoon does have that PK in his back pocket, one of the nastiest PKs that we have. Not just in North America, but all in the world. Saw Monsoon in the hallway. He was absolutely vibing, feeling good about the situation that they're going to be in. Right on the bubble, sitting at 12th place with 17 points. This is a much-needed team fight victory. They also have that respawn right on the edge of the zone if they want it.
Monsoon's always vibing.
Always.
Literally always. Best vibes.
I think they're going to end up just saying, hey, we need to get Shiny back in this one. Let's back off. Respectable plays from both of those teams. That was a close fight. That could have really went either way, but the stakes are going to continue to grow and grow and grow and get higher and higher and higher throughout all of this, and it's spider time.
100 Thieves once again set up ready to take on anyone who's about to push their way. This the comp that they have been using has been seriously working out in their favor. We saw how strong it was last time on Storm Point for them as well. Luminosity going for that rotate to go ahead and pick up third player and then bring themselves back in. To be fair, they're in a solid spot. They don't have to go too far, so they'll be able to get back into the zone in no time. But now checking in with Optic Gaming. Everyone just at that point of the game where just trying to find some real estate and not trying to push anything too crazily, because you don't want to have to go out super early and drop down any spots on this leaderboard with how close the points are.
Yeah, some preemptive missiles there from Nox. Does a little bit of damage on over towards himself. He's going to sell that one up, but just checking to see if anyone was inside of the door. Obviously not playing a scan legend, so they don't know exactly where these players are hiding, but we have the luxury here in front of us to be able to see eventually there could be a meetup with Sudoreku. So these two teams are the only teams that are basically not in this next zone, and there it is. Pulverex making their play on over towards the next area and finding a little bit of safe haven. Looks like they've made it in and are going to be able to hit some heartbeats through the wall. So that's some great knowledge there for Pulverex. And obviously playing it out as a duo, they're not going to want to take any engagements. It's all about kind of letting the action unfold and trying to pick apart the players as they're fighting each other. This is TSM. This is what everybody's kind of looking at. Can TSM make a comeback here in these next 4 games? We've seen it from them before, but no one would have even anticipated them being in this position to begin with.
TSM finding themselves on this rotation. I'm hoping that these last 4 matches are the push that they need to bring it back here after a slow start to the first half of this day. We know that they can be so successful, so aggressive, and just so dang good at this game. But as I say that, they do run into one of the squads in their path. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's Orthros Fang taking some shots down onto TSM. Cal having to back off far, taking way more than he would have liked. The bubble's forced as well, and they're going to have to completely reset after this one.
Yeah, never good when you have to use your bubble just to cut off an angle to run away from an enemy team, because you don't know what's going to be on the opposite side of this wall. Looks like they should be safe for now. It's going to cost them a little bit of the resources, but you can see they've crafted up and did a decent job looting throughout all of this. But I really like when Hal is playing some sort of character with movement, whether that's playing Wraith, which he was so accustomed to playing back in the day, playing Ashe, which we've seen him use before. Now on Valkyrie, we know how strong Verholz can be on that, but he's also got a very strong Caustic in his back pocket, and Reps has been so deadly on Gibby for so long. So this is an opportunity to hit the scan on over towards the next zone, find out what the strategy is going to be, and I'm very curious to see what TSM's going to do here.
Looks like they're going to have to find a safer way to push through the path that they do want to head for. They know that there's a squad right in front of them they're going to have to either deal with or avoid. Let's see if they're going to go for a little bit of a wider rotation, potentially go through that command center, see if they can avoid any sort of engagement right now. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams on the map, almost everyone has made their way to the safe zone and has started to post up, trying to hold down that ground.
This is a very deadly combination in Hal's hand. The R301 with the 2x PK in the back pocket. Not a lot of teams are going to have scans onto Zone 3 and have this knowledge, so this should give them the advantage. The only disadvantage is a lot of the real estate's been gobbled up. Let's find out what the strategy is going to be for TSM. Let's hop into a quick listen with them.
You probably look stare up and see someone. I have a 4x.
We're technically safe here too. Yeah, well, let's wait. When do you have your trap?
Next one's in 1 second.
You need to. They need to be where they can't just break it from up top. They can.
There's no way they're gonna break it from the top.
I'm going to go up, okay?
All right.
Have Caustic already, okay?
All right.
I'm playing on this door.
Yep. Play both doors and they stay in the gas. We lock them in.
You have to Caustic ult the instantly. I think we're good. I'm
coming up.
Coming up. Okay, trap up. Wait. I thought I saw somebody. I have 300 light. The blue light mag here. The blue heavy mag. Okay, so what are our options here? Do we if we wait, do we wait now and go now? Like, listen, guys, Do we go now since we have third beacon zone, or do we wait to Valkyl? Because can we reach all the way around the mountain here?
I don't know.
I feel like we can't. We're so high in the air.
Yeah, I think we'll be able to. I think we will
But
be able
the
to.
issue is there's 18 teams. I think we just have to wait.
There's two first floors there. And there's like,
what if we played back here on my ping?
Yeah, we might be able to. It's just there's so many options.
Okay, there's that option. There's over here.
I don't think that's good. I don't think either of those options are good.
I don't think so
Our
either.
only good options are bottom floor of either building around the mountain. We play the fucking wall, or we can play in the little cubby here. Those are the 4 options we have.
Okay.
Okay.
We just wait. I think we wait.
We can see just how hard the decisions are for TSM, knowing that there's still so many teams left in the lobby trying to decide the right time to continue their rotations in towards the safe zone. You also did see in the kill feed there that Alliance was able to get a knockdown onto Optic. A little bit of an engagement going on in the northwest edge of this zone. And 100 Thieves starting to take some pot shots for themselves.
Yeah, Alliance was popping off during that listen, and they were able to help eliminate 2 squads. They took out E6, and then Optic Gaming gets eliminated by a combination of Alliance and GMT.
Dang.
So nice job by them. And we heard a little bit of the strategy from TSM. It doesn't seem like it's a strategy that they're really stoked about. It's a little bit of playing it by ear and hoping that they can make something out of nothing, which is something that TSM does very well. But I like the plays and the thought process of saying, hey, let's go up here, check the high ground. You don't want to be trapped on the low ground. Going through the thought process of where the skyward dive is going to be. But with, again, 17 squads remaining, it makes completely sense as we see the teams remaining on the right-hand side, plus the point total. Again, it's all about getting that top 10 and making your way on over towards the grand finals. Now, teams that are set up in prime positions, that's going to be GMT, that's going to be Ascend. Gonfire is in a great spot. 100 Thieves is still locking things down. Teams that are doing some serious gatekeeping for the next rotations, that's going to be Sudoraiku and Scars and Singularity as well. Everybody else, they're in a tough spot. They got to make their way into the zone somehow.
And there's so many teams. They're all kind of clustered up in the same areas that they're going to have to push through in order to continue being safe. And with the amount of squads that have already nailed down some real estate right along the edge or even dead center of that zone, it's going to be making things even more difficult. Now back on board with Ascend, one of those teams that is in a very solid spot right now for themselves, just going to be holding this down with those caustic barrels and kind of waiting for the onslaught they know is going to happen as the zone continues to shrink down and forces everyone right into their line of fire because they have that choke right in their vision.
They do, and I loved, again, the play style that they brought in the previous game that they won, excuse me, outside of Overlook, hitting the scans continuously, setting up on the God spot, and then they find themselves in another great position. GMT, they're going to get a knock, and that's going to be Leogri from Free Agent Kitties. So again, all of these teams that have to make their way in, round number 3 and round number 4 is when things really start to explode. Gilderson's going to bust out the Loba. I know you love Loba.
Everyone loves Loba. Who doesn't love Loba? Ooh, Alliance, though, in a really, really rough spot right now as they had to make their rotation in. They take way too much damage on the top of this building, and they will instantly go down. That was super unfortunate.
That is GMT helping pick that one up. Tough break for them, as Fnatic was there as well. Back on board with TSM and the CEO of Apex Legends. 19th place overall. They're definitely going to have to make some moves. They did find their way into the zone, though. So while all that fighting was happening, they've made their skyward dive. You can see there's a drop directly in front of them. Fnatic holding this high ground with the back clear with the zone is going to be a very powerful position. Plenty of shots left in this charge rifle as well, and just going to let that one rip.
They're going to feel real comfortable if you're going to be able to poke until all 3 of them are wearing red, and then they can just kind of let everything else unfold in front of their eyes as they're able to continue using this charge rifle to be a real big nuisance from on high. Meanwhile, you can see how much smaller the zone is, where they're going to have to be continue moving to, but once again, that's really, really going to be favoring that Ascend. We still have FA Kitties, I think, is in there. GMT still down in that area, and all of the squads on the western side are going to continue to have to push through each other, and this is going to be when that kill feed really starts to light up.
We have 16 teams remaining, and there's only 4 of them in the next zone. That means that 12 teams are going to have to rotate, and you know the team that's sitting on the edge waiting for all this action to unfold. That's Godfire. Before this started, they were in 7th place. There are plenty of kill points that could be on the board for them. There's a big rotation happening now as a fight's taking place with Scars. It's up to Taishin there. He's got the R301. You typically want a PK in the back pocket, and he's not going to be able to do it. That's going to be Dreamfire with the kills. The flatline R9 for Bolin. Looking extremely strong and powerful. Tal's going to go and hit that med kit. 100 Thieves did make a rotation right next to GMT. That's a fight that's going to take place. Free Agent Kitties with just 2 players. Remember, they lost out on Leogri. They were able to get the res onto him, though. So they do have all 3 players. They're inside the next zone, and here goes Fnatic's rotation.
This building is going to be so dangerous for so many of these teams. This time, though, getting on this roof was not as difficult as it was for Alliance. Fnatic landing here safely and able to start nailing down some of this positioning, even though they are going to be near and above and around FA Kitties, GMT, and you can see everyone else across the way also trying to nail down some of that spot. Godfire, TSM, Ascend, all across the way. These Watson fences are going to be paying off in dividends for some of these teams, though. Dealing a little bit of poke damage, letting them know they're on top of the roof. But if they can, they'll hold out in here for as long as possible.
Here come the rotations coming in as the circle starts to close. The kill feed should light up throughout all this. Godfire is continuing to pick up kills. Remember, they were on the very edge of the zone. As everyone starts to rotate in, Liquid has to go through them. They get down by aim. That's Uchaku coming through with the flatline onto Nocturnal, and we've seen so much flatline throughout this tournament. We saw a lot of 30-30 coming in with 100 Thieves. Liquid going down. Let's do a quick listen in with GMT Esports as Nasky's vibing.
You can nade them with the enemy team.
Wait, I'm also this.
They got caustic gas. They might push us. Nade
this. All cracked, all cracked.
Careful, they're gonna ape us. They're gonna probably ape us. Just prep for them. They're gonna ape us. Oh, they're going back.
They're ready to nade them.
They're gonna caustic gas us. I'm jetting back here. It's gonna cancel the caustic gas when
they're pushing. Caustic out.
I'm popping at all 6,000. Behind us! Come back!
On the back,
in, they're
inside, flash!
Flash! Give me crash! Give me fire!
No! Let's fucking go, baby!
Fucking go! Chill! Get nades, loot nades, fuck them up!
There's over here, bro. There's fucking... Yo,
I'm nading them up, I'm nading them up!
No, they're resting.
Yeah!
No. Bro, actually, careful now.
Come back,
bro. Come back. I suck it!
I get it!
Come back.
Chill though, bro, chill. Let me pop it all this though. Holy fuck, bro.
Look at it.
So stupid.
Yeah, dude.
They're gonna have to push us. They're gonna have to probably push us.
I think they're resting now. One guy's knocked. He got finished. 2 guys knocked, only caustic.
Play tight. We need to play tight. We need to play tight.
Come back, bro.
Come back. We have to play tight.
I got a kill. Let's go, baby.
Good shit. We have to play tight, though. We have to play tight.
Flying out here. On the top. Let's fuck that.
Good shit, baby.
Give me.
It's about to go down. Any second. Crack.
Right here on my ping. On my red.
We need more fences here, More fences here.
Fencing.
Oh, dude, I'm fucked.
They're vibing, yeah! Sudaraiku goes down while that's happening. Godfire, Pulverex, Ascend, Singularity, LG, all out, and the TSM chants from the crowd start to begin.
TSM was the one that actually took out Godfire. GMT able to hold off LG and Dreamfire in all of that action. AIM holding themselves right up against that rock wall, hoping nobody notices them while anyone else down below is fighting. Hal taking a little bit of damage here. They've done a really good job of moving themselves across the way and chipping away at all the squads in the process of that. We're now down to 5 squads left. TSM in a much better position than they have found themselves in any of those World's Edge games.
I feel like the composition change is huge. You can see the value of Caustic. You know Hal's really strong on that Valkyrie. The Gibby bubbles from Reps always on point. Chaku big chillin' on the side of that rock, but GMT's been in a very strong position for quite some time. You know TSM's on the edge of the zone, GMT as well. The team that's directly in the middle for once this thing starts to close, that's gonna be Free Agent Kitties. They're gonna meet up with TSM very shortly.
Potential for them to start having that engagement right around the corner any second now. They know exactly where they need to keep their eyes on Fnatic on top of this roof, trying to look down on everybody and chip away at their own engagement right now. Nice nade coming out of Yuka. Those flatline shots working out very well. Look at that kill feed right now. Fnatic taking down a GMT.
Big kills from Fnatic. Here comes Chaku coming around the corner. Can play spoiler to Fnatic on the backhand side. And the team that desperately needed points, they started off in 19th overall. Now they are making their way. And here comes the flank. This is going to be big for TSM.
That is the sneakiest crouch I've ever seen. FA Kitties now finding themselves battling it out with Fnatic, while TSM is just going to be waiting in the wings for their opportunity to strike top 3 squads. This has got to be TSM's game, Tom.
And here comes the CEO. He's got the R301. He's got the PK. TSM takes game number 5. Are they back? Looks like they're back.
The sigh of relief that we can see coming out from behind them there, but that rat, we gotta give some love to that rat stretch too. That was impressive on behalf of him, but TSM bringing it back, clutch under pressure like we know they love to do.
TSM, you can hear the crowd going wild, you can see it on your screen. They're feeling good about the situation. I'm so happy that they busted out the meta composition that we know that they're able to pull off big games with, and just great execution. Great patience. We had the listening with them. We were able to see their thought process. They weren't in a good spot at certain times, but they scratched, they clawed, they made their way to that final circle, and they are able to take a huge dub. Great leadership there from the CEO, but even better follow-up from the micro play and the macro play. Just amazing execution overall.
I mean, you can even see Fnatic, obviously super hyped. Oh, okay, John. All right, John's giving out some high fives there to TSM.
Don't lose your phone again, John.
But I mean, Fnatic happy with that finish. AIM happy with that finish. Obviously, TSM very happy with that finish, as they needed a dub in the books. And this is going to be putting themselves on much safer footing moving forward.
And also Fnatic with some much needed points. They were in 19th place. So the team in 19th and 17th place, TSM and Fnatic really helping boost their stock here once we switched on over to Stormpoint, another team that was right on the bubble. That was Free Agent Kitties. AIM was in 4th place with 30 overall, so this is another great performance from them. They're averaging right around 10 points a game, so that's phenomenal. But it's big for teams like GMT, Free Agent Kitties, both these teams on the bubble.
Yeah, I mean, the kills out of GMT alone, that's going to be putting them in a much cushier place. And then as we take a look at the second page here, a little bit of a fall from grace for 100 Thieves, but it literally does not matter with the amount of cushion that they already gave themselves in the first 4 matches. Dreamfire trying to pick up a few kills there, and Alliance also able to nail 2 down. But will that be enough? We still need more if these teams want to make it to the top 10 and be in finals.
That's how you play Apex Legends there. 2 amazing listen-ins. Hardeki, hey, I don't know his relationship status, but you know, Coffee Day seems pretty solid.
I mean, you got to give an answer now, right? You can't just leave her hanging.
Right? Funny story about Hardeki. He actually worked out with Fallout earlier today. I wonder if that's happening. I wonder if that's helping a little bit.
A little bit of the swab from Fallout going that way. I like it. I like it. But here are the stats from...
No, it's gameplay, not the swag. You're not going to get any swag from Fallout. I'm sorry. No, I'm just kidding. I love that guy. TSM popping off the glitter, like you said.
Yeah, some really solid stats coming out of TSM. You can see the 900 damage there from Hal, and this team just looking so much better. Why do they do this to themselves? They love being under the gun.
they want to make it interesting for everybody. TSM fans, isn't it a lot more interesting? Is it? I don't know. I feel like it's a little bit more interesting this way. TSM now inside the top 10, going from 18th place all the way to 8th now. Again, 100 Thieves, they could basically put their mouse and keyboard in front of them, just kick their feet up, watch this unfold. I'm sure they want to go for 6 digits, but now the stage has been set over these next 3 games. As we take a look at that overall leaderboard, the bubble is 26 points overall. So while you do feel good about being inside that top 10, the teams on the second part of this page are going to be right on your heels.
And this is why we were saying that one performance is making a night and day difference, because the points really were that close that any one solid game puts you in a much more solid spot. And if 100 Thieves continues to not absorb some of those points, then it opens up the doors for so many of these other teams. And the fact that Fnatic was able to take advantage of it, the fact that TSM was able to take advantage of it, it's just huge. But now they can't fall back down.
Daltouche getting wild in the front. Security. No, he's okay. We'll let him slide. But hey, they're absolutely insane when they need to be. That's what TSM does. And I love the pressure. There's so many great squads here that have done this, right? You see Alliance doing it, you see TSM doing it. And we'll find out who our top 10 are going to be from this lobby after our next 3 games. We're going to take a quick break. When we get back, we're going to have game number 6 after this.
Play the wall, we just play the wall. Just play the wall, break traps, play the wall. I can't see on the right side, they can't peek, they're right. We play the wall, they might speak here. Look straight north. Peek this. Let him fight, I'm chilling, boys. They're fighting. There's one on the way. Come north. Valk in the air, 110 on the Valk. Last 16! I'm going in! I'm giving ulting up! Dead! Watch them one! Nice, baby! Let's go, baby! I don't think we got a lot of kills, but it's a dub.
要打返場，正常咯。你入到圈都真係冇死得咁易。總算唔錯啦。係。唔心急咯，係啊，一心急就易出事。好彩唔心急咯，頭先嗰場。等人哋都打到咁上下啦，先衝過去收下頭咁樣。應該打好啲啊！但係都好危險啊！28，後面嗰啲全部都20、22。其實17基本上要穩贏埋，穩贏多場或者頭3多一場咯。係啊，但係好問啊！但係後面嗰啲全部都20、20、17、18、10，即係一場就可以上翻嚟啦，一場10分可以蓋過翻嚟啦。所以至少頭5啦，basic都。有50分啦，係啊，一係就贏多場，你攞多20分，咁你咬住48分嘅話，咁就 OK 嘅。如果唔係嘅兩場至少要攞到10分先穩陣，兩場各攞到10分先。真係打得太差啦！頭嗰啲時間，屌世界邊緣打得差到。咁又用咩 Maggie 咧？暴風點第一場，同埋世界邊緣最尾嗰場用咩
？We are live.
拉次兩場。Peace 頂住，好攞唔到呢條契弟。
We are live. And back from
squads that are going to be fighting tooth and nail to be taking those spots away from whoever they can. And the points are still very, very close. It's still anybody's game. But like we said, only 3 more opportunities for these teams to solidify their spot in finals. It's really coming down to the wire.
The team on the bubble right now, that's Free Agent Kitty sitting at 26 points. You see some TSM signs. They are in 9th place with 28. Scars is the team on the outside looking in with 22. We got our eyes on Team Liquid. That was the squad that placed 2 points away, 1 placement away, and 11th overall to make sure that they were in the grand finals. That final team fight against Furia was exactly what they needed. Unfortunately, his Watson went absolutely nutty with the PK in that situation. Now, going back to TSM's win, we saw during the break 45.68% pick rate for the kind of meta composition that we have right now with Valkyrie, Gibby, and Caustic. Now, Glitter, do you think that it was kind of them playing well under pressure, or do you feel like the composition had a little bit to do with it, or both?
100% both. I mean, it's a comfort pick, right? You know, that comfort zone on top of the fact that we have seen too often that they truly do thrive under that pressure. Do they need the pressure? No, but they just do better with it. So when you combine those two, I feel like it puts them in a spot of being almost unbeatable.
Yeah, I agree. I think that now once they start to kind of get that confidence, once they get that good game underneath their belt, that's when they're going to continue to heat up and add even more pressure on there. I wouldn't be surprised to see them take a page out of 100 Thieves book and try to go with a back-to-back, maybe back-to-back-to-back, because, hey, that's the house special as you see what's going on with Hardeki. He's been popping off. Love watching him play, and one of the best players that we've seen in all of Apex Legends from Season 0 on. That's Godfire. Got a lot of Godfire fans here out in the front. The players are reloading into the lobby. More time for us to talk about what is going on inside of the game now. Godfire, they are sitting at 30 points in 6th place overall. They've been consistent throughout. A handful of top 10 performances. Only 1 game outside of the top 10 so far in this series.
You know, and that consistency is what we're going to be looking for when it comes to getting these teams into the finals. But once we are in finals, that consistency will only get you so far. You need to be able to close out one of these wins, and we'll see if Godfire is able to do that in the last 3 matches of the day. GMT, listen, I'm just going to say it, consistently giving us some of the best listen-ins we've had so far at this event, okay?
Love the Stand With Ukraine pins coming through. You have the bracelets coming in for Rambo as well. Nasky bringing the vibes. Great listening with them previously. They were no strangers to making it into the grand finals. 12th place overall in Sweden. Godfire, they were 14th overall. Team coming out of the SA region. That's Monsoon playing with Luminosity Gaming here, even though he's in that complexity jersey with Enemy Go and Shiny. They have their work cut out for him though, Glitter. They're not inside the top 10 currently.
They are not, but they are very, very close. Currently only 6 points behind FA Kitties, that squad that is sitting right on the bubble in that 10th place spot. And that can be done in kills alone, as we have seen so many of these teams pulling out insane numbers. I mean, you talked about Fury early, that 16 kill game at the end of that winner's bracket. That was crazy.
It really was. Now, Team Liquid, they struggled in Storm Point. Heck, they didn't even get a point in Storm Point in the previous series when they were playing in that winner's bracket area. it's time for them to bounce back here, get it together. You could see Coach Hodzik talking to his team in front of him, trying to get the troops rallied. They popped off in the final games in World's Edge in the previous series as well, so I think that this is something that they're completely able to do. 3 games remain though, and it's going to have to take a big game just like how TSM was able to do so previously.
And the worst part is you don't ever want to have to leave it to this portion of the day of the tournament. You don't want to be putting yourself only down to 3 more opportunities to get some points on the board, or even less than that. So this is really one of the last opportunities Liquid has to get them outside of the spot that they are in. And one solid game will do it. It will put them in a little bit safer spots and then work with those final 2 matches. But there's so many of these teams that are in that spot. I mean, we've got Reject, Singularity, Dreamfire, all of these teams within striking distance, that it's just going to come down to where's the zone? How are your rotations going? You know, it's all up in the air.
The good news for every single team in this lobby, that everybody is still mathematically in this one, no matter what.
Exactly.
Once you start getting into game 7 and 8, you start after thinking about making some serious changes, but whenever you make your changes during the last series of the day, it starts to become a little bit sketchy in terms of how you're feeling confidence-wise. As you take a look at Optic Gaming, Knock, he's been feeling good. Let's take a look at the 2 Slayers that we have in here. Vaxlon going absolutely crazy throughout those first 3 wins. Highest damage in one match is actually the highest damage that we've had the entire tournament, 3,831, almost dropping the 4K.
That's insane. I mean, in the tournament and in the lobbies that we've been seeing this entire event, some of the best in the world, to be able to put up almost a 4K damage game, 100 Thieves has just been completely unstoppable on World's Edge in the losers bracket today. And it's given them the cushion that we keep talking about. You don't want to have to be playing from behind like some of the teams towards the bottom are. They can pretty much not have to worry about anything now.
The players are readying up. They're getting inside of the lobby here very shortly. We should be launching this one and the players will be flying over the map. That's TSM, the winners from the previous game. Hal's got the hand warmers. It's a little cold in the venue for sure, but he's heating up. He's definitely heating up, and I love how they were able to fight out of a poor position, take, again, a spot where a lot of real estate was already being owned, and then make the right plays at the right time, playing over towards the edge of the wall, coming through with the perfect third parties. The execution was completely on point.
That's what they have to do if they want to keep themselves now in that top 10. And it's really just about getting yourselves within like a top 5 situation. The kills will come once you are there, and they didn't need to go huge with that kill number in order to get themselves safe. So I like that we're seeing that responsible, patient, conservative play coming out of TSM, even just for that one match to get them where they want to be, and then they can continue on from there. Now checking in with Team Singularity. So you can see Besk there with the stats. I love that we're able to sit here and just kind of watch the players prep going into every single match and just see their reactions. I think that so far, GMT has got to be the one team that's been having the most fun, but we have had so many moments from our players. And Fnatic had a phenomenal game last time around.
They really did. And they're sitting in 7th place with 30 points. 13 kills in the previous game. They had 20th place and 0 kills before that one. So it's definitely a big change of pace for them as they switched maps. And you know, Stormpoint plays completely differently. There's a lot of high ground, there's a lot of elevation, there's different compositions. You would expect to see maybe some unorthodox, you know, horizons coming through here, but we haven't really seen that. Alliance has been one of the teams that had switched on over to Horizon. And you see a crowd movement there, Mandy, who previously had the overall damage lead by 1. Again, it was Vaxlon taking him down, but it's so nice to see him competing again. One of my favorite players to watch.
Yeah, I want to know if they're going to be able to beat that damage number by the end of today or sometime in finals, because that's just the fact that we have 2 players that high. What's even happening?
The key to that is definitely rocking something like the 30-30 or the charge rifle, as we see another crowd favorite. That's Pulverex, F-Chan with the guns out. Getting ready to load into this match. You can see on his face, he's ready to go. As the players are inside the dropship, now we are getting ready for game number 6. Thanks for sticking with us during that little bit of a break. The crowd, are you guys ready?
They're still ready. They're always ready.
Let's go. It is time to find out exactly where this hotspot's going to be. It looks like it's going to be Command Center in terms of where the zone's going to be. We had a northern zone previously, over towards the eastern side. of Stormcatcher between Thunderwatch as well. Great positioning from a handful of our teams. No 50-50s off the rip from what we're seeing. And everyone going into their respected spots. Now we get an opportunity to see a Western zone. Which one is this gonna be though? Handful of different options. Once we get the scan onto zone number 2, we're gonna have a lot more information, but there actually is a 50-50 going on. This is gonna be AIM going up against Rejects. This is Dogma going down. They're actually getting on board with Uchaku, who's nasty triple take shots, and that's it. It's all she wrote. 3 kills. Very quick and swift. 3 minutes left on that clock. That's how you do a 50-50. Now, we are not on board with TSM. We'll get that fixed here very shortly with you guys, but a little bit of an awkward situation.
Listen, the fact that that just happened to Reject, we have to talk about that though, because they were one of those squads that were within 6 points of the 10th place bubble spot, and going out that early in one of the 3 final matches, 2 final opportunities to get themselves where they want to be, that is going to put so much pressure on them moving forward.
No doubt about it. They're in a pretty good spot, 2nd place. So it's interesting to see Rejects, who's in 14th place, go and challenge that one, especially when they're only 6 points away from that bubble area. And High Point was untouched. That's another POI that, yeah, it's not the best loot in the world, but it's better than going out extremely early. We saw a fairly slow-paced game until teams started to rotate. Right around that 130 mark, Team Liquid was one of the first players to lose someone. I believe that was Nocturnal going down. They're gonna try to bounce back here with a strong performance here in game number 6. No teams rotating quite yet, but this is typically when you start to see people making their move. Now, Alliance is getting back on board with their squad. They're trying to get together, and then they're gonna be one of the teams that fast rotates. GMT is another squad that gets out of their POI very, very fast. And they're gonna have to make their way on over towards probably this checkpoint area. I'd love to get a scan on zone number 2 if we could show that.
TSM here, continuing their rotation, now checking in with Ascend, one of the squads that's currently in the safe zone. You can see it on their mini-map up there in the corner too. They're heading in the direction of the 2nd zone, trying to get themselves as comfortable as they can be. Going past Prowler Island over there. Not too many squads that they'll have to worry about on this rotation, but obviously Optic does land over at Mill, something they'll have to keep in the back of their brains when they're continuing on this push. And then now seeing what GMT has in store. Just getting themselves looted up here. Very comfortable. Not having to do any sort of rushing right now. This is a slower bit. Ooh, Alliance, the kill that they really needed onto Godfire, and they're going to continue chasing this down.
Again, they looted very fast. That was a quick rotation coming out from them. And they ended up going up over towards the northern side, towards High Point, understanding that this is a POI that was untouched. And then they run into Godfire, and this is not what Godfire is looking for. The charge rifle from Hakis has been so powerful and deadly. Another 87 there as he charges up his Evo shield, and the hunt is on. Wife's coming through and going for the finish on the player onto the ground, but this is only a matter of time before they get into the side of this building and infiltrate.
This is a huge early game engagement for Alliance, though. They are another one of those teams that really wants to be getting themselves into the finals, and an early 3 kills would be just what they need. Very, very confident in this push here, continuing to just chip away at those shields, and now going to go for that push that you're talking about, infiltrating the building and really trying to clean this one up.
And this is a solid fight there, coming in from Godfire, especially with just 2 players, but you're going up against Alliance, and they've been looking so strong ever since they were put under pressure, very similar to what TSM was doing and how they dominated in losers bracket round 1. Hawkins is coming through and hitting the rampage with the charge rifle, and there it is. Godfire going out in 19th place. A pretty unsuspecting move from Alliance. Godfire really caught off guard there. Meanwhile, in the kill feed, you see E6 getting some knocks there onto GMT. Orthos Fang in a fight with Ascend as well. Team Liquid's getting involved, so 3 different teams taking fights right in the beginning.
Yeah, Ascend was really getting bullied there in the kill feed for a little bit. GMT not looking so hot themselves either, having to back off and pop that bat, seeing if they can just back out with the 2 remaining players right now. Like you're saying, E6 on the hunt, not wanting to let these points go the wayside. Have to see if they're able to clean this one up. They are going to continue on this chase, though. They want to try and push this if at all possible. Nice PK shots coming out of Slayers here. Some quick work of the Seer. That's going to be very unfortunate for GMT.
Tough break for GMT as they go out in 17th. You also have Pulverex, unfortunately. They're getting hunted down by Singularity as E6 in Alpha Draft, figuring out how they're going to get out of here. You do have the Skyward Dive, trying to make their way back on over towards Slayers and Smeggy Toe. That's going to be Fnatic with the shots. But they're going to back off and try to take on over towards this high ground as they realize the situation that you don't want to continue to get third-partied here. There are a couple of teams in the vicinity, as teams have now all made their way over towards this western side. Squads that are looking really prime for the next zone, 100 Thieves, Optic Gaming. Those are two squads that love getting into the zone early. The crowd loves the Prowlers and the Spiders. Other squads too, though. Scars in a great spot. Team Liquid in a great position. They're going to be gatekeeping a lot of these teams that you're looking at over towards the northern side. And Fnatic still right next to E6. So you're going to have Dreamfire that's going to be able to gatekeep them. Alliance is now making the rotation pass over towards the wall as well.
You can see how many teams are fighting for any bit of real estate over by the Down Beast, trying to make sure that they're in place for the zone as it continues to shrink down. That defensive bombardment coming down on top of Sudo-Raikou, trying to hold out here in this little divot on top of the rock. Able to just wait that one out, use those cells. They've got information on where the teams around them are.
Pulverex going out in 16th. Unfortunate for them, but love the way that they've been playing. This is the squads that we're talking about setting up over for this real estate now. Luminosity, they look like they're in a powerful position, but unfortunately for them, that particular building is outside of the zone. So they're gonna have to figure a way how they can make their way either past the down beast or towards the down beast to get over towards where maybe a team like Sudo-Raikou is set up. Now, Sentinel PK in the back pocket. Very unforgiving if you miss your shots, but definitely a powerful spot to be in with a sniper rifle. So we'll see what Rico's going to be able to do. Not able to connect with those shots, but still, again, taking a look at other squads that are going to eventually be meeting up. TSM and AIM may have a fight over towards Command Center, so if we get an opportunity, I'd love to see that, and we do, perfectly on cue from our observers. Thank you for that one. And TSM has them on the ropes. The bubble is going to be used. Reps trying to lay down some long-range fire. This fight is completely secluded, and there's not going to be a third party if this does take place.
No, and these could be the few points that TSM really needs to keep themselves in the top 10. They were tied with Alliance at 28 heading into this match. And so every single point they can get here will just continue to keep them in a safer spot. They decide that they are going to back off from this one, though. Continue on their rotation. Don't want to spend too much time. I mean, they don't know that there's no one around them. And at the same time, AIM is going to be making their Valk rotate very, very wide and south away from TSM.
This is smart, avoiding TSM at all costs. Going to show just kind of the experience that you have from playing in throughout all the scrims, throughout all the practice that you've had. Understanding that if you're gonna make your way out over the zone, you have to do something a little bit unorthodox, play the edge, and then continue to gather knowledge overall. I wouldn't even be surprised to see them go for that scan so they know exactly where the next zone is going to be, but just going to continue to pull over towards that western side, over towards the down beast, and there's only about 5 teams not inside of a priority position right now, and that's going to be Alliance, TSM, Fnatic, E6, and AIM. Every other team, they're stacked and staggered, coexisting inside of the zone.
Tried to get in there early, and the ones that were the very first ones will probably be able to hold it a little bit longer. You can see Scars on the outside. TSM still trying to push their way into this next zone. They've got teams running right into their path that they will have to fend off here. Fnatic being that team. Crowd is killing it right now, okay?
Everyone that looked over here, I love every single one of you guys. They were just checking on us right there, and I really appreciate that. Much love, y'all. Hope everyone's enjoying the tournament. I've had an absolute blast being here. God, I miss Land Glitter, and the players are putting on an absolute spectacle of some of the best Apex Legends that we've ever seen in our lives. Heck, this is probably the best Apex I've ever seen.
Easily, hands down. Best lobby of players, the highest skill cap we've ever seen, and they are just continuing to make it an entertaining experience, and they're putting a lot of pressure on themselves in the process, of being totally honest. Losers bracket, only a few games left. Only 10 of these teams will make their way through to finals. Everything's on the line, and there is a very large prize pool at stake.
$2 million plus that trophy. Nice shots there with the longbow across the map. Now Fnatic looking to have another repeat performance after their second place. TSM again taking first place. AIM, the team that they were fighting over towards the eastern side of Stormpoint, they were in third overall. So a lot of skilled and talented teams here as everyone kind of starts to filter away from Down Beast to do a little bit of gatekeeping now. That's not going to be good for TSM. TSM starting to get pinched a little bit from a couple of different squads. No fighting has taken place yet. Sentinel shots, can it land? Very close, a little bit of a heat check there, but still plenty of ammo in this Sentinel. Feeling good about the situation there for Sudaraiku.
They've been able to hold that spot for quite some time. FA Kitties, though, almost finding themselves in a bit of a spot. Sudaraiku really utilizing this height to their advantage. Not only have they not been contested for this position whatsoever, but they've been able to deal lots of poke damage, continuing charging up those Evo shields, and they've been given so much information, being able to see where a lot of these rotations are coming in from the other teams, that they are very well aware of what's around them.
Just to set the stage again, don't have any time because Sudaraiku is involved with a fight with free agent Kitties. That's going to be PKMK. Hardeki and Leogri going to try to do whatever they can. We've seen them previously get knocked like this, be able to recover, and that's just the power of Caustic. Definitely want to get your Gibraltar back in this one, but great job getting some visual clutter from the barrels, popping those, but Vaxon again with that 30-30 is going to re-knock PKMK. And you know that timer is going to continue to tick, so you have to hit the res immediately. Vaxon. It's time to pop some more barrels. They're going to need to continue to do what they were doing previously. There is an armor swap on the ground if they need that one, but they just keep doing it over and over again. Vaxon, you meanie.
That was rough, but you know that 100 Thieves is going to be happy about that. Just being a little bit annoying because they had zero intentions of even pushing up on that, but just really keeping FA Kitties at a massive disadvantage. There was an opportunity for somebody else to try and push up on that as they were distracted with everything that was going on, but that was mean.
That was mean. That was, you know, he's just trying to farm damage, okay, Glitter? He's going for that title, and he's definitely been farming damage overall. Almost 9,000 damage, I believe it was, after the first 3 games. 100 Thieves taking the first 3 games. Now we can set the stage if you're just joining us. We are in game 6 of 8 of Losers Bracket Round 2. There's already 10 teams waiting in the grand finals. Those teams will be on match point format already. That's going to be 50 points, and then you have to win the game. Right here, what you're just trying to do is get as many points as possible so you can make your way, get inside of that top 10. One of those teams is Team Liquid.
Ooh.
Liquid is sitting in 17th place with 13 points overall. Need to make sure that they're continuing to watch their back, though. Another team's going to be landing on them, and some great shots there with the R301 from Fun. That's going to be Verholst going down. And can they finish off the rest of the players? This is TSM getting dropped now. 2 players, it's all up to reps.
Liquid has a fantastic position, not only in the zone, but watching the rest of the teams that are rotating in around them. Taking out TSM right now would be huge, not only for the points for Liquid, but taking TSM out of contention right now. Liquid was just crushing it, and TSM is 100% out.
Unfortunately for them, they weren't able to get all of the kills there. They only picked up 1. And you could see the kind of passive angle being taken by Nocturnal because he understands that players are going to be looking where Reps is. So instead of completely charging where he's standing right now, he goes on over towards the side to avoid getting shot at. And now he's feeling good, so he's going to go grab some extra loot, come on back, and get over towards his teammates. Massive being pinged. That's going to be big for Team Liquid.
Liquid's really set up nicely here. The fact that they're using that level, we mentioned it at the very beginning of the game, it's really helping them out with their loot situation. They don't have to worry about moving too much. They're able to hold this down and just continue keeping themselves stocked up with that black market. So Liquid is looking very comfortable right now, and of all games to have a good one, we did say this has to be it.
No doubt about it. You don't want to go into the last 2 games forcing yourself to have to get a dub. You want to put yourself in a great position, and that's exactly what they're doing. And what a better spot to be in than in the center of the zone here, when the fact that you have your black market set up over towards the back end, it's going to continue to pull over towards this side. There's going to be a lot of action happening on over towards the east side, squads that have to make their way in. LG, Fnatic, AIM, 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves is starting to make the rotation from the south side. You also have Dreamfire, you have Alliance and E6 all over towards this northern side. They're not even close to being in the zone.
So many squads still alive, nobody really wanting to have to push yet. while the zone is closing in. But soon, all of the chaos will erupt. As you can see, Dreamfire is right in on the edge of that zone, though. However, there's just so many squads in the general vicinity, and Dreamfire's get another one that does need to get some points on the board. They're going to be forced to make some decisions here soon.
Hardeki picking up some kills onto aim, and this is where the real money is made, going into round number 4. Usually if you make a major mistake, that's when you get eliminated. That's why you don't pick up any placement points, but this is where you really need to hunker down and figure out what your strategy is going to be, where you're going to set up, who you're going to prioritize in terms of the fights, and that's the red Evo shield being charged up with that Sentinel. Nice job from Rico, but it's all up to Hyarka here as the lone Gibby. He's going to bail on Uchaku and say, hey, you know what, we're just going to do placement now. Alliance had some amazing rat strats before with Wives, so it's definitely possible to see a Gibby make it on over towards second place, maybe even win the game.
Back on board with Liquid, who's just continuing to get themselves even more looted up. Kraber in the hands of Nocturnal now, looking to see if they can maybe take down the squad on high with this Kraber. This could be really, really useful for Liquid, but at the same time, they don't want to give up this positioning if they don't absolutely have to. They'll use it to be able to zone off the other teams that are going to be pushing in from their top, from their side, and make sure they can really, really lock this one down.
Team Liquid is the only team currently out of all 14 squads, as you see 100 Thieves Amu knocked by Hardeki. They're the only squad inside of this next zone. It's going to be absolutely wild when we go from 4 to 5 here. Plenty of kill opportunities for Liquid. The one thing you wonder, is there too much to watch for 3 players? There are so many angles that you can get collapsed upon.
I think towards the end, yes, but right now everyone's so focused on other teams. FA Kitties going in on 100 Thieves, and they are taken out by FA Kitties, a team that was on the bubble and really, really needed that.
Hardeki and PKMK with the PK coming through. They definitely needed those. On board with Alliance with 35 seconds left. It's going to be a very interesting rotation for a handful of these teams. A lot of squads not even close to being inside of this next zone. They're all going to end up fighting each other on their respective sides. And it's already happening for Optic Gaming. Skittlecakes is going to go down. That's Sudaraiku, Fussy with the R301. But Alliance, they're going to have to do a skyward dive here. There's no way that they're going to be able to foot this.
You see Fun getting Skittlecakes there. Optic is just in the middle of too many teams to be able to handle this. Singularity getting in on the action. Optic really, really struggling here to get themselves out of dodge, and Singularity is trying to capitalize on their struggle.
You can see what the thought process is for them to lock down this area. All of the barrels have been placed. They have to focus both sides, though, from the north and south. Pings are coming in over towards the side now. Fun's picking up some kills onto Sudaraiku. All the teams are starting to rotate now. Alliance has found a spot, and it looks like they're going to be in a very safe spot for now, until they start getting ripped apart with a couple of shots over towards the top of the yellow tanker. Vibe's taking some serious damage. I love the option to bubble right there. Now everybody hitting their battery, but the push comes in. Fun and Team Liquid are eating up a lot of real estate in this zone, covering so many different spots. We were wondering if they're going to be able to cover all of this, and they answered that question as Hockey's going to go and toss down that black hole in a couple of grenades. Dreamfire, they get eliminated 11th. All the teams now trying to get over towards this next zone. Alliance getting the res right there. That is what Alliance has done so well, but Team Liquid starting to push this fight. It's the re-knock. It's Fun with the massive, the double knock onto Yuki. Hockey's, can he do this as the IGL using the knockdown shields? Team Liquid wants to push this fight, but they don't want to give up their position. And if Hockey's can magically get a knock, you know a team like Scars is going to collapse on this one. Free Agent Kitties now in a fight as well in your kill feed. Fnatic getting a knock onto Singularity. Somehow, some way, he's still managing to use these knockdown shields and stay alive. They're sending 2 players on over towards the side, though, and you can see exactly what they want to do. They want to get Alliance out of here immediately. They need this loot. They need this team eliminated, and they especially need the points.
Sudaraiku out, E6 out. FA Kitties low. Alliance in a really, really rough spot for themselves. And this is why the positioning for Liquid has been so, so clutch. We can see them continuing trying to zone players off, and now Scars finding themselves looking down on all this action.
Let's do a quick listen with Scars and find out what they're thinking.
On the right side, on the silo. On the silo, he has a Kraber.
Alright. They're under us, they're under us.
Who's under us?
Someone. I hear them.
Can we look? We should look.
We play for this, right?
It's a duo under us. It's a duo. I got a bat. We have to fight him for it.
Yeah.
I got crack. I'm betting.
We fight you no matter what, okay?
Are we not killing that duo below?
I'm trying.
We could also get a pick.
We are.
Okay.
Look left.
Look at the people flying in. Look at the people flying.
They bubbled here. How long
Yeah,
do you
they're
give us?
I don't have it. I will not have it.
The duo might
They're fighting on. They're fighting on.
Look left.
當人哋打邊爐啊嗰邊大佬。
Look left. Kills.
哇
Nice.
Got one kill. We gotta fight under us.
Fuck, no. Stay on me.
Stay on the wrap here.
攞到高位啊！
Below me. Val, 100. Dead. We finished that. I dropped. Going up. We killed them. It's duo.
I dropped.
100.
First.
Kill them.
Swap. Above us. Mastiff. They close.
I'm dying. I died.
Cracked one. Nice try.
Great comms from Scars, but it's not enough. It's free agent Kitties. It's still Team Liquid. Two teams, one inside of the top 10, right on the bubble. Another team in 17th place. This has been the best game of the series by far for Team Liquid. They're in a 3-on-2 here. Can they close this one out? The bracelet not going to land. Now you start to see the missiles coming in. Furley Ogre, Hardeki, he's going to take the angle with the head glitch over towards the side. Spitfire and Kraber, just one shot for Nocturnal, and he could definitely secure this fight.
Nocturnal has the high ground, being able to not only give callouts, but rain down fire from above. The push is made by FA Kitties, while the rest of Team Liquid is below. The Spitfire coming out of Nocturnal, like you said, Tom, dealing a lot of damage, and FA Kitties know they're in a little bit of a rough spot. Liquid's been able to hold this position the whole time.
The thing is Liquid doesn't know that this is a 2 versus 3, so they're slow playing this one. Having their respect for the players on the map, they have not landed enough damage. Getting the shields cracked should be enough. That's Leogri going down. Team Liquid now in a perfect position to win game number 6. They needed it. Hot 6 pumped up, Fun's pumped up, and that's what you're looking for if you're a Liquid fan.
You see that sigh of relief coming out of Nocturnal. Very happy with that win, clutching it up when they needed it. They got it done. Okay, now they have 2 more games to continue chipping away and keeping themselves safe.
With Loba, you get the black market down. You're getting a majority of these crated weapons, the Kraber, the Mastiff, the aggressive play onto Alliance, pushing on over towards where Scars was. It was not easy to do, but they were able to do it. Remember, there are so many different spots that you have to watch. Somehow, some way, they executed almost to perfection there, Glitter.
Nobody wanted to be near them. Nobody wanted to go on the back end of that platform. Everybody ended up going where Alliance tried to land. Scars dropped down on top of. FA Kitties tried to hold. That one area was just pure chaos, and Liquid was able to capitalize off of that time and time again.
You love to see it for Team Liquid. 22 big points. Directly behind them, it's FA Kitties, LG, and Scars, all taking up a majority of the points here in game number 6. I cannot wait to see the overall leaderboard, but for now, let's talk about the rest of the teams that need to make their way inside of the top 10. One of those teams was Scars, so that should boost their stock.
Absolutely, it's good. It's going to be great for Scars. It's going to be great for Liquid. It'll be good for FA Kitties, keeping them somewhere safe. I am a little bit concerned potentially about Alliance and TSM. They were tied before this match, and some of the squads that were below them did very, very well. So there is some potential for them to drop back outside of the safety of the top 10. We'll have to see when everything is said and done what does happen with that, but still 2 more games to go. So a little bit of time to bounce back.
The only predictable thing about this tournament is that it's been unpredictable, and if the players think that it's going to get any easier, it is not. It only gets more and more difficult as teams really try to find their spot into that grand finals. Again, $2 million. That is props. I can't even draw a stick figure.
That took time. I like that sign.
Liquid stats, finding out who dropped the most damage. It's fun with the big 2,900 bomb. That Mastiff coming in.
I mean, the Loba was so clutch for them in this situation. They had the zone, they didn't have to move, but the ability to not only keep themselves looted, but then also get the, I mean, you had a Mastiff and a Kraber. They didn't have to move for it. They didn't have to worry about contesting any sort of drops for it. They were just set up for so long. They played it patiently. They didn't push anything. They didn't absolutely have to. They kept everybody zoned off their position, and it was exactly what they needed.
The overall leaderboard is going to heat up now. This is going to be absolutely crazy. Pulverex on your screen, playing out as the duo. F-Chan's one of my favorite follows on Twitter, by the way. Got an opportunity to see this content that he's pushing out. And yes, we're super proud of them. Even making it this far is setting history. Just imagine what the team would have done with all three players. It's been so fun to watch them and the crowd get involved. But we're going to toss this on over to the panel. When we get back, we're going to have the final two games of the night.
Thank you so much, T-Squared and Glitter Explosion. Mommy and Daddy absolutely killing it on the broadcast right now. My man Tom and Glitter, thank you so much for delivering the action as we got a crowd here that is lit up right now for all of our teams that are performing. Doesn't matter who it is, the crowd seems to be going absolutely wild. But hey, there's a lot to dissect. 2 more games left, and to do it, we got to bring Lou Streams on the desk, ladies and gentlemen, from Sentinels. One of the best names, faces, brands, players, personalities that we have in Apex Legends. It's an honor to have you here, man.
I'm seriously so excited to be here. It's just an amazing, beautiful turnout, this event. It's nothing like it. I've never seen anything like it in the entire world. I just got to say thank you to all the fans and thank you to all the people who came out here. It's seriously just, it wouldn't be the same without you guys. Seriously.
And as he says that, the crowd erupts. Always nothing but love for Lou, one of the winningest players in Apex history across multiple organizations. CLG, of course, playing now for Sentinels, dominating with Crust and the boys. It's a pleasure to have him. Obviously, we wish he was competing on this stage, but it's good to have his mind on this desk. But gentlemen, James, Rain Day, lots to talk about here. TSM showing some life in game number 5, but not really doing a whole lot in game 6.
Game 6 was massive. Looking at the leaderboard before it started, I think if you were 4th or below, you weren't particularly safe, and that certainly proved true once we've seen the results there. Team Liquid have gone from 17th place to 6th place, so they finally put themselves in that top 10 position. And hey, they've had a really horrible way to get into this losers bracket in the first place. I think we can all agree they shouldn't really be here, but they've made some inroads to getting back out of it once again.
That's a great point. And for those that maybe missed it, please go re-watch it. It was one of the best 8-game series or series we've seen in general. Lou, talk to me about that. You saw Fury, you saw his Watson win a 1v2 and send Team Liquid to the losers bracket. Your thoughts on his Watson and Fury, or their performance so far?
You got to give credit when it's due. Seriously. I mean, his Watson's got to be one of the best players up on these stages right now. The last set of 8 games was just so exciting to watch. I told you this earlier. It's got to be some of the most exciting Apex ever played to this day. Seriously. I was speechless watching the sweet 1v2. Yeah, that was ridiculous.
And then Watson says, I'm going to one-up you. 30 HP.
Yeah, and he killed 2 HP guys, right?
And it cost a gas up a little bit, but nonetheless.
Unbelievable.
And then Watson has to one-up him and get a 1v2 of his own. It was a crazy series. I agree, the best Apex you've seen so far. This tournament, this series included. And speaking of which, his Watson with 63 kills right now. Wow, Mandy showing up and showing why he was so missed in Sweden as well.
Yeah, I think Scars is really having a moment, and I hope that they can get out of this losers bracket and get back. I mean, everyone wants them to win. They're huge favorites in EMEA, and EMEA hasn't as much representation as probably they would have expected coming into this. A lot of that has been taken by APAC South, but it's clear that Mandy's having a star-studded performance. We know how much he really hated missing out on Sweden, and so the fact that he's having a little bit of redemption here is really nice to see him personally attain.
Yep, that's a fact. Scars isn't done yet. They got a lot of work to do. You look at the overall kills. Furia by a mile. 50 kills over 100 Thieves in 2nd place. That's just crazy to think about. GMT's been slaying out as well alongside Alliance, Optic Gaming, EXO already punched their ticket to the championship finals tomorrow. But hey, these last 3 games, you saw 2 NA teams really step up. James, Team Liquid, TSM showing up. You think they're going to close out these last 2?
I think they're definitely capable of. I think we will expect them to. It wouldn't be the first time that they've struggled but just about made it. We saw that happen on the way to Sweden. Let's not forget what they did once they got there. And obviously they've made it here to the championships, had some bumps in the road, but I think they can make it. And again, we're going to see some recaps now. Absolutely, this is game 4, but really game 6, number 4, 5, and 6 on the current leaderboard, they went out super early. You cannot take your foot off the gas. If you're not top 3, you're not safe just yet.
Yeah, that's right. Ascend, though, was the one that ascended in game 4.
Very impressive. They've had a lot to kind of come back from on the community. A lot of people remember that huge playoff win that they had where Alliance players got out to almost 10, 11 games, still match point, no victory. Ascend end up cleaning it up. And everyone's going, hey, what's up with this? But Ascend say, we deserve this win. They're coming back now to put on a performance to say, we belong in the finals. finals, and certainly they are proving it here.
Yeah, Cachera, one of the best IGLs in Europe, Portuguese sensation, face of Portugal for sure. But then we switch over to Stormpoint. Lou, I'd love to get your take on this. Obviously, team switching up comps on Stormpoint. TSM not running Seer Mad Maggie. Why is that?
I think that on Stormpoint, it's really tough to run Mad Maggie with the lack of buildings in some zones. Like, that's why Valkyrie is just so important, because there's a lot of awkward open areas that people have to play. You're forced into playing these spots. And without them, like without Valkyrie, I mean, it's impossible to get in these spots. As far as the Mad Maggie pick went, when you're throwing a Mad Maggie ball, it's got to be in sort of like a narrow area. And like I said,
Stormpoint.
Stormpoint has none of those. I mean, yeah, exactly. So looking at any of these highlights, you're going to see these open areas. It's very rare that you see those narrow areas.
Yeah, that's a great call. That's why you won't see a lot of Mad Maggie. Well, you brought my man Lou on the stream here. Had to explain that for all of you at home. But of course, Scars having a really, really big game here. They show up big time. As of course, in the end, it was Team Liquid, James.
Absolutely. Team Liquid, again, had a really horrible journey here. It's more of a pilgrimage to Championship Sunday at the moment for them. But you can see how important that result was, moving up 11 places to 6th. And FA Kitties as well. They came 4th in Game 5, 2nd in Game 6 with 8 kills across the two of them, gone from 10th to 4th. But again, I mean, hey, in the 40s, maybe they're safe, but all those teams behind them, up far behind, you get a good fragging round and even a win, either or, and you might be in here as well if you're in that bottom half.
Agreed. And to be honest, I'm going to give all credit to FA Kitties' performance to my workout with Hardecki.
That's what I was going to say.
Saw those lunges?
Yeah, I saw those lunges. Great form, by the way, great motivation. I mean, I feel like this is partly your fault that they're doing so well. So take credit where it's due, John.
Thank you. I appreciate you paying credit where credit is due. His calves are insane, by the way. My man.
Great genetics.
Luminosity showing up there in that last one. You've teamed with everybody, Lou, but you've teamed with Monsoon before. Talk to me what he's bringing to this team.
Oh, man. Mon is one of the most energetic, momentum-driven players in the scene. It's when he's up, he's up. Seriously. When he's playing, he's playing. Yep. Here to play. Teaming with Monsoon was an amazing experience, and I don't think they could have gotten a better duo. Seriously.
I've got to say, if you look at TSM in 13th place, if they got 6 points, they would be in 6th place.
Wow.
Just to give you an idea of how much can change in these next 2 games. There really isn't much in it, and we could see this turn upside down in this middle of the table.
Yeah, and that's a good point. FA Kitties in 5th place, I believe, or 4th place overall. I got to hit refresh here.
Yeah, 4th place.
Yep, 4th place overall with 41 points. So again, less than 10 points separates 5th and 13th. That's how close this is. It's crazy to think. This competition is insane, and at this point, every single game, it's like a roller coaster of emotions. If you're a fan of TSM or Team Liquid or Alliance in Europe or Scars obviously going big, well, buckle up. We got 2 more games left. I'm gonna give one last chance for Lou here to give some final words, final thoughts, man. Again, it's an honor and a pleasure to have you joining with us. Thanks for joining us. Any final thoughts? Obviously, you play with so much passion, you play with so much purpose, you play for your dad. I respect that tremendously, man.
Yeah, a lot of people, a lot of people here have talked about a shared sorrow. A lot of people lose people, and I just want to say that if you are here and you see me, it's okay to ask. I'm always open to anything. If you want to have a talk about anything, I just want to say I appreciate you guys, and thank you to all the fans and everybody that made it out here. Seriously, an amazing event, an amazing turnout. It was just beautiful to see everybody coming together, and all for the passion and love for Apex. Seriously, it was amazing.
As the crowd...
Well spoken, man. Well spoken.
His name. I'll never forget that interview we had in that online tournament where you were so well spoken, and you broke out in tears. I broke out in tears. The whole broadcast team broke out in tears. You're playing for your dad, and of course, we all have so much respect and love for you, Lou. Thanks so much for being part of this community.
Thank you for having me up here.
Absolutely,
seriously.
man. Much love to Lou Streams. Make sure to drop him a follow on Twitter at Lou Streams, the leader of Sentinels. He will be back next season. You better believe it. Lou and the Sentinel boys will be competing again. But that's going to be it for us here at the desk. We have 2 more games, 2 more opportunities for Team Liquid, TSM, Alliance, GMT, these bubble teams to perform. Will they rise to the occasion, or will they be watching from their hotel rooms tomorrow? We'll find out after this.
I'm looking right. I'm gonna look down to the left. Back on the wide right. I'm looking down to the left of you. They're stuck right here, I think. I stunned him. You can push the caustic. Push the caustic. All right, I'm pushing. He's stuck right here.
48.
Pushing him. He's flash.
30 on Valk.
Yep.
I need
push
a
the caustic. He's right here. Okay. All right. No, I can't. Barrel. Heard. I have to heal. They're stuck right there, boys. I need a bat. Cover me. Take position. They're stuck right here. Caustic moving forward. Caustic is right on the left bill.
Valk 50.
Yep. I'm pushing Caustic.
Nice. I'm bubbling.
Caustic weak. Dead.
Fucking go, boys!
Good work.
Last 2 games.
Two more games remaining in losers bracket round 2 to find out who is moving on to the grand finals. T-Squared and Glitter Explosion. We've been bringing you the action for these final 4 games, and it all comes down to this, Glitter.
It is going to be so close. We heard the desk talking about it. There's practically 0 points separating all of these teams. I mean, 9 between 5th and 13th place. It is still anybody's game in these last 2 matches. Which team wants it the most? Who's going to be pushing their way through to finals? I am so excited to find out.
You're looking at your winners from the previous game. That was Team Liquid. Now that's Ascend on your screen. And the race is so close. The bubble is 33 points, but there's 3 teams tied for that. Team Liquid, they won last game, but they're in 6th place with 35 points. Ascend only has a 5-point difference between them and 10th. I hope you can keep up with the math. We want to check out on what TSM's doing as well, because they're in 29 points with 13th place with 29 points, excuse me. It's insane how this day, how this night has panned out. I cannot imagine a grand finals without TSM. 100 Thieves, you saw them previously. They have dominated on World's Edge. 3 games in a row that they won, game 1 through 3, but it's match 7, and it is time. Crowd, are you guys ready to find out which teams are going to the grand finals. They're ready, we're ready. I know you guys are ready at home or wherever you're watching. Thank you so much for joining us. Shout out to everybody that's been watching, whether you're just tuning in or have been here the entire time. There has been one 50-50 that happened in game number 6. We know High Point is untouched over towards the northern side. We'll find out if that continues. Hotspots over towards Launchpad. Zone pulls over towards the south. We've seen 3 completely different zones.
We see RC Rejects flying over to that northeastern area of the map. They were the one that were part of that 50-50, opting to go to a much safer drop this time around, keeping themselves alive, wanted to get some points on the board, while the rest of the squads are landing in what seems a much safer fashion this time around.
Looks like a Fish Farms ending. Luminosity is gonna love that. That's one of the teams tied for 33 points. Free Agent Kitties on your screen. You can see on the left-hand side with 41 points in 4th place. 2 great games so far on Storm Point. Can they continue that? They got 2nd place in the previous game, 4th place in game number 5. But this is the team to definitely look out for. They're gonna have a priority position on all of this. So can they find out where the scan's gonna be for them to find out where the next zone is? Taking a look at Fish Farms, they do have a beacon down there, so they're gonna be A-okay. And they're gonna be able to loot up a little bit of Gale Station as well. The one team to watch out for would be Free Agent Kitties, because those are the 2 teams landing over in the vicinity. Team Liquid's already making their rotation. AIM is up there as well. TSM's gonna like this because they're landing over towards the antenna side, and they have that beacon scan as well. But Cenote Cave and High Point, 2 POIs, completely untouched, fairly rare here in Storm Point.
Wide open, you know, Optic will probably be making a rotation through that way as they try to get themselves into the safe zone. But we see Liquid, like you said, making a very early rotation, wanting to nail down some positioning before anyone else can get there. This definitely favors TSM as well. Being at antenna, this could be their opportunity to get themselves back up in that top 10 and then really hold on to it for the last game of the night.
Team Liquid has rotated so fast. Usually at 1:30, that's when squads are done looting. They started moving 30 seconds ago. To have that much ammo, to get in position, playing Loba, that's what you want to do. You know that you can continue to get resources off of the loot boxes along the way. They've rotated on foot. Now they're going for their skyward dive. The other team that's in position, Luminosity, that's where they land. AIM has made their rotation. So this is the 3rd team now making their way into Fish Farms, where the zone is going to end.
Listen, Liquid liked how well it worked out for them last time. They got in early, they posted up, they used their Loba to keep themselves looted, and they want to see if they can repeat that performance. They are going to end up running into the teams that are down there. LG taking a couple shots at Liquid as they make the rotation in, but into the building safely enough at least. Going to have to pop some cells here and get those shields back up, but do they want to take this fight?
No, they don't want to take this fight. This is perfect because Luminosity, for some reason, ends up evacuating this building, maybe to go to somewhere else. They're prioritizing something away from the beacon scan, but I feel like this is being picked for a reason as we see our first knock of the game. That's going to be Smegito from E6 getting Sudaraiku's bullet. That's 2 players down. That's 3 players down. Sudaraiku going down without picking up any points. Tough for them. They're sitting at 14th with 24 points, directly behind TSM, who has 29. So this is going to be a crazy, not only game 7, but game number 8, because mathematically every single team still has a chance to make it.
E6 much lower on the leaderboards though, and you've got to figure that this is their opportunity to get super aggro. They don't have a lot of time left to just kind of be playing for placement points. They need to get as many as they can, whether that's from kills or living long enough to add it with those placement points. So they had to kind of force themselves into an early game engagement. They do a great job, clear out down beast. Now they have it all to themselves. They can decide how they want to rotate from here.
Now, speaking of rotations, this is Free Agent Kitties looking like they're trying to put some pings down over towards the building directly in front of them. But is that just a ping for where players are located, or is that exactly where they want to go? The shots from Kashera, 1 out of 3 connecting. That's not bad considering the situation, but this building is already taken, and Reps is going to feed on Leogri with the longbow. Hardeki, he's waiting for that bubble to go away. He wants to toss in the Nox gas grenade, but hello, Monsoon with the frag, and now Free Agent Kitties. They look good on Storm Point, but they didn't realize Luminosity was inside.
They were just in the middle of everyone that had already posted up. An unfortunate situation for FA Kitties. They did bounce up into 4th after that last match, so we'll have to see if they're able to hold on to the top 10 after this, depending on how some of these squads play in the 7th, second to last match of our loser bracket finals 2. TSM now looking very comfortable for themselves as well, making that rotation in from Antenna and holding that down.
Somehow Enemy Go ends up getting knocked and finished there from Team Liquid. So LG, after that fight, lost out on a player. Were they able to craft a mobile respawn beacon? Is there any opportunity to get him back into the game? That's a wild turn of events. Now you're leaving this up to Shiny and Monsoon as a duo. A little bit of a missed opportunity there for LG to pick that up cleanly. Did he try to overextend to find that last player? Could have been a possibility, but now TSM going to continue to lock this building down, again, rotating from that antenna area. They like this position. This is another priority spot that they're going to feel good about in terms of teams that are on the outside of the zone, because there's a lot of teams coexisting. Fish Farms is one of those POIs that can house a lot of players. You're going to have Fnatic, E6, Orthos Fang, Singularity, Alliance playing the edge, Optic Gaming still making their way over from the southern side. Pulverex as well should be meeting up with Optic very shortly.
Optic wanting to get themselves in. Pulverex, like you said, though, in their crosshairs, they're going to try and see if they can just hold down anything and let everyone else battle it out. You know, they've been doing a fantastic job, and they've been keeping themselves in the running for quite some time. E6, that team we were talking about before, finally making their rotation on that Trident, coming through Cenote Cave, and they'll be heading in from the western edge of the zone as well. So many squads already down over in that Fish Farms area, though. You can see 100 Thieves finding themselves a nice position that they're going to be holding. And that was where they were last time. It went well for them, Tom. So that Newcastle could be coming in huge.
Sure will, and this is a smart rotation from E6, because if they continue to take that Trident through the middle of the map, then they know that they're going to get collapsed on. So they've come on the very backhand side of the zone. They know that the zone's going to pull over towards Fish Farms, so they want to rotate from as south as humanly possible. It's also nice for them to carpool. We know how expensive gas prices are. Do Tridents even take gas? I don't know.
It's too late for the dad jokes. We can't do that.
But this is a really smart play from them, because when we get an opportunity, we have the player outlines here. It's completely clear. And we just take a replay of what happened with Luminosity. Again, it was Enemy Go. No, the door gets shut on him, and he tries to make it back on over towards the bubble, so a little bit of miscommunication. That is a tough break there for Luminosity, because he did get thirsted. And you know who got that? Team Liquid. That was fun. The damage dealer from the previous game, dropping 2,800 damage. Can they have another performance getting inside of Fish Farms fairly early? Optic Gaming now locking down up top. Nice shot there from Reject. That's going to be Vipes going down from the Charge Rifle. Charge Rifle 30-30, all these long-range weapons so powerful in tournament situations.
Not what Alliance wants either. They are currently a team that's now on that 10th place bubble, so losing Vipes there is going to be a little bit unfortunate for them. But Reject also not wanting to push anything, happy with that one pick, and Alliance is going to be Valk rotating out of there, keeping themselves alive and hopefully pushing for some more placement points.
There's plenty of time on this banner. Curious to see if they're going to try to do some sort of wraparound, but after the Skyward Dive, it seems like they're not interested, and they're just going to play this one out. Just with Hawkins the points total on the right-hand side. Again, a three-way tie for that 10th spot. Now, the tiebreaker, the way that it works, it's the overall highest point game throughout all 8 games in this series. So if it does come down to that, there's also multiple tiebreakers that go beyond that, but we've only had that happen once or twice in ALGS history. So we'll find out if that's going to be the case. If that's so, the admin's going to have a very tough job tallying those ones up. But hey, I'm taking a little page out of 100 Thieves book. If it's working, why not go for it? You're going to see another Watson-Newcastle combo here.
You know, I like that they're trying this year. It might be the last couple games, but they don't have a whole lot to lose. They're down there in 16th place. While the points still are close, they're going to be needing to make a big change. And this was that rock I was telling you about, worked out well for them last time they were able to post up here in this area. So we'll have to see if they can repeat their performance here. On top of this, fences already being set up, and they look very, very happy with their position.
When you think of this team composition, with how Newcastle really is, it's wild to see a team pull this out in the largest tournament of the year. You feel like they would go with something a little bit more comfortable like Gibby, but if you're able to execute on it, if you have the practice and you're feeling like you have the strategy, it could be a huge advantage for teams a little bit later on. And that's exactly what 100 Thieves is doing. It makes you wonder if this is going to be a meta that gets picked up a little bit later down the road, because you're able to do so many different things with Newcastle. You're able to rotate, you're able to get that wall up, the shield up. Now you combine that with Watson and you think, okay, what can counter that? Defensive bombardments would counter that, but you have the interception pylon from Watson. And you think that if you can get into the zone, you're not going to get shot at from all 4 spots typically. You only have to cover different areas, and having Newcastle specifically already gets 2 of those 4's area covered, and it's almost like a permanent shield. So that's a very smart play from 100 Thieves, and I think that it's worked out very well for them so far.
Yeah, it really will come down to whether or not they get the zone in their favor, so we'll have to see how that ends up playing out for them. We've got TSM, we've got Optic Gaming, everybody in the general vicinity trying to continue finding themselves a spot. It looks like Optic wants to push in on E6, though. E6 somehow managing to rotate in just ahead of Optic Gaming. Now both of them fighting right inside and outside of the same building here. E6 trying to hold it down and waiting to see what Optic decides to do.
Smeggy may want to consider tossing that Nox gas grenade, even a thermite on over towards one of these doors, because Optic Gaming is starting to collapse. You can see immediately once they get damaged, they smell blood in the water. They have to be careful though, because this is taking a little bit longer than anticipated. There could be a third party coming in here very shortly. That's going to be Singularity moving their way up from north to south. And Optic Gaming now inside of the bubble. You can see Skittlecakes now takes inside of the building. So a smart rotation, and if the third party does come, being inside of the building is going to be ideal. And right on cue, Singularity getting the knock onto Smegito, and another squad coming over here very shortly. Possibly Scars making their way to get involved here. But this is a 3-team fight.
This is a tough place to be taking a fight that was going on for that long. You knew that someone was going to hear it and try to capitalize off of whatever damage was being dealt. E6 now finding themselves in a really tight position. Alpha Draft being the last player left alive, and Optic looking very healthy, not concerned about E6 anymore, but also knowing that they do have to pay attention to outside of their building. However, Team Singularity, in the process of trying to push up, is taking some damage and some punishment for it, and they're going to have to give themselves a reset.
Elysium going to back off, hit the battery. Singularity sitting in 15th place with 20 points overall. That's going to be Smegito going down. The thirst happens. Slayers is knocked as well. It's up to Alpha Draft, and this has not been good for E6. They are in 19th place with 15 points. Looks like they are going to have to wait until the final game as they get eliminated. Now Optic Gaming going to take over the building that they were inhabiting, and that's how you go inside of a building there. I mean, E6 made a minor mistake by rotating with them, hunting the kills down. And Optic said, swoop, we'll take that. And Singularity desperately trying to pick up those points, but do you really want to go toe-to-toe with Optic Gaming?
I mean, the only problem is they don't know it's Optic Gaming.
That's true. And they also know that that fight took forever, and there's going to be more and more third parties. Taking a look at where the zone's going to pull. It's going to continue to go Southern Fish Farms, teams that are in perfect spots. Team Liquid, GMT, TSM, Ascend. Luminosity still playing this one as a duo, as now Singularity is going to go and make the rotation over towards that POI as well. Teams over towards the northern side that are gonna have to fight their way through. That's gonna be Godfire. It's gonna be Scars, AIM, 100 Thieves, Fnatic, Orthos Fang, Alliance, Reject. It's gonna be tough for them to make their way over towards here because TSM is gatekeeping the entire northern side.
And on the flip side of that, Liquid has the southern edge. They've got the zone at their backs. They're in a solid spot as it continues to shrink down.
You saw nothing.
Oh, I love Monsoon. Fnatic here now giving themselves their rotate into the zone. Gonna see if they can find some real estate at the same time. We're gonna see all of the other squads pushing in from the west to the north, knowing that there's not a lot of space left with all of the teams that have already been here for so long, potentially taking some damage as they are flying in, everyone with their eyes on Fnatic right now. Are they gonna be able to land without getting too much more damage taken? I mean, one shield gone, but that's not that terrible.
Very close to Ascend. Nice job from Fnatic, and this is what we were mentioning previously. Fish Farms holds a lot of separate teams, especially when you're looking at these little areas. Interception pylon gonna go down, and they're gonna be okay for now. Watson's value in this particular area starts to skyrocket. Now the rotation's really starting to come in. I mean, the zone's gonna close here again, round 3. 100 Thieves getting taken down between a combination of Team Liquid and GMT. So they're starting to slow down a little bit. That's gonna create more opportunities for these other squads to say, all right, We don't have to worry about 100 Thieves. We could breathe just a little bit because they've been so dominant over these first 6 matches. Oh, man, talk about fences. This guy knows what he's doing.
I mean, in GMT and Liquids, both teams that want to get those points. Fnatic, another squad that wants to continue chipping away at a comfortable lead. It's landing a nice amount of damage as teams are continuing to have to fly into this absolute chaos that's going to start popping off here in just a moment. There is not a lot of space left and still quite a few squads that are not safe.
You can see in the kill feed, Orthos Fang is getting dropped again. TSM was doing a great job of gatekeeping a handful of teams over towards the northern side. Hawkins is gonna drop. Reps continues to pop off with that longbow. And now Orthos Fang only left up to 1 player trying to stay alive on this lone Caustic. It's only a matter of time before he gets collapsed upon over towards the eastern side. As you can see, the 2-player outlines making the way over towards there. But round number 3 closing, that's gonna show round number 4. Here comes the push. Alliance gets eliminated. Orthos Fang gets eliminated. And teams are starting to take advantage of the push. It's Pulverex as the duo. Got TSM still located in the spot that they were, and this is what we're talking about with the rotations coming in from the northern side. They are the one team that's inside of a building that can stop all of these squads coming through, and they desperately need it. Right outside, looking in, that number 11th spot. They won game number 5. They fell short in game number 6. What can they do in game number 7? Nice shots there from Verhulst with the Spitfire. Plenty of ammo for the Prowler as well. Hal's gonna be rocking the 30-30 EVA 8 combination. Just charged his blue Evo shield up to a purple, but this is what you're looking for. All of these teams starting to push through. Gotta connect on the shots.
Nice.
That's what Hal's doing. A little dipsy doodle from that player is gonna avoid a couple of the shots from Hal. Unpredictable movement by that player as you see Rejects getting a knock there onto Dreamfire. And woo! Hal's starting to heat up, and rightfully so. They desperately need these points.
Helping out Reject a little bit there too, which is going to be great for them. Clearing out Dreamfire, but also getting some more points on the board. TSM have a fantastic spot here to just continue charging up their shields, dealing damage, getting some points on the board. No one really wants to push this building and try to take it away from them, so they have just been able to sit in here comfortably, and this is going to work out for TSM for a decent amount of time, but as we continue to see the zone shrink down, there is the potential for them to have to move.
There's going to be potential for them to move eventually. But again, there's a lot of kill opportunities here. So I want to hear a little bit of what their comms are here very shortly as we prep this listen in. You can see a skyward dive is coming forward. There's plenty of ammo here again. Now here it is, Hal with the 30-30. Let's take a quick listen in to see how they're calming and how they're trying to get these kills.
There's another team here,
They
guys.
landed coming here, they're gonna
Look
die.
at these guys here!
I'm looking at that.
They already wasted pop, they don't have a bubble.
They're gonna Valko. I hit the
Team
Valk.
is kill the Valk in the air! Nice shot! They get the rest of the kills. Get it, one!
Dead.
Get it now! Hi!
The last kill, I'm
I'm reloading.
Cracked him! One!
Nice.
Let's go!
Drop heavy ammo. Go me stack.
Look for kills southwest, so give me ulting.
We don't have zone.
我七分啊
We need to think about what we're doing.
We're chilling, no, just chill. We can't watch this team, Jordan, can you, or Evan, watch that team, on my ping.
Okay.
They're Gibby ulting the back of the building. Cracked one on high, Gibby on high, cracked. One shot high, he died. Cracked the Valk. I got a kill right here! I don't know if I thirsted it.
He died.
I thirsted him. I thought he was a kill.
Do we just want to Valk on like the backside of our building?
Yeah, not yet though. Liquid's dead.
This team's moving up. Oh, I think they might be into the hole.
I'm looking at this.
It's a Washington team over here.
We have to play ball on the bottom floor. Okay?
Alright.
I think we Valko. No, we don't.
Hop in the bat.
You gotta just stay healthy. They're walking up to our building. Where you just got shot from.
Okay.
They're below us. On our roof. Valk on our roof.
That's not good, man. We need to bail the Valko.
Can we triple climb here and try and kill one maybe?
I'm gonna look. We have 10 seconds. Fuck. We can't
I can't look
here.
yet.
Can you all join in our roof?
Yeah, doing it.
Give me out our roof.
We're not the Valko. Are we doing it now?
No, we have to come out here. Come out here. Bubble right here. You have to blow right here.
I did it.
Come on.
Hide Buckleton.
I might die. No, man.
I'm crossing with the team in front of us.
Yeah, ulti them.
You guys got that. Walk left, go left now! Play on me. Bubble, Jordan, bubble.
You can play me too.
Go down.
I'm safer.
Go around the right. You're safe on the right. Go. Go over there.
Nothing. Play your wife, Evan. Might have to jump up.
See how tough it is when there's so many teams inside of the zone. TSM went through a handful of different thought processes. A team that did make it into the zone, it's a duo, it's Pulverex. They're continuing to play underneath this building, but man, what a heartbreaking moment there for TSM fans.
TSM tried so hard to fend everybody off of that building. They knew that they were going to be in a tight spot after they were unable to really get the Valko off in the way that they wanted to. Pulverex, though, able to hold that low ground, doing really well. In the meantime, Optic pushed Liquid out of their position. Liquid's done at the hands of Optic, and Optic is now holding this roof and using the height advantage really, really well, able to clean up so many of these other players.
That's what Optic does. They get into a position that they need, they want. They just take it right from you. You saw them push their way and take it right from you. You saw them push their way into E6's building. They fully Liquid out of there as well. And this is why they had a lot of players and teams looking for them as a potential winner. No one would have thought that they would have been in losers bracket round 2 at this point. The crowd is chanting Pulverex. They want to see Pulverex POV, and we're going to bring it to you as Rambo is also going to get a knock in your kill feed. The flat line connecting, the shots looking smooth, running a little bit low on ammo, but look at the armor swaps down below.
They're getting themselves as well set up as they can possibly be, ready to fend off any of these squads and dealing lots of damage for themselves, keeping everyone at bay right now. No attention has been put into Pulverex yet, so it's hidden while also being a nuisance. It's working out very well for them. In the process, Godfire does go down. We see some reses coming out on behalf of Team Singularity. See GMT popping up in the kill feed as well. Ascend now near Optic in the same building. I mean, this is about to pop off.
Godfire and Fnatic eliminated. Godfire is sitting with 30 points in 12th place. Fnatic with 34 points in 8th place. It's all about getting top 10. But this is definitely going to come down into a wild ending here as Pulverex is continuing to put the hurting on multiple teams. Team Singularity, it's FChan as the kill leader. They're continuing to go in. Can they win this game? It's just a duo. There goes the PK shot with the sticky threat, the purple bolt. Can he hit the heel? It's only a matter of time before they get the thirst on the ground as well. Here comes the Zero all over the place. Defensive bombardment's landing. GMT gets eliminated. Ascend's involved. Optic Gaming has the roof, and Skittlecake slows them down, but just temporarily. Up to FChan as the last player on his squad.
Trying to hold that inside corner, not able to do it, but still top 3 finish for Pulverex is respectable, and in the meantime, Optic Gaming cleans up game number 7.
What a performance from Pulverex, but it's Optic Gaming when it's all said and done. Fist bump going back to Coach Rogue. Optic Gaming heating up at the right moment. You can see just how important and how much it means to this squad. Skittlecakes, Duplex, and Not. They were the team to kind of set this meta. They've been playing Caustic for a long time. There's Pulverex right there. Let's get the flexes in the crowd. Throw up the guns. You love to see it. They've had such great spirits the entire time. 3rd place, FChan with the kill lead. 6 kills. That was so important, but now we're in a situation where we're tallying up the points from the previous game. We know that this is going down to the very final moment.
Oh, yeah.
Mathematically, I'm looking at this, and I still think that unless you are sitting maybe where 100 Thieves and where Optic are, Ascends, another great performance from them. They get second place. They were in 5th overall, so that's going to boost their stock. But nobody's safe. At this point, only 100 Thieves is safe.
This is huge. And we got shouted out. 7 kills for Pulverex as the duo destroying the lobby at the end there. That's massive. Are you kidding me?
It's impressive. It's actually insane because you can see how talented these two players are. The armor swaps, the flatline shots, multiple teams of 3 flying at them, and they were able to handle all of that. It was almost like the Matrix.
Fantastic performance, of course. Singularity up there. TSM with the 7 kills as well. And then on the second page, we can see what happened with the likes of Liquid, Reject, Alliance, and all of these things matter. FA Kitties, because they are squads that were very, very close to this bubble that we keep talking about. Like you said, Tom, it is all going to come down to the final game of the night to determine who ends up in finals.
I can't wait to see what that overall leaderboard looks like. But that's the winners from game number 7. The chants were coming through from both of these squads. Pulverex. The crowd loves them, and as they should. I can't wait to see what that overall leaderboard looks like. I mean, we're in a situation that we've never really seen before. Typically, you see maybe 1, 2, 3 teams soaking it out. Every single team's going to be involved in this one as we take a look at the kills, at the damage from your winners. Optic Gaming, Duplex popping off, and you hear it's not booze, it's
Fantastic performance across the board for everybody on Optic Gaming. The next team to very likely solidify their spot there in finals. I mean, 100 Thieves and Optic looking great right now. Very clearly very happy with their performance.
As they should be. You're in a situation now where you could breathe a little bit. You've basically locked your spot on over towards the grand finals. This was a team that you think would be, you know, having points going forward. This would have been a top 10 team. This was a lot of, you know, people's favorites. A lot of casters predicted them to finish in first place. But here's your overall leaderboard, and this is what really matters, folks. 86 points for 100 Thieves. Optic Gaming, they're feeling safe. But keep an eye on 3 through 10, and then 11 through 20. Nobody's safe.
All right, so we've got Liquid still in there and safe, dropping down a little bit, but nothing crazy. TSM making their way back up. They had fallen out of the top 10 previously. Now after this last match, they are back in the top 10, only by 2 points above Scars, though. 38-36. That's not too much of a difference to really be dealing with. And then, of course, Nasi's tied in 11th at 36 as well. Alliance only 3 points behind that and tied with Godfire. This is going to be a crazy last match. Every single one of these squads can easily take it home. And honestly, Pulverex at 27, they're not even that far behind.
Yeah, Pulverex has another performance like that. You really don't know what can happen as long as a couple of teams don't completely fall off. They're going to be okay. But overall, I mean, I'm looking at from Pulverex all the way up, it's still anybody's match, right? The highest points performance that we've seen so far throughout this entire tournament is 32 points.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're able to win and have a pop-off game, you can kick one of these teams outside of the top 10 and find your way into the grand finals where $500,000 is first place.
I am ready. I am so ready for this. One more game of the night, the game that will determine who our final 10 teams are in the final. Tom, are you prepared for this?
I'm prepared, but we have to wait just for this quick break. And when we get back, the final game of the night, you're not going to want to miss it.
Hard ticks! Good it. Nice, 2 teams left, 2 teams left. You're dead. I'll give you ulti. That's easy clap, boys. I'm dropping. They're inside. Let's go, baby. Easy clap. Farming. They're farming. Wow. That's like 20 kills or something. That's what we needed, boys. That's what we needed. We finally got the dub.
3名到第15名都可以調位啊！好癲啊呢件事，第3名到第15都可以調。係第14啦。係啊，100可以即刻死咗佢啊！其實係。唔係㗎，100都真係可以左右成個大局㗎。即係如果佢哋殺咗 TSM， 佢殺咗邊一隊，只要100求其秒咗佢後邊到第14名，唔係到第15名。是但秒咗嗰隊都已經可以收皮嚟㗎，即係除非係100 Flip 早死啊！如果佢唔早死一路打落去，佢殺過嘅所有隊都冇分。所以其實右上角資訊真係好重要，你知道邊 team 死咗，然之後你知可能你同嗰 team 只係差2分，咁你就知道高分過你差幾多分嗰啲，基本上現場教練係會提埋噶嘛。啊邊隊死咗，而家你剩翻幾多分？係啦，你要殺幾多個頭先至喺10名內，或者你要第幾名你先至可以點。即係基本上係要即刻提即刻打，好誇張呢件事其實。Last game， 真 last game， 可以瞓覺嘅 last game。
One game remaining to find out who is going to the grand finals. Only 100 Thieves and Optic are safe at this point. 18 other teams fighting it out for the 8 remaining spots. T-Squared and Glitter Mommy Explosion bringing you the action. And it is time. The players are loading up into the lobby. GMT, they've had a silent 4th place in the previous game. That was some much needed points. Nasty getting the crowd hyped. Let's go.
Listen, we've been looking at the overall leaderboards. This is the final opportunity for these teams to put in the work, get themselves into finals for that $2 million prize pool, the $500,000 first place prize. And really, only 100 Thieves and Optic are safe. Anybody else, those spots are still up for grabs.
The teams on the edge right now, Team Liquid, TSM, and Luminosity Gaming. 39 points, 38 points, and 36 points. That's LG directly on the bubble. They're tied with Scars. Below them, Alliance, Godfire, Singularity, Pulverex is involved. Reject is there. Sudoraiku is there. DFE6 and Orthos Fang. This is going to be the most exciting game of the tournament so far. Crowd, are you guys with me? I said, are you guys with me? Let's go.
There we go.
The players are locked and loaded. Everybody's getting into the lobby. Will we see something unorthodox? I feel like everyone's feeling pretty comfortable with their current situation. Unless maybe you're Orthos Fang E6, you may have to pull something out a little bit wild here. Taking a look at the compositions as the players start to load in. We still have Team Liquid rocking the Loba. Nothing has really changed. The majority of these players are still going with what you're seeing right now. 45.68% pick rate with Valkyrie, Caustic, and Gibby. And here we go. The final game of the night. Hotspot over towards Command Center. The zone, it's showing over towards the northern side on the northern west side, but it's only a matter of time before we find out if any crazy 50-50s are going to happen, where the final zone's going to be, and most importantly, who are the 10 teams going to meet up with the other 10 squads from the winners bracket for the grand finals.
This is the opportunity, too, for some of those teams that are a little bit towards the bottom, trying to make that final big push to really go for an early 50-50, see if they can maybe pick up some quick kills in this last match, because there's no time for passivity anymore. This is it. It's your last opportunity to get yourselves into the ALGS Championship, and you do not want to squander it.
This is where legends are made. And I'm looking at the map. We can see on the western side, over towards the down B side, you have Sudoraiku. They're going to be taking on E6. So this is a potential fight, and E6 needs to win this desperately. That's Bullet going down. Alpha Draft with the R9. You can see more looting happening. Bubble is going to go down. The P20 coming out for Smegito. And now only one player from Sudoraiku remains. They are in 17th place. This is your 17th and 19th seed teams at this point duking it out. And the final player is going to get on out of there, as the flushes and the finishes are coming through, and it looks like they really want this kill point. Are they going to hop in the Trident and roll out?
Listen, they did this last time. They tried to go for some early KP. They were able to get 3, and then the rest of the game did not pan out their way. So now they're going to see if they can keep doing it. Like I said, not a whole lot to lose. Another kill on the board for E6. They have to do something, right? This is the only play.
Yeah, I can't tell if Smegito just smells because he's playing Caustic. Is that why no one wanted to get in the car with him, or they were just trying to find that last player on the ground? But they do find him. I believe there could be a player up in the middle. Looks like that's going to be free. You see the bins have not been touched, so unless he's, you know, a master at hiding where he is, that's a pretty smart play just to get on out of there. I like that for Sudoraiku. But unfortunately for them, you think as a solo, you're not going to be able to pick up enough points, right? You have to get something around that 20-point mark if you're sitting in their current situation to try to make your way inside of the top 10.
Definitely an unfortunate start for Sudoraiku, another squad that was pretty far outside of that top 10 bubble, now really only able to be playing for some placement points. They do have one of the banners. It looks like he's going to be able to get the second one as well, so there is a potential for a full reset since E6 decided to back off. They've got the respawn beacon right here. Sudoraiku might not be out of it yet.
Getting the res from Fussy. Get back in here, Bullet and Rico. It's time to slay out. Is E6 going to double back? Will you also see a team like Optic Gaming collapsing over towards the mill? The zone is going to be coming over towards this side, so it's extremely important to get these players back in. Another squad that's going to love their current position, that's Orthos Fang over in the checkpoint area. Unfortunately for them, they are the team in 20th place. Sudoraiku going to continue to loot up. Bullet is rocking that Seer, and we've seen the popularity of Seer just skyrocket over the last couple months, and hey, I mean, they're in a much better position when they started the game.
Yeah, and I mean, technically so are E6 now that they backed off and made that rotation. They're going to be right on the very top northern edge of the zone, so they've got themselves in a pretty safe spot. They got that lead now as well, and they can kind of hold that down. Now checking in with AIM Esports, who's all the way down on the other side of the map. Very, very close to LG as well. They're going to be running around through fish farms over here, potentially an early game engagement for them.
Squads that are making the rotation, GMT has made their way next to E6. Optic Gaming is looking to potentially collapse onto Sudoraiku over towards down Beast. Team Liquid now making their way from the southern side, kind of running hand in hand with Scars. Ascend, Pulverex coming from the southern side. TSM now making the rotation. A potential fight happening here, though, between AIM and LG as they're very close to meeting up on the eastern side of Fish Farm.
See those tracers coming out. AIM moving towards LG right now, looking to get involved in some of this action. Devo on Hyarka.
Defensive bombardment's going to push everybody over towards the left. You can see 10th place. Luminosity desperately needs this fight. It's surprising that AIM's going to go and push this one, but they feel pretty confident sitting in that 4th place spot. And Luminosity not feeling it. They feel like this is a little bit too hyper aggressive. It's a little too early in the game to take the fight. They're worried about a third party. They did not have the armor advantage throughout all of that, and wow, the hunt is on. The AIM versus LG beef is real.
You know, I was going to say I like the play on behalf of LG because they are safe, but not by a very wide margin. So playing it a little bit more conservatively there was definitely better for them. AIM also decides that they aren't going to be, just kidding.
Professional driving skills there from Monsoon.
Yeah.
Definitely rated 5 stars after this one. Yeah, I mean, I like this play from LG. It's a little bit early again to take that fight. You don't know which team that is going to be rotating over towards you. And at that point, you're like, these guys are absolutely psycho. They're tossing a defensive bombardment over here, which is a giant flare into the air to say, hey, come third party us. But they're going to have to make their way on over towards a spot in the zone, which is heavily contested. Now, we're taking a look at what Ascend is up to. One of those squads that have found themselves in a great position, kind of duking it out with Optic Gaming and Team Liquid, who are running parallel with them. And there's Pulverex. Still an opportunity to make it, and what a story it would be. Afchan taken over towards the high ground. He's got the Rampage in the back pocket, the PK, looking for some damage, but not able to find it. The scans and the heartbeat are coming through, and now they're making their way potentially into a safe spot. Spotting out a player with gray armor. Nice shots there with the R301, but they have to be careful because there are multiple teams in this vicinity.
Yeah, they're definitely near a decent amount of squads. This is going to be potentially a scary situation for Pulverex. Singularity being one of those teams right down the hallway from Pulverex here, trying to pull up in that area. Nice shot still coming from Pulverex. They have been so strong fighting this entire time this tournament. Mad respect for Pulverex for the success that they've found here so far. It's been a great tournament.
It has been a great tournament. We still have one more game. You're watching it right now. And we still have one more day. That's going to be your grand finals. $2 million is the prize pool. A team to keep your eye on is these guys right here, Luminosity. They're going to need to have a strong performance. You do not want to leave this to chance. Round is going to close. Going to go for the scan here. This is just to give them a little bit of information. Ideally, you want to get the scan onto zone number 3, and I feel like that's exactly what Luminosity's thought process is going to be. One of the only teams not making it on their way towards the next zone. That's going to be Reject, AIM, and LG. Those are the squads furthest away from the zone. Currently, a lot of teams, again, existing over towards the northwest side. Alliance, Hockey's taking a lot of damage. It looks like this is Dreamfire trying to end their hopes of making it to the grand finals. Big play coming around the corner. Nice shots there with a double car. Nice portal coming in from Bolin as well. But that was a scary situation for Hawkes, who has switched off of Horizon and gone back on over to Valkyrie, giving Yuki the Caustic, which he started the tournament off with.
Very scary for Alliance. They are only 3 points outside of the top 10 going into this game, and they are going to be making sure they make their way into finals. They do not want to lose this fight right now to Dreamfire. It was very close for Alliance. They're going to have to take this fight, though, and these points would be huge for them if they're able to close this one out.
And what you're starting to notice is the teams that are sitting that 15th and 20th position as TSM pops off in the kill feed. That's going to be on Orthos Fang. Much needed points for the squad in 9th place right now. But you're starting to notice the teams that are really needing points are starting to push the teams directly on the bubble. And the teams that are on the bubble don't really want to take fights this early. So it's a little bit of a conundrum for these squads as we hop into a quick listen in with Alliance.
I'll see him move. I'm 1-7 now, 1-7. On the roof above you. Breathe blue. He's getting shot on the roof. You don't on balcony. Can you push balcony to get it? Go. Come. Push balcony. Pull the grass. Pull the grass. On the rock here. Beam them. Bubble this. He's going away. Search this guy. Alright, where's he? 25 flash, I guess. I'm standing outside. Inside. Seriously. I'm staying alive. Behind me. Yeah, rush me. One hold. I'm holding. Where did you get knocked? He's on the side. He's on the door above us. Okay. Got it. 1 HP. Over this side. Carry the door. He's one. Nice. Let's fucking go. Stabilize. Yeah. Almost. I'm barreling. Good fucking shit, boys. Let's go. Walk this door.
慘。
Good fucking shit, yeah.
We're good, we're good.
Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm. 19 spots
Go,
alive.
gold army here, gold army here.
We have not won yet, boys.
I'm taking a car, I'm taking a car. I'm dropping my habit. Dropping my habit.
到啦，
People shooting like around here.
原來
Are you still gonna play sniper?
No, you can take it, you can take it, you go.
I need some heavy ammo, boys. I'm
Dude,
fucking
I have
out.
so much ammo for you guys. So much ammo.
Nice.
I am double car right now though.
That was a huge fight for Alliance, taking out Dreamfire, getting those much needed points and making sure they keep themselves in this game much longer. Pulverex also still managing to stay alive. Dreamfire actually the very first squad to go out in this match. This last match, teams are playing much more passively.
What a call from Hawkins right there, saying let's all go out under the balcony. But now Verholst in a very tough situation. He's caught out over towards the side. Gonna need to hit the battery. Can he make his way on over towards the bubble? This is huge if TSM can keep him alive. The cover fire from Reps and Hell. Scary moment for TSM fans. As the claps from the crowd continue, but Verholst is able to get the med kit off. Wow. That was a scary, scary moment. But going back to that fight, as you see in the kill feed, GMT gonna knock E6. So call to go to the balcony, flank around, focus that player, go and get the res off so they don't worry about a third party coming through, hitting the armor swaps. Everything that you needed to see from Alliance in that team fight, you saw it. And now they are in a three-way tie for that 10th place spot. 3 teams at 36 points, LG, Scars, and Alliance.
God, things are going to be so, it's going to be splitting hairs when all is said and done. TSM though, another squad, very, very close to that bubble. So every single kill that TSM can get is going to be massive for them. Holding down this area very, very solidly, able to recover after taking that little bit of damage. They know where a couple of those enemy teams are, and they're just kind of keeping their eyes peeled, waiting to see which team's going to make the first move.
Monsoon, after avoiding the fight over towards the southern side of the map, is to teammate Shiny to watch towards the building, and that's exactly what they're doing right now, checking all of their angles. Rampage with the 2-4 is such a great scope on this weapon. You can see a little bit of a peek shot, trying to use that railing as GMT continues to get knocks on reject there with the wingman Serdell popping off. TSM trying to get involved in that one as well, as E6 is here. That's 3 teams just in this one area getting involved with the fight. This is also one of the spots that could be a priority spot for an end zone. Bubble's gonna go down. Alpha Draft's gonna elect to heal with the cells. Has batteries if he wants to use it, and may want to consider the armor swap directly below him. That's gonna be a purple plus the med kit popping off. Nice plays from Alpha Draft.
Once again, E6 really pushing that aggression here in the final match of the day. Pays off yet again. Now they also have a little bit of extra loot at their disposal, and they've managed to nail down this position. TSM back on board with them, still holding out strong, just kind of chilling up here. Okay, they don't want to do anything they don't have to, but Alliance also in the kill feed, getting a kill on, or knock on to Fnatic. Alliance is really just trying to barely keep themselves alive. Look what the zone's gonna pull on the minimap as well.
Northwest away from TSM, you can see the teams that are inside of that. Optic Gaming, Scars, Sudoraiku. Scars again win that 3-way tie for 10th place with Alliance on your screen. It's actually going to be Alliance with the overall lead because they have 37 points, the 2 teams behind them have 36. GMT now fighting the Prowlers over towards the side. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves is landing on E6, so we have a fight that's going to be taking place on the northern side of the map. Looks like they're just going to coexist for a little bit. Rambo with the nasty shots onto the Prowler.
Ooh, okay, 100 Thieves here though. Trying to post up with the Newcastle and the Watson, finding themselves on the low ground and trying to fend off whoever is above them. Looks like it's going to be E6 that they're going to have to be contending with here. And if E6 is able to clear out 100 Thieves, that is just another team that they're able to claim the kills for while also knocking out a heavy hitter.
They've done this so well, getting in position, putting down the interception pylon, and posting up with Newcastle. Such an unorthodox meta, but it's really working out for them. Coexisting there with E6. But they're gonna have to move. We saw where the zone is pulling. So this fight may end up taking place because you do not want to rotate directly next to somebody. Something is going to have to give between these two teams as you see the point score over towards the right-hand side of your screen. Still, anybody can have an opportunity to win this one. Dreamfire and Orthos Fang, two squads that unfortunately are not going to be making it to the grand finals. Valiant effort for them. But we're coming down to the very intense moments of this. It's always going to slow play in zones 1 through 3, especially with this much money on the line. But once the real estate starts being taken in zone number 4, this kill feed's going to go absolutely crazy.
Both of these squads in a little bit of a stalemate, waiting each other out to make the first move. Pulverex still managing to hold down this area, keeping themselves alive. Alliance continuing to run into more teams on their rotation. This time it's AIM that is in the crosshairs. Alliance looking pretty strong. The nades are coming out. TSM now also finding themselves looking down on some squads below. And the kill feed, like you said, Tom, it's starting to light up.
Team Liquid getting some kills. Optic Gaming is going to drop Pseudo-Raikou. Their tournament is going to end in 17th place overall, unfortunately for them. Now TSM on the hunt for players directly below them. Let's do a quick listen with TSM and hear what their comms are like.
We don't want them to like cancel our ability to Valcult somehow.
No. Put 2 traps here, Evan. Put 2 of them.
哇，點入啊呢個圈佢哋？
Yeah, if they fucking cancel us with fucking Seer Q, we're fucked.
Do they have Seer?
FAK。
yes, underneath.
OK。FA Kitty 搞掂。
I think if we just stay like on the roof, we'll be fine.
I feel like, is the rock safe? I don't even know.
Listen, I think.
哇！真係要諗飛邊啊，大佬！呢個圈你點入啊？
We might just land here. Listen,
right here.
加油啊！
Listen, our 2 options is my ping right here, okay, like on the edge right there.
There's a team there. I'm watching them, and there's a team across from them too.
Okay. Then maybe we play the side of the bunker. What if we just play one of the sides of the bunker?
We could try that, or we can also try the roof of the hut maybe.
I think we play this side of the bunker maybe.
Okay, on the south side, the left side?
The left side, yeah.
Might just...
What else do we think? What else do we think? We have 15 seconds.
There's like nothing else. There's literally no... The only other play would be like landing here on the rock, but I don't even know if it's in.
If we get Seer canceled though, then we're fucked here.
Are we doing it now?
Yeah, we gotta go now, I think. You ready?
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever you see, boys.
I'm gonna hard hover.
Maybe this back ridge.
Is there a team back there?
The team
on
here.
the rock.
How many are there though? I just see one. Oh, there's a full team. Yeah, there's a full team.
I think we play the left side of the wall, like I said. I think we play left side like I said.
There's 2 fighting there as well.
He's landing there. Play in the front here, and put traps. Bubble, bubble.
Break the trap.
Is there a team inside? No, come inside.
Get
No!
Nice.
They might jump in. That's where we fucking win, boys. Let's go!
Breathe, Evan, breathe! TSM getting inside the middle of the zone. 9th place overall with 38 points. Great shot calling from the CEO. Finding the right position. There's 3 or 4 different options, and they pick by far the best one. Pulverex now down to 1 player. Alliance is getting dropped in your kill feed from Ascend. Meanwhile, during that listen-in, AIM, they were in 3rd place. They're eliminated. Free Agent Kitties, they were eliminated. They were 6th place overall. Orthos is out. Ascend was out. They were in 4th place. So a lot of our teams that were inside of the top 10 giving an opportunity for the squads below them to make their way forward. Alliance clutching that team fight out and able to eliminate Ascend to see if they can get inside and make their way towards the grand finals. The collapse coming in from Optic Gaming. Knock shooting some missiles over towards the rock, but they don't want to take this fight because you can see the positioning in the zone that they currently have. It's only a matter of time before they maybe buckle forward. If they want to take that fight, they definitely will. You can see another team on the opposite side of the rock in the player outlines allows us to see what their thought process is. They have sound cues and they understand if we push that, we get shot in the back.
The fact that so many of our teams that weren't 100% safe just went out with still so many teams left in the game. I mean, this is where things are starting to get crazy. A little bit of a replay here for what happened with Pulverex and how they got down to that one solo player. Still fantastic performance by Avchan here. Able to get some more damage done.
Alliance has now moved all the way up as Pulverex gets eliminated. And the crowd definitely not liking that one, but Hawkes and the Alliance squad ends up jumping from 12th up to 6th place. Fnatic, they get eliminated. That was the team in 7th place. Element 6 gets dropped. Luminosity gets dropped. Remember, they were tied. 100 Thieves is dropping. This is the moment that a team like Alliance has been waiting for. Godfire's out as well. Optic Gaming making the push around the corner. The kill feed going absolutely crazy. Bubble on bubble fight. Singularity's gone. Mande becomes the kill leader. LG is gone as well. Scars making the move onto Optic Gaming. And this is absolute madness, Twitter.
This is going to be huge for Scars. They were right outside of the top 10 now, finding themselves in a top 5 position. TSM also here, not wanting to drop out. This is going to be huge. Alliance, all of these teams needed this desperately, and now they're going to be fighting it out for those final moments. Everyone looking very, very solid. Both bubbles here, Alliance finding themselves about to get into this engagement, and they need to continue to grind these points.
Your final teams, Team Liquid, Alliance, TSM, Scars, Optic Gaming, Skittlecakes is just a solo player. He goes down in 5th place. That allows TSM to advance from their spot. We had the listening with them. They found safe cover underneath this area, and they are looking like they potentially stamped their ticket to the grand finals, but it's not over quite yet. It's all about getting this dub and making sure you secure your spot mathematically. These players have no idea what's going on, and there is your final circle.
It seems like it's no longer TSM who's performing well under pressure. All of these teams could have potentially found themselves outside of the top 10, decided today was not the day that they would go down. Now going to be battling it out for the last dub, the final remaining game on the day, determining the 10 teams making their way to finals are going to be trying to hold this out for as long as possible, but the bubble is down. Scars has them in their sights. They're forced to make this push, and Scars is just going to be waiting patiently for them to make the move. The damage coming out instantly from RPR, and they drop down with the PK shots to clean this one up, and TSM is eliminated.
Scars and Alliance, they were originally right on the bubble, and now they're looking like they're poised for the grand finals. There go the kill points. Scars going out in 3rd place. Now it's a straight up 3v3 for game number 8, and it looks like Liquid comes through with the clutch and they take it. Liquid is going to the grand finals. Scars, Alliance, TSM, all of the teams in your final circle. You can see how stoked, ecstatic, pumped, I'm out of adjectives. They are going to play for $500,000.
I cannot believe that we went from all of the teams that were in a top 8 situation going down, and some of those bubble squads able to make their way in. We'll see all of that confirmed when we're able to see the overall leaderboard. But one away to wrap up our loser bracket. Round 2. I mean, now it's all coming down to tomorrow.
Your final 20 teams in the world are set. You're looking at the 4 of them right there on your screen that had to do whatever they could. Team Liquid, they were 2 points away previously in the winners finals. They had 11th place. They were on the verge of potentially getting eliminated so many different times. One more round for Pulverex, who fought it out as a duo. Amazing performance from Pulverex, giving it everything that they had. Definitely won our hearts.
Pulverex. I love this. I love this so much. Yes, there we go.
That's what Apex Legends is all about, showing the love right there. So well deserved from Pulverex. But now the stage is set, Glitter. 20 teams, $2 million. Only one winner as we see match 8 results. Liquid, Alliance, and Scars needed one heck of a game to get there. TSM, not your typical TSM performance, but they're going to take it.
Impressive performance coming out of Alliance there. Like you said, Liquid doing it when it needed to be done. And you can see some of the teams that were in the top 10 not having the performances they were really hoping to have. I'm looking at Fnatic, FA Kitties, not best way to close out the day. Like I said, we're going to have to see what happens with the overall leaderboards, but things are going to be tight. We knew they were going to be tight, and now it really just comes down to, I think, those final 3 spots.
Your overall leaderboard, your 10 teams making it in. Fnatic squeaking their way in 10th place, TSM in 9th. And you can see the rest of them on your board, 100 Thieves. They got the job done early. They pressed the snooze button for the rest of the series. Wow, congratulations to those squads.
Oh my God, did you see this score?
Heartbreaking for FA Kitties in 11th place. LG getting eliminated, moving away from the fight over towards the south. Just a sliver away from making it into the grand finals. It was a tie between Free Agent Kitties and Fnatic at 41. After that, there were 2 teams 1 point behind. The way that the tiebreaker works is that's your most overall points, your best game from the 8-game series. And Fnatic was able to take that. Such a heartbreaking moment for our teams that didn't make it. Smiles on the face for teams like GMT. What a night of Apex.
That was incredible performances across the board from all of our competitors.
We love you, Monsoon. Let's get a Monsoon chant to our boy, man. We love this guy.
Everybody has played their hearts out here today. This is competing with the best of the best in the world, and it was not an easy journey for any of these competitors.
It really wasn't, and they're so talented. They've given us their all. Such an amazing display of Apex. The best players in the world are all here at PNC Arena, and you wouldn't have it any other way.
So many emotions going on right now on the stage for all of our players. The day is almost done, and we have seen so many good things. We need a little bit more love for everybody that competed here today, because all of our players put on a show. Fantastic performance from everyone. It's hard.
It is hard. Really wish that everybody could make it to the grand finals. And it's tough when you're only a couple points away, but they should be proud getting this far.
Absolutely.
The amount of talent that they displayed. You really have to give hats off to everybody that even made it to this tournament to begin with. It's no feat, and everybody qualified through going through our pro leagues, through going through split 1 playoffs, accumulating points all the way up to this point. And now we're down to our final 20 teams, but that's it for myself and Glitter Explosion. An absolute honor to cast with you. We're gonna toss this on over to the panel.
Thank you so much, Tom. Thank you, Glitter. A mix of emotion here as you see players like Monsoon who put their heart and soul into this game, hands and face. Of course, our hearts go out. And so much love and respect to Luminosity Gaming, playing with so much adversity, obviously. Gone to them to steal their coach, watching from home. But nonetheless, they performed well, and you got to give your hat off to them for a valiant effort. FA Kitties, same thing goes for them. But hey, it's time to celebrate. And congratulations to Fnatic,